Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a sunny Silverstone for day 2 of this Brscc Summer Race Weekend. It didn't feel much like a summer race weekend yesterday. It wasn't cold by any means, but it was a blanket of grey cloud above Silverstone for the Saturday race day. Here on Sunday, though, beautiful summer conditions, warm temperatures. That will present a challenge for the drivers today, but we're hoping that this Silverstone National layout is going to provide us with a day full of entertainment, as it did yesterday. The bulk of yesterday's racing taken up by the 4-hour Fun Cup race, the 7th round of the championship, which saw a first ever win in the championship for EDF Motorsport with Vlad Vasiliev and Ted Bradbury. We did, though, have 3 sprint races, one apiece for the Fiesta Juniors, the Fiesta ST240s and the Nankang Tyre's BMW Super Cup competitors. Well, today, all of those championships will be back for a couple of races each. We also are joined by a few series that weren't out yesterday. They've been out qualifying earlier on this morning, but we are now ready to go with our first race, and it is a repeat. It's the second race of the weekend for the Brscc's Fiesta Junior Championship. Those cars already gridding up ahead of their second 15-minute race of the day. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box. Scott Woodwis once again back alongside me. Scott, you're revved up and raring to go today, and with good reason. I think we're in for a good one, aren't we?
Absolutely. Morning, everybody. Rise and shine, getting another set. I'm so excited, I can't even speak. We'll try that again. Good morning, everybody. Yes, it should be a magnificent day of club racing. We've got the weather for it, we've got the grids for it, we've got the action set for it, and the circuit. 2.6 kilometres, 5 turns at the Silverstone National Circuit. Practically guaranteed good racing because of the long straights, the long flowing corners. It's a little bit like a bit of an oval circuit in a way, which of course you are quite enthusiastic by, given that you're a big NASCAR fan. And even though it's going to be clear skies, the temperature's quite manageable, 17, 18 degrees, there'll be a bit of breeze in the air. I personally call that perfect conditions for motorsport in the summer. Look at that, light breeze of 4 miles per hour. Couldn't get it any better. So I think with Fiesta Juniors kicking things off, this should be hopefully one day which, given the grid sizes we have, with the competitors we have, particularly in the qualifying sessions for the 3 formulas joining us this morning, it should be one heck of a day of racing, kicked off by basically one of the best grids in Brscc out there with Fiesta Juniors. Again, another record equaling grid of 29 cars. 1 or 2 cars got involved in 1 or 2 skirmishes towards the start of the race, but even so, it was an excellent fight. And it looks as though I can see from the back of the grid also, a couple of the cars that were involved in that are in the mix. It looks like we've got our full quota of 29. And what an achievement it is for the championship. We talk about it a lot, but the fact that 29 cars has gone from, what was it, 6 years ago at the end of the season to just 3 is a phenomenal achievement. They introduced a brand new car in 2022. It's a full grid of those cars now. We are just on the cusp of 30, and I think pretty much if it gets to 30, that's it. This championship is pretty much as elite as you can get it in that sense, and I'm pretty certain we are in good stead to even get that by the time we get to the festival as the Rumble Formation Lap. So we're about to kick off, I think, a mega day of racing, and it all starts, I think, one of the best champions on the roster.
Quite agree. Yesterday's race was certainly entertaining. Scott mentioned there was a lap 1 drama up at Beckett's where Chris Doble, who had qualified very well on the front row of the grid, had a gearbox issue coming out of this part of the circuit. He was running in 2nd place at the time, so when his car didn't accelerate off the corner as quickly as it should have done, others behind had nowhere to go, and that has had fairly significant implications in the title race. We'll cover that in a moment. First of all, the grid, which is based upon the result from yesterday, sees our race winner, Isaac Doble, on pole position, Tom Merritt alongside, and Aaron Beattie, that very emotional debut podium that he had yesterday, sees him start 3rd for race number 2 alongside Archie Davis, title contender, 3rd in the points going into this weekend. Lewis Islin, the scholarship winner last year, lines up 5th. He could be on course for some good results today if he can keep that momentum rolling. Benji Douglas will share that 3rd row with him, with Eden Spanswick and Daniela Sutton on row number 4 together. Row 5 then, completing the top 10. That's where we find Oliver Heron and Bobby Holmes. And they will be looking to try and move a bit further up inside the top 10. They'll be just ahead of the 6th row starters, Oscar Homerstone and Jack Sant, with Hayden Gray and Callie Clifford on row number 7. There we go. And Neil Sampson and Max Haller together on the 8th row of the grid. 9th row for Kasper Tomaszewski and Lewis Turkington. Kasper Tomaszewski and Jake Howarth, I should say, on row 9. Row 10, Lewis Turkington and Harry Lindley. Jake Wardle and Thomas Simpson are next, ahead of Jensen Pritchard and Luke Broadbent. They will share the 12th row of the grid. Row 13 then, getting towards the back of this 15-row grid. We have Max Fenton and Harry Russell, and then 3 drivers at the back who should be in amongst the top 5 or so on the grid, but they all unfortunately were caught up in that lap 1 skirmish at Beckett's. Jack Burgess, number 194, Chris Doble, number 19, who sort of triggered it inadvertently with that gearbox issue, and Dara McInerney, second in the championship coming into the weekend. He was only 16 points behind Tom Merritt. However, Tom Merritt actually had a bit of a Lazarus race himself, didn't he, really? Because he started only 7th behind a lot of his title rivals, Scott. He ended up outscoring them all pretty much. Second place for him, and most of his title rivals out early doors. It's imperative for the likes, particularly of Burgess and McInerney, to get through this field quickly today, isn't it?
And as I mentioned yesterday as well a couple of times, it's the races you don't win that wins you the championship. The second place was the best he could manage. That was excellent to see. I think we're about to get green flag. I say, Andy, we get rock and rolling for Sunday.
Let's see then. 15 minutes on the clock. Our second Brscc Fiesta Junior race of the weekend about to get underway. Isaac Doble and Tom Merritt then together on that front row of the grid. Merritt, championship leader on the left-hand side of the screen. Off they go. Is he going to get the whole shot and beat Isaac Doble into Cop's corner? It looks like they might be side by side. Doble came over to cover and then realised he couldn't quite get there, and Merritt has done it. Tom Merritt then, the championship leader, gets the advantage through Cop's corner for the first time. How crucial could that prove to be? He is in clean air as they head down towards Beckett's for the first time. We'll see whether Isaac Doble can maybe retaliate into the braking zone. I don't think he's quite close enough to do so. Third position then is the 87 of Archie Davis. So he's leaped ahead of Aaron Beattie, who is 4th. Islin is 5th. 1 or 2 wide. Someone sideways in the middle of it all. Oh, it's a slightly cleaner run through Beckett so far. They're 5 wide on the exit, though. Wing mirrors go flying. 1 car on the grass further back. That's Turkington. Oh, no, 2 cars off heavily into the barriers in the midfield. You could sort of see that coming, couldn't you, really, with the big stack up out of Beckett's. There's a challenge around the outside into Brooklands for Isaac Doble, but I don't think that's quite going to work. So it will be Tom Merritt who hangs on to the lead. Doble second, third place for Archie Davis, but we're surely in for, at the very least, a safety car here, maybe a race stoppage by the end of the opening lap. They come out of Luffield for the first time. We're missing at least 2 cars then from that midfield scrum, which made its way down the Wellington Straight and sadly came into contact. Across the line we go, though. No sign of a safety car just yet. Scott, the race continues, and Lewis Islin there on the charge, as is Isaac Doble.
Yeah, up the inside of the Cop's corner he goes. He was setting that one up through Brooklands, who's managed to lap it up for the first couple of corners. And Islin up the inside of Aaron Beattie, so he's got the inside for 4th position. Now challenging Archie Davies. I tell you what, Lewis has taken a couple of podiums. He's had a couple of off weekends, but back on form here in the Goodyear livery machine. He is the 2025 Fiesta Junior Scholar, and he is going up the inside to take 4th place. So next target is to get on the podium, and look who's on the back of the queue here. It's our other Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner, 2024 winner Daniela Sudson. Now there's the 2 cars that are off the road. One is Hayden Gray. The other one I couldn't quite tell who it was. Maybe Oscar Homerstone, possibly, I think. That could be off the road, maybe, if you look down the timing screen. It's got the silver flash on. I think that's one of the Etuera Tools cars. So you never want to see that, of course, and it's quite a big pack. I don't want to say it was inevitability, because it wasn't, but lots of cars altogether, lots of exciting 14 Silverstone drivers. It's unfortunate, but it's sometimes what happens on lap 1 when cars just come together and go for the same bit of space. Out of Luffield then, end of lap number 2. It's now 3 for the lead up through Woodcote Corner. It is Doble from Merritt and then from Archie Davis trying to break away. Islin now leads the next group with Beattie in 5th position. And up into 6th now is Benji Douglas in the Sim 1 car. 7th is Oliver Heron. 8th is Daniela Sutton fading away a little bit. And then it's Jack Stan and Callie Clifford, the other female racer in the field. As there goes Beattie back up the inside. His confidence is up after his first podium yesterday. It was an emotional moment, but that was giving him such a boost overnight to think, right, I can do this now. I can fight for positions. I can fight for podiums. And he's doing it, battling against the man who beat, 50 other young drivers to get into that seat. Those two are going at it hammer and tongs, and it's going to be a great stack-up because if the cars behind take advantage, this battle will go on and on and on for the remainder of this race.
Islin as well, I think I'm right in saying, is hunting his first ever podium in the championship as well. Oh, he's had one, has he, early on this year?
He had a couple earlier in the season. That was at
Snetterton. Right, sorry, yes.
Has had 2.
Yeah, okay, so hasn't had any since the very first meeting of the year, though, so in 4th position now, going well. There is Beattie defending from the 306 of Oliver Heron. Front though, Isaac Doble, well, an interesting race this for Doble really, because he didn't get the jump off the line, fought back immediately though to get the lead at the beginning of lap 2, and now looks pretty comfortable at the front. Merritt and Davis in behind him. Now, what of those coming from the back of the grid? I mentioned there were 3 quick drivers, Burgess, Chris Doble and Dara McInerney coming through from the back of the pack. Well, as they cross the line this time, let's try and take a look at where they've got themselves to. They're not yet inside the top 10. Callie Clifford and Jack Sant there at the back end of the top 10. then. Jack Burgess 17th, McInerney 18th position, and Chris Doble not yet in the top 20. So Doble not having a spectacular run so far. Only 27th and a lap down, but apparently having set the fastest lap of the race. So he perhaps has gone missing somewhere, having set that quick lap. Maybe the car having a recurrence of the mechanical issues from yesterday. Here comes that second pack of cars. In here somewhere, we have a couple of those drivers I just mentioned, but Scott, that's more than half the field.
It is, and it's great to see. There's lots of midfield butts. There's Darren McInerney, he's just behind Jack Burgess. They're 17th and 18th at this point. There's more scuffling going on behind in the bottom of the top 20. This is now a duel between the recovering Max Fenton, backing Max Horler. More dives up the inside, that's 15. That I think is, I want to say Bobby Holmes, going up the inside to make a move. Eden Spanswick at the front of that grid in the ex-Jacob Hodges car from the last couple of seasons. Also in there too is Neil Hampson. Lots of the mix. There's Chris Doble, so another issue for Chris. He was a lap down and more troubles on that side. Now, the big question we have, because we caught that last, is he carries on. Did he jump or was he pushed? That's always difficult to see, but he ended up sideways exit of Brooklands. Is now back up the inside for fourth place goes Lewis Islin, but Beattie's not giving it up by an inch round the outside, and here comes Oliver Heron to make it. Look through your fingers, 3 wide down towards it. It is going to be 3 wide. Lewis Islin in the middle. It's Heron on the right, left-hand side. Beattie on the left, and Heron sees them both off into the braking zone. Beattie looks to go round the outside at Beckett's, trying to fight it out if he can, has the grip, but runs out of road and goes wide. Then Islin gets the push from Douglas, and now here comes Daniel Sutton. So it's 3 for the lead, but it's 5 of them for 4th place, and any one of them could come out of Brooklands and Luffield in front of this group, and this is only barely 5 minutes in. This is sensational.
Brilliant racecraft that from Oliver Heron. Read that situation perfectly at Copse, didn't he, with Beattie and Islin going side by side, and you're absolutely right. Drove past the pair of them into Beckett's. Beattie in the end gets the better of Islin for now, and Daniela Sutton, look, has got ahead of Benji Douglas. So Daniela Sutton picking up the places. We've got our 2 most recent scholarship winners there, nose to tail, as they run through Luffield Corner. So nice to see those two being regular features within the top 10 now as well. They've both taken great strides forward this year. Daniela Sutton having a much better season in her 2nd year of racing in the Fiesta Junior Championship, and Lewis Islin definitely a star of the future given how quickly he's managed to become a factor at the front of the field. Beattie back to the inside of Heron, and now it's Islin's opportunity to do to these two what Heron did a lap ago, look, because he's the 3rd car in line, Islin, the Goodyear liveried Fiesta. There's not quite the space though to the inside line. In fact, Sutton's almost thinking about coming through as well. Yes, Islin and Sutton both go past Oliver Heron on the approach to Beckett. Here comes Benji Douglas trying to do the same thing. Islin then has a go at Beattie as well. Brilliant stuff. And Lewis Islin, I think, maybe we'll get back to 4th. There's a squeeze on the exit. Beattie's on the grass. Not a hint of a lift there, though, from Aaron Beattie. And he's got the inside line towards Brooklands.
You want committed, we'll give you committed in the Fiesta. Look at this, it's now 3 of them getting the toe. This is, looks that's Heron giving Sutton the push. Here comes Islin down the outside line. They are millimetres away from each other. Islin tries to make them pass around the outside, also went for the inside of Sutton, couldn't make that stay. That was a bold and crisp pass from Lewis Islin to get through. Now the 2 scholarship runners are nose to tail once again. Beattie's back to the front of the group. But the key thing is, as fun as it is to watch, the harder this lot fight each other, as I've said it so many times in commentary, the easier it is for the top 3 to get away. They're 4 tenths between them. They're working together to get away. They're still half, but they're going side by side for the lead. So this is now going real back and forth. But if we're not watching the leaders, and we probably should do at some point, this is the great thing. Here comes now Daniel to the inside for 4th. Up the inside, that was a really clean pass into Copse Corner. Daniela Sutton up to 4th, and she came a lap away from her first podium at Snetterton last time out. If there's a way she can lead this group and go, right, stop fighting me, give the signal, come with me, let's go and catch the top 3. Here comes Heron again to the outside of Islin. He's a little out of shape under brakes into Beckett. Benji Douglas has the inside. Where's Max Horler come from? Did Max Fenton come from? He's joined in, and Eden Spanswick in this. They've broken away from the 2nd group and joined in. As we see, Dover's going to work, not working transponder. There's the 2nd group, and again, it's like almost like catering race or something else. If this group keeps battling, the next group will get closer and closer. This could be about 15 cars deep for 4th place, and I believe it was 6.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I am absolutely all for that. This has been very entertaining so far. Junior racing at its absolute best, and the more cars we get in this group, the more entertainment we're guaranteed. That is Benji Douglas on the outside of Oliver Heron. That leaves the door open invitingly for Max Fenton. So Fenton and Spanswick, Scott just mentioned, have latched onto the back of this group. Well, they're immediately getting involved, and it'll be inside through Woodcote Corner. They will both try to go. Does Spanswick make it 3 wide? There's space there if he wants it, but no, sensibly, I think, ducks in behind Max Fenton and pushes him through. Quite literally, I think they were bump drafting down the pit straight. Heron back to the inside of Isley. You can't catch your breath here, can you? Because the straights are long enough and the slipstream powerful enough that even if you're ahead going onto the straight, you're probably then going to be under attack heading into the next braking zone. At the front, it's a little bit more orderly. They have been jockeying for position a little bit. The places haven't been changing as regularly, though. That was Fenton out wide at Beckett's corner, and through on the inside will go Spanswick, who's picked up 2 places already on this lap. But yeah, I think with 5 minutes or so to go, it's time maybe to focus on the leaders, because look, there is Tom Merritt to the outside of Doble, but he's maybe shown his hand. He leaves the door open for Archie Davis, who taps some Morse code on the left rear corner of the championship leader's car. As much as Merritt wants to win the race, and as much as he's probably enjoying this 3-way scrap for the lead, he has to think championship. He's in a really good position here for the championship. His lead is extending with every race at the moment. The last thing he needs is an awkward bit of contact that could perhaps send him plummeting down the order. Here comes Davis to the outside into Cop's corner. That's a brave move, Scott.
It is. Cops is usually a wheel where practically some people tell us you can't stick a wheel down the inside in years gone by, but you can here with your Thomas Merritt up the inside to take second place. So that's now Davis back into the mix, and again, as I've said before, if these two get into it, it's only a free pass for Isaac Doble to take his second win of the weekend. He was only just in front by a couple of seconds, but Merritt kept him honest. Now Merritt's got a distraction behind him in the extra element of Archie Davies. If he starts battling with him too much, keeps looking in his rearview mirror rather than what's in front, he's going to have to give the signal. Look, Archie, I know you want this second place, I want to win, but we're both going to lose out to Isaac if we keep on fighting. Don't fight me, come with me, let's see if we can catch him. Meanwhile, it's been changed around 4th position because Beatty's got back in front of Sutton. In the pit lane, that looks like, I think that's possibly Bobby Holmes.
Yes.
So he's in the pit lane with this. Yeah, it says at the time he's going to have in 20th place. It's 15 extra Candy Clifford, who I saw earlier on in the very similar liveried car, but it's pink flashes rather than green. That's it again in the background for 4th as they go in towards Brooklands, but these 3 are the class to field at the moment, and Archie has been getting pretty strong. And what's also telling is that Isaac is a first-season driver, and he was the driver that went down to the final 2 with Lewis Isley in the scholarship, so he's working, and of course he's a Doble, so he's got racing in his blood. But these 2, of course, as well, Merritt and Davis, they're essentially the best of the sophomore drivers, the drivers that raced last year in the championship, so they are showing the skills. BT raced last year, he's come on in leaps and bounds this weekend, but as that top 3 goes into shot, back to this motley crew of boys and girls in the mix, of course, because you've got that stuff right in the feed there. And once again, the 2 scholarship winners, they can't leave each other alone. They're in the mix too as well. It's Jack Burgess up with the P10. He's right there at the back of the field, and he's set the fastest lap of the race. Also interesting enough, where's McInerney got to? Only 16, so not quite as high as you would expect from the back of the grid.
So Jack Burgess then from 27th on the grid in the 194 car. There he is, look, the red BBC Motorsport machine. What a charging drive this has been, and he's got a few laps left yet. He could get to the front of this group and salvage a top 5 finish from this, so that would be a brilliant result if he can get there. They're side by side at the front of the group. Aaron Beatty is back into 4th, but for how much longer? Oliver Heron sails around the outside of him into Brooklands. Beatty will stand his ground on the inside line though, drifts a bit wide on the exit, bounces over the curb. Can he make the right-hander at Luffield? Drifts a little bit wide, and Heron might have the opportunity to get through. Burgess has picked off another one now. That's Davis that he's got past, and so not Davis, sorry, it's the 287 I should say of Max Fenton, similarly liveried car, which drops down behind Jack Burgess. So Burgess 9th at the line this time, I reckon, and his next target will be Eden Spanswick for 8th. Up towards Cop's corner they go. Aaron Beatty, a late lunge at the inside from Oliver Heron. I think that was maybe just a difference in lines, an earlier turn in for Heron, but it nearly caught the 4th place man out, as Aaron Beatty wasn't fully aware whether he should turn in or not. In the end, though, they kept it nice and clean. They dropped down into Beckett. Here comes Burgess to the inside of Spanswick. He's carving them up like he's got a car in a different class, but he's not. He is just driving the wheels off it. And with 2 cars side by side in front of him here, the 2 scholarship winners, with Sutton and Isling going door handle to door handle, Burgess could benefit from this as well. Yes, goes to the inside of both of them. They're 3 abreast, and he could get 2 in 1 here. Jack Burgess, the red car on the inside line, has his nose ahead. He's got the preferred line. He will go through. Spanswick tries to follow. That was very opportunistic stuff from Spanswick. There's still 3 abreast. Into Luffield they will go. Surely there's not room. Fantastic driving from all 3 of them there. That could so easily have ended in contact. And actually there are plenty of other championships out there where I think it would have done. But that was brilliant racecraft from everyone in that group. In particular, this man, though, he's driving like his life depends on it.
And cracking stuff from the two scholarship winners, I think justifying the decision, because Daniela and Lewis, great stuff, and how much they've come on in leaps and bounds in such a short space of time. Daniela in her second season, Lewis only his first half a season of racing, and driving like he's done it for quite a while, which is excellent stuff. But you're absolutely right. Jack Brscc for basically from the back of the grid to 6th. This is really impressive stuff here. Back to the leaders, they're back to nose to tail, so Doble's brief lead hasn't worked. And I think possibly Merritt and Davis have started to work together because they closed that gap back in. 4th place for Beattie now, so he might not be on the podium, but he gives himself a really strong top 5 if he stays where he is. There's Max Fenton just doing typical Fiesta Junior things on the outside line. Down towards Brooklands come the leaders once more. Look at this, practically nose to tail down towards the big braking zone here. There's 2 lines you can take. The rider outside line that gets you right tucked on the inside for the left field, or the earlier apex that brings you more to the left-hand side. It gives you more room to go running out wide if you can. But you have to brake a little bit sharper to take that tighter run all the way through left field, get power on halfway through, back onto it, use all the curb on the exit, and now you start to streak from left field all the way through Woodcote, back towards the pit straight and towards ultimately one of the most challenging corners that you can find in motorsport in general. I think Copse Corner, which is fast, but it's faster than it looks as you go in their particular Fiesta Junior car. We're on to the last lap of the race. I think it's certain one of these 3 are going to win it. And here comes Seros Merritt. He's going for the victory towards Copse Corner. Throws the dummy up towards the inside line, but Davis can watch out for this. He might have the momentum. He gets into the toe of Doble. Merritt's there left out to dry on the inside line, but he might have track position, and it could well be 3 abreast. And here they come. Davis might get 2 in 1 down towards Beckett's. By the time they get to braking zone, he has got 2 in 1. Davis down the outside of Copse Corner. Merritt goes for 2nd place. Here comes Doble for the undercut on the exit, but a brilliant piece of racecraft for Archie Davis. However, has he timed it too early? Because now it's side by side for 2nd. Merritt has the slipstream underneath Davies. Now Doble's to his right-hand side getting the side drive. It is now 3 of them for the victory. Whoever's last of the late breakers might will come out on top through Brooklands and Luffield, down to the last couple of corners. This could be anybody's from this top 3.
I think Archie Davis has got it, though, because the 2 behind were so busy squabbling. They're still side by side, Merritt and Doble, as they head into the last corner. Doble's got the inside line, and in the end, Tom Merritt, rare really to see him losing out in in wheel-to-wheel combat like that. He ends up dropping down to 3rd place, but Archie Davis, with such a perfectly timed move, is going to snatch the victory on the final lap. Archie Davis takes the checkered flag and wins here at Silverstone. That will be his 2nd win of the year, I believe, to go along with the one from Mallory Park earlier this season. Isaac Doble 2nd, Tom Merritt 3rd, Beattie 4th, Heron 5th, and Jack Burgess another lap, and I think he might have had a shot at getting past those 2 as well. He closed in on them on the final lap, but not quite able to break into the top 5. Still a fantastic performance that from 27th on the grid. Then the scholarship winners, Islin and Sutton 7th and 8th, with Eden Spanswick 9th and Benji Douglas in 10th position. That is exactly what we were hoping from that race, really, wasn't it? That was, as I said, junior racing at its best. Shame that we lost a couple on the first lap, but from that point on, Scott, fabulous racing. Yeah,
that was certainly, obviously, we had that unfortunate incident on the opening lap, but that's never what you want to see. But aside from that, yeah, that was top-class Fiesta Junior racing. More of the same, please, in race 3, please, from every single person involved. Really good action, clean, decisive, exciting. That's exactly what you want for a junior championship, and these drivers are doing themselves an absolute credit, and they'll do the same hopefully in race number 3. So Archie Davis then takes victory to start off Sunday at Silverstone. He does it by 0.3 of a second from Isaac Doble in 2nd place, and Thomas Merritt an important 3rd place, again finishing ahead of his main championship rivals. Aaron Beattie can't repeat his podium, he gets 4th place ahead of Oliver Heron, who rounds off the top 5. Then Jack Burgess from the back of the grid practically to 6th. What a drive that was. Watch for him in race number 3. He could be a dark horse for victory. Then the 2 scholarship winners, Lewis Islin and Daniela Sutton, 7th and 8th. Eden Spanswick takes 9th. Benji Douglas in the Sim 1 car rounds off the top 10. Max Fenton 11th and Jack Sandon 12th. Then Max Haller and Jake Howard round out the top 14 runners, followed by Dara McInerney, who couldn't go higher than 15th. He's got some work to do. He'll start mid-pack for race 3, but he will have to have a bit of a challenge to make his way through and try and pick up as many places as he can. Callie Clifford 16th, Neil Hampson in 17th place. Then Thomas Simpson, Harry Russell and Harry Lindley round out the top 20. Then Jensen Pritchard, Jake Ward, Lewis Turkington, Kasper Tomolewski, Luke Broadbent and Chris Doble, who had a spin earlier on. Bobby Holmes pitted with problems and he came out 3 laps down, and we lost 2 cars early on, which I think was Oscar Homerstone and Hayden Gray as well. So hopefully they get those cars repaired and out for race number 3 later on today. So that is race number 1 of 12 today in the books, and plenty of action. If they're all like that today, we're going to be breathless by the time we finish here. So we'll be looking for more of the same. The next race coming up is going to be another exciting one in itself, so be sure to keep tuned for that one. And a reminder as well before we go to Andy, of course, the Fiesta Junior Scholarship right at the end of October is October 31st to November 1st. If you want a chance to join this grid for 2026 and win a funded drive, which gives you a prize package up to in excess of £60,000, and join the likes of Lewis Isden and Daniela Sutton on this grid, then you can get yourself involved. Head to the website brscc.co.uk. It's a fantastic occasion. It's brought us two very talented drivers. You could be talented driver number 3 that becomes the 2026 Fiesta Junior Scholar in here too. So, just waiting for getting ourselves into position. I think we are just about ready. So, for the first time, let's head down to the top of the pit lane with Andy McEwen to have a chat to our top 3 from that electric second race of the weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship. I can't wait to hear what these 3 thought about that.
Well, fabulous racing from the Fiesta Juniors there. One of the best races of the season, and Archie Davis gets that second victory of the year. Archie, can we dive in and have a chat? Because, well, first of all, I want to get your thoughts on that move on the final lap. You teed that up to perfection, didn't you?
Yeah, a bit random, to be honest. Didn't expect that to happen, but yeah, the opportunity was there, so I thought I'd take it.
You had a decision to make, I suppose, on the exit of Copse, because you had the run, but to go left or to go right is a difficult choice. The obvious choice is left, but you went round the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I made the choice and I stuck to it and it turned out all right. But yeah, that's it, basically.
Second win of the year, obviously. That should be a nice confidence boost heading into the final few rounds. One more race later on today. Do you think you can do it again?
Yeah, hopefully, I reckon so. I think we've got a good chance. So, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Go and celebrate with the team. Congratulations, Archie, on the win. Second place, Isaac Doble, just receiving a much-needed drink. Hard and hot work out there. Brilliant battle. You must be a little bit gutted, though, having led so much of it to lose out on the last lap. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit annoyed myself for letting him at the inside but Archie, he made a good move. Got a good run out of turn 1 to get past us both. I mean, credit to him for that overtake. But yeah, it was a frustrating race in the end for me.
Fun race, though. I mean, are those the kind of battles that you enjoy? It's what Fiesta Junior Racing's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It's probably one of my most enjoyable races this year, to be honest, even though it didn't come out on top. But yeah, it was very fun.
Excellent stuff. Isaac, have a drink, catch your breath. Where's our third place man, our championship leader? There he is. Just going to have the circuit commentator dive in and have a chat with Tom Merritt, but we'll have a chat with him in a second. Important result that for Tom Merritt, actually. Third place, not a race win, but more points in the bag, and with his championship rivals further down the order as well. That's not a bad result at all for Tom Merritt, and as we said, they've got a third race to come a little bit later on this afternoon. Maybe an opportunity for him to get back on the top step of the podium. We'll dive in with Tom in a second. He's usually got a lot to say. Sorry to interrupt the circuit comms interview, but we want to have a chat with you, Tom, because that was a battling drive. You were in second for most of it. Talk us through the last lap.
Yeah, the last lap was very interesting. Isaac didn't quite cover off turn 1. He left a Fiesta gap size on the inside, so I squeezed myself between the concrete wall, and Isaac managed to get to the inside. He held it around the outside, which was fair enough, but Archie, having that nicer line, just got the run and managed to get us into Beckett. So overall, it was a really good race, really solid battling throughout, and it's still great points for the championship.
That's the question I want to ask you, I suppose, because it's easy to get sort of swept up in the excitement of a battle like that, but it's been a good weekend championship-wise for you. No wins yet, but you're outscoring the people that matter. Is it hard, though, to keep that mindset when you're in the thick of the battle?
Definitely. You always want to go for the win. Both of these are my teammates as well, so I didn't want to do anything stupid, and it's just about finishing races and scoring as many points as I can. If you have to settle for a third, which I just did, it's fair enough, and it's still, like I say, good points for the championship.
Excellent. One more race to go. Good luck for later on. So there we go, our podium finishers then from our second Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. We'll see them back out on track again later this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Andy, and thanks to all of our top 3s in Fiesta Juniors. And yes, as I mentioned just before going into interviews there, of course, we are priming ourselves for the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which is taking place at the end of October and beginning of November, October 31st or October 30th or so to November 1st, also, if I get my dates right. So we'll see up to around about sort of 50 young drivers bidding for a chance to win their shot at taking a funded drive in the 2026 Fiesta Junior Championship, and a prize package worth in excess of £60,000. And you can emulate the likes of Daniela Sutton and Lewis Isden, who have taken that advantage and that opportunity with both hands. Daniela, of course, in her second season, and with Lewis Isden in his first season, and already impressing the podiums on his first outing as well. So, to give you a bit of a primer as to what you can possibly expect if you enter yourself in the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, here's a quick little primer for what you can expect to enter, and hopefully give you the incentive to head to the Brscc website and find out more details on how you can become our latest Fiesta Junior Scholar for 2026.
I've seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So the Fiesta Junior Championship drivers putting on a brilliant advert for the championship, and as Scott quite rightly said, if you fancy getting involved in that next year, and I wouldn't blame you for saying yes to that, then get yourself entered for the scholarship. You never know, you could find yourself on the grid in 2026. Right, from Fiestas, we now move over to our next race. This is the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, incorporating the student motorsport as well, and another big grid, 31 cars set to take to the circuit in a moment or two. Obviously a bit of recovery work to be done at the end of the Fiesta Junior race, which gives us plenty of time, Scott, to build up for what should be a trio of interesting CityCar Cup races. So popular now is this championship that we've gone beyond grid capacity, and they've had to split the field into 3 groups, so it's a slightly complicated formula, at least for me anyway. You'll explain it better than I, I'm sure. But
try.
Everyone will race twice, essentially, but not always we will have everyone in each race. This is Group A and B together. It means that if there are some drivers that you've been following this year you don't see in this race, they'll more likely be out in races 2 and 3.
Yeah, so essentially everyone will race each other technically at least once, which is good to see. It means that everyone gets 2 races, but the size of the grid, because actually the total entry, I'm confident in saying, is the biggest CityCar Cup entry we've ever had, 46,
wow,
which is incredible. I think the biggest before that was about 41 or 42, and that was first achieved, I think, here at the International Circuit 2 years ago. That just shows how effective this is, and of course, you factor in not just the fact you've got all the different cars that existing from Gen 1, you've got all the student motorsport teams taking place, but you've also got this year, particularly as a bona fide cars in there, considering they were invitation last year being developed, the Gen 2 cars coming in. So you've got the Peugeot 108, you've got the Toyota, I guess, new generation Toyota Aygo. Well, I haven't seen yet in CityCar Cup form, but I'd like to see a second gen Toyota Aygo give this a go if it could do so. And of course, on top of that, the second gen Citroen C1, which there is a couple in the field. So this is essentially how popular this championship has gone. The cars are really simple in terms of base. You can put one together for roughly around about, with the kit and everything else, nothing more than 6 or 7 grand pretty much in terms of cost, and that's what makes it so good. And of course the resale of that to kind of recycle them in the championship, say recycling like it's a bad thing, but it's not, it keeps them in operation in the championship because the cars are essentially built purely for those regulations. And what makes them so cost effective as well is the fact, for those who don't know, the Gen 1 cars are effectively all built in the same factory in the Czech Republic. The first gen Toyota Aygo 107 and the Citroen C1. Underneath, mechanically, exactly the same car underneath the body. And the body shell, for the most part, is the same. There's just some different manufacturer-based body parts. And you can literally, for example, take a Citroen C1. If you change the external body parts, you can literally turn it into a Peugeot 107 or a Toyota Aygo because the body shell is pretty much exactly the same. The mechanicals are actually the same. So that means, effectively, if you want to get spares, you don't have to buy a Citroen C1 spares car, if you like, to put on a Citroen C1. You can buy a 107 or an Aygo, use exactly the same part, take it out of the spares car, regardless of the manufacturer, stick it into your race car, and it's job done, essentially. And the kit keeps it cost effective. And some people make some comparisons between this and the Citroen C1 endurance spec cars. Yes, by basing the density of the same car. The difference is the C1 cars, they sit taller on their suspension, they've got lower grip tyres, and you know it's them because they'll be leaning on their door handles going into the corners. With the CityCar Cup cars, and I've driven one here on this circuit in the dry, driven by racing last year, it is like a big go-kart in so many cases that you can throw it into Cop's corner and the thing just sticks. It kind of just says, right, is that your best shot? Come on, give me some more, give me some more. And I was even warned, if you kind of get a bit on the brakes and accelerator at the same time, you'll get really unsettled. I drove it, and it's not reflective of my driving ability, but I drove it and it felt stable enough, it felt taut enough, it felt stiff enough, and it felt playful enough to be able just to throw it into the corner and do exactly what I wanted. And they're not the fastest cars out there, but they don't need to be the fastest cars out there because they race in packs, they race in exciting formats. You get 2, 3, this could be even 4, 5, 6 wide down the backstreet because they're that small and diminutive, but it shows how popular it is. Another key story I'll tell as well, which I'll get on to, is when we first ran them within the Club Sport Trophy in 2020 to give them a little bit of insight to get in there. There was about 4 or 5 that got started. Over the winter going into 2021, we're going to give it its own grid. And we've expected that maybe 20, 25 might turn up. If we get to that, it's a complete success. For those who want to guess how many cars turned up at the first round in May at Silverstone, you'll remember this, 38 turned up. And we were like, it wasn't a case of how many we're going to get, which is where the hell are we going to put them all, even though they're that small. And it's continued to be that popular. And the new element of the Student Motorsport contest as well, which gives it an extra great element to give future generation engineers, mechanics, and heck, even drivers, if they want to go into it, the prime chance to work on a race car in a race weekend environment. That's golden experience that, unless you go to race teams and submitting emails and going around race circuits, that's a great opportunity for anyone who's studying to actively have something that you can have tangible experience on an actual race car to take forwards into, if you want to work in Formula 1, if you want to work in sports car racing, GTs, touring cars, whatever paddock you want to end up in, whatever part of the world. That's experience that could last you down the line 5, 10, 20 years to make it work. And they're such simple cars to work on as well, to put together, such simple cars, which makes it easy for them to get under grips as well. So on the whole, I'm purely selling the fact that CityCar Cup is a fantastic championship. The numbers speak for themselves. The fact we've got Student Motorsport, new Gen 2 cars coming in, it's a brilliant success story. And the fact we've got to the point where we can run ABC grids on a circuit like this is phenomenal.
No, absolutely agree. It is a huge success story for the club, and one of many, to be fair, Scott. I mean, over recent years, we've seen this with a couple of new formulae that have been developed by the Brscc, the Audi TTs. They were immediately popular as well. And there are a lot of conversations going on in motorsport at the moment about dwindling grid sizes and championships having to maybe reduce the number of rounds over the course of the year to try and save money. And yet the Brscc does seem to stand alone as far as the major organising clubs in the UK as one where the grid sizes generally are on the rise. There are some championships doing better than others, of course there are, but it's so refreshing in this current financial climate to see grids such as this one being so well populated. And goes to show you can have affordable motorsport. It just has to be managed in the right way, and it has to be the right idea at the right time, and that's something that the Brscc seem to have a bit of a knack for.
Yeah, indeed stuff. So I think with a bit of clear up there from the Fiesta Juniors, we are all set to go. So time to get prepped for our first Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport race here at Silverstone, with groups A and B kicking us off first.
So the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup cars about to be released from the assembly area. They've been sitting, waiting patiently whilst the track was cleared after that Fiesta Junior race. This then is how they'll line up on the grid. 31 of them we're hoping, although only 30 of these particular group of cars actually managed to set a lap time in qualifying earlier on. Christopher Park set the fastest time at 1:18.582, and that was, what, half a tenth or so quicker than Alistair May, who starts alongside him. Then Stuart Bliss and Hayden Payne, they're together on row number 2 ahead of Andrew Dyer and Alistair Mehring, row 3. Fourth row then for Ben Spencer and Alex Foden. Top 10 completed by Joe Moss and John Sykes. Josh Jackson and Craig Flynn on row 6. Row 7 for Elliot Lettis, a bit further down maybe than you'd expect to see the 333 car, with Chris Brewster for company on row 7. 8th row, Luke Power and Ari Barker together, a couple of Peugeot 107s alongside each other. Junior Gravina Reed in another Peugeot 107 has Jensen Jackson in, another Peugeot 107 alongside on row 9. Then another Peugeot, all of the Peugeots grouping together in the middle of the grid by the looks of it. Ryan Middlemiss 19th alongside Sam Johnston. Peter Bauer and Ben Johnson are together on the next row. Row 12 shared by Carter Steele and JB Stretch. Then Jack Wheeler has John Nicholson for company ahead of Nicholas Wilding and Phil House. Phil House definitely further back than he should be. Fen Curran 29th alongside Chris Brooker. And the one driver that didn't set a lap time, Alex Jackson. Hopefully we've got that number 47 Citroen out on the grid. We'll try and pick that up in a moment or two. So, yeah, interesting grid. Couple of slightly out of position drivers, I would say, ahead of 15 minutes of racing. All three of these CityCar Cup races will be over 15 minutes. Is one of those, is that Citroen, the 47 car, do we think, on the back row, the grey one? Not 100% sure. We'll try and get a better look at the number, but I think that would make sense because Chris Brooker is a Peugeot, is he not? So I think that is Alex Jackson at the back. Anyway, if it is, we'll have 31 of them set to do battle over 15 minutes. And Scott, a couple of familiar names here, not only for those who've been following the CityCar Cup throughout the course of the season, but those of you who tuned into yesterday's Fun Cup Endurance Championship race will recognise a couple of drivers from this grid as well.
Indeed, if you recognise the names Stuart Bliss, Alex Foden and Andrew Dyer, they were racing yesterday. We had Stuart Bliss with his brother Richard, who's been a former champion in this championship, and also Bob Bannister, who's been in this championship as well, in the Race Ventura car. And they also had Team Pesky, which is a logo definitely not similar to a certain IndyCar team that exists over in the US. It'd be intriguing to see. And we'll get onto those, I'm sure, in a little bit in a second as the green flag's got at the back. So I think if they're going for they're going for a formation lap. I saw the green flag and thought they're starting early, and I thought that maybe Alistair May might want to close his door, as he has done now. He's listening to me clearly. But getting back to my point, we had Team Pesky with Andrew Dyer and Alex Foden. I have to say, Andrew Dyer impressed me on his Fun Cup debut yesterday. He was very quick. He was up there at one point as one of the fastest cars in the field, and he got himself a really strong top 10 finish. So that would have given him plenty of incentive to go well here today in the second of those two Boston College racing cars as well. What I'm really impressed about as well at this point in time with Student Motorsport is that the teams getting to that calibre where they've attracted drivers to get involved, the likes of, well, you can't get better than the reigning champion Stuart Bliss. You've got former champion Elliot Lettis, fast drivers like Hayden Payne, Brady Pollock, Andrew Dyer, who are Richard Geoff as well on top of that too, who are making the most of these cars. And it's definitely not implausible, but by the time we get to the end of the season, we could have our first overall championship car coming from a Student Motorsport team. It's entirely possible, not just because it's Stuart Bliss, because on top of that, he needs a good car underneath him. Boston College are providing it, but he'll be giving his insight, given the fact he is a champion. He knows with the Auto Bliss cars before what it takes to make a championship winning car and what to make it better. So he's giving the feedback to the team to make it better. That makes them better in return. They work as a better unit together as a whole. Therefore, those cars keep getting quicker and quicker, and that has a knock-on effect on Andrew, who is rapid himself anyway. He races anything. He races from Fun Cup to IDTTs, the CityCar Cup in the mix as well. He loves these cars in the championship. So it's all a great synergy between the team to make it faster and faster, and these great drivers are doing a great job to give that feedback to the teams, and the teams have to use that feedback to be able to get it accurate, to set these cars up where they should be. The fact they're getting it now, and more of these Student Motorsport cars are getting towards the front and actually winning races outright, scoring podiums, even locking out podiums, just shows the quality of the teams that has just skyrocketed in the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Indeed so, and good to see them, as you said, now being a real factor at the front of the field, not only race by race, but over the course of the championship season as well. Lots of weaving going on as drivers try to get some heat into the tyres on the green flag lap. I've just been making a few little scribble notes on my grid sheet because there's an alarming number of similar liveries together at the front of the grid. So you've got the two blue and white cars, Christopher Parks and Alistair May on the front row. Parks with the pink highlights and the yellow highlights on Alistair May's car. And then Stuart Bliss behind, of course, near identical livery to that of Andrew Dyer, who will line up directly behind him. But the orange wing mirrors should hopefully help us to identify Stuart Bliss, as long as those wing mirrors survive the 15 minutes, of course, which is far from guaranteed. It's going to be very close stuff out there. The CityCar Cup cars, not the most aerodynamic, not the most powerful either, so that slipstream around this high-speed circuit will be a factor, and should hopefully promote some really, really close racing. Very excited for these 3 Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup races this weekend. There is the 41 car of Alex Foden, 8th on the grid for him, the number 41 machine. And what progress can he make? The lap times in qualifying are very tight, really. The first second covered the top sort of 10 or 11 cars, and actually probably more than that, really, because this is the group system, isn't it? So we would have had other drivers in around those sort of lap times. Yes, it's a short lap, I know, but it's quite a tricky lap to get a lap time out of, especially in low-powered cars such as these, Scott. If you have a moment through Cops, for example, and you have to just breathe off the throttle ever so slightly, it takes quite a while then to get down to the next braking zone at Beckett's, and so a lot of time can be hemorrhaged.
Yeah, the key thing with these cars, I'd say the key word is momentum, because they are I don't want to say slow, but they're slower than the other conventional race cars, so to speak. It practically means that you've got to. It's easy to say just put your foot down all the way through because they are so small and so diminutive and so underpowered. But that means you've got to be able to carry the cut speed through the corners. And as you say, just lift off for a fraction. That can cost you half a tenth or a tenth or so. You lose more time than you think because the margins are so fine with these cars on top of that. Quite impressed by the two cars at the front. They both come from the World of C1 Endurance with Quattro Formaggio. So they're that team now locking out the front row of the grid. I think they have won a couple of races between them, but of course they've got some very talented drivers behind to try and take victories from them if they can. The put is now formed up, green flag at the back. Let's go CityCar Cup racing.
Here we go then, a big grid, a wide open high-speed circuit, and 15 minutes of entertainment ahead of us then here at Silverstone. On the front row together, Chris Parks on the right, Alistair May on the left. Very even start from both of them, I think, as the lights went out and they pour down towards Copse Corner for the first time. Now, is the inside line going to be the better line here, or the momentum on the outside? Looks to me like the inside line is going to prevail for now. Alistair May gets the early advantage around Copse Corner, and his teammate Christopher Parks has no choice but to settle in behind. They're already fanning out 3 and 4 abreast further back as they descend now upon the braking zone at Beckett's. Now hold your breath, everyone. Will we get them through? They're 4 wide. Someone had to bail out of that. Up the curb was the 113 of Ben Spencer, and he's charged right round the outside from 7th on the grid to 3rd in the Toyota. Brilliant start that from Ben Spencer. Fully committed up the curb, 4 abreast into the braking zone, and that risk was one worth taking. It gained him a chunk of track position.
45 seconds in, this is a touch of NASCAR about it already. Look at them down towards Brooklands the first off. They're watching the BRDC grandstand. They're getting an absolute treat as they pile down. And Spencer's on his absolute toes. Look at this, down the outside in 2nd place, even sideways into the braking zone at Brooklands. Mouth the cars from Andy McCune. You couldn't believe he made that move, neither could I. I think it's that Toyota WRC livery he's got on there that's making it that much quicker. He's driving it like a rally car, and it's working. Out through Brooklands and Luffield for the first time. Ben Spencer, who's in his first season of CityCar Cup racing, he's still got a novice cross. He's the best rookie car in the field. He's really taken a victory in pole position so far this season. He is absolutely flying. He's got momentum down to a T. Won't surprise if he goes for the lead here down towards Copse Corner. End of lap 1. May leads it from Spencer, Parks, Dyer in 4th, Bliss in 5th, then Payne, Moss, Jackson, Foden, Less is the top 10. Not quite will he get through Copse Corner, but a lightning start for Ben Spencer. He is on his toes this morning.
That was quite impressive, Scott.
Yes,
I have to say, Ben Spencer, the move around the outside of Beckett's was impressive enough, and then he just continued that momentum rolling into Brooklands, and yeah, had it sideways on the brakes. All cars slow in the middle of the road. That's not good. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So the 69 car then, Ryan Middlemiss slowing. Now, was that mechanical, or had he had a rotation? If it was a rotation at Copse, then he's done well to get out of that relatively unscathed. And the outside goes the 75 car.
I think it was a rotation ahead of my ear, so it looked that way. He got going again. They're almost 3 and 4 abreast behind mid-pack as well, so they're scrapping amongst each other. A little bit of a gap forming now, as you see. Jack Wheeler's in the pit lane. That's the East Surrey College car, which has taken some wins before, but not a happy year so far for Jack in student motorsport this year, and that car having problems. He's in the pit lane. I did see one car flash into the pit lane out of the corner of my eye, but just saw down the timing screen it was Jack, so that's unfortunate. What's intriguing so far I can see here is that, regardless of the same different team, yes, Stuart Bliss leads the championship coming into this weekend, but this hasn't been like it was last year, where he got in front and kept on winning and winning and winning races. He hasn't got a massive margin. He comes into the weekend with purely like a 3-point lead. That means that this is not guaranteed. Of course, he's working in a different team, but it's not in the case in that sense. This is a replay looking back at what exactly? Who or what are we looking at here? That's the karting circuit, which is new, so not quite sure what we're looking at there, to be honest. But back to live pictures, and leaders going through. But yeah, as I mentioned, Stuart Bliss is not running away with this championship, and it's other teams that are catching up with him here. Maybe Stuart obviously doing it to help with Boston College, but also give you a bit more of a challenge. I think he wants to win the championship, of course. Maybe the sadist in him thinks, I want to do it slightly the hard way, try and actually get it amongst people and see if we can do it. I noticed Joe Moss there, for example, was looking around the outside of Stuart Bliss at Beckett's corner. He's on his toes too, is Joe. He's a great young driver in the championship, has been in it for a couple of seasons and getting quicker. Now, this is the replay we wanted. This is now Ryan Middlemiss.
Oh, my word.
Huge lose, and how everyone's had to scatter to avoid him. So quite simply, look, he did it by himself, but it was quite simply a rotation. But what a rotation it was, and frightened half the field behind him.
Great reactions from the cars behind to avoid him. That could have been very big, couldn't it? So we can all breathe a sigh of relief there. Right, leaders through Luffield. In the pit lane is the 25 car. That's Phil House. I caught him. He was one of the drivers doing well to avoid that spinning car at Copse, but he's got problems of his own, unfortunately. I mentioned he was further down the order probably than he should have been. I suspect all is not right with that car, certainly now. And maybe was the case in qualifying as well. So Alistair May leads the way. You mentioned this championship lead that Stuart Bliss has, a slender one, only 3 points ahead of second place in the championship, and the man who is second in the championship is Alistair May. So this is a significant race at the moment. May could be in a position to take the championship lead as things stand. Third in the championship, Richard Geoff. So Richard Geoff will have to wait till later to see how he gets on. Another big lose at Cobb's Corner, and that is the 68 car. That is Sykes into the gravel. The front wheels embedded into the gravel trap, and that car will be going no further. Thank goodness for the acres of runoff area at Cobb's Corner, because he went a long way off the road and thankfully never made contact with anything.
That was a huge moment. I mean, thankfully got it stopped and the gravel trap did its job. If he can tentatively get reversed and just very gently on the clutch try and get it out, he might be able to survive that. If he starts spinning his wheels and puts his foot down because he's desperate to get going again, that's when he's in a world of trouble. In that situation in the gravel, you have to be delicate and as patient as possible. Yes, you're falling behind, but the more delicate you can be out of the gravel, the easier it's going to be for you to get back out and get back in the race. If you start stamping on the throttle, trying to get back again, you're only going to dig yourself in, and that's going to do you no favours whatsoever. Looking back to our leading group here, that is 72 Hayden Payne locking in. Just behind him, we've got Alex Foden. Now, of course, fresh from his escapades in Fun Cup yesterday. This group getting together. The group coming. There's a Peugeot 107 in the back. The 108, one of the new Gen Peugeot 108s in there. So good to see a Peugeot there. Still need to see a Gen 2 Igo. Someone needs to bring a Gen 2 Igo here. I want to see that in CityCar Cup pretty soon. Down towards Cobb's Corner then. Just over 5 minutes gone. Still May from Spencer, 4 tenths between them. Then a small gap to Parks in third. Dyer leading Bliss. Moss in 6th position. Jackson, Payne, Foden and Aston Mering up to top 10 now. So good effort from him. 5.4 seconds covering the top 10. And they're trying to push Alex Foden's car into the gravel, so there will be yellow flags down at Cobb's Corner. No overtaking. No one really wants to make any moves here. This might be a bit more of a strategic race given the nature of the Silverstone National Circuit. Although I have to say, it looks as though Chris Parks is trying to bring that second group back towards the top 2 here. Good run through Beckett's. If he can get in the toe for the top 2 in front of him, he could make it a 7-car train for the lead rather than a one-on-one battle.
Do have side by side just at the back of that leading group. I think that's Hayden Payne and Alex Foden, isn't it, debating 8th position as they drop down into the braking zone at Brooklands. But yeah, interesting. The first lap was manic, and now things have calmed down slightly as we tick towards the halfway point of the race. Although a mistake there, maybe for the race leader Alistair May, means that Ben Spencer had an overlap going into Luffield, couldn't quite get round the outside. He's looking to try and find a gap on the inside, but Alistair May had that covered, carried the momentum off the corner. You're absolutely right, though. I think that third place car, Christopher Parks, is closer at the moment, isn't he, than he was a lap ago. The gap was 1.1 seconds, nearly 1.2 seconds, second to third at the end of the previous lap. At the end of lap 5, it's only 4 tenths, so about 8 tenths gained that time for Parks. He is well within the slipstream, and that's really Parks doing that by himself because he's gapped Andrew Dyer behind, so it's not really like the whole group is working together to close in. That is just Parks finding a bit of extra speed within himself. The live snatch underway there at Cobb's Corner, and so the number 68 car can be dragged out of the gravel, and that should mean yellow flags will be in within the next lap or so.
You would certainly hope so. He get himself back in position quickly enough. There's the group battling for third place. There goes Foden, Payne, and just behind them a couple more cars. They rattle the curbs through Beckett's. There's Larry Barker in the 87 car, the second of the Team Northbrook Racing cars. He's in the Gen 1 Peugeot 107. Geoff is in the Gen 2 machine. That's the point, actually. Where's Richard Geoff got to? Because he's not in the top 20. Oh,
he'll be in the other group, I presume.
He'll be in the other group, yeah. I think. That'd be being stupid. Right, not for the first time. Right, ignore me. Back to the racing then. It's Chris Parks back to that's leaders as Alex. It's Andrew Sykes, actually genuinely, I'm not being sarcastic, thoughtfully shakes the car out on the runoff area to not get any gravel onto the racing line. Looked like it was a slightly tighter run for May though, because Spencer's all on his rear bumper, but look at Chris Parks looming. He's going to get a small toe from the 2 cars in front. He'll start to gently come back towards him as they turn through, up towards Cobb's Corner. I want to give a moment again for that livery, because I have to say, we shouldn't have favourites as commentators, but I have to say, if you had put a gun to my head, the best looking car on the grid, I'm quite partial to that Ben Spencer Toyota Aygo. That WRC old school, kind of late 90s Corolla-inspired livery does look quite good on an Aygo. I do quite like that.
Josh Jackson and Alex Foden here side by side. This is the battle for 7th. So Foden, having seen off the challenge from Hayden Payne a lap or so ago, is now trying to move up into 7th position ahead of the number 27 machine. Can't quite do it for now, though. There's just a bit of separation maybe building between the top 2 as this next group comes through. In fact, Foden did go past Josh Jackson, so Foden into 7th. Jackson now under threat from Hayden Payne and the blue and orange number 72 car. And that is an issue, I'm afraid, for the 222 car. Now, we don't have DRS, I don't think, in the CityCar Cup. We don't generally need it to promote good racing, but Luke Power's car is running some slightly not standard spec rear aerodynamics on that car, and that may well attract the attention of the clerk of the course.
Who knew glass could be that aerodynamic? Interesting stuff. Right, top 6 then, making their way out through Luffield. Just over 6 minutes to go. Spence with a slightly tighter run, exiting out of Luffield on towards Woodcote. Nose to tail once again. Parks is keeping close attention. I think actually Spence was as close as he's ever been now, down towards Copse Corner. This could be the moment he goes for it. Into the pit lane comes Andrew Sykes. Focus back on the leaders, back towards Copse Corner. Spencer might be lining it up here. It's his best chance he's had. 5.5 minutes to go. Does he dart out or stay in the racing line? Nothing yet. He's biding his time. He might just be setting him up for a move down towards Beckett if he's confident enough. It's a good run off of turn 1. Now towards that very tricky breaker zone, you kind of kink left, and then that long right hand that you have at early apex opens out on the exit onto the Wellington straight. And there are 2 cars off the road into the barriers, or going towards the barriers up towards Copse Corner. One is Peter Bauer by the look of it, and he immediately opens the door, so he is out of the car. It's just there might have been some contact potentially, but he's quickly out and pointed to the marshals for something, but possibly saying, "Did you see that?" We didn't quite catch who the other car was. I didn't go by who was near him on the timing screen when they came across the line. Maybe John Nicholson, I don't want to speculate, but wait and see. Now, for a pass here down the outside from third place, Tyre wants to get on the podium here, goes diving into Brooklands, taking that outside line, nice and clean and steady, over on the curb on the exit. Parks gives him just about enough room on the inside line, and it might open the door for Stuart Bliss, who has the wheel trapped to his Boston College teammate. He's pushed Parks out wide. Here comes now Bliss trying to take possibly not just him, but his teammate on the exit. Now it's Parks and Bliss side by side. They go through Woodcote Corner flat out with just under 4.5 minutes to go. Wheel to wheel for 4th position, the reigning champion and Chris Parks side by side down the front stretch. And Bliss will have the benefit of a tow from his teammate Andrew Dye, who sweeps across. Now we're going to get a replay of what happened here. This was between Bauer and the 61, which was Johnson. Let's see what happened here. Just 2 cars.
Oh my word.
Goodness me. 2 cars come together, and such simple touch just did so much. It just went all over the place, and Bauer just kept it off the barrier. But I think he had some damage to his steering of some point. And Bauer thought, right, that's game over, straight out of the car, no point sitting here, and back behind the barrier. That was, I think the way I could describe that was bizarre.
Yeah, I'll go with that. That was the world's longest accident, wasn't it, really? It took the majority of the pit straight for them to decide where they were going. Luckily, no significant contact with the scenery, though, which is good news. The race continues then, 3.5 minutes to go. That little battle over 3rd position with Tyre. Oh, hang on, another car off. That's the 24 car. That is
Johnston.
Sam Johnston. Where's that? Beckett's, isn't it?
Beckett's, yeah.
Got off early in the corner. May have made contact with the barriers. We'll see if we can pick a replay up in a moment or two. The point I was about to make is that this battle for 3rd has allowed the top 2 to really get away now, hasn't it? Alistair May and Ben Spencer, the best part of 2 seconds clear of Andrew Dyer at the beginning of the lap, and it may have even gone up that gap over the course of this 9th lap of the race. Let's see as they cross the line. And there you can see the leading 2. Spencer not under any threat then, so that gives him a bit more freedom to maybe take a few more inventive lines to find a way past Alistair May, who will be thinking championship. Ben Spencer is not a championship contender, really. He's a bit further down well, 4th in the championship, actually. 385, 20 points behind Stuart Bliss, but Bliss is only 4th, so this is an opportunity for both May and Spencer, in fairness, to outscore the championship leader quite heavily. May would take the championship lead, and Spencer would move a little bit closer to the top of the table. Of course, Richard Geoff, as we've documented, really the only one of the championship frontrunners not in this race. He is the only one of the top 5 in the points, not in either Groups A or B, so he'll be out in Group C a little bit later on. Down into the Brooklands area we come, with probably 2 more laps to go after this. So the question really, Scott, is if Ben Spencer's got something for Alistair May, when does he show his hand? Because he's not under any threat now, so if he believes he's got what it takes to get the lead, I'd say now is about the time to start doing something about that.
He has lost about a car length or so in the last few moments to Alistair May, so possibly if he's leaving it a little too late, he's going to have basically 2 more laps to go here, because lap time-wise we're in the 118s and 119s when it comes to the fastest cars out there, so Spencer's going to have to get on with it here if he wants to try and get it done. Almost side by side between the 2 Boston College teammates, still Dyer ahead of Bliss, with Parks in 5th position. Top 2 turn their way through Copse Corner in front of us. Moss is 6th from Foden, Jackson, Payne and Merrick. That's the top 10 that stayed that way pretty much throughout this entire race, the majority of it at least. Onto that penultimate lap of the race, back down towards Beckett's. Question's got to be there. How much close can Spencer get? He was half a second away, so we lost 3/10 on the last lap, and there was a visible gap. A little nervous under brakes. He turned in through Beckett's, just squirreling the car around, but gets the power back on the IGO. As the C1 of Parks. That's second of those race tape sponsored cars in there. I'm using all the road on the exit. Now the three of them together in almost NASCAR style, then one bunch together as they come back down towards the Wellington Straight, back underneath the bridge towards Brooklands. It almost looks as though, Andy, that May's kind of putting himself in a position where he's fended off the attack from Spencer, and unless Spencer really goes for it here, and as he's trying to, he's clearly this thing, as they three-wheel their way through Brooklands into left field for the second to last time. Unless Touchwood May makes a mistake here, it looks as though he's got this under control for the final lap.
Yeah, Spencer's car just looks to have sort of built up a little bit more understeer. I know he wasn't showing any understeer through Brooklands, admittedly, but through the right-handers, I've noticed at Beckett's and Luffield, he's taking wider lines, and Alistair May can't quite get off the corner as well as the race leader, and that, I think, is what's allowing Alistair May just to keep him at arm's length. We're on to the final lap then. Barring a mistake, you'd have to say, from Alistair May, this should be a nailed-on race win for him. If he can bring it home, it would be his first win of the year, would you believe? He's about to take the championship lead, and yet this is going to be the first time that he will stand on the top step of the podium, if he can stay there, of course. Spencer's just slightly closing in again through Copse Corner, where he has been strong for the last few laps. It's around these tighter turns where May seems to have an advantage. Spencer uses lots of curb on the inside line to try and get to the race leader and maybe get within slipstreaming range down the Wellington Straight. Hayden Payne's another who's been involved in a lot of battles. He's just moved back into 8th position ahead of Josh Jackson. Alex Foden, though, has checked out. He's set the fastest lap of the race and has managed to close in on the group of cars just ahead. The leaders, though, drop down into Brooklands for the final time, and Alistair May just needs to make sure that he doesn't put a foot wrong. Spencer has closed in on this final lap, but I don't think he'll be able to do anything between here and the flag. Out of Luffield we go, and Alistair May, car 392 then, his first win of the season beckons, and perhaps the most important one, with the championship leader Stuart Bliss seemingly set to finish only 4th. This provisionally could be the championship lead then for May as he sweeps through Woodcote Corner, sees the checkered flag and wins race 1 of the weekend at Silverstone in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Ben Spencer a very close second, 3.5 tenths between them, and Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss with Christopher Parks in 5th. I think Parks were a bit disappointed at that, having run in the 3rd place much of the early part of the race. Then it was Joe Moss and Alex Foden. Hayden Payne and Alistair Mehring both got ahead of Josh Jackson on the final lap of the race. So Josh Jackson drops down into 10th position at the end of what was a very good race, very clean race, I have to say, 1 or 2 incidents aside, and Alistair May a very well managed run to victory.
Certainly was, and that was certainly a clean advantage for him, a good effort for him to get himself a victory. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that, and it's a good victory for Quattro Formaggio, who really have made the most of them switching from C1 Endurance to CityCar Cup, using all their expertise in the longer distance format with a different spec of car, but getting quickly into it and using all of that. We've seen also the Bacon Racing Squad do that at some points as well. We might even see them in the next race coming up for A&C, but excellent stuff. I'm going to head down to have a chat to our top threes, and also we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone with Dyer, of course, who wins the Student Motorsport contest at Boston College as well. So excellent efforts all round, and I'll head down and see what they thought.
Excellent stuff. We'll hear from Scott in a moment or two down in the pit lane then, as the drivers make their way around to the podium area, and Alistair May will be absolutely delighted with that result. A very important win, I think, in the context of the championship. May then victorious by 3.5 tenths over Ben Spencer. Andrew Dyer 3rd, Stuart Bliss 4th, and Christopher Parks in 5th position. Joe Moss 6th ahead of Alex Foden, Hayden Payne, Alistair Mehring, and Josh Jackson to complete the top 10. Chris Brewster 11th ahead of Ari Barker, with Elliot Lettis and Craig Flynn 13th and 14th respectively. 15th position Jensen Jackson ahead of Alex Jackson, Junior Gravina Reed, John Nicholson, Jamie Stretch, and Nicholas Wilding. Carter Steele 21st ahead of Ben Johnson, with Ben Curran, Ryan Middlemiss, Chris Brooker, Luke Power next. Sam Johnston was 4 laps down after his dramas in that race. I think he ended up retiring to pit lane, did he not? Let me see if I can pull up the timing screen quickly. Now, where's Scott put the live timing? Bear with me. Technical issues in the commentary box. There we go. Yes, Johnston stopped on track, didn't he, actually, as it did Peter Bauer. Phil House was in and out of the pit lane with issues in his Peugeot, with John Sykes and Jack Wheeler also out of the race. So, entertaining stuff in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup then, and we'll see them out again a little bit later on today. The second race for the CityCar Cup will be the first race after lunch at 1:45, and that's groups B and C. So half of the drivers that we've just seen, roughly half, will be out again for their second and final race, whilst the Group C drivers will have their first race then, and their final race will be the final race of the day, scheduled to start at around about 5:20 this afternoon. Next up, it's the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. We've got 3 more races before lunch. So the BMWs, the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship and the Geoff Engineering Super Classic Formula Fords will take us into a scheduled lunch break at 12:45, and hopefully we will still be running more or less to time when we get there. Right, let's head down into the pit lane, shall we, and hear from our podium finishers. Scott Woodward is outside enjoying the sunshine and about to catch up with our race winner.
CityCar Cup cars in the sunshine at Silverstone. You can't beat it, can you? Great racing from our top 3, and of course the student motorsport categories as well. Just having a chat to Alistair May I've seen as well, so I'm going to go straight over to second place Ben Spence to see what he thought, and have a chat to our second place man. He's also one of our top rookies. Ben, excellent stuff, I have to say. What a mega start first weekend. For 7th on the grid to 2nd. You had a cigar stand at Brooklands with the move you pulled off. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, just really disappointed with qualifying this morning. Bit of work on the car and a few issues with testing on Friday, so just happy for the car to be working this morning really and make sure everything was all right. And then, yeah, got a great start going down into turn 1 and just thought I'll stick it around the outside and see where I go down the bottom. And it was just getting 4 or 5 abreast wide, and I thought I just need to keep on the left and just see what happens. And yeah, lucky to get behind Alistair and get a tow and start pulling away really, and just nice to generate the gap afterwards.
Of course, you're in that leading group chasing him down. Yeah. Was it just a case of just he had a bit more momentum to be able to keep you at bay? Because a couple of points you were quite close, but you kept it reserved to thinking it wasn't quite the right place to make a move. Yeah, I just didn't want to lose what I'd got, to be honest, from where I started. I was quite happy just to sit behind, and as long as we kept a gap to the lads in 3rd and 4th, etc., I was just happy to carry on with that. Yeah. And of course, the fact is this, you're a rookie in this championship this year. Of course, you come in, you've taken pole positions, you've taken a race win as well on top of that too. So. What do you think it is that's made you so click with these cars so quickly in such a short space of time? I've been growing up doing hill climbs and sprints in a Vauxhall Nova, so little 1.4 engine. These things are very similar to that, really. So get them nicely balanced and just drive it with your right foot as much as you can, really. It feels like home. Yeah, it does. Really familiar to home. Congratulations, great drive. We'll see you for the second race. Let's bring in our race winner, of course, with Alistair May. Alistair, well, that's more like it. First win of the season, yeah, and I enjoyed that. It shows that you guys, so as yourself and Chris, you got some that C1 experience counts for something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, we've had plenty of track time in the old endurance cars, and they're pretty much the same, to be honest. So it's like a chalk and cheese. It's good.
Of course, share the front row with Chris. Good start from you as well, and just settle down and have him on your tail for the whole race.
Yeah, just work together, try and get a bit of a gap from the other guys, and just keep pushing. It was good, yeah.
Of course, you now got to try and do it again in race number 2 with a different set of battlers around you, of course, with A and C. So, you expect anything different, or do you think that Brscc are going to give you more headaches?
Oh, we'll just take it as it comes. We'll see how it goes.
Just worry about it when you get there.
Yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Well, excellent drive. Good to see you. And of course, key things on top of that is key points to beat Stuart in the championship. Yeah. So it means that it keeps you in contention, at least for later on in the day.
Yeah, keep being consistent. That's all that matters.
Good stuff. Well done. Excellent drive. Let's have a chat with 3rd place. We can also crown him as well student motorsport competition race winner as well. Andrew, we had some fun yesterday in the Fun Cup, and you've carried that over for today. Double whammy with a podium and the student motorsport win as well. Great job.
Yeah, good result really. Pretty hard fought trying to get past Parks because fair play to him. I didn't have an answer for him until he made a bit of a mistake. So yeah, other than that, it was kind of, once he was out in front, it just felt like a bit single file. Still good, but it has been a bit spicier in different races, to be fair.
Of course, you managed to keep ahead of your teammate. Of course, you happen to be the champion as well on top of that. Was that a bit satisfying, keeping him at bay as well?
To be fair, surprised he didn't drive through my door, so maybe teammates, but he's not very fair. But no, fair play to him. He did keep it clean this time, and yeah, we had a bit of fun in the Fun Cup yesterday with him, so yeah, it was all good.
It's no surprise you're loving your race at the moment. Of course, you've done TTs before, but you did Fun Cup yesterday. You got the driving team of the day as well. You've got a podium here as well. You're loving life behind the wheel right now, aren't you?
Yeah, considering the start of the season I've had, it's turned around a bit, to be honest with you, but I'm trying to work my way through the Brscc formula and just try and do one of everything. So, yeah, we're ticking them off slowly.
I don't think we'll get you in a Fiesta Junior quite yet.
Well, we can try.
And on top of that too, another win for Boston College. Just this team's been phenomenal this season, hasn't it?
Yeah, fair play to them. They've stepped up. Everything we've asked of them, they've done, and they've gone above and beyond. I can't really thank them enough, to be honest with you, because yeah, just they don't put a foot wrong and couldn't ask for any better team.
Fitting driver as well. Well done. Congratulations. Have a quick also chat with where's Hayden got to. He's not there as well, so he's run off, which is a shame. So from compact cars to compact cup and 1 series cars, as we head to our next race, it's our second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. I'll hand you back to Andy to take you through the prep and the grid for their second race here at Silverstone.
Yes, thank you, Scott. Well, we'll get there in a moment. We have got a recovery going on up at the Beckett's end of the circuit, the 24 car that we saw going off. Well, we didn't actually see what happened to this car exactly, but we saw Sam Johnston's car beached in the gravel. That is just being recovered now, so it's going to take a few minutes before we can get our BMWs released. I don't think they've been gridded yet either, so I think we're still waiting for them to be released from the assembly area, and from there they will line up on the grid, the dummy grid, and then off onto their green flag lap. So we're still a few minutes away from racing here at Silverstone, the second race of the weekend for the BMWs. Yesterday's race, Simon Waterfall, the winner in the 1 Series Super Cup class, whilst in the Nankang Tyre's Combat Cup element of the race, it was Conor Grady who came out on top after a penalty for Gareth Claydon, who jumped the start. So whilst we wait for cars to be released onto the circuit, we can have a little look ahead maybe to an event coming up at the end of the season, an annual event these days for the Brscc, the Race of Remembrance that takes place on Remembrance Weekend in November, and we're all very much looking forward to being there again towards the end of the season.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Let's go racing!
So, Race of Remembrance coming up in November, as always, and if you're interested in being a part of what is always a magical event, then head over to the Brscc website. Entries open, and you could be a part of the grid for what is an event that's simply more than a race, but it's a really emotional event to be a part of. I've still not actually been able to make my way over to Anglesey for Race of Remembrance. I need to try and get there this year.
You have to.
Yeah, it's worth braving the Anglesey weather, that's for sure, to be a part of that fantastic event. So, Scott Woodwis, racing coming up again next for the BMWs. We do now have cars lining up on the grid. The Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship there. Second race of the weekend coming up next. It is our second race for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship, and a race split across two classes basically. So you've got your 1 Series Super Cup cars at the front, and they line up in the order in which they finished yesterday's race. So Simon Waterfall, the race winner, has Thorburn Aston alongside on row 1. Millie Hart, who was the championship leader coming into the weekend, starts third on the grid alongside Aidan Hassan, with David Meadows and Chris Stretton on row number 3. Then there's a 10-second delay and a bit of a gap in the grid before we get to the Compact Cup element of the race. They then have their own separate race, so Conor Grady and Joe Doble line up on the front row of that grid. Gareth Claydon and Max Noble are next. Claydon, who led on the road yesterday but had to have 10 seconds added onto his race time because of a jump start. He's got Max Noble for company on row 2. Row 3 for Adam Wright and Paul Marcel, with Mike Doble, father of the Doble clan, and Alex Corkwell together on row 4. Fifth row of the grid for the compacts then, Matt Kendall and Keith Towers, with Ethan Woods and Stephen Somerville next in line. Then it's Javier Ross and Tim Seaford, with Martin Corkwell and Aaron Tippler at the back of the field. So yesterday's race, as far as the 1 Series were concerned, Scott, really fairly dominated really by Simon Waterfall. No one else could really touch him. He started on pole position. Millie Hart and Thorburn Aston tried to give him a run for his money early doors, but really once Simon settled in, he pulled a nice little gap. He eventually claimed the victory by 5.4 seconds. Same again today, or do you think that Millie and Thorburn will have an answer for him?
It's going to be fascinating to see that dynamic. Or Simon promised me in qualifying yesterday he was going to get it on pole, and he got it. And of course, talking to him yesterday as well, he seemed pretty satisfied with the fact that he got himself his first win, and that felt like a long time coming to him. He now gets an opportunity for a second one. It's kind of going to depend on the start and the early laps and the pace, because if both Aston and Hart can show that pace and not get caught up with each other, there's a chance he can catch him. Given the fact that Aston won the last 5 races on the bounce before yesterday, shows that Aston does have pace, but it all depends on whether or not he can get in front of Waterfall and stop him from getting in there in the mix too. So Hart's going to be also looking to try and make sure she maximises her point score and get in there too. We should talk about the compacts on top of that as well, because we had Conor Grady, defending champion, in the ex-Guy Davis car. I managed to figure out the name, this is what I was trying to find out. He was managed to get up there. No, it was Joe Doble. Joe Doble ahead of Conor Grady. No, Joe Doble ahead of Conor Grady, then Gareth Claydon after he had a 10-second penalty, which you think was either for a jump start or an out-of-position start, one of the two. And that put him down to what was from second to third. But one thing we should mention, of course, with the Compact Cup cars, it is the perfect entry point into this championship. Of course, this championship has been established since 2012. It came across the Brscc in 2016. You can pick cars up for as little as £5,000, and there are lots of them out there to go through. Some of them get used in other series like Club Sport, for example, but there are some that are just sitting there in garages and sheds and workshops waiting to be put back on track. And so if you want to get yourself into this grid and race a BMW really for a great budget and for very little money in many cases, do go and get yourself a Compact Cup car, because they are out there. We've had big grids before, 30 plus, and drivers that have come through and raced them, drivers like Jordan Stilp, who's now in the Audi TTs, James Jiggy Gornall, of course, who won the championship and also went on to do, but he was a former British GT champion at that point, went on to race in BTCC. Stephen Daly won it 5 times. He took two victories on a cameo appearance last time out at Snetterton. And lots of other talented drivers. Of course, number Doble's involved as well. Mikey Doble, who's now BTCC runner up at Knock Hill this weekend. His younger brother Joe, his father Mike, who's been doing it for ages. This is a great starting point for a rear-wheel drive, basically little hot hatch compact car. They are literally BMW compacts, and it's been a great proving ground for so many different drivers. So yes, the 1 Series is there, and that will keep on growing with more drivers. But if you want an entry point into the championship, go and get yourself a Compact Cup car. There are plenty out there which might need a bit of tweak to get the specification, but even then, the spec's not hardly changed on these cars over the years. So just pick one up, give it a bit of a refresh, make sure it's all to the 2025 regs, and away you go. Simple as that, and get more of them out there. And once the BMW 1 Series starts to pick up a bit more, we're going to get this grid bigger and bigger. But we have what we have here for race number 2. Waterfall's looking for victory number 2, as is also Doble. Let's see if they can manage it.
Yep, so remember, 2 separate starts here to keep an eye on. We'll try and bring you all of the action over this first lap or so. On the front row of the 1 Series grid, Simon Waterfall on the outside gets a good jump, and I think the race 1 winner should lead pretty healthily into Copse Corner. Yes, he does. Comes straight across to cover from Thorburn Aston, who was not that quick away. So Millie Hart goes second. In fact, Aston's only about 5th as they head into turn 1. The Compact Cup cars launch, and a good start made by Conor Grady from pole position on the outside, the purple and yellow car, and I think he should get the better of Joe Doble. He does. Max Noble there slots into third position ahead of Gareth Clayton and takes an absolute chunk of curb on the inside at Copse Corner, and they race down towards Beckett's, where the 1 Series already are exchanging positions. Something very strange going on with Thorburn Aston now. I can't help but wonder whether there's a problem with that car. He's dropped 6th and seems off the pace.
Yeah, I also thought that one of those 1 Series cars didn't sound on song. It sounded a bit rough as it came out of Beckett's. As for the compacts, they're at play already. This is now Gray to the lead from the front row of the grid. This is now side by side between Chris Stretton in arguably my favourite looking car on the grid in white and grey. And Hassan almost sort of hesitated a bit on the apex there of the braking zone, managed to get in front. Stretton trying to go back around the outside. And back with the compacts here. This is now Noble versus Gareth Clayton. Got back to winning ways at Donington Park, former champion in 2023. As he turns his way in through Brooklands, a couple of cars a little wayward as Noble holds the position and gets a little helpful shove in towards Luffield from Gareth Clayton. Come on, get on with it, put your foot down. And he's probably good reason, because if he can't get past Noble and he hasn't got the pace, he's going to lose the pace to both Grady and Noble as they come out of Luffield for the first time. So, in the 1 Series, then to check in, it's Waterfall from Hassan, then it's Hart, Stretton and Meadows, and Thorburn Aston in the pit lane. So I thought that car was sounding off song. I thought I heard a 1 Series car in the background sounding really rough and off song, and that looks like it was Thorburn Aston's car. So that's a shame, but he'll have to try and come back for race 3 later on. With the compacts, they're all at sea here. We've got Wright, Mike Doble and Paul, and one of the Corkwells, that's number 7, which is Alex Corkwell up there too. Good start from him actually, up in 8th position, so good run for him. Here comes Clayton to the outside to try and make a move on Noble, who covers off the line neatly in towards Beckett, holds it for 3rd place, and it's much bit of a bugbear, I think. If Noble's got some good pace here, Gareth might find difficulty getting around him to chase after the top 2.
Did have a good run out of the corner there though, did Gareth Clayton, so he's alongside, albeit on the outside line, heading down towards Brooklands. He's got his nose ahead though, I think, in the white and blue car. He desperately wants to get across in front of Max Noble, who's having none of it, but Clayton is later on the brakes, and as long as he stops the car for the corner, which he sort of does, runs a bit wide of the apex though, and Noble's back up the inside. This is good stuff from Max Noble. Gareth Clayton won't be enjoying it, but Max Noble has no obligation to move out of the way here, and is making Gareth Clayton's life very, very difficult indeed. Clayton finally gets the job done exiting Luffield. The trouble is though, Scott, the damage has been done, I think. Conor Grady and Joe Doble are several seconds up the road already, I reckon. There they are, look across the line. So Grady leads the class, Doble 2nd, and Clayton a further 2 seconds back. That's a fair chunk to gain around a circuit such as this one.
Yeah, but Gareth's a former champion. He'll find a way, I'm certain. He's got a good car underneath him, of course, car 46. Paul Mazel up there in 5th position, and Paul's getting stronger and stronger. He was in 1 or 2 antics. Yesterday was Paul, but looking a bit more... That's perhaps dignified, it's the wrong word, a bit more sort of civilised, shall we say, in terms of the behaviour of his car in some cases this time in P5. I think he's also top Masters driver in there too as well, which is the yellow signal. There is Paul, Adam Wright, then it's Mike Doble, Corkwell, Kendall's in there too, Towers, the 777 of Ethan Woods, even Somerville in grey and black as well in there as well. So lots of battling going on here. Xavier Ross, I think he comes away from, from the Caribbean or something, or somewhere like Barbados, I think, in some way. So coming all the way from quite far to race in this championship, very enthusiastic to get involved. Side by side between Corkwell on the outside, Mike Doble, the senior Doble in the family here on the racing heritage. Of course, plenty of Dobles here this weekend. We've got Isaac and his cousin, I believe, it's Chris in Fiesta Juniors, rather than actual sibling, I think, if I'm correct. I made that mistake too, don't worry, I got pointed out. And then, of course, you've got Mikey racing up at Knock Hill, of course, in the Power Max car, which has been, well, we won't dwell on that, but it's a story in itself. In fact, he's even there at Knock Hill this weekend. So credit to everyone involved to getting them on the grid there at Knock Hill this weekend. I'm sure in the races in between, he'll be watching this from afar, winning his younger brother and his father on as they come across the pit straight. 4 minutes down in this race. And I think thankfully this time as well, shout out to TSL timing. We're not getting confused by the timing screen this time. If you watch back yesterday's race, you'll understand why we say that, and you can go back at it later on. But thankfully we have got 11 minutes to go. We do know exactly who is where, and everything is all well in the world, at least at the moment.
Yes, for now, yes. There is Millie Hart turning into Brooklands. Now, Millie Hart is behind Aidan Hassan. So Hassan has moved into 2nd position. They are 4.2 seconds behind Simon Waterfall, though. The demise of Thorburn Aston really has robbed us of a battle for the win, I think. Even though yesterday Simon Waterfall was uncatchable, you have to feel that Aston would have given him a bit more of a run for his money today. In the background, Stretton looked a bit slow out of Luffield. David Meadows, therefore, closing in. Meadows having a stronger run as far as his relative pace is concerned to the others in his class this time around. Up through Copse Corner they go. Millie Hart then the silver and green car in behind the black and green of Aidan Hassan, and here the battle for the lead in the compact. So Conor Grady and Joe Doble absolutely nose to tail. What of the progress of Gareth Clayton? Well, I don't think he's any closer. If anything, he's further back than he was getting on for 4 seconds now, the gap. So Claydon does not have the pace of these two. It's a 2-horse race at the moment then for the win in the Compact Cup, and it's Conor Grady versus Joe Doble. Joe Doble, remember, championship leader coming into this weekend by a reasonably healthy margin. It was something like 28 points back to Max Noble, who of course is only 4th in this race. Conor Grady 3rd in the championship, but that win yesterday has just about kept his championship hopes alive. I think after the drop scores are properly calculated, remember he had a non-finish at Alton Park, did Conor Grady, the only one of the championship front runners to have had a non-finish. He's right back in there as long as he keeps winning races.
He can do that, given the fact he's got number 1 on the side of his door as well, on his window, that he's the Royal Forward champion. That's the other Corkwell, and that's Martin Corkwell getting out of shape, and Tim Seaford easily slots through to take position. So the sort of grass tracking for Corkwell's one's up there in the top 10. In compact, the other one a little wayward up at Beckett's. Leads to the compacts back out of Luffield and up through Woodcote once again. Grady's starting to pull a small gap now to Dover as they come up on across the line to do so. If Grady can do this, this will be his 4th win of the season if he can manage that. So he'll be aiming to try and get himself in the mix. And Conor actually has been quite... It was almost a slight surprise he came as the champion a little bit, because before, when he was younger in his days, he was a Fiesta Junior in his first proper full season. Then went across to, I think it was Ginettas for the most part, did some Clios for a bit, and then we didn't really see very much of him in sort of a few seasons. Then came back, I think, with his father who raced in this championship as well. They shared a car and then got their own. And then they wanted to kind of really get themselves into the mix and have a good car underneath them. They bought Guy Davis's car, which has been a capable car whenever he was out on track before in previous years in Compact Cup, as we both know, and using it to full effect, which is great to see. That with our 1 Series contenders. Should mention that Simon Waterfall is 5 seconds to the good up the road. So this is the main fight in the category for 2nd place, with Aiden Hassan in 64 in black and green, and then in silver, black and green is Millie Hart, who is the championship leader in class in the 1 Series in the championship. Coming into the weekend, she was ahead by around about 42 points or so. No, 52 points. Yes, 52 points. Quite a margin, in fact. And considering the fact that she hasn't won the class, but she's picked up... Well, she won 1 at Alton Park. But apart from that, she was picking up a load of 2nd places. As I say that, I think Millie got a little bit off in towards Copse Corner, whatever that reason was for.
Well, I think Aiden had... Oh, speaking of having a moment, that's what I was about to say about Aiden Hassan, a bigger one for Christopher Stretton. We think there might be some fluid down at Copse because a few drivers are flinging themselves at the scenery. Ooh. There go the compact leaders. That might be the reason why. So that's Corkwell... Alex Corkwell stopping down at Brooklands. Now, has that car been dropping fluid down on the circuit? And if so, we'll get red flag. Red flags are out, so there must be fluid down. And tell you what, that's pretty quick officiating from race control to get to make that call quickly before something more serious happened. Because Copse Corner is a tricky enough corner as it is without there being oil down. And if it has come from the Corkwell machine, then it's been spread around 2/3 of the racetrack. So this might be a fairly lengthy clean-up operation. We are not at 2/3 race distance, so there's a good chance we'll get a race restart. We have got some time built into the timetable to allow for delays and whatnot, so I'm fairly confident we haven't seen the last of the BMWs for the time being. We should get a restart a little while later, but that's a big shame because certainly in the Compact Cup element of the race we had a fascinating battle developing, and that scrap for 2nd in the 1 Series between Hassan and Hart was looking pretty interesting as well. Perhaps the most frustrated at this development is Simon Waterfall, because he had that 5.5 second lead. That now evaporates, of course. We don't do any complicated aggregate results here. If it's a red flag, it's just a straight-up restart, and anything that came before the stoppage essentially doesn't matter. You've got to get the job done on a restart. Simon, though, should be capable of his pace, I reckon. And certainly has been the man to beat so far this weekend. Simon Waterfall is a name I remember, I think, from MX5 racing. Is that right? Yes, he did a bit of MX5. Was it the Clubman Championship maybe we saw him in?
Yes, I've seen it the past couple of seasons. Now, this is a replay of what happened before. This is Simon Waterfall turning in, and he was the first one to hit the fluid, and he got very sideways and very twitchy. And this is why I looked out the corner of my eye looking down at something for a second and noticed that Hassan was Hassan was off the road. And I thought for a second that Millie was the one that slowed up, but it was Hassan that went off himself, and then in sympathy almost going through Chris Stretton, just lost it on the fluid and round he went. I hate seeing that car spin because, as I said, he shouldn't have favourites, but it's my favourite looking car on the field, and I don't want to see that car damaged or scuffed or even having any kind of trouble. It's quite a clean looking BMW.
And nor does the man that runs that car, Josh Bromley, who you might recognise from Civic Cup racing, amongst other things, actually. He does a bit of racing with the Brscc as well, just Josh Bromley. He was here yesterday cheering on his drivers, but yeah, that car very well turned out, I have to say. It's a good looking car. The 1 Series is a good looking car anyway, and these 1 Series Super Cup cars, they are proper bits of kit, so yeah, it'd be good to see a few more of them out on track by the end of the season and going into next year. So the cars line up then on the grid. They'll be re-gridded by the start line marshals, but I think there's a bit of concern that there's oil on the start-finish straight as well. We know there is oil on the approach to Copse Corner, but they might have to delay the gridding process here if there is fluid down on the grid hatchings. Obviously, you don't want a car hitting oil at that sort of speed, and just simply because it's on the starting grid when you're launching off the line, you don't want to be doing so over a slippery surface. There is, we think, the culprit, Alex Corkwell. No confirmation of that, but he's the only one I think we've seen that's pulled over to the side of the road. That's a shame for Alex as well. He qualified reasonably well and ran reasonably well yesterday. He was midfield in the Compact Cup element of the race, but won't see the checkered flag this time.
You said that so emphatic, like he committed a crime, the culprit. But no, it's a shame, of course, on that side of things. And the Corkwells have been relatively new to the Compact Cup Championship the last couple of seasons, and they were originally sharing a car between them and doing odd rounds. But nice they've got a second Compact now, and that's the point. They had a go the first time, shared a car originally, and they thought, we like this, but we both want to race at the same time. And that's a great moment too, also on top of that in many cases. Now, you spotted what I've just spotted. There's a bit of steam or smoke coming, and I don't want to tempt fate, but does that look like coming from the car suspiciously at the front of the field? A certain Simon Waterfall.
It was one of them, wasn't it, at the front? We're going to see a replay here of them beginning the assessment, and they're pointing at the front of the car as if maybe there's something leaking, possibly from the radiator coolant,
they're
maybe.
sort of making that symbol of touching it and then filling it in their fingers. So something, it must be something, I'm guessing, oily or some kind of fluid that's come out.
Well, we had radiator fluid down. Was it in the Fun Cup race yesterday? That early incident up at Beckett's, we believe, was caused by radiator coolant, which is certainly very slippery when it gets down on the racetrack. Yeah, that smoke or steam that emanated from, it was around the front of the queue. I don't know who it came from exactly. Has disappeared now, so hopefully that's nothing too serious. Johnny, our roaming cameraman, is on the scene, and he will stick the camera in there, I'm sure, to try and see what's going on. There we go. Well, that is Simon Waterfall's car. Looks fine now, doesn't it? But
it wasn't yesterday when it was smoking at one point yesterday, was it?
Oh, yes, of course it was. But he wasn't at all concerned about that, was he, though? He said, oh, yeah, it's just what this car does. It's set up so that it sort of bottoms out, I think, as it's really lent on through the corners.
He essentially said it's one series car doing one series things, basically.
More or less, yeah. So he seems okay. Aiden Hassan keeping himself as cool as he can. This is a nightmare scenario for the drivers. They've already built up the temperature in the car because they've been racing for 7.5 minutes or so, and now they have to sit there slowly baking in the sun. Millie Hart's enjoying herself, though. She gives us a wave and a thumbs up. Good to see that. Millie Hart then in third position at the moment, and of course this restart that we're going to get will be an opportunity for maybe her to get back ahead of Aiden Hassan. Then you've got David Meadows, the red car, and of course Chris Stretton dropping behind him after that spin, but should be re-gridded back ahead, I think, because it should go back to original positions. And then we get Conor Grady. You mentioned Conor making the choice to go into the Compact Cup. I'm sure I remember a story that I heard around the time he came here that was he bumped into Stephen Daly because they shared a Ginetta grid at one point in the GT5 Challenge, and Stephen talked him into coming and having a go at this, and he came, I think it was just initially for a one-off appearance, and then decided, actually, no, I quite enjoy this. I think I'll stick around.
And of all the cars he drove, it was a Casey Motorsport. I'm certain it was an ex-Stephen Daly car, so that's what sold it to him.
Absolutely. So Stephen Daly might not be a regular driver in this championship anymore, but he's still out there selling it to people and attracting some pretty interesting names. And Conor Grady, having a driver of Conor's experience and calibre in the championship means everyone else has to sort of take a step forward as well. And yeah, he has been a really interesting benchmark for the rest of them to chase after. There's Chris Stretton. He looks like he's calmed down now after what must have been a focusing moment on the oil. The Bromley Motorsport car looking very, very nice in the summer sunshine. There's Alex Corkwell's car. And that is just being towed away from Brooklands, but that's only the beginning of the recovery operation, I fear. There's oil certainly being dressed at Copse. I don't know whether we've got oil being attended to anywhere else around the circuit, or whether it's just up at Copse Corner, or fluid, whatever the fluid is. Max Noble there in behind Gareth Claydon. Noble's had an interesting season. Mr. Consistency, really, yet to win a race, but second place in the championship nonetheless. Within the Compact Cup. And Max Noble's green and grey number 23 car was running fourth, I think, wasn't he, at the time of the red flag. And then we have Paul Marcel, the Ram board sponsored car. And he is giving Johnny absolutely nothing, refusing to make eye contact. It's safer that way, I've heard, actually, not to make eye contact with Johnny. Bad things happen to people who do, and clearly that message has got through to Paul Marcel as well. Then we've got Adam Wright. Is he going to say hello to us? You see there, yes, there we go. That's more like it. Don't want to break the concentration of the driver. We're hearing there's no more concrete or cement dust going down anywhere other than turn 1 at Cobb's Corner, so that's good news. Whatever the fluid was, it was isolated to Cobb's Corner, which tells me it probably was radiator fluid, because there's not as much of that. Once it's gone, and that's why the car then conked out down at Brooklands.
Yeah, and typically, if it was anything more serious, like oil, it would have been mostly a lot more around the circuit and would have dropped. Unless something really blew the sump, it would have been a lot more steady around the circuit rather than being dumped out all at once. And some fluids tend to leave a car faster than others depending on the damage they have. So that's quite a good sign to speak. And of course, if it was oil, it would have been more serious, and a lot more cars would have been sliding off a lot more readily in that sense. You're looking rather quizzical.
No, I was just thinking that car looks familiar. It is, of course, Keith Towers' car. Keith's been racing in the championship for quite a number of years now. Gives a thumbs up to the camera. Nice opportunity, this, to give everyone's sponsors a little bit of a moment in the spotlight, and give the drivers a chance to say hello to us.
And give us a close-up view of a compact cup car.
Exactly.
On top of that too, so you get to see, and they're quite simple cars to put together. They're not, obviously, these days, you don't see too many more new compact car cup builds. You can do it, as Ethan Woods gives us a nice little thumbs up in the 777. He's one of the newer drivers in the field, I think this year at least. And you can see they're relatively simple cars to put together. You even use the standard kind of steel wheels that come standard with those cars in the mix. So they just have a lower suspension with gas shocks. They've got Nankang tyres on them. They've been supported this year by AIRTEC Motorsport. We'll see more AIRTEC stuff coming up with the Fiesta ST240s in a little bit as well. There is Xavier Ross, or Shabby, as he's called on the rear window. And good to see him in the championship. I think he does come all the way from, I'm sure it's Barbados, some of those Caribbean countries to come and race. As we see a few more, there's thumbs up there for Martin Corkwell, Tim Seaford. We've also got Aaron Tipler in the ex-Ross Stoner car. That's another driver who got the car and kept the original livery, because that Ross Stoner livery is so distinctive. It's the orange car with those white to grey to black striping that even goes across the headlights. You can see it there. That's really wonderful, almost slightly retro 70s looking inspired livery on that car. And the great thing is that he's bought the car and then simply kept it because he likes the colour scheme. And it's good to see. But then it makes us confused and thinking, naming him Ross Stoner and going, no, wait, that's not Ross, that's Aaron Tipler, and trying to get confused in that side. But it's nice that you get some of the drivers appreciate the previous drivers' livery work or artwork they put on the car and keep it, because it's such a nice bit of posterity for that car as well. It's a bit like with the retro race cars that you see, you put them in their original liveries or keep them in their original liveries as a mark of respect to those who ran them before. But you can see these cars are very simple to put together. There are, I don't know exactly how many there are out there. I'm sure there are plenty that you can pick up for as little as £5,000 or so, fully built. As we now see, drivers are now being moved back into position. Of course, this will be the running order they were in at the end of the last complete lap that every single driver crossed the line for. So Simon Waterfall back in pole position, but it now puts Aidan Hassan on the front row of the grid to see what he can do. And of course, David Meadows is the one left there. Well, Chris Stretton's in there as well, but he's a bit further back as far as I can see. He's going to have to try and work his way forwards. So the first 4 BMWs 1 Series cars make their way forward, so it's Waterfall and Hassan. Then there's a gap where we've got Billy Hart, and I think we should have Chris Stretton line up alongside if they'll move him forwards, because I'm sure he'll be a bit further back. Well, that's it. We're looking at that sequence, unless I missed something. I didn't see him in that sequence.
Who was this?
Chris Stretton in the white BMW 83.
He was further back after the spin.
Oh, further back.
He was behind some of the compact cars. I think he's there. This is not any help for those of you watching at home, but I think he's about 4 or 5 cars from what is now the front of the queue, so he should be sent forward very shortly.
He should get the instruction. Come on, come here, up to the second row of the grid you come, and come forward. And they're just trying to pull him forward if we can. That's
Thorburn Aston's car coming out of a garage, so Thorburn Aston perhaps looking at restarting from the pit lane. Now, I wasn't aware he'd be able to do this, because I don't think he was running at the time of the red flag. But anyway, his car heading down the pit lane regardless. There is Stretton's car.
I also noticed as well that Simon Waterfall was waving out of his driver's window for something. Not quite sure why, but he was waving for something. Whether he's clocked the camera and he's waving to that, or he's just waving because he's got an issue, or waving to the marshal, but his arm's gone in now, so maybe he's attracting attention of Ash Morton down there for something.
Possibly wanted confirmation as to the restart race length, which we can tell you is 5 minutes, but I don't know whether he'd had that message, so that is obviously an important bit of information to get, and so he perhaps just wanted to get the attention of the marshals to get that confirmed, but they will, it's standard procedure, they will now go down the grid, they'll pass the message on to all of the drivers as to how long this race restart length will be. And it's going to be over 5 minutes according to the timing screen that we've got in the commentary box. So 5-minute restart, short, sharp race. They'll still get 4 or 5 laps in though over that time. And plenty of racing action to be had. Chris Stretton hasn't yet been sent to the correct portion of the grid. In fact, his car appears to be stationary still down at the sort of Woodcote end of the pit straight, which is slightly concerning because I don't see why he wouldn't be sent at the very least to be at the back of the 1 Series grid, because the whole point of this is we have 2 separate grids, 2 separate races going on. So he should have been sent through before the compacts, but yeah, that's definitely Chris Stretton's car with a door open and an official, I think that is, chatting to him at the back of the grid. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Chris Stretton may or may not be about to take the restart.
Yeah, colour me intrigued as to why he's at the back of the field. Interesting. So Simon Waterfall is going to try and get himself a second win of the season. You're listening to the same conversation back in the eye, because if you're hearing background voices, there is Chris Stretton at the back of the field. I wonder if they're talking to race control to thinking, do we put him at the back of the grid or do we actually move him forwards?
Well, someone said he can't get it started, and I'm presuming they're talking about Stretton, so I don't think this car wants to fire back up. There's no reason why he wouldn't have been sent through with the rest of the 1 Series. That's what the regulations say. So I think there's an issue with this car, and they're now debating what to do with it, whether it's going to need another recovery or whether it could be pushed into the pit lane. There is a gate. In fact, Johnny, our Roman cameraman, is stood in the gate right outside the commentary box, and they could push the car down there. There is Johnny, and they could push the car through that opening in the pit wall, but there's a conversation going on first, and yes, there we go. Now they're going to start trying to get it on the move. It's not the easiest of things to do. It will require a bit of marshal power. Shout out, as always, to the marshals. It's days like these where I do feel for the marshals. They are slowly baking in the sunshine in their fireproof overalls, and always ready to jump in at a moment's notice to clear up an incident and keep the event moving. And this is just another little delay that they could have done without, with Christopher Stretton's car now being pushed towards that very opening in the pit wall that I mentioned.
And again, that's potentially my favourite looking car on the grid, and it's now hit trouble. So
if you have a look out of the window in a second, Scott, you'll get a brilliant view of it, because it's going to come right past our commentary position.
I'll get my camera phone now.
Oh, the lights have come on now.
That's something. At least it's got electrics, but just nothing that wants to actually start it, which is frustrating.
Yes, very frustrating.
And a fun fact as well with that car, that is not a brand new build car. That is actually the ex-Ian Howe's car that he raced previously before. That's one of the original kind of cars through the development in many cases on that side. So that car itself is good. So credit to Johnny for getting a good angle. He was turning it in as well. There's some good camera work here going as well. Good job from our Roman camera and all our camera ops at the moment in the afterline as well. As we go through, so he's pushed in behind the barrier, and that will mean if he can get it restarted, he'll have to do so, but he will be quite far behind. So, 4 1 Series cars at the front of the field. The rest of the Compact Cup grid will continue off in a moment's time. They're all lined up, ready to go. So we're just waiting for the signal to get the 1 minute and 30-second balls before the green flag. That will do one more formation lap as well. Back around to the grid, and the usual procedure: 5 lights and on for the 1 Series cars, and then there'll be a pause before usually it's a Union Jack that starts the Compact Cup cars about 10 seconds later, and then we can have a 5-minute shootout to see who takes the second win in both categories in the beautiful just about afternoon sunshine here in this first part of the day here at Silverstone on this summer race weekend as well. It's now, from what I can see, no clouds at all. It's beautiful clear blue skies now, and getting towards 20 degrees. Still a bit of a breeze in the air with some of the flags. Again, I reiterate, it is perfect conditions for motorsport, as yet again Simon Waterfall's car is going a little bit smoky, and that always concerns me.
Well, I've had a message from Matt Crozier, another name familiar to the Brscc paddock, saying, yeah, that's just what that car does. It just smokes. It's nothing to worry about.
It's just Simon Waterfall's car doing Simon Waterfall thing. Basically.
I want to know why it smokes, though. I mean, it's not designed to do that, obviously, but it's obviously the way he runs it.
It could be a slight overrun, I'm guessing, on what? Oil, maybe, or something?
Maybe,
or something
yeah,
like that.
very
Something that's running a little bit rich, maybe, possibly. Who knows? I'm sure that Simon can tell us. You've got to speak to him next, of course, of the BMW, so I'm sure you can quickly ask.
Well, I did ask him yesterday and didn't really get an answer, so I'll see. I'll try.
Yeah,
again.
you're right. He just said it just smokes. That's what it does. Can't really work it out.
Yeah, seems to be common knowledge. Now that's Chris Stretton out of his car. We've got a team member diving in to try and fix the problem. Very frustrating this for Chris Stretton, because there was nothing wrong with his car. He was having a perfectly good race and then hit the oil, had a spin, and now has this issue with the car not wanting to fire back up. So you've received some news, Scott.
This is not something I've ever heard before when it comes to a race car, and you will not believe this, but apparently this is the answer. The reason why they can't start this car, and I'm not kidding, I've just been told one of our production ops, you ready for this? He's lost the key. And that's all I have to say on that. That's what I've been told. I've never, ever heard in my life in a race car whatsoever, because you have to start them anyway. These are converted from road cars. I have never, ever in my 13 years of commentating, that's started in 2012, heard that the reason why they can't get a car back into a race is because the driver has lost the key. First of all, in many cases, how does it fall out of the ignition? And secondly, you strip everything out of a race car. How is it difficult to lose a key from a race car like a 1 Series?
Wow.
I've just heard as well that apparently the same driver, I'm presuming, that apparently not only that would go one better, he forgot to take his key to a racetrack.
Oh no, don't. Let's not save him from this. This is Luke Austin, our producer, who, of course, at one time was forging a career as a future professional racing driver in Toyota MR2s, and apparently never brought the key to the racetrack. So
that is simply bizarre. I've never heard that before, ever. When it comes, why can't you restart this race? Because I can't find the key. What on earth?
I can only assume that the key was lost before the race. They found a way to essentially hotwire the car at the start of the race, and now they can't do that again now, maybe, whilst they're out on track. But,
I've just heard in my ears apparently they did have to hotwire it to do so, but that's a frustrating thing. Now, what won't have helped also, of course, they've stopped the race, but of course, when you have to switch the engine off, then you've got no way to do it again. So you have to get the kind of your mechanic that actually did manage to get it hotwired again, get it going. We're about to get this race back underway, but you might have to take over the comms for the next lap, because I still can't fathom that out. I've never heard that before, so while I try and fathom that, let's see what happens in this next 5 minutes. At the moment, it'll be without Chris Stretton, whilst they try and find the key to get the car started again, at least try and hotwire it again if they can. Goodness me. I've heard some things when it comes to the motorsport commentary. That is up there, one of the most bizarre, and actually, even though I'm laughing about it later, probably one of the most hilarious. That is absolutely fantastic.
Right.
Anyway, shall we get back to racing?
Yes, shall we go racing? Yeah, 5 minutes on the clock. We've got Aiden Hassan's car smoking slightly now from the front row of the grid. Off go the 1 Series then, and Simon Waterfall actually not uncontested this time as we head into Copse Corner. Hassan was briefly up the inside. There's a lot of cement dust being kicked up by David Meadows' car. Good start made by Joe Doble. A bad start by Conor Grady this time in the compact. So Conor Grady then losing ground. Joe Doble has got Gareth Claydon around the outside of him, and Gareth Claydon, who remember was about 3 seconds back on the initial start of the race, is in the lead. There's contact between the two of them through Copse Corner. Grady goes around the outside, and they're all somehow still there as they head down towards Beckett. Claydon leads. It is second place for Grady. And where's Joe Doble? He's sank right down the order. Tries now to steam back up the inside into Beckett's corner. He will be 4th at best, though, as they head down the back straight, where in the 1 Series, Aiden Hassan, out of nowhere, is challenging for the lead round the outside of Simon Waterfall. Can't get the job done, but Simon Waterfall with a real fight on his hands.
I'm aghast how on earth Gareth Claydon got the best start and that possible, and then survived that contact as Thorben Aston's carried on. But as far as I can see, that doesn't sound on song. That sounds very off in terms of the engine. So he's got back out there, but just to try and, I'm guessing, at least get some points and get a finish, which is going to be quite key. End of lap number 1 then, so Waterfall leads the way with Hassan on his tail and Hart in 3rd place. Pretty evenly matched. David Meadows has fallen back. I want to go back to the compacts in a second, because Claydon, of course, took the lead, but I'm astonished that you made that contact. Here they are, though. We said like NASCAR, it's almost 2 by 2 in the mix. We've got the front 4 all together. We've got Claydon from Grady, from Noble, from Doble, then Wright, Mazzell, Kendall, Doble, Somerville, Woods and Ross across the line. Down towards turn 1, round the outside goes Max Noble to defend 3rd place from Joseph. He runs out wide onto the curbing, as does practically everyone else behind them down towards Beckett. But Gareth Claydon, who got his first win, it must have been, over a year at Donington Park, going for his 2nd victory if he can, was denied a 2nd place yesterday after a 10-second penalty. I can only presume, again, it was either a jump start or jump start. Thank you for that. So it was a jump start, because usually if it's a 5-second penalty, it's usually track limits. So 10-second, typically from what experience, is one of the two. So Claydon then in the mix going for his 2nd win. And it's nice to see him get a 2nd win now, because he had a bit of a rough 2024, had some moments when he got a good couple of good results, but was never really there to defend his title. Now he's kind of got back to the gist of this car, number 46, and now he's backing away with some of the front runners as he should be. He's got Conor Grady on his tail. Torben Aston's come back in. So yeah, still all not all well with the 91 car as Joe Doble forced to be trying to get third place. He's sideways on the exit out of Luffield. Here comes Grady to the inside to try and take the lead from Gareth Clayton in the Compact Cup class. And as we come across the line, possibly side by side as they come through, top 4 together. Next group they're headed by Adam Wright with Paul Mazzell right in his mix. But down towards Copse they come. Clayton has the advantage, but Grady is pushing. But you spotted something on the pit one. Meadows is in with a problem. What else have you spotted?
No, that's what I spotted.
Oh,
Dave Meadows peeling off,
in.
so we've lost another one series, I'm afraid, which trundles down the pit lane. So into the retirement box they will go, I'm afraid. This, though, is the battle for the lead in the Compact Cup, and so Simon Waterfall leading the way in the 1 series. It is for now Gareth Clayton leading in the Compact Cup, and it's side by side for 3rd, Max Noble and Joe Doble together. And Conor Grady just peeling to the inside line, looking to try and make a move into Brooklands. Nothing doing there. What about Noble and Doble? Noble gets the better of him for now, but runs very deep into Brooklands' corner, way wide of the apex, and so Joe Doble says thank you very much and slips through. Yes, gets that job done. So Joe Doble then to 3rd. Will now try and set off after the leaders. It's completely turned the Compact Cup elements of the race on its head, because Gareth Clayton was several seconds behind the leading 2 when the red flag came out, and here he is leading the way with now 2 laps to go. Conor Grady, though, will be desperate to try and get back ahead from a championship perspective. Definitely, he doesn't really have to worry about Clayton from a points perspective, but he does want to try and maximise the advantage over the likes of Joe Doble and Max Noble behind him, and to do that he needs to find a way past car number 46. And
with only less than 48 seconds to go, this being effectively the last lap of the race, I'm certain it's going to be pretty tricky to see, although Waterfall's probably about 20 seconds or so ahead, so he might well get one more time. Just see if he crosses the line, does it with a few seconds to go. The rest of the pack goes pouring through Beckett. There's Mike Doble on the tail of Ethan Woods as they come out of the right-hander onto the Wellington straight. There goes Xavier Ross chasing Keith Towers, as we Simon Waterfall, who is going to start one more lap. Now for 2nd place behind, this is a continuation from the first part. This is Hassan versus Hart. And Hart was good initially through Luffield, but on corner exit, Hassan a little bit stronger. Crossed the line with about 14-15 seconds to go. So one more time around the National Circuit for Simon Waterfall to go for his 2nd 1 Series victory of the weekend and of the season and of his career. As Hassan looks for 2nd place. 3rd place for Hart. They turn in through the right-hander at Copse. And back down towards Beckett. So it looks as though in this early stages here in this final lap, and he looks as though he's pretty comfortable in this lead. Almost 3 seconds to the good. He's letting Hassan and Hart have that battle between each other. They come out of Beckett's for the last time, and Hassan has got the line he needs as Hart's car just again uses all the road a little more. As Waterfall going right to the proper race. And I thought for a second he was pulling off for a second. Thought he'd give me a heart attack, but he's at full pace down towards the final couple of the corners. And it's like the age-old saying, you went for 1 Series victory, and all of a sudden 2 of them come along at once. It's going to be happening for this man, Simon Waterfall, who has come on quite strong in club and had some bad luck at some points in Waterfall, but now in the 1 Series with Bromley Motorsport, it all seems to be clicking for him. As off the road has gone a compact. That is Aaron Tippler off the road. Yep. But back to the leader, Simon Waterfall about to take win number 2, and in fine fashion indeed.
So, a dominant victory in a way, although he had to fend off that challenge from Aidan Hassan on the restart. It's a 2nd victory of the weekend, though, for Simon Waterfall. And for 2nd place, it's a very close run thing, almost overlapping at the line. But Hassan fends off the championship leader, Millie Hart. Now, what about the compacts? Gareth Clayton still ahead for now. And I think he's going to hang on to the win here. He's on a slightly wider line out of Luffield, but Conor Grady can't take advantage of that. So Gareth Clayton will sweep through Woodcote Corner, and he will claim the win, and that hopefully will cheer him up slightly after the disappointment from yesterday. Gareth Clayton the winner then, Conor Grady 2nd, and Joe Doble only 3rd. However, he beats Max Noble. Max was the one who was closer to him in the championship coming into the weekend, but Conor Grady is just slowly but surely picking his way back towards them, and 2nd place is a good haul of points in his back pocket. Right, I'm going to head outside to conduct the podium interviews. This, I believe, is going to be a replay of what happened to Aaron Tippler, Scott, up at Copse Corner.
And looks like he did it all by himself. Got a huge tank slapper. I think he's just bounced it off the barriers, but not too much that will cause substantial damage. I don't think he did anything too much by the look of it. But off the road he went. And the BMWs then once again wrapped up. They've got one more race coming up later on this afternoon, so watch out for that. But excellent stuff all round. Took 2 starts, but finally Simon Waterford does indeed wrap up his 2nd win of the career and of the season in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup. He wins the 1 Series class and overall by 3.7 seconds. Aidan Hassan in 2nd place, only just holding off Billy Hart for 3rd. Then we get to the compacts. Gareth Claydon, his 2nd win of the season, the former champion back on winning form, ahead of defending champion Conor Grady in 2nd and Joe Doble in 3rd, but crucially, as Andy said, ahead of Max Noble in 4th in the points. Then it's Adam Wright riding out the top 5 and Paul Mazzell, Matt Kendall, Ethan Woods, then Mike Doble, Keith Towers and Xavier Ross round out the top 14 for Stephen Summerfield, Martin Corkwell and Tim Seaford. Aaron Tipler was off the roads we saw just there at Cops. David Meadows also had to come in with a problem, but still came in 3 laps down. And the 2 cars we also lost from that as well were Thorben Aston with more technical problems and one thing I've never heard before, which is Chris Stretton, who couldn't restart the race because he couldn't find the key. And that says it all, really, doesn't it? It's one of the most bizarre things I've heard, and I'm not going to get over that thing for quite a while. I can see the leaders are coming into the pit lane now, just out of our commentary box position. Quite neat. It's just in front of the pit entry, just where the Woodcut suites are, down the bottom view, so we get a perfect view of the cars as they filter in. Alongside us, they'll be heading up to the boards to have a chat to Andy McEwen. At the very least, we'll get our 1 Series and Compact Cup class winners. Next race coming up, we're going from Nankang Tyre BMWs up to AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. Great race yesterday we had with Alistair Kellett, champion leader and defending champion, back to winning ways once again. We'll be getting more action for them in there too, as much as we can. Might be a bit of a recovery going on because we have got Aaron Tipler's car to get out of the gravel, so we might have a small delay before we get going. So I'm sure we can give you some more insight into some of the other things that are coming up later in the season, in the next couple of months for Brscc, which we'll do, like the scholarship and the Race of Remembrance, and also, of course, the Formula Ford Festival, which is coming up at the end of October, which is good to see. I'll give you some info on that as well, I'm sure, as the day goes on. And whilst they recover Aaron Tipler's car, we can head back down to the top of the pit lane with our Compact Cup and 1 Series winners from race number 2 of the BMW Super Cup. There at the top of the pits with Andy.
So, congratulations once again then to our winners. Simon Waterfall just having a chat with the circuit commentary, so we'll dive in and talk to Gareth Claydon, our Compact Cup winner. I'll be honest with you, it didn't look like you were going to be the winner until that red flag. That rather saved your race, that, didn't it?
Thank God for the restart, eh? I got a terrible start on the first time round, and then I got stuck behind Max for a little while, and then they'd pulled the gap, and it's quite hard. You need the slipstream here to really, you know, to get the good time. So it's really powerful. But yeah, the second start was amazing.
Talk us through the first quarter, because there was a bit of touchy-feely stuff going on, wasn't there?
What happened, to be fair? I don't know what happened. I think it was Joe tapped the rear, but I have to rewatch my footage. I don't know what happened there, but everybody finished the race. That's the main thing. So we was able to recover and win. So yeah, fair play to the team. So
good to see a smile on your face as well after yesterday. Does that make up a little bit for yesterday's disappointment?
It does, yeah. I mean, there was technicalities yesterday that you know, put us back a place. Thank God we only lost 1 place, so we were still on the front row. But yeah, so this makes up for it, doesn't it? So.
Good stuff. Congratulations, Gareth, on the win in the Compact Cup. Simon Waterfall is over here. 2nd victory for you, but you had to work a bit harder for that one, particularly after the restart. Aidan was after you, wasn't he?
He certainly was, yeah. I didn't quite get the launch I wanted. Where the oil had been put down, it was right under that left rear. So, yeah. You know, bit of a good battle, you know, enjoyed it. It's nice to not just be getting away in the front, and it's nice to have a battle, you know, as I said before, when I had my double seconds, like buses. So, yeah, we'll see if we can go for the 3 this afternoon.
Car looks like it's on rails, though. Talk us through what these cars are like to drive, because they're proper bits of kit, and they look really good fun.
Yeah, so I suppose like mini touring car-esque. It's a very different driving experience to Mazdas, as I've been in previously, and things like that. There's lots of electronics here that try to stop you from driving it how you would want to. So things like steering angle won't give you full power. So you've got to learn to almost start turning the wheel away to try and start getting the rear to rotate and things. So it's all the things we're learning through this sort of first full championship year, and we just want to get a few more of them out there.
Yeah, that will be good to see. Well, congratulations on the double win then. Simon Waterfall victorious again here at Silverstone. We've got Fiestas heading out onto the track now, though. The AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s up next.
They are indeed. Thank you, Andy. Just looking at the finished recovery of the Aaron Tipler BMW from that previous race, the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. As we said, we move on from BMWs to the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And this is where Alistair Kellett took a victory yesterday to continue his lead in the championship in the Pro class. And also it's another strong performance from Jason O'Connell, who continues to be one of the stars in the AM class as well on top of that, taking even outright podiums and pole positions and looking pretty strong in that sense from the start of the season. It's only his first season of a championship, would you believe? Cars already forming up on the grid. Now, one thing I can see, which is a pleasant sight, we had 2 cars which were out from a start incident on the first race yesterday. And the 2 cars that were mainly involved in that ended up being a red flag were both Morgan Kidd and Maggie Webster. And as far as I can see, looking very carefully, both of those cars have made it back out onto the grid. I saw some stuff on social media for Morgan Kidd, who was having her car fixed by the crack team at JRW Motorsport. They managed to straighten it back out again and get it all ship-shape as it should be. So both her and it looks like also Maggie Webster are on the grid here for this one, which is good to see. So we should have, in all being well, another full quota of Fiestas ready to go. So, of course, the grid set by the results of race 1 yesterday. That means that defending champion car number 1, which is Alistair Kellett on the right of screen, is on pole position with Gary Miller alongside him. And then, just to confuse things further, it's Alistair Kellett's old car from last year, he won the championship in the hands of George Foxlow. Alongside him is the top AM driver, Jason O'Connell, who continues to impress in his first season, followed by Graham Colfer and Colin Blackman on the 3rd row of the grid. So, intriguing race yesterday, Andy, in many ways. Of course, there was a big battle, particularly between Kellett and Miller. And Miller did as much as he could to keep Kellett honest, but in the end, Kellett, as he typically does, has a little bit extra about him, just be able to put it where he's starting to do away with the bad luck he's typically had at Silverstone National Circuit. Internationally, he loves because he won the title here last year, finally in his 4th attempt after trying so much. But as you see the grid, it should be quite fascinating seeing them both line up on the front row again. Indeed so. So Kellett and Miller, the top 2 on the grid. George Foxlow, as you said, lines up 3rd, with Jason O'Connell for company on row 2. Graham Colfer and Conor Blackburn make up the 3rd row, ahead of Zach Lucas and Simon Horriman, both of whom will be keen to move forward from there. Joseph Knight and Harry Hayes then complete the top 10. Chris Blackburn 11th and Matt Chambers 12th on row 6. Row 7 for Dan Robinson and David Nye, and then Morgan Kidd, who, should have front-running pace, I think, this weekend, starting 15th after the dramas yesterday. Marco Ricci alongside her on row 8. Row 9, Maggie Webster and Sean Reynolds, Woodley Moore and James Pope bringing up the rear of the 20-car grid. So, dramatic start to yesterday's race, but once it settled down after the restart, it was an intriguing scrap between Kellett and Miller. I think Gary will realise that really his big weakness, his only weakness really against Kellett, was the start. Kellett both times got off the line better than Gary Miller, and Gary, I think, made a comment saying that he wondered whether maybe being on the inside line now for the start today might be an advantage. That's where Kellett started from yesterday, and he managed to convert that into the lead. Gary will need to try and do the same, because I think there is a danger that once Kellett settles into a rhythm, because they are quite evenly matched, it's not going to be very easy to overtake. That's exactly what Gary Miller discovered yesterday. Once Kellett got into that rhythm, he was able to just sort of control the race. He did, and he managed to keep Miller at bay for quite fine. There was lots of battles going for 3rd place back, which was the key thing. In fact, thinking about that George Foxlow picked his way through and managed to get a 3rd place. He was a little bit of no man's land in many cases in that race for 3rd place. And it was kind of Jason O'Connell and others backwards that were having a great fight. And at one point, it was quite amusing, we had 5 Irish drivers or 4 Irish drivers in the top 4 positions all together. We had Kellett, Miller, Colfer and O'Connell all together, which is quite fascinating. So the Irish descendancy, shall we say, onto the championship continues. It's good to see because they do enjoy their Fiestas out there. Of course, if you know Irish motorsport, they have 2 very healthy Fiesta championships. They have the old school Fiesta Z-Tex, and they also have the Fiesta STs that have also had their own championship on top of that too. So they do love Fiesta racing in Ireland, so it's no surprise to see some of them are making that conversion and the trip across to give this one a go. Of course, we've seen before, even Alistair's son William Kellett, who's been a strong driver in that series over there in Ireland, and I think he possibly won a title, if I remember correctly, has raced in these cars, and even beaten his father on a couple of occasions, taken a couple of wins. So it runs in the blood in terms of the Kellett family, so it's good to see on that side. Cars are forming up onto the grid. I've been intrigued to see also if someone's got some pace today. Hopefully, he's the car in 7th place, which is Zach Lucas in green and white. Not quite on the same pace we've normally seen him before when he's won races in the past. So, 4th row of the grid. If he can make it happen, we'll wait and see. I think one car we definitely have to watch moving through the field is going to be that chrome pink car, Morgan Kidd. I don't think she'll stay towards the back of the grid. She should at least get herself deep into the top 10 and hopefully score some solid points to recover after what was a rough day yesterday.
Indeed, that will be the plan. You can't miss Morgan in the bright pink car, starting a couple of rows from the back of the grid, where the green flag has just waved. So we're ready to go here at Silverstone. Then race 2 for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s burst into life. Kellett and Miller pretty equal off the line, I'd have to say. Gary Miller's going with Kellett this time into Copse Corner. There's some jockeying for position behind. Oh, Miller slows. Miller slows, suddenly going up through the gears. There's no power for the number 4 machine, and he is plummeting down the order. Gary Miller, what a shame. After a good launch this time, he was level, I think, with Kellett into Copse, and that has all the hallmarks of a gearbox issue, doesn't it, as he was going maybe from 2nd to 3rd or 3rd to 4th. Oh, Foxlow into the side of, was that Conor Blackburn, I think, at Beckett's corner. They will go wheel to wheel on the exit of the turn, and there's more bouncing around going on behind. But for Alistair Kellett, a dream scenario, really. His big rival from yesterday, Gary Miller, is out, and he's already got a healthy lead heading towards Brooklands.
I've noticed Graham Colfer's got a slightly drooping front splitter. I wonder if he maybe played a tiny bit of contact trying to avoid Miller, whether he hit the back of him or not. I'm not 100%, because he seemed to very suddenly slow. As you said, the cars were kind of wiggling around a bit, so try and get around it to avoid it. That's George Fox, though, way out wide at left field, and sounds like he's off the road.
I wonder if he picked up a puncture from that little bit of contact with Blackburn. It would have been the left front corner.
And Colfer as well, look. Colfer's got some smoke coming from the front left as well, so I think there's been something in that front group, something happened, which I don't know if it contributed to Miller having an issue or whether it is a consequence of him being slow. But it's Kellett in second place, in the lead as well. O'Connell in second place, and class leader in second place. This is sensational stuff again from him. Conor Blackburn in third. And what did I say? Zachary Lucas is into 4th through all of this.
Yeah, Zach Lucas picking his way through now. That does look like a left front puncture to me on the Foxlow car. It's dropped down on the left corner, I reckon. Look at this, though, for the lead. Kellett reeled in by Jason O'Connell. That gap was twice as big as that towards the end of the lap. It's now down to virtually nothing at Beckett. So Jason O'Connell going after Alistair Kellett, most definitely, as they head down the Wellington Straight once again. They're still sorting themselves out in the midfield. Morgan Kidd in that group, having made a little bit of progress. In fact, Maggie Webster ahead of Morgan Kidd, despite having started 2 places behind her. So Webster on the charge to 13th. Side by side for 3rd, that's Horrobin. Simon Horrobin to 3rd position. Well, maybe not. Conor Blackburn's going to stand his ground on the outside of Brooklands. That gives him the inside line for Lovefield and actually opens the door for Zach Lucas. But Simon Horrobin had briefly got ahead of both of those two and was in contention for a podium place. He still is in contention for a podium place, and in fact sees off the challenge from Zach Lucas for 4th as they blast across the line. Then it's Joseph Knight in the number 87 car in 6th position. He now pulls alongside Lucas, whose car also seems to be a bit erratic in pace, doesn't it? It was quick momentarily, then seemed to lose a bit of straight line speed past the pits. Simon Horrobin, conversely, now going after Conor Blackburn for 3rd again. He's got the fastest lap of the race. So Simon Horrobin then going for 3rd into the braking zone at Beckett's. He's got the job done, I think, there. He's got the inside line for the right-hander. This is much more like it from Simon.
It is. Hooks the curb and puts himself on briefly on 2 wheels as he turns through Beckett. So now it's side by side between Joseph Knight. Good to see him back towards the front in a Fiesta ST240. He's battling away with Zachary Lucas. Actually slots in front because Lucas thinks, right, rather than go side by side, I'll get a tow from you, try and get you back down towards Brooklands. Darts out a little bit, takes the wider, more open line to go through. And I think he tried to go down the outside, and Knight swept across and covered off the line neatly to stop him from doing that. Just again, O'Connell is right in there, practically in the wheel tracks of Kellett to come out of Luffield, and Horrobin's leading the charge here in 3rd place. And his pace fluctuates a bit. There are weekends where he's quick, weekends where he's maybe not so much. I'm not sure where his pace goes, but he's another one of those that is a little bit inconsistent with how fast he is. But on his day when it's all working together, Simon is one of the fastest drivers in the championship and very experienced on top of that. He's back from the ST150 days when it was just called the Fiesta Championship at the back. A tweak damage there from Colfer, and I thought also was a little bit also from the front of Joseph Knight's car as well, I thought too. So there's a bit of skirmishing going on. It's interesting battles in the mid-pack though.
Involving Gary Miller. So Gary Miller's still going. It's very odd that he must have lost a gear. I think he's maybe lost 3rd gear or something, and so he's able to drive around it, but maybe a little off the pace. But there he is with the red car on the outside. Car seems to pick up speed very nicely, actually, out of Beckett's. Drives right around the outside of Morgan Kidd. Does it then continue that momentum down the straight? Yes, it does. So okay, maybe the car isn't quite as broken as we thought it might be, and he might be able to still charge up the order. The red number 4 car then of Gary Miller, one to keep an eye on. James Pope back to the inside of Morgan Kidd. That's a nice move, although I'm not convinced it's going to work, because the next couple of corners are right-handers. That should favour Morgan, who has the inside line there for Luffield corner. James Pope tries to go around the outside and keeps on going around the outside. Might well make that stick as they head past the pits at the conclusion of lap number 4. Fastest lap set once again by Simon Horrobin, by the way, 3rd position. So Simon Horrobin is closing in slightly now on the leaders, who themselves are still only separated by half a second. And then you've got all all of this battling going on through the rest of the field. Still Morgan Kidd and James Pope are debating this place, and Pope has gone right round the outside at Luffield, Woodcote and Copse Corner to take that place away.
Morgan doing a decent job. Now she's up to on the field, actually, where she's gone to. Down 19th. No, showing 19th, there must be a transponder problem, because she's up there in the field behind James Pope. She must have, there was something on the screen that said fit a working transponder, so that's probably the reason why. So when there's not a working transponder, initially they won't show up, so TSL have to put them in manually in order to slot them into the field. So she should jump up the timing screen in a second with proper position. She is in around just behind James Pope. That's about roughly 13th, 14th place, so to speak. Gary Miller, though, down the outside, back on David Nye, who's good to see him back out as well. He had a rather bizarre incident yesterday, which saw him kind of off the road and just nosed the Barrett in the pit straight, but back out there once again, and away he goes as Miller continues to push forwards. And again, these cars are pretty evenly matched, but it might not sound like 240 brake horsepower is a lot. It's still quite a good amount of power, but considering these cars are turbocharged, I've always said this from day one, these Fiestas are rockets in a straight line. They're so quick, and of course they are like mini touring cars. As Miller throws it up the inside into Copse Corner, takes another place and goes up into the top 10. So he's now still got 14 minutes to go, so he can still give himself a good, at least the top 5, he can carry on where he is. Next target, I have to say, with one of the best performances I've seen of him so far since he came to the championship, Chris Blackburn. He's usually a little bit further back, but up there in 9th as Webbs looks for the up and under on her fellow Fiesta Junior graduate James Pope. Out of Beckett's they go, side by side. They're getting a good view of Luke Waugh and Morgan Kidd watching on. They're going to go 2 by 2 as well. Harry Hayes is in there as also in the mix. And I think also so is Marco Ricci. Back down towards the Brooklands, and again Miller loves to go diving down the outside. He's done it a couple of times before. They'll three-wheeling their way through Brooklands in typical Fiesta style. I think it's also a matter of time here, Andy, before it's a case of when he passes Chris Blackburn rather than if he's going to pass him and where it happens.
Yeah, well, we know Gary Miller should have the pace advantage over these cars, but finding a way through around here can be tricky. You've got to go offline and find yourself around the outside. This could play into his hands though, going side by side, nearly 3 abreast in front of him, and Gary Miller nips to the inside as well. So to the inside goes Daniel Robinson. He will gain a place. Oh no! There's contact. Gary Miller gets it to the side. I'm afraid of Graham Colfer, who has a brilliant save. The boot popped open. He somehow gathered that together. He was already losing a position to Dan Robinson. Miller saw his chance to come through, and I don't think that both drivers fully knew that the other one was there. And tiny bit of contact at high speed. Luckily, they both generally got away with that. Graham Colfer in particular could very easily have had a high-speed meeting with the tyre wall there, but he gathered it together and continues on his way.
He does, despite that little skirmish, and now he finds himself side by side again with David Nye. This will be over, was now Knight pushed into it, and that was Chris Blackburn just, well, rather impolitely nerfing David Nye out of the way. Can I come through, please? David says, I don't quite appreciate that. Back behind me you go. Which was Sean Reynolds. I'm a bit surprised at Sean Reynolds as well. He's usually, given the fact he was a little further up in the championship recently, he's 7th coming into the weekend in points, coming into the weekend before yesterday. And he has taken a couple of pretty strong results, but not quite on the same pace here at Silverstone National. Another driver who has moments when he's quick and has gotten quicker, but then just falls back a little bit when it's not quite working out for him. Into Copse they go. Blackburn there. Meanwhile, for Believe, well, this is for second, in fact, because Kellett's now disappeared by about 0.6 for second, in fact. Where is he? There he is, in the front. But now Horriman has caught Jason O'Connell here. This is good pace for Simon. Of course, if he passes him here, the next guy's what he's targeting for a win.
Well, if I were Alistair Kellett, I'd be cheering on Jason O'Connell right now, because the longer he keeps Horriman behind, the less chance Simon's got to go after Kellett. The pace that Simon has in this race, I think if he can get second place, he probably would latch on to Kellett pretty quickly. So Jason O'Connell at the moment has a fan in Alistair Kellett, that's for sure. Kellett wants to try and win the race and further extend this championship advantage, especially since Gary Miller, his championship rival, is a little bit further down the order, recovering nicely, yes, but still only 8th position. Of course, 3rd in the championship was George Foxlow. Well, he's out of the race, so good points day this could be for Alistair Kellett. Simon Horriman, conversely, not a title contender. Has been in the past, of course, but not this year. Just wants to try and get some good results and race wins. So he is in 3rd position then as they cross the line. We're ticking towards half race distance, and here is Gary Miller once again to the inside, this time on Dan Robinson at Copse Corner. Dan stands his ground, as he's every right to do, but Gary will pick up a little bit of a side draft down towards Beckett, although not from that far away in fairness. He had the momentum anyway, I think, has the line to the inside into Beckett's. And that is the preferred route into the right hand, and the cars really do squirm around under braking, don't they? They look like a real handful at the end of the straight. They both run a bit wide, and that invites David Nye to the party. In fact, Miller went very wide and will lose momentum all the way down the straight. So David Nye gets in the slipstream. He's trying to get past Dan Robinson, but they're both gaining on Gary Miller heading towards Brooklands.
They are. You talk about the nature of the cars as well as they go side by side into Brooklands. We'll get to that in a second because it's still pretty close out there. Chris Blackburn fancies getting back involved in it as well, and Chris Blackburn on 2 wheels. That's how stiffly sprung these cars are, but they're so stiff they kind of turn in the corner. Just lifting not the inside rear wheel, but the front wheel up there as well would have been helped by the curve on top of that as well. Magnificent stuff, and now they're going to go again just about side by side. But you mentioned the nature of these cars. Of course, a lot of people love these cars on the road because they do have a very playful handling on these cars. You can throw them around quite a bit, and they do take quite a bit of kind of robust handling, shall we say, in these cars, which means it's quite good. Oh, Dan Robinson, the big screech of tyres though. Is that him spinning or out of the way? We carried on, but it was a massive tank slap as he turned in and got the rear very loose. That was very typical Fiesta ST 180 behaviour. Down towards the hairpin again, bouncing around under brakes is Robinson, but he's on the outside line for Beckett. Using the curb on the inside gives neither room and the place. It now gives Blackburn an opportunity to try and invite himself in there. Miller was quite wayward on the exit of Beckett's 2, and that's now put Nye back onto his tail. There's more shenanigans going on behind. That was still Reynolds a bit out of line as they come back down Wellington Straight. 9 minutes on the clock still to go, so we've gone past half distance. Robinson defending from Blackburn in towards Brooklands. Looking for the up and under. No two-wheeling this time for Blackburn as they come back into Luffield. But now that Miller's got himself to 7th place, he's now stacking up the cars behind rather than pulling away. So maybe 7th is as high as he can go. With Nye on his inside 2, also side by side with Robinson and Blackburn. Top 3 is still covered by 1.3 seconds, but you can't really pull yourself away from this battle, which is all 4 cars all over each other down towards Copse Corner.
Yeah, and the group behind getting pretty entertaining as well. Every position changed in that lap between 8th and 14th. No one between 8th and 14th is in the same position now that they were in a lap ago, so a lot of overtaking going on there. Right about Gary Miller, he got to the front of this group and now hasn't really been able to get away. For the last 2 laps in succession, he's been very wide up here at Beckett's corner on the exit. Let's see if it's the same story this time around. Well, never mind, we'll cut back to the 2nd place battle instead because Simon Horrobin has got Jason O'Connell in the crosshairs, but again, having got there, can't seemingly do anything with Jason O'Connell, who in fairness is still within a second of Alistair Kellett, so strong pace from all 3 of these drivers at the front of the field. Horrobin with the tighter line there out of Luffield, tucks into the wheel tracks of O'Connell's number 89 car past the pits and looks to try and get the slipstream into Copse Corner. Nothing to choose though in a straight line between these cars. Were actually both a couple of tenths quicker than the race leader that time by, so I really do think if Horrobin can make this move stick, which he tries to do at Copse Corner to no avail, I do think if he can get past O'Connell, he might have something for Kellett, but getting past O'Connell is not going to be the work of a moment.
Particularly, he's been such an impressive AM driver and actually outperforming just about everyone else in the class. In fact, you have to consider the fact that it's Dan Robertson in 2nd place and he's back in 10th, considering where he is, and looking at the gap, he's about, 10 seconds back, so which isn't a lot in that sense. Of course, 10 seconds is a gap, but it's not like a massive 20, 30, 40-second gap. But even so, it's the spread of where the field is in terms of how far down he is, which is always quite fascinating. Down towards Brooklands they come again. 7 minutes left on the clock, and Horrobin's posturing. He's having a look up the inside from very far back. Just about put himself into O'Connell's mirrors there, and he's just about put him offline enough to make him reconsider his apex towards Luffield. He's trying to prise the door open to force a move to try and get himself alongside on corner exit. He's almost log-jammed a bit behind O'Connell to try and get through because O'Connell just held his line, took his time to go on the throttle when he wanted to, and just got himself back on the power. So when they come back down towards Copse Corner, he has got that track position. But all this while this is happening, the defending that O'Connell's doing is losing him time to Kellett. The gap's 1.1 seconds across the line. Keeps this up, he'll lose even more time, almost certainly a chance to challenge him.
1.1 seconds is the biggest that gap's been between Kellett and O'Connell, and that's because O'Connell was starting to defend a bit more on the previous lap and ran a bit wide at Brooklands. Smart driving that from Horrobin. He knew he wasn't going to get up the inside of O'Connell from that far back, but if he could just fill the mirrors, so you might have forced a mistake out of Jason, which he did. Wasn't enough to get the position that time around, but maybe it will work this time. If anything, he's closer to Jason now than he was a lap ago. They head down in towards Brooklands Corner. Is he going to jink to the inside? Selling the dummy maybe here. No, commits to the outside line to Simon Horrobin. Really commits to the outside line. That's a tough move to pull off. No, couldn't quite get the car rotated into the corner. He's definitely got some rotation into Luffield though, as the back of the car really starts to switch around on him. Just under 6 minutes to go then, so still time for Horrobin, but he just can't quite find a path past this number 89 machine. They race past the pit lane again, down in towards Copse Corner. And Kellett, O'Connell and Horrobin remains the order. Somehow, though, still 3/10 quicker than the leader that time. 2/10 anyway quicker was Jason O'Connell. So whenever Simon Horrobin leaves him alone, O'Connell is capable of at the very least matching, if not being slightly quicker than Kellett.
And how much closer they would get if they started working together rather than working against each other for second and third. Is O'Connell, I thought, was a little away with on the apex turning into Beckett's. It's now given Horrobin the incentive that he wants and needs to keep himself in contention for this. And also must be tantalised for Simon, thinking, I can see Kellett right in front of me here. He's literally a second in front of me, but I've got an obstacle for him at least in the form of Jason O'Connell, making it a little more difficult. Down towards Brooklands again, just under 5 minutes left in this second Fiesta ST240 race. And again, just cocks the inside wheel through Beckett's, Brooklands, that's the one. So many corners beginning with B. Brooklands, and then through Luffield once again now. We have completed 13 laps, we're about to complete number 14, so good number of laps for the short 2.6 kilometre national circuit. Straight they come once again. Gap is now 0.8, so it's stabilised at 0.8.
But a new fastest lap for Horrobin, so Horrobin going quicker now than he has been at any point in the race, which is impressive this deep into the race, isn't it?
It is, and but particularly there'll be more rubber being laid down by the Goodyear 6 and everything else we've had throughout the day as well too, which is always quite impressive. You should check in with the rest of the AM category as well, from what I can see. As you've also spotted, we've got a 5-second time penalty for Graham Colfer. It must be for track limits, I imagine, given it's 5 seconds.
Yes, I would suspect so. We haven't seen that, but Graham Colfer's race has unravelled a little bit, hasn't it? Having started relatively well, 5th on the grid, got involved in the shenanigans on the run into turn 1, and now seems to have picked up a track limits penalty. Gary Miller can't shake off David Nye. This is a good run from David inside the top 10. Gary's progress, as you said, has really stalled at 7th place now. And the two of them do battle towards the braking zone at Brooklands. Miller not really having to defend just yet. All is not quite right in car number 4, I don't think. Whatever happened at the start of the race may have been an isolated incident, but he has not got the speed in this one that he had in yesterday's race. And David Nye takes a chunk of the curve on the inside there into Luffield, takes a tighter line throughout the corner and latches back onto the rear bumper of Gary Miller's car as they blast past the pits once again. Towards Copse Corner they head. There goes Zach Lucas in 6th position. Then you got Miller and Nye with Chris Blackburn. Then Dan Robinson. Dan Robinson back into the top 10 now at the expense of Morgan Kidd. And so Morgan Kidd, now showing back ahead. So that might be another dodgy transponder, I think, for the 33 car, which is another which has lost positions in this race. But Dan Robinson's definitely had a few entertaining battles along the way.
Say that again. That's definitely lots going on, and that car's very tail-happy at many points as well. There is Morgan. She is now on the back of Chris Blackburn. This will be for 10th position. So at least it'll be a top 10 finish. It'll be something to salvage from race 2, considering she scored nothing yesterday. Barely made it into Beckett's before she was out of the race. So, and it has to be credit to the work for JRW for getting that car straight again, to get it out there to race, at least in this score her some points. That's the key thing. She'll be incredibly grateful for all the hard work they did over the work. I saw on their social media channels that she was a bit sort of deflated a bit, that there was what seems to be quite a lot of work to do overnight, and so credit to the mechanics that worked on that car to get it back going again and back looking like what it should be, which is a Fiesta ST240. Still resplendent in chrome pink as well, so they've also got plenty of stock of either bumpers and or wrap to get it ready for that one, because it did take a bit of a whack yesterday in the front, and thankfully it's all ship shape and looks like it should again.
Personal best lap for Jason O'Connell in 2nd place. He's back within 6/10 of the leader now, so we've taken our eyes off that lead group, but they're all now within a second of each other, basically. Kellett, O'Connell and Horrobin. Blackburn, Joseph Knight, Zach Lucas and Exton, and this gaggle of cars heading down towards Beckett's corner, scrapping over 6th position. Here are the leaders, and Horrobin's closer than ever, I would say, to O'Connell. So just as Jason was starting to make some inroads into the leader, he now has to switch from attack to defence again, as Simon Horrobin climbs the curb at Brooklands, just trying to outfox O'Connell. If Jason slips a car's width off the apex, then Horrobin will fill that gap, but it just hasn't happened yet. Jason O'Connell, under increasing pressure, has managed to not put a foot wrong so far.
He hasn't, and this is consistent with some of the form we've had earlier in the season for Jason O'Connell. He has picked up really strong results. When I look at some of his results throughout the year, he's picked up, he hasn't won a race, but he has picked up 2 second places overall. This will be his 3rd podium finish overall, and of course a commanding and class win. The leaders come back out of right-hander. Now, we've got just under a minute to go. Looking at the time, it might be touch and go for one more lap after this, maybe. They might just get to the line either before or after it. We'll have to wait and see. They might be safe for one more, I think, because they crossed the line with 18 minutes and 51 seconds completed, and a fast lap for these guys is about 1 minute 6. Even the fastest lap was 1 minute 5.9. So they should be safe to get across the line and take the flag with about 2 or 3 seconds to go, I'd imagine, which is good to see. Back down towards Brooklands again, and again, Horwin's even closer this time. He's thinking about a move to the inside. He thinks about it even more. Tries to prise open the door. He's just about there on his left rear corner as they go through Brooklands' corner. Almost leans on the side of O'Connell's car, but just gets it. Then tries to duck back to the inside. He's trying every which way to get through, but O'Connell is not going to open the door that easy as they come out of Lutfield on to start the last lap of the race. Kelly oblivious to this. He watches with one eye in the mirrors thinking, yeah, you carry on, you two. I've got one more lap to try and hold on. Cross line he goes, and yeah, with about 2 seconds to go. No, the checkered flag was out. Or was it? Well, the checkered flag's come on the screen.
I can't see it.
Has it gone out? It hasn't. I don't think it has.
I can't see a checkered flag there. We need to get the other view to see the other flag.
Well, they're still racing like it has. Let's carry on. I think the timing screen's incorrect. No, it's gone back to green again. So got confused for a second. So we're still racing. One more lap to go. Down towards Beckett's then for the final time, and Horwin might not get the victory, but he could still get second place. A really tight, good run through here for Colin and the steers. This could be his best shot yet. Onto the Beckett's, onto the Wellington Straight for the final time. Down towards Brooklands. This could be the move he needs. Down towards this final complex. Kellett might be away and dry, but here comes Horwin. Sure, he's going to have to go down the outside line unless O'Connell invites the inside dive towards Brooklands. He does, but he covers the inside line under braking. I think he's just about done enough unless he does get another slight switch back again, which Horwin tried it, but I think it's not going to be enough. But in front of them, of course, it's going to be a second win for the championship leader, bidding for another ST240 title and doing it in all fine fashion.
Yep, Alistair Kellett then in the end could just sit back and enjoy that battle in his wing mirrors. They never quite got to him, so Kellett gets the win. The checkered flag is out this time, and Jason O'Connell and Simon Horrobin will join him on the podium. Hand out of the cockpit for Horrobin. He will have enjoyed that. Great restraint showed by Simon there in the closing laps, because O'Connell was not leaving much room for him. He wasn't doing anything wrong, but there were other drivers, I think, who might have just kept their nose on the inside line and risked a little bit of contact, but didn't happen for Simon Horrobin. There was a penalty, by the way, for Gary Miller. Gary Miller, I did notice that just at the beginning of the last lap, was given a track limits penalty. Not a huge surprise. I mentioned that he'd been understeering a little bit earlier on in the race, and perhaps that is what led to the car drifting a little bit too wide on occasion. So he is one of 3 drivers, I think, to have picked up a penalty there. Gary Miller, Graham Colfer, and the other one was Sean Reynolds. They all picked up track limits penalties at the end of that race. So it's a bit of a shame that, particularly for Miller, he ends up 11th place on corrected times. From a championship point of view, that's not really good news. That will probably be a dropped score, I think, taking a cursory glance at his results, but even so, would have much rather been up there battling with Alistair Kellett for the win. It is Kellett that got the win then. Jason O'Connell second, Simon Horrobin in third. Connor Blackburn and Joseph Knight complete the top 5 ahead of Zach Lucas, and David Nye 7th position at the end of that race and had a really good battle with Gary Miller en route to that P7. Chris Blackburn 8th, Morgan Kidd 9th from the back, and Dan Robinson comes home in 10th. Gary Miller 11th after the 5-second penalty was applied. James Pope was 12th, Luke Moore 13th, and Graham Colfer, another driver to pick up a penalty. And in fact, so too did Maggie Webster. She's been added to the list now of drivers to receive 5 seconds added onto their time. Marco Ricci, Matt Chambers, Harry Hayes and Sean Reynolds were next, whilst George Foxlow did eventually rejoin after what we think was a tyre change for a left front puncture, seemingly after some lap 1 contact up at Beckett, so he is classified as a finisher, albeit 20th place and 1 lap down. So, sun continues to shine here at Silverstone. The Fiesta drivers are making their way down into the podium area. 1 more race to come before lunch. That's our first Super Classic Formula Ford race. Then we'll be into the lunch break, supposedly at 12:45. We are running about 15 minutes behind time, maybe closer to 20 minutes actually, by the time the Formula Fords get out. So it will perhaps be a slightly shorter lunch. We'll give you an update on that as and when we get it. But 1 more race to come before the lunch, and it's a healthy grid of cars in the Formula Fords that will be taking to the track momentarily. We've got 25 cars that went out in qualifying, and it was a pretty close qualifying session as well. So Formula Ford action coming up next, but the Ford Fiestas have put on another good show for us there in their second of 3 races this weekend. And Scott is ready now, I believe, with our podium finishers. So let's head down to him in the sunshine of the Silverstone pit lane.
Well, as you can see in here, there's plenty of good vibes down here for that excellent Fiesta ST240 race, and for good reason. Lots of celebrations for podium finishes and for victories. I think that no, AIRTEC should be available somewhere. He's walked off. Where's he got to? AIRTEC has disappeared somewhere. Our race winner. Where's he got to? Let's have a chat with Conor Blackburn though, because he was, of course, third in the pro class. Conor, I think that reaction said it all really pretty much. Excellent performance, and even though the front runners were quite far in front, a podium's to the podium, so that was an excellent performance.
Yeah, it was a great race. Just with the tow round here, once those guys go away, it's pretty much impossible to catch them. But, you know, to be on the podium and my dad be on the AMP podium as well, it's a good feeling, yeah.
That's got to be special, given you both get a bit of silverware from this race as well. And that's how much do you value the fact that you get to race with him, and that's a real great father-son bond that you get to provide as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. I think I'd started first, and then he got a bit jealous and then bought his own car. But he's improving a lot, and it's great to race alongside him. It would be good when he, you know, can move up to the pro class and we can be properly wheel to wheel.
One more today. You hope he can get a couple more points?
Yeah, hopefully. I finished 4th overall, so I won't be put to the back. I'll be entered into the reverse grid, so you never know, right?
Great stuff. Well done. Good stuff. We've got to quickly rattle through these because Formula Fords are on their way. AIRTEC's been talked to by the circuit comms. Let's bring Simon Holborn, of course. Simon, good to see you back on the podium. Mega battle with Jason O'Connor. You were trying every which way to try and get past him, but he made that Fiesta pretty wide.
Yeah, you know, round here it's a big track, but it's only one way round. Yeah, yeah, car was good. We had a gearbox issue yesterday. We changed that. Seemed to have transformed the car. So yeah, so it was a good race. Looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, good to see you back towards the front, because sometimes your pace fluctuates a bit, but good to see you up there and actually showing, because when you're up there, you're one of the fastest guys out there. So good to see you back at the front and keeping Alistair and Jason quite honest.
Yeah, but it's the team. They've been working hard trying to get the cars done, you know, and we got there now.
Yeah. Great stuff. We're going to rattle through, but congratulations, well done. I'm going to quickly have a chat with Jason. I'll try and get Alistair before. Actually, we'll get Alistair in a second before we go to Jason. I want to get both the class winners. Alistair, congratulations again. Boys behind kept you honest again.
Yeah, Jason, follow drive. Yeah, because I thought my car was something wrong with it. It felt slow, like it was just the heat, and then they were behind me and they weren't catching me, so I tried to pull away, couldn't get away, so I just had to manage the gap. So I'm glad Simon was having a go with Jason, because he was definitely going to be on me for the whole race. So good race, guys.
Yeah, we've got to rattle through, but well done, congratulations. Very quickly, we're going to get Jason O'Connor. Just one line quickly for Jason. Impressive stuff for second place overall and victory. Congratulations, well done.
Cheers, yeah, delighted with that. So happy to get second. Stuck with Alistair for a while, then he got away, then I got back. But Simon put me under some pressure for the whole race. It was unbelievable. It's great race.
Yeah, great stuff. We have to go super class Formula Fords on the way, but congratulations, well done. That's ST240s. They're up for one more race later on. Next, which should be another barnstormer. Geoff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Fords are next here at Silverstone.
Thank you very much, Scott. Well, we have an empty grid, but not an empty track, because already on their green flag lap are the competitors for the Geoff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship race. We'll run through that grid quickly, and then, if we get time, look through the championship standings as we head into what are now actually the final 4 races of the season. It's pole position for Alex Ames in the 1990 Van Diemen. Tom Hawkins in a Swift alongside him on row 1. Then it's Stephen O'Connor and Paul Mason. Again, Van Diemen and Swift split on row number 2. Row 3 for Ben Powney in the Jamin, and then the first of the Reynards, Jaap Blijleven. A long time since I've seen Jaap racing. He starts 6th on the grid ahead of Andy Gosling and Oliver Roberts on row number 4. 5th row then, completing the top 10, Christopher Stones and Colin Williams, 2 more drivers who have raced Formula Ford for an awfully long time. Dominic Shepherd and Gaia Skin are together the other way around, actually. Gaia Skin ahead of Dominic Shepherd, row 6. Row 7, Matthew Smith and Stuart Kestenbaum, with Neil Hunt and David Townsend sharing the 8th row. Row 9, George Townsend ahead of Alan Fincham, with Julian Stokes and Ian Geary on row 10. 11th row, Grace Bates and Graham Payne, with Kern Beretta and Simon Langman on the next row. Don Boyack should be lining up at the back of the grid in his 1989 Van Diemen. So, Super Classic Formula Ford then, a race of many races really. There are 4 classes in total, generally split by decade. So Super Classic A for the more modern machinery, the 90s cars basically, built between 1990 and 1998. Then the 80s cars, a majority of them were in Super Classic B, for cars built between 1982 and 1989. Super Classic C is where you find the cars built between 1972 and 1981, and then Super Classic D for the pre-1972 cars. Only 2 drivers have been out in that class this year, Oliver Chapman and Nigel Grant, and only for sporadic appearances, really, the 2 of them. In Super Classic A, then, Tom Hawkins is the championship leader, runaway championship leader, really. He's one of only, I think, 2 drivers to have competed at every event so far this year. He and Neil Hunt are separated by about 80 points. I think it's 78 points between them coming into this weekend. In Super Classic B, it's a little bit closer. Christopher Stones is just under 50 points ahead of Oliver Roberts, and Super Classic C, Colin Williams, again, the only driver to have done every round of the championship so far. So championship standings we don't need to worry about too much. For many drivers, really, though, this is where the build-up begins for their Formula Ford Festival prep. Lots of these drivers, most of them I suspect, will be at Brands Hatch for that end-of-season bonanza, and we look forward to having them there, probably in slightly different conditions to these. For now, the sun is shining on the Silverstone National Circuit, and Alex Ames in that yellow number 21 machine looks to get off the line first. Revs start to rise, smoke pouring out of Stephen O'Connor's exhaust pipe, and he has a slightly slow start as well as the lights go out, but it looks as though Alex Ames will convert pole position into the race lead at Cobb's Corner. Tom Hawkins slots into 2nd position. Paul Mason, I think that was, up into 3rd, and there the red car of Stephen O'Connor only 5th, actually, as they round Cobb's for the first time of asking. So Alex Ames in qualifying was about 6.5 tenths of a second quicker than anybody else, but we know how powerful the slipstream is in Formula 4 racing, and that should allow Tom Hawkins to challenge him. Ben Powney there slithers up the inside at Beckett's corner, runs a bit wide on the exit, and Paul Mason, I think, will reclaim that 3rd position as they wind their way down the Wellington Straight. In fact, they're 3 abreast because Stephen O'Connor's coming back at them round the outside, and give him a moment, and I reckon Oliver Roberts might make it 4 wide. He's the 16 car behind them, charging round the outside, the red machine of Stephen O'Connor, and he's back into 3rd position. Powney goes 4th, and Paul Mason almost gets into the side of the 16 of Oliver Roberts. I think they might have touched wheels there as they turned into Luffield, and thankfully they both got away with it. They're both still there as they accelerate down past the pits. Andy Gosling's 31 car is next in behind as they streak down towards Cobb's Corner for the first time at full speed. So Alex Ames running as a guest driver, that's why he's got that dark orange background to his number on the timing tower. The purple backgrounds are the Class A cars. Ames is a Class A car, but he's not here scoring championship points. So top 4 cars all are 1990s cars. Then you've got Oliver Roberts, who leads in Super Classic B. Super Classic C is led by the 31 of Andy Gosling. And George Townsend, by the looks of it, has the lead in Super Classic D. Good to see a few more Class D cars out here at Silverstone. So, Scott, an interesting race so far here at Silverstone, and look forward to getting his thoughts on this. I know Silverstone always has been a hotbed for Formula Ford racing. Walter Hayes Trophy, of course, their end-of-season event, which tends to be either the week before or the week after the Formula Ford Festival, which once again we can enjoy live-streamed coverage of, courtesy of Alpha Live at the end of the year. Very much looking forward to being there at Brands Hatch. What's going to be a busy weekend. It's not only the Formula Ford Festival with all of its heats and semi-finals and last chance qualifying races, but also joined by the Ford Fiesta Championships, Juniors and ST240s, and a brilliant blue oval finals weekend, basically, we have at Brands Hatch to enjoy. Many of these drivers will be there, I am sure. So Oliver Roberts and Paul Mason continue to battle over 5th position. Paul Mason, another guest entry, another Super Classic A car, actually. So Paul Mason battling with a Super Classic B machine, a slightly older car, but struggling to fend him off, to be honest, because around the outside goes Oliver Roberts, and he will once again be in 5th position as they turn through Brooklands Corner. And Roberts really wringing the neck of the number 16 car as it rounds Luffield Corner, heads to the timing line. Alex Ames, though, fastest lap of the race, so he converted pole position into the lead. He now has pulled a 1.2 second lead nearly over Tom Hawkins. In fact, 1.6 seconds that goes up to nearly at the end of the third lap of the race. Alex Ames at the moment, Scott, is looking tough to beat.
And I remember correctly, he was one of the top drivers that did this before last year when the Super Classics came to Silverstone for one of their visits. And remember, of course, we've got one of the older Formula 4s in the pit lane. 18 has come in, which is
Julian Stokes.
Ian Stokes, and that is him in from Superclassic D, one of the guest drivers. And what's been great about this championship, about how it's evolved in the last couple of seasons, is the fact that we've had it was primarily a northwestern or northern-based championship, but they've converted it more of a national running circuit and got to places like Brands Hatch and Silverstone, hotbeds for Formula Ford racing, Donington in the mix as well. They've been to Mallory Park this year as well on top of that, and back to Angus this year as well, and that was quite a success too. And the great thing is that there's so much enthusiasm for classic and historic Formula Fords, including the range from all the Kent engine cars from 1993. There's even some cars which are younger chassis, 96, 97 and more, that still do run Kent engines. And there are still Formula Ford engine cars that are built today that run on Kent engines, some of the newer chassis, but this fits in with the older cars, which is pretty well before 1999. It's about to be pretty intense between two cars in different classes, but it's still Oliver Roberts who's potentially the best person to look for in Superclassic B, and Paul Mason. Here comes Stephen O'Connor to the outside to challenge Tom Hawkins for second place and the lead of the, well, look at point scoring cars in Class A. As they come out of Brscc in typical Formula 4 fashion, tucked into the slipstream, looking to the right-hand side. Alex Ames is only 1.3 seconds ahead. He's just there in the yellow car with the camel livery sponsorship on it. Proper old-school liveries on this car. I love it when they put the old-school liveries on these cars. It's like proper retro, which is what you want to see. Diving down the outside and straight into second place with a really classy move. The slot in front of Hawkins there was Tom Hawkins, and look who's closing in. It's his old mate Ben Powney, and these two, at the start of the season, were going at it hammer and tongs at Brands Hatch, and they're continuing it again. Good to see Ben back, because he didn't do the last round at Alton Park, but he's back here, wants to try and get some more points. Through Woodcote they come. And if Powney gets onto the back of them, this could be another typical multi-car Formula Ford scrap as they come through. Still between Roberts and Mason for 5th position. Gosling holds P6 in Class B. He's just been passed on the timing screen by Jaap Blijleven, the former Northern Formula Ford champion in the past. Now back down towards Beckett. It looks as though that Hawkins, while he has lost second place, he's still in the wheel tracks to get it back if he can get a good run out of Beckett's and back down towards Brooklands to try and do to O'Connor what O'Connor did to him a lap ago.
Indeed so. So O'Connor bouncing back nicely after a poor start, really. Didn't get off the line very well at all. And is it me, or are they maybe starting to close back in slightly on Alex Ames? Maybe not if Stephen O'Connor keeps on having to weave around in defence of Tom Hawkins. But I don't think that gap's going out. In fact, yeah, fastest lap for O'Connor now. So he has got the pace potentially to drag Tom Hawkins back onto the tail of Alex Ames. This is where, if I were Tom, I'd be tempted to sit behind Stephen and work with him. That never actually happens, but I always make that point because I do think that they would have a chance of bridging that 1.8 second lead if they were to form a temporary truce. Let's see what the gap is now. Yeah, 1.1 seconds. So Stephen O'Connor, what, 6/10 or more quicker on that occasion. And yeah, he did a 103.1, 7/10 better than the race leader. So if Tom Hawkins leaves him alone, I think we could have a 3-car battle for the lead before too much longer. And actually, Ben Powney is only 6/10 of a second further back in fourth. So this is got all of the makings of a very, very interesting second half of the race if Stephen O'Connor can keep this pace going. And yes, look at that, he's well within slipstreaming range now. Has Ames got a problem, or is this just Stephen O'Connor getting faster and faster with every lap? Ames' best lap is a 103.1, so yes, he is going slower than he was earlier on, is the race leader. And that is going to give us much more of a battle for the race win, I think. The 4 of them in the same shot now as they turn through Brooklands. And what was a 1.1 second gap first to second, well, Scott, probably the top 4 now are going to be covered by about the same margin.
Looks like it. So even though Ames had that initial advantage, just being reeled in by the 3 cars behind, as you said, this is going to be proper 4-car scrap as they come back through Woodcote and onto the pit straight yet again. So Ames, O'Connor, Hawkins, Powney covered by 1.4 seconds, and here comes O'Connor. He's got that gap right down to just under 3:10. So O'Connor wants this victory. And these 2 cars very evenly matched as they come up towards it. Both of them are of the same vintage, both 1990 Van Diemen's, so it's ultimately down to the skill of the driver and the preparation of the car by the team to see who was going to go well. And at the moment, even though Ames had the initial advantage, O'Connor just working the wheel to get himself in the mix while behind. These two are about to go at it again, as they did at least at Brands Hatch and have done for most of the season between Tom Hawkins and Ben Powney. They've been quite good perennial rivals all mix. I'm sure that Tom missed him at Alton Park, even though he wasn't quite the smoothest of meetings at Alton Park for Tom. He did have a mechanical issue which put him out. There was a drive shaft problem of some kind that popped out in the first race at Alton Park, powered his way through and closed up a really strong result and still at least a class victory. So excellent job for the team to get that car back together again. So 4 for the lead out of Luffield, back through Woodcote. Nose to tail then. Still Ames, O'Connor, Hawkins and Pounding. This could be O'Connor looking for the charge down the outside. Ames will give him the room because he has to. He's put himself level down towards Copse Corner. Is it going to be a classic Formula Ford outside pass in towards the right-hander at Copse? Into Copse Corner they go. And it wasn't quite happening, but the fact O'Connor had to back out of that move now gives Hawkins and Powney the advantage to try and pull alongside him. Hawkins is swarming around to look for a move. Powney's in the mix as well. And all this again, Andy, is now giving Alex Ames a chance to get a bit of reprieve and pull back away again.
Yeah, well, I think that's why O'Connor didn't commit to that outside pass, because he knew that he'd probably end up getting eased over the exit curb and would probably lose him 1 or 2 other positions. There's a back marker ahead that they'll need to negotiate on the run into Brooklands Corner. Lapped car stays to the right, so the leaders go to the left, and they will negotiate. I think that is Kern Beretta in the 177 car. Yes, it is, going 1 lap down. So nicely done, stayed well out of the way, but that sort of took away any overtaking opportunity into Brooklands because they all went in on the tight inside line. And so the order stays as it was coming out of Luffield. Now, though, the slipstream starts to take effect again for Stephen O'Connor, who was only 24 thousandths of a second away from being the leader of the race this time a lap ago. It's a slightly bigger 10.5 cushion now than Alex Ames had, but that's evaporated by the time they arrive at Copse Corner. Stephen, though, is only being allowed that outside line, and he doesn't seem all that keen to take it, does he? That's 2 laps in a row he's been to the outside of Ames into Copse Corner, and on both occasions he's elected to back out of it.
Maybe try to set him up for a move later on, or just trying to find some way to distract him. Usually in that move, you put yourself in the car in front's mirrors. It just puts them off a little bit. And they've got more traffic to negotiate. And one back marker moved one way to get out of the way of Alex Ames, moved into Stephen Connor's path and moved out of the way. It's almost like Hakkinen Schumacher Spa 2000 with Zonta in the middle thinking, don't hit me, leave me alone. But he's managed to hold on to that just well, and that's the 111 coming across his path. Well, that was Bates trying to get involved. And again, no part of this. Now she's being swarmed by the Class A leaders. Again, either side went Ben Powney and Tom Hawkins, and they've ended up side by side as a result of that. And Powney's got through, in fact. He's managed to make that move stick. That was really impressive. So he caught Tom Hawkins literally napping. He forced him to the outside line, gave him plenty of leverage through Luffield, and said, right, you're going to make it that easy. You're going to get through. Stephen O'Connor going to the inside this time to try and defend. Alex Ames to the middle of the road. They're both going, putting a lap on the number 30, Simon Langman, in the Duckham's livery machine. Out of Copse they go. Look at that, Powney straight on the tail of O'Connor. He got a really good run through Copse Corner. O'Connor, I think, trying to shake it off. And Powney up the inside for second place and through. So not only has he taken set third place at Luffield, literally 2 corners later, Powney up to second place. Now he puts himself into contention, potentially winning this race with under 4 minutes to go. 2
places gained in half a lap then for Powney, and both of those were gained by thinking ahead and using really, really good racecraft. The first time he read the situation with the traffic perfectly, went to the inside at Luffield whilst Hawkins went to the outside, and that gained him third place. And then Stephen O'Connor a bit slow out of Copse Corner. Powney set himself up for a good exit and swept through by the time they got to Beckett. So it's now Powney who latches onto the gearbox of race leader Alex Ames. Alex has somehow retained the lead through all of this, though, despite not really looking like the fastest car out there for much of this race. Now, though, Powney is coming up to challenge. He goes to the inside, and O'Connor to the outside. They could be 3 abreast here by the time they reach Copse Corner. Powney, though, has bought himself a ticket to the inside line at Copse Corner and finally wrestles the lead away from the number 21 car. Ames down to second. There's a spin for the number 13 of Stuart Kestenbaum at Brooklands. Here comes Ames, though. He, for the first time in this race, has the benefit of a slipstream and used it to get to the outside of Powney. They almost interlock wheels at Beckett, and Stephen O'Connor will get the run on the pair of them here. The leaders wash out wide, and O'Connor might be in the lead by the time we get to the end of the straight. Tom Hawkins is buying back into this as well. 2 3/4 minutes to go. There's not enough room for all of them, surely, to fan out into Brooklands. Powney, I think, will hold on. Look at O'Connor, though, round the outside. No, didn't commit to the move and ends up 4th because of it. He's a bit too tentative in the braking zones, isn't he, O'Connor? This is not the kind of race where you can be tentative at all.
Tell you what it is, though, it is absolute classic Formula Ford racing at its finest. This is brilliant, as it should be. This is what Formula Ford heads will see as this is standard for Formula Ford between these 4. They're absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. We can only interview 3 at the end, but I want to bring all 4 in to talk to them. This is absolutely brilliant. Someone's got to be off the podium in this race, and they're all for the same class as well. Alex Ames fires it round the outside of Copse Corner. No full bravery, no fear or at all in that sense. Ames back to the front, and he keeps finding himself back in the lead no matter what. This is fantastic from Alex Ames. Powney then, even though he led that lap, is now back into second place. O'Connor's back to third. And Tom Hawkins sitting there thinking, can I have a turn yet? Can I get myself in the mix? But he's trying as hard as he dares. That's now Dom Boyett they're coming up to now in one of the light blue cars. I always mistake that to be either when he comes out the thing, either Rory Smith's dad, he's got the ex-Vincenzo Sperry car, or when she does race, Lorna Vickers in a very similar Van Diemen. Down towards Brooklyn as they go. Boyett completely moves out of the way. No, not any part of this at all. But it's good driving from Don to stay out of the way of the leaders. Into Luffield they go again. O'Connor shows his nose to Powney. But again, no way to squeeze through, still in third position. Out of Luffield then, just skipping over the gravel that's been kicked up on the exit of the curb through Luffield, back through Woodcote again. 1 minute 15 to go. They're going to get 2 more laps here in this Super Classic Formula Ford race down towards Cops. They're all swarming all over each other. Powney looking to the inside but can't get it done. O'Connor looks to the outside for second place on the Powney's Jamin as they come up through the right-hander. And can't get that one stuck. Hawkins is back in there too. Powney now to the outside with a good run down towards Beckett, side by side, wheel to wheel in the braking zone. Ames covers it across. O'Connell has the inside line. Powney has to give him the space. They come into the right-hander. Back on the power again, a little bit of understeer. And again, side by side, here's only going to have Ames gets squeezed out wide. Well, in fact, it's O'Connell gets squeezes Powney out wide. He loses momentum. Here comes Hawkins for third place on the outside. There's still a lap and a half to go, and I have no idea who's going to be, what order they're going to be in third, let alone the winner. Is back down towards Brooklands. It is Action Stations. Aim was wayward, so is O'Connor under brakes. This is absolutely dramatic stuff, but there's still a lap to go, and they're still no closer to a result. O'Connor back up the inside. I want to hand to Andy, but he keeps on going. Wheel to wheel again. O'Connor back to the inside line. Wheel to wheel under the right hand of left wheel back to Woodcote. O'Connor for the first time in this race hits the front. We all look speculative as we go on to the last lap of the race. This is intriguing.
That was a suspiciously wide line for Alex Ames at Luffield. They're almost banging wheels now. They're into Cops' corner. So, there is contact. Ames up into the air. He goes around into Cops. And I think that might have been, yes, it was Powney who took avoiding action into the gravel trap. He goes. What a shame that had to end that way. The tiniest of touches of wheels. And unfortunately, in Formula Ford racing, that's what can happen. That leaves Stephen O'Connor as the race leader. And it's Tom Hawkins in second. But I'm not convinced that Hawkins is quite close enough to get the run down the Wellington Straight. He will get a slipstream, but I don't think it's quite enough to challenge into the braking zone. I was going to speculate that maybe Ames was deliberately dropping down into second to tee himself up for the run down the back straight. That obviously wasn't the case. He tried to make the move into Cops, and unfortunately this was the end result for Powney. I think Ames did carry on though, didn't he? Relatively unscathed. Leaders at Luffield, then it's going to be a drag race to the line. I'm not going to hand the win to Stephen O'Connor just yet. We've seen races change hands between here and the checkered flag before, but I think Stephen's got just enough breathing room over Tom Hawkins. A brilliant race and a brilliant win from Stephen O'Connor. After a poor start, he fought back to the victory by just under 0.2 of a second from Tom Hawkins. He punches the air in delight. He is rightfully very pleased with himself indeed. Oliver Roberts will be on the podium in third position. Oliver Roberts is the Super Classic B class winner. Then we look for the Super Classic C winner. That should be, yes, there across the line, the guest driver, number 31, Andy Gosling. And Super Classic D will have to wait a little bit longer for, but I think it's going to be the 167, isn't it, of George Townsend, who gets the class win in Super Classic D. I don't know whether I'm getting class winners or top 3 down in the pit lane.
You might well get possibly at least the top 3. I think rightfully so, because that's the people you want to talk to. Well, it's a shame we don't get to talk to Alex Ames in that sense, of course, because he's a guest, but we do get those overall top 3. We can at least get the perspective of Stephen O'Connor and Tom Hawkins. Rest of the field comes through, but I think you can agree that was once again, particularly at Silverstone, classic Formula Ford racing at its absolute sublime. We're going to see a replay, I think, of what happened. So down the pit straight they come. Powney sweeps to the outside. It's side by side between O'Connell and Ames. How O'Connell survived that, I've no idea. It throws Ames's rear end into the air, and Powney's an instant passenger. He has no contact, has to swerve and avoid straight off into the gravel. Gravel goes flying, and Ames did survive that, but managed to keep going again and take fourth. But that's just how it works with Formula Ford racing sometimes. It's close, it's tight, and sometimes you do interconnect wheels. So I'm actually super impressed that Stephen O'Connor's car continued, even though there was the contact. In fact, both cars did. So even though they are a 1990 vintage, 35 years later, they still build them strong when it comes to Kent Engine Formula Fords. Wow, what a breathless encounter that was. And Stephen O'Connor takes the victory only by 0.2 of a second from Tom Hawkins in second place. And Oliver Roberts, we're thinking, how did they get third out of all of that? But he did by 7.9 seconds and the Super Classic B victory as well. Alex Ames survives the contact with Stephen O'Connor to get fourth. Paul O'Mason rounds out the top 5. Yet Blythaven takes 6th. And Andy Gosling takes the Class C victory in 7th in his 1979 Van Diemen. Then it's Chris Stones in 8th. Guys Guinea in 9th. And Colin Williams rounds out the top 10. Followed by Matthew Smith, Dominic Shepherd and George Townsend, who wins Super Classic D in his Merlin. Merlin. He's a guest driver, so no points for him. And David Townsend in the Jamin finishes in 14th place in Super Classic A. Neil Hunt comes next in 15th, then Alan Fitcham and Stuart Kestenbaum from Ben Powney and Don Poyak, and Simon Langman round out the top 20. Then Grace Bates, Graham Payne, Kern Beretta, Ian Geary and Julian Stokes round out with 25 runners there. Julian Stokes out early on in the race in his Merlin and showing us 12 laps down. Fastest lap of the race also went to the race winner Stephen O'Connor, 1 minute 2.759 as well. So, get your breath back. I am for a second, because we'll be seeing our top three to have a chat, and right on time they are down at the top of the pit lane with Andy to have a chat. What was an absolutely breathless first Super Classic Formula Ford race. Had the top two find that? We'll find out. Here's Andy with them now.
So Stephen O'Connor comes out on top after a proper Formula Ford battle. That was a fantastic race. Stephen O'Connor here. We've got our top three, so not class winners. We've got the top three drivers though, and Stephen O'Connor survives that last lap skirmish then to grab a race win. We'll dive in and have a chat with him in a second. In fact, whilst we're waiting, let's speak to Tom Hawkins, shall we? Second place finish, but Tom, that could have been a win, could have been fourth, you could have ended up in the gravel trap. It was one of those races, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, I mean, Alex got a really good start, and I thought, oh, how am I going to catch him? Then Stephen got past me, and I thought, oh, he's actually catching Alex. Let me stop attacking for a lap, and before we knew it, it turned into a four-way battle. So yeah, it was really good, really exciting race. Yeah, it's quite good.
And it all properly kicked off on the last lap. What was your view of that, and how on earth did you pick your way through it?
I think it was Alex and Ben Powney sort of tangled together. It was like, and then the three of them in there as well. And I was watching. I thought, oh, this could be really good for me. And yeah, and then two of them went out in the scenery there, and I thought, happy days, got second. Yeah,
fantastic stuff. Well done. Second place then for Tom Hawkins. We'll see him out again later on going for the win. Let's speak to Stephen, shall we? Stephen O'Connor then, our race winner, Stephen. But just saying to Tom, that was a proper Formula Ford battle, wasn't it?
Absolutely, 100%. Everybody gave each other room. A bit of an unfortunate incident the last lap. These things happen. We all ran out of room. We're all last lap. You know, everybody's trying to get into the lead. But yeah, it was a fantastic, as I was saying earlier, closest Formula Ford race I've ever been in. Great track to have it, high speeds, loads of towing, all that type of stuff. But absolutely fantastic. Great drivers around us. You know, everybody was given room. It was brilliant. It was a brilliant race. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to race 2 as well, that's for sure. It was an odd one though, because Alex seemed to pull a really big gap on you all at the start, and you maybe didn't get off the line quite so well. Were you thinking at that point you'd even have a shot at the win?
No, I didn't. I thought at that stage I'd be lucky to maybe catch Tom, maybe. But I got into the tow behind Tom, and then I got a past him, and I thought, yeah, this might be on. Off the line, we had a clutch problem. The clutch started to drag, so I had to hold it on the brake. But yeah, once I got on behind, it was only really under about the second last lap that I thought we have the pace here for this. So we had to make a move at that stage, but it was still so tight, like we were 3 and 4 abreast a few times down into Cops. And on the last lap, start of the last lap, that's what happened. But you know, 3 cars don't go in there, so that was the problem.
That was massively entertaining, that's for sure. Stephen, well done on the race win and the Super Classic A winner as well, of course. Now we've got Oliver Roberts here somewhere. Let's have a little chat with him. Our third place finisher, but also class win in the end. Now you were a bit fortunate maybe to end up in the top 3 overall, but a dominant win in Super Classic B.
Well, what are you saying?
Well, you know, a couple of them fell off the road in front of you, let's be honest.
Yeah. So, yeah, as I was just saying, the qualifying was terrible. We were on the wrong side of the oil dumps, so never got a quick lap in, which is why we ended up 8th. So I knew I had to do an awful lot of the first lap, which I did do, but then one of the guys just decided to take the battle to me on lap 2, so those lot then disappeared. So I knew once I'd cleared him, it was just head down and just settle for class win and wherever, and about 4th or 5th, wherever it was. And like I said, I saw a huge dust cloud at Cops, and I couldn't work out who it was, but I came around the next lap and my tech was vigorously waving at me, so I assumed that there was a podium on the cars here. So it was fantastic.
Looking ahead to race 2 then, it sounds like you actually are quite confident with the pace in the car. Do you think if you can get away with them at the start, you might be able to live with them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, when we were behind Ben, and I was just going to use him as a tow, but then we just got, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but we just got Jocelyn, and then they just broke the tow and then disappeared, which was a shame. So I think, like, now we're at the front and not having to overcook the tyres in the first 2 laps to get it all done, we can actually just settle in, sit in someone's tow, and hopefully they'll all wipe each other out again and I haven't got to do anything.
I would never say never, that's for sure. Congratulations on the class win then, Oliver Roberts on the podium outright as well. That is our morning's racing done then here at Silverstone. A busy schedule still to come though later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere, more racing still coming your way here from Silverstone.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And, you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roller should watch the fun.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roller should watch the fun.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll-up should watch the fun.
Racer in the Fiesta Junior Scholarship if you want to test your skills in a single-seater in the Formula Ford Festival, or commemorate one of the most poignant weekends in motorsport as well, celebrate Remembrance Sunday. There is your options. You've got the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, the Formula Ford Festival, and the Race of Remembrance. More information on each of those can be available at brscc.co.uk. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to our afternoon's action for Sunday. Still beautiful, bright, sunshiny conditions. It is sunny and dry, and it's good to see Scott Woodward's here with Andy McEwen, who will be back in the box in a second. And we're back with CityCar Cup action, this time for categories B and C, or groups B and C after qualifying. So that means that you'll see some of the cars that competed in race 1 earlier on, and with a few ones that didn't. And you should be able to see some good action in the mix. And on front of the field, it looks as though it's going to be a car which was in the mix for victory earlier on. That would be the 392. Of Alistair May, as we get set for racing to get underway. We'll go through the grid very, very shortly. So, our second CityCar Cup race, 15 minutes of action. And as they head off onto their formation after we get our Sunday afternoon programme underway, it is Brady Pollock who got the fastest time in qualifying, so he will start from pole position. But he was third quickest. He'll start alongside the race 1 winner, Alistair May, on the second row of the grid. Then it's Hayden Payne and Richard Jepp on the second row. Max Finn for Emax Motorsport and Luke Bates starts on the third row for Sandra Proietti and Alex Foden. And then we go through to row 5, where it's Alistair Mehring, who got a good top 10 finish last time in race 1 alongside Craig Flynn. Tom Hartwell and John Sykes come next from Media Vincent and Benjamin Bastow. And then it's Chris Brewster and Jonathan Stone rounding out the top 16. Harry Barker in the second Team Northbrook car will start from 17th on the grid alongside Joseph Plowright. And it's Samuel Johnston and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 20. Benjamin B comes next from James Stretch. Charlie Hopkins and Jensen Jackson rounding out the top 24 in this field. And then to complete groups B and C, it's John Nicholson and James Savage, Richard Snuggs and Philip House, who retired from the race with some issues earlier on, and then Lee Parker and Chris Brooker make up the 30-car field that make up Group B and C. This is the second Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race along with the student motorsport competition. So 30-car field in this beautiful conditions here on this afternoon. I'm certainly we're getting more and more spectators down at the Brscc grandstand. You can see, of course, here that in the background, of course, this spectacular new kart circuit that's been built on the infield of what was the old Grand Prix circuit, where sadly the incredible bridge corner is no more. It's now been replaced by the kart circuit. But I have to say, in that sense, getting a thumbs down from Andy McHugh, I think it was one of the great corners where, especially in an F1 car, if you had the testicular fortitude, shall we say, to go flat through there, it was always a challenge to see if you could do that or not. And many managed to do it and did, so it was good to see. But as we get set for our second CityCar Cup race, I have to say, Andy McHugh, if it's anything like the first one before lunch this early on this morning, we could be in for another absolute treat. And the grandstand is starting to fill up because this appears to be the action spot down here at Brooklands. And I think with this lot, 30 CityCar Cup cars, if they can replicate race one, it'll be another absolute cracker.
Yeah, looking forward to this. The first race was a very entertaining affair, and now race two, of course, we throw a new group of drivers out on circuit. Some of these drivers will have seen, but there are names here that we haven't seen racing so far, and yeah, looking forward to seeing how that changes the dynamic. Brady Pollock and Alistair May on that front row of the grid together, so Alistair with a strong start to his weekend already, really needs to try and continue that on now into his second and final race. There is the aforementioned BRDC grandstand, one of the best seats in the house as the cars barrel down the Wellington Straight into the braking zone at Brooklands, and then, as you said, so much action through Brooklands and Luffield already this weekend, and I'm sure in this race there'll be plenty more of that to come. Door flapping open there on Alistair May's car on the outside of row number one, and he tries to get some cool air in. It's very warm out there now. The temperature has spiked significantly over the last hour or so, and now starting to get well into the mid to high 20s, I'd say, outside. It's a lovely day for motor racing. The spectators trackside will be enjoying it rather more than the drivers cooped up inside their cars, but only 15 minutes that they have to endure, and I'm sure it will be a very entertaining 15 minutes of racing as well. So, rev start to rise, ready to go for Groups B and C of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup and Student Motorsport competition here at Silverstone. Who's going to get the best of the launches? Pretty even, I think, from the front row there. Brady Pollock on the outside line, maybe with a nose ahead in the initial phase of the start. He wants to come over to the inside to cover from Alistair May, but Alistair is still there, and they're going to go absolutely wheel to wheel through the first corner. Richard Geoff is there in third. Remember, Richard third in the championship as well. This is his first of two races today, first of two opportunities to score good points, and look at this, he's going for the lead. He's had a better run through Copse Corner than either of the front row starters, and Richard Geoff will get the early advantage down into Beckett's for the first time. Hayden Payne goes with him. The blue and orange eye go desperately late on the brakes for Alistair May. It is Geoff with the lead. May come out of this with second place. He could be down in fifth. Who knows by the time we get to the end of the Wellington Straight, because they're still three abreast, and Richard Geoff has to pick which of those three cars to try and block on the approach to Brooklands.
He's taking the racing line, so he's gone to the outside to let Brady Pollock give him the tow. Pay's in there in the mix as well. It's three abreast. Which of these three cars are going to come out on top? And look at the push. I think there's that Max Finn giving him, Alex Foden giving the push. There's the 434 car going very wide on the outside line. 434 with Sandra, well, it should be Sandra Peretti, I think. Into the right-hander they go, and Foden hangs it out around the outside line, getting his first proper taste of the, well, I think it's the second race of the weekend. I think he raced earlier on today, give him a nod, so that's correct. Out of Luffield they come for the first time, and it is going to be Geoff who leads the way, side by side, and that is Brady Pollock saying, come back, Richard, give me the tow. I don't want to be battling with Alistair May alongside me here. Now they go down the pit straight once again, so under lap number one, it's Geoff leading, Pollock just ahead of, May just ahead of Brady Pollock by about, what, 0.04 of a second for second place. Foden in fourth, and it's Payne in fifth, then Finn, Proietti, Hartwell, Flynn and Merrick. Merrick back into the top 10. He finished in the top 10 in race number one, starting there as well. They're three abreast further back for what was about 8th or 9th position. Pretty close. Oh, one car off the road, big off. And I think that might be Duncan Stone off the road. Duncan Stone, I think that's his car off there. It's 69, yes, or 63, Duncan Stone. So yes, unfortunately, Duncan Stone, who was 19th over the line, is off the road at Copse Corner in a big way. The key thing, of course, is that he's hopefully okay from that one. They're quite sturdily built cars with a SW Motorsports rollover protection system, which is typically FIA homologation graded, typically all their roll cages are. So these cars are built quite sturdy. That's the best sight we can see. Duncanstone out of the car and say they build them tough for the CityCar. That's key to see. Now, whether it's going to be a yellow flag or a safety car, we'll come back to that in a minute. It's 3 abreast into Brooklands corner. Geoff in the middle, May on the outside, up the inside past both of them goes Brady Pollock. He was third at the start of a lap. Now he goes to the front from pole position. It's Geoff going back around the outside to go toe-to-toe with Mays. He holds the line, takes second place, and Foden's on his toes from yesterday after, of course, he had a great run in the Fun Cup car with the Tyre. He's pushing hard for 4th position. Max Finn in the Emax car, who are usually quite one of the two big teams in the C1 Endurance spec cars. They've been experimenting with CityCar. He's not too far away in P6. Now they make the sprint back down towards Copse Corner, where there will be yellow flags with Duncanstone's car. They get the encouragement from the pit wall. Come on, keep going, keep pushing down towards Copse Corner. But it is now Brady Pollock back to the lead after he started from pole, dropped backwards. Now he's back to the front again.
Yes, he is. So a very lively opening couple of laps of the race. Brady Pollock, full commitment up the inside there into Brooklands to get the lead away, but it doesn't seem to be much of an advantage being the leader, does it? You're the one punching the hole in the air for those following, and it seems to be an advantage if you're maybe even third in line. That's been the position from which we've seen some of the biggest moves made so far in this race. Out of Beckett's we go for the third time of asking. So Brady Pollock, Alistair May, Richard Jett the top 3, and Alex Foden and Max Finn, who started 5th, so he's exactly where he started. One of the few drivers actually still running in the position from which they started. Now, what's this all about, everyone? We're single file into Brooklands. This wasn't in the script. We've been at least 3 wide every lap so far. Maybe just biding their time as we move towards the middle third of this 15-minute race. Brady Pollock trying to establish some sort of control at the front of the field, but I don't think Alistair May or Richard Jett are going to let him have it that easy. This, of course, the only chance we'll get to see Alistair May and Richard Jett on track together, because this is May's second race. It's Jett's first of 2 races, and they are were second and third respectively in the championship coming into this one. May, of course, has already notched up a good result. I think has moved ahead of Stuart Bliss in the championship standings, and now he needs to try and get one over on Richard Jett as well. So far, that's exactly what's happening.
It is. And as they come back through single file again, which is very un-CityCar Cup-like to come through. Sandra Peretti with Aston Mehring on his tail. Chris Brewster with the bright yellow bumper on the background. He's there in 9th place. Back down towards Beckett's. There's the green flag, of course, because Duncanstone's car is still being recovered to safety after went off with the tyres. Jett sees the opening, looks for second place. At least he tries to prize the opening, create that initial gap to put May offline, but Foden got a good slingshot off the corner, and so too did Max Finn. In the pits has come Phil House, I'm afraid, so that's a development car for the Gen 2, which ran last year as a guest. It's now running as a point-scoring car, but not having as much luck is Phil House this time by. And he was at some points a race winner in that car, obviously not scoring points as a guest or an invitation car, so he was invisible for results effectively. But that car has been developed on the fly, and it was proved that the Gen 2 cars are just as quick as the Gen 1s and are matched. You can see here, clear example, Richard Jett is in the Peugeot 107. It's a Gen 2 CityCar Cup car, and it is matched and even on pace. I think the Sunweb might have thought the newer car might be a little bit quicker, but they balanced it beautifully now to make sure the specs are pretty much even. And so even a Gen 1 car, you can still and do still win a race outright with too much problem. Jett still in 3rd place then. Foden 4th, Max Finn in 5th. It has the fast lap of the race. They sweep past the camera on the pit wall. It's side by side between Mehring and Proietti, and that was covered by Brewster and Proietti. Brewster ahead by about 0.02 of a second going down towards Copse Corner. Has the inside line for the right-hander, and the man who usually races for Bacon Racing, as you can see with Liquid Molly in the Citroen C1 CityCar Cup spec car, still going world to world for position, but it's still Pollock out in front, but it's top 4 now covered by less than a second as we go back down towards Beckett's.
Yep, side by side still into the braking zone, and the inside line I think should prevail here for Chris Brewster. Meanwhile, side by side further up the road, Alex Foden is going for 3rd place.
Wrong championship.
Wrong championship, yes. Not uncommon to see a Foden near the front of a Brscc race, though, it must be said, albeit no relation, Alex, to Steve. Outside line, though, that didn't really work, though, did it? Because he didn't have a drafting partner, and Max Finn tucked up behind Richard Jett, and even though they never actually made any contact down the straight, that gives an assistance to the car ahead and allowed the Peugeot man to hold on to 3rd place. Finn goes 4th, Alex Foden drops to 5th, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Hayden Payne and Alistair Mehring behind. The leading 2, though, just starting slowly to pull a bit of a gap over this group behind, and the more they keep on squabbling and going side by side in this manner, the bigger that gap will be. Let's see what it is at the line, 2nd to 3rd. The leading 2 are covered by 1/4 of a second. It's then 3/4 of a second back to Richard Jett in 3rd. So they need to sort of work together here, don't they? Otherwise those top 2 are going to get even further ahead.
It's always the easy thing. You get caught up in a battle. You get so enticed in it that you forget the cars around you take advantage. The cars in front start to pull away because they're running their own race. The cars behind catch up because you're slowing each other up in that battle. So it's always key to try and pick your battles very carefully and know when to call the truce and know when to actually go for it. And typically, you wait, if you're going with a drafted partner, you tend to wait till you're later in the race, then start to go a bit of an invisible agreement and go, right, we're 5 ahead now, we can battle and not be risking losing several seconds to the cars behind. And Pat makes its way back down the Wellington Straight, all in again, single file. This is again still slightly very CityCar Cup-esque action, really. They're all being very civilised. It's usually a bit more frantic than this, but he might be able to change that. He's looking up the inside. He's thinking about it. He put himself into Pollock's mirrors. He just sweep around the outside, gets very close to the rear bumper, leaning on their suspensions as they turn in. Toyota versus Citroën in towards Luffield. Then Gen 2 of Richard Jett. She also mentioned, of course, it's a lead not just outright, but in the student motorsport contest for the West Suffolk College ME squad, the BP team car. BP standing for Brady Pollock, of course. Then it's Richard Jepp in second place in that category for Northbrook Racing 1, and then it's Hayden Payne who's third for the West Suffolk College MEHP team car. Try saying that fast 5 times. Side by side for the lead now, as here comes Pollock defending from Mail, at least he was. The illusion given there, it was, but he just fended the inside line to hold off. And Jepp had Finn looking to his inside as he sets the fastest lap of the race, which currently holds a 1:19.264. So it's looking a little civilised for CityCar Cup racing at the moment, but there's still 6.5 minutes to go, and there's still every chance. I'm about to eat my words. We're going to go side by side for third place, and Max Finn, as I watch him down towards Beckett's, back into third position now, pushing forwards. It shows that Emax Motorsport, they can make a city car as well as a C1 endurance car. They can make it pretty good as well, as we're side by side for the lead.
Yes, we are. So Alistair May now having a real go at getting past Brady Pollock, and he's got alongside now, heading down the Wellington Straight, and he's got the inside line as well, actually. So this could well work for Alistair May. He had a speculative look here a lap ago, but this time he actually has his nose ahead into the braking zone, and Alistair May slips through, slips wide though, and Pollock might get an opportunity to get back alongside. He is alongside into Luffield, but that's the outside line, and that's not going to work. Alistair May does well to... Oh, actually, no, didn't hold the inside line. Brady Pollock nuzzles up alongside him and eases the 392 car wide. I thought May had covered that inside line, but there was maybe half an IGO width gap on the inside, and Brady Pollock converted that into a full IGO width gap, and he's back up the inside towards Cops Corner. Brilliant racing, separated by 33 thousandths of a second at the line, but Brady Pollock now has the better line into Cops Corner, and I think we'll go through. Max Finn, meanwhile, in behind them in third, is within a second now, so only, 2 or 3 corners of side-by-side running for the leaders, and it's brought the third-place man right into play. Finn has got some real momentum out of Cops Corner. Might well try and make a move into Beckett's. No, keeps his powder dry for now. So it's Pollock from May, from Finn, the top 3, and Alex Foden is rather late on the brakes of Beckett's and hands 4th place back to Richard Jepp. I think he briefly got ahead of Richard there on the run into Beckett's, but they got it all wrong in the braking zone.
Yeah, he was side by side behind whilst it was going on for the lead. He was side by side with Jepp for 4th into Cops. Did get the move, but as you rightly said, was a bit not enthusiastic enough on the brake pedal. Took too much speed into the corner and ran wide, and that let Jepp just get through pretty easily, just steal the place back. And taking a slightly more traditional racing line into there as skips over the curb on the apex of Brooklands again, straight to the inside to the fend through Luffield. Max Finn, who's done plenty in the wheel of a C1 endurance car, but again getting stronger now. It's in CityCar Cup spec. Took him a while to get himself some pace. He's been hovering around the top 5, top 10. They're going at it again for 4th place. Foden speculatively looking up the inside to try and pull level with Jepp through Woodcote. 4.25 minutes left to go as we head back down the pit straight, and again not on racing line because Brady's not comfortable to go there. He knows May will try and dive up the inside. They're still side by side for 4th place. Foden thinks, right, I'll try this again, shall we, into Cops Corner. Into the right hander we go, and Jepp this time stands his ground on the outside line. But Gen 2 certainly giving as good as it's got. Over the curb he goes, but keeps his foot in. You can go flat in a CityCar Cup car through Cops. I've done it myself as it goes through the right-hander, and as they come into the right-hander at Beckett's, they go out of shot and back into shots again. And Foden this time thinks, right, I'll judge the corner properly this time. Uses plenty of curb, and he's got the move done. So whilst he was a bit over-enthusiastic last time by, he learnt his lesson this time. Yeah, but again, by running side by side, you lose so much momentum, don't you? And those top 3 have checked out now. So it's Pollock, May, and Finn for the lead. And then Foden, Jepp, Payne, Mehring, Proietti, Brewster, all together then battling for the lower position. Well, actually, no, not really. Foden and Jepp sort of on their own. Then it's a 4-way fight for 6th position. Now, that's no longer Hayden Payne at the front of that group. I think it's a sideways Alistair Mehring who has got into 6th position, and there's a squeeze for Proietti over the grass. Hayden Payne did not want to lose another position, and so just sort of eased the Liquimolly liveried Citroën over the exit curb. And that might now end up costing Sandro Proietti a position. No,
Chris Brewster slots in behind in the IGO. Got Tom Hartwell in the number 89 car, not a million miles behind this group as well. Tyres screech in protest as they round Woodcote Corner and head for the timing line. 2 3/4 minutes to go. Still, Foden and Jet won't leave each other alone. Richard Jett trying to find a way back into that 4th position if he can. I'm intrigued though to see what happens at the front here, because Max Finn, I think, is going to have ideas of going for a win here, having closed in on Brady Pollock and Alistair May. If those two start squabbling again, I think Max Finn could be in the pound seat to capitalise. So we'll see whether that happens in the next few minutes or so. Down the Wellington Straight, and in fairness, he's not quite as close to the top two as he was. Something's kicked off behind. Hayden Payne's been wide at Beckett's, and that allows Sandro Prietti back through into 7th place. Chris Brewster may have gone 8th as well. Leaders, though, arrived down at Brooklands Corner. A defensive line taken by Pollock. It's good news for Finn, really, in 3rd. If Brady starts defending, that will slow the leading two down slightly. And you can absolutely guarantee that Brady Pollock is not going to allow Alistair May an opportunity on the inside into Luffield, because having eased Alistair wide there a few laps ago, Brady knows that Alistair will very quickly repay that favour if the opportunity presents itself.
2 laps left then, so they come across the line to complete. This is the 10th lap, so we're going to double figures. Again, this time getting the encouragement from the pit wall. Come on, keep going. All the pit wall pushing. I think so. Almost Joe Moss, I think. Oh, that was his dad, I think Steve Moss, kind of staring in the pot thing. Come on, keep going round. Side by side again. We've seen this before between Alex Foden and Geoff, and 2 cars have come together. One is Emilia Vincent in the 174 car. Other was 61 that came off as well. That was Ben Johnson. So both of them coming to blows at Luffield, but both surviving and carrying on. 3 for the lead down towards Beckett's as again Pollock holds the line. May trying to go for his 2nd win of the day, because he won race 1, of course, just ahead of his competitors in race number 1. And as they come out of Beckett's towards Wellington Straight again, if anything, I'd say in some cases, Alistair May, now he's into 6th position. He's ever so slightly, although probably quite late, edging closer towards Geoff in that sense. But I wonder if Alistair May now realises that he's coming towards the last lap of the race. He might well have a little timer in the car to show how much he's got left. If he has, he's going to have to get on with it, because just over a lap to go. He wants a 2nd win of the day. He's got one more obstacle to get around. He's trying to go around the outside to get it. He might have the grip here if Pollock gives him the room, but he doesn't. Covers off a line on the exit. And again, look at that, straight to the inside. He knows he's not comfortable on the racing line, because he knows that May will come alongside him. Now they come towards the line. They will be practically side by side if he can drag himself alongside with the side draft. And as they come onto the Costa line, I think May should be just about in front by the time they start the last lap of the race. He is by 65 thousandths of a second, but it's side by side down towards Cops.
And he's on the outside line. Keep an eye on Max Finn in 3rd. He will be quicker off the corner than either of these two, I think. Brady Pollock then manages to get back in front for now. Alistair May not able to complete the pass. It was a great example of that side draft that Scott mentioned there. That's what got May alongside through Woodcote, but ultimately not into the position. So Pollock hanging on for now. There's one more realistic slipstreaming opportunity, isn't there, down this Wellington Straight, and Alistair May is positioning himself as close as physically possible to Brady Pollock's number 12 Toyota without actually hitting it through Beckett's. It's a slow car off in the distance, which I hope doesn't come into play here when we get down into Brooklands. I don't think they're quite going to catch that lapped car, so it's the 3 of them together for the lead. Pollock defending the inside. There is a gap there if Alistair May feels really brave, but no, decides to take the wide line into Brooklands. Cuts back to the late apex. He'll try now and settle Brady Pollock into Luffield Corner. Brady has defended really well ever since he got the lead away from Alistair May a handful of laps ago. May takes a wide line into Luffield though. Look at the extra momentum that gives him on the exit. Now remember, a lap ago he got the side draft here and he was ahead at the line by 65 thousandths of a second. He's not alongside this time though. If he could have positioned himself in the same place, it might have worked, but as it is, Brady Pollock will hang on and claims the victory in race 2 here at Silverstone in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. 2nd place for Alistair May and 3rd for Max Finn. 8/10 of a second in back in the end from the leader was Max. Alex Foden and Richard Jett 4th and 5th respectively. Alistair May, Sandro Prietti, Tom Hartwell, Chris Brewster and Hayden Payne complete the top 10. So Brewster got past Hayden in the closing stages there. I think possibly on the final lap that changed hands. Yes, it did, with Chris Brewster moving into the top 10. So Brady Pollock, really well managed race that actually. Once he hit the front, he defended very vigorously. I'll be interested to get Brady and Alistair's thoughts on that, the moment that the lead changed up at Luffield. There was a little bit of blue paint exchange from one car to the other, but Brady Pollock with a pretty decisive defensive drive after that point, able to hang on and claim the race win. So Pollock, May and Finn, your podium finishers. We will see Brady and Max out again later on. And we'll see Richard Geoff, who only ended up 5th in that race. But for Alistair May and Alex Foden, that's their Silverstone weekend done and dusted. So Brady Pollock then is the race winner. Alistair May comes home in 2nd, 3rd Max Finn, 4th for Alex Foden. And the top 5 completed by Richard Geoff. Alistair Mayring and Sandro Proietti were next, ahead of Tom Hartwell, Chris Brewster and Hayden Payne. Those last 2 swapping positions on the final lap. Then Luke Bate with Ari Barker and Craig Flynn, with John Sykes 14th position. And then 15th place we have to wait for page 2 to see. And that was, drum roll, the number 310 car, which was John Nicholson from 25th on the grid. Good drive that from John Nicholson into 15th. Benjamin Bastow 16th. Richard Snuggs was 17th ahead of Jensen Jackson, with Charles Hopkins and Sam Johnston completing the top 20. Benjamin B was next ahead of Jamie Stretch, Ben Johnson, Amelia Vincent, James Savage, Lee Parker and Chris Brooker, even a handful of those drivers having some issues towards the end of the race. Joseph Plowright was 28th, 29th. Well, actually a non-finisher was Phil House, as was Duncan Stone, after that spectacular exit into the barriers at Copse Corner. That was a hefty shunt. I think that was his first race of the day as well, so I'm hoping that that car will be repairable for race 2 later on, but we shall have to wait and see. So, cars make their way down into the pit lane area, and hopefully within the next couple of minutes we'll have an opportunity to chat to our podium finishers, with more racing coming your way shortly. It's the Fiesta Juniors out next, their 3rd and final race, disappointingly, of the weekend. So Juniors coming up next, but first let's hear from the podium finishers in the CityCar Cup.
It's been that kind of day where there's lots of emotions going on, particularly down here, but there's been plenty going on with our race winner Brady Pollock. It might possibly, I think maybe his first victory, we'll double check that, but lots of action, lots of hugs going down, as you can see, and why not, because it was an excellent race. There's still one more to go for CityCar Cup. We're going to have a chat, I think, with have a chat with 1 or 2 of the drivers. They've all disappeared down to the bottom end, so they have to come and follow me to have a chat to them. I think that's Brady Pollock having a chat. They're making it difficult for me this afternoon with this one. They'll have a quick chat to see who found what. We're going to start with Alistair May first of all. Alistair couldn't quite make it 2 victories, but still the 1st and 2nd. That's still fantastic points for the championship.
Yeah, can't complain with that. That was a good race. Bit more of a race that time, so it was good.
Yeah. There was a key point up at Luffield where you were very, very, very close. There's a little bit of paint traded, but was that all just fair and square, just Robbins racing?
Yeah, pretty much that. You know, we're all trying to fight for the first position. Only one person can get it, but, you know, we respect each other and have a good day, have a good race.
You guys did some racing, of course, last year in this championship, but you're well versed, of course, in the C1. So obviously you're quite familiar with these cars anyway, but with a different spec. Has it been fairly simple to get up to speed with how different these cars feel, if much, compared to the C1s that you had when you were racing before?
They're pretty much identical. Obviously, there's a few things that are different, but overall, they're quite similar cars to drive.
Yeah, great stuff. Well, that was fantastic driving. Well done. We'll see you for next time. Right, I'm going to try and grab our winner, Brady Pollock, who's down here, who's having some photos taken. I want to get in the mix. I'm going to go a long way around, so have a good chat so I get in with the victories. Brady, come over here for a second. Congratulations. That was an excellent victory. I'll ask the question, is that win number 1?
Yeah, first win overall. We've had 4 Student Motorsports, but first one overall, so we're really pushing for it.
Fantastic. That was just a real defensive drive, going back at it, back and forth. And just saying to Alistair, it got a tiny bit closer to the course up at Luffield at one point. And there was a little bit of paint traded, but again, just all fair and square, and just part of racing with that. It looked like it was just big fun defending.
I mean, honestly, it was fun, but I would have preferred to just clear away, you know, just to make it easier. But honestly, Alistair's a great driver. You know, you can trust him, which hence why we went side by side, and there wasn't really any contact. The one move we did, I didn't want to really let the lead go, so we had to push for it. We got the win, and I'm over the moon about it. I don't know how to react.
Well, we'll have to quick shot because we've got the Fiesta Juniors out, but well done. Congratulations, that's excellent stuff. And once you where Hayden, Max Finn has got to, whereabouts has Max got to? I wish I knew what he looks like on that one. Where's Max? He's just over here on the far corner. Let's have a good chat. Max, good work for 3rd place. We have to keep it short because we've got the Fiesta Juniors out on the screen, on the circuit as well. You're getting used to these city cars now, aren't you?
Yes. Well, we've had a bit of a struggle this year with pace. We did build a Mark II, but we struggled with that, so we went back to the Mark I. But yeah, it is going really well, and we've been able to repeat last year, coming from higher in the top 10, back to third again. We're just hoping for next race to be able to push forward and potentially get a second or a first, because we're a bit sick and tired of coming third here.
And like Alex, Alistair and Chris and also Sandra as well, you guys who've got that C1 experience, you're fully using it to get to grips with these CityCar Cup cars, and they're saying they feel quite similar, so you find the same, that it's a few tweaks, but it's pretty much drive it the same as you would a C1 Endurance.
Yeah, so I think with the C1 Endurance cars, obviously they've got much skinnier tyres, much floatier suspension, so to drive one of these is actually quite nice, because you've actually got some grip and the car does what you want it to do. Except with like the endurance cars, you've got to wrestle them around and try and find that sweet spot of sliding it without drifting and losing time. So with this, it's quite enjoyable to get into that and be near enough right on the pace.
P1's coming soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, I hope so.
We need to go. We've got the Fiesta Juniors up, but well done. Congratulations for that one. So that's CityCar, 2 races done, 1 more to go. Now next up is back to our Fiesta Juniors. They did 2 cracking races over the weekend. Can they make it 3 from 3? Let's head back to Andy in the box to find out what happens. I'm looking forward to this one, and you should be too.
Race 3, helps if I press the right button. Race 3 for the Fiesta Junior Championship then about to get underway here at Silverstone. And yeah, 2 brilliant races in the book so far for the juniors. What does race 3 have in store for us? Well, it has an Archie Davis pole position, that much I can tell you, because Archie won race number 2, a very tight battle and a brilliant last lap move that got him from 3rd to 1st and allowed him to claim the victory. Isaac Doble came home 2nd, and championship leader Tom Merritt was 3rd. Aaron Beattie 4th, with Oliver Heron and Jack Burgess on row 3. Now, Jack Burgess came from 27th, I think it was, on the grid to finish in 6th position in race 1. So imagine what he can do now that he's starting towards the pointy end. Lewis Islin and Daniela Sutton, the 2 most recent Fiesta Junior Scholarship winners, share row number 4. At the back end of the top 10 is where we find Eden Spanswick and Benji Douglas. Jack Sant and Max Horler then share row 6, row 7. For Jake Howarth and Dara McInerney, with Callie Clifford and Neil Hampson together on row 8. 9th row, Thomas Simpson and Harry Russell. Row 10 for Harry Lindley and Jensen Pritchard. Jake Wardle, Lewis Turkington next, with Casper Tomoleski and Luke Broadbent on the next row of the grid. Then it's Christopher Doble, Bobby Holmes, Hayden Gray, Oscar Homerstone and Max Fenton at the back of the field. Those last 2 were both non-finishers in the previous race. In fact, didn't make it round lap 1 after that hefty accident down the Wellington Straight. Now, both drivers were okay, but what we don't know is whether the cars were easily repairable. That was only a handful of hours ago, and they both went into the barrier pretty hard, so I don't know how likely it is that those 2 cars will be out on the grid, but we'll try and pick them out if we can. So, 2 races in the books then, 2 different winners, of course, across those 2 races as well, with Isaac Doble claiming the victory yesterday, and Archie Davis earlier on this morning. Coming into the weekend, though, it was all about Tom Merritt versus Dara McInerney. Well, they've had polar opposite weekends, really. Merritt's been unspectacular maybe as far as he hasn't won a race, but he's been on the podium twice, 2nd yesterday, 3rd earlier on today, whilst Dara McInerney, who was hitting a bit of a purple patch, it seemed, over the last round at Snetterton, where he had 2 race victories on the bounce. He's really struggled. He was taken out in a lap 1 incident that wasn't of his making, in fairness, yesterday. That put him at the back of the grid for race 2. But unlike the likes of Jack Burgess, he didn't quite make the sort of progress you might have expected. 15th only for Dara McInerney. And so he, in the car with the orange highlights, is definitely one to watch moving forward in race number 3. So back of the grid is formed, the green flag is waved at the back of the grid, and our final 15-minute Brscc Fiesta Junior race of the weekend about to get underway. Archie Davis and Isaac Doble on row 1, and keep an eye on Tom Merritt, the championship leader, 3rd on the grid, the blue and white car. Can he get his first win of the weekend? Off we go, down towards Copse Corner for the first time, and is it going to be Archie Davis who hangs on to the lead? Yes, it is. Isaac Doble slots in behind him. Oliver Heron there around the outside is 4th. Oh, because Aaron Beattie is slowing. Beattie is slowing in the 33 car. That car does not have any forward drive. It would seem that might well be a drive shaft that's gone, and he is pulling over to the side of the road. So Aaron Beattie, I'm afraid, out of the race, and that has, well, mixed the pack up slightly. Those who were behind him on the inside line delayed delayed ever so slightly, and so, speaking of being delayed, someone gets nerfed out of line. That is very close to the barriers for the number 70 car of Benji Douglas, and he will rejoin the circuit a long way down the order. I don't know if he got there by himself or with some assistance, but he lost about a dozen places or so out of that. Leaders then descend upon Brooklands, and look at this around the outside. Isaac Doble very late on the brakes, and I think that might just work. You know, he'll have the inside line for Luffield, and there's nothing that Archie Davis can do. He has to leave the door open, and Isaac Doble, I think, will go through into the race lead. Tom Merritt in third is rubbing his hands with glee, and look at Jack Burgess. Jack Burgess to fourth position. Oh, car on the grass further back. That's Wardle, isn't it, in the number 3, Jake Wardle, grass tracking at Luffield. But the leaders will arrive at the line pretty much together, all three of them. Is there an opportunity here for Merritt to go to the lead? No, but he will try and have a go at second, I think. No, pulls back in line, actually, behind Archie Davis. So the order is Doble, Davis, Merritt, Burgess, the top 4. Oliver Heron tagging along with them in 5th. Then Lewis Islin and Daniela Sutton, except Jack Sant's just gone past Daniela into Copse Corner. So Sutton 8th, Spanswick 9th, and Max Haller completes the top 10. The leading group, though, is the top 6, really, isn't it? Doble, Davis, Merritt, Burgess, Heron, and Islin. And they round Beckett's corner as one. Another place lost there for Daniela Sutton. Eden Spanswick nips up the inside. We're going to get a replay here of some of the lap 1 action. This is what happened, I think, to Jake Wardle. Oh, on the outside of the 235 of Jensen Pritchard. And wow, that was a real roller coaster ride over the grass. It's torn the rear bumper off the number 3 car. But he has, I believe, carried on without diving for the pit lane. So leaders round the final couple of corners of lap 2. And Isaac Doble, who led much of race 2. He won race 1, of course. Was quite frustrated after race 2 when I spoke to him, and wasn't really seeing the positives of finishing second, just seeing the negatives of the fact that Archie Davis had snuck past him on the final lap. Well, now he's back in front, but Archie Davis wants to try and repeat what he did in race number 2. He's really applying the pressure into Copse Corner, and that's keeping, Scott, this lead group very tightly bunched together.
It's magnificent, isn't it? We've got this top 6 all together with Lewis Islin right at the back of it in the blue and yellow of the Goodyear liveried car. Doble then making his way down towards Beckett's corner with Davis on his tail. So they've got to win a piece, whether or not they break the deadlock or if it's going to be a third different winner. We'll have to wait and see. Merritt was tentatively trying to open the door in towards Beckett's. There goes Lewis Islin trying to lean on Oliver Heaven for 5th position. That will put him on the outside for the next corner at Brooklands, which is the long left-hander. Rest of that top 10, I can see Spanswick, Sant, Daniela Sutton's in there in 9th place, and Dara McInerney's into 10th. Wow. So he actually moved up a couple more places. So a bit more forward motion in this opening part of this third final race. Side by side for 5th as down the outside goes Islin. Can he make the move stick? He's thinking about it. He's got the inside line, and Heron has to give him the space. And that was a classy move from the 2025 scholarship winner up inside into P5. And he'll be able to keep the top 4 in his sights. If he can take Heron with him, he can drag them back towards this top 4. They're starting to break away a little bit, but they're also starting to fall a little bit behind the top 4 with Eden Spanswick. I think there's possibly something on the bottom, maybe exhaust or something is hanging off the bottom of Oliver Heron's car, which is spotted. Both just sort of squinted in there to have a look at it a bit closer, but something's hanging off the bottom of Oliver Heron's car. Leaders. Here goes Archie Davis round the outside at Copse. You don't go round the outside of Copse unless you can make that one stick. Davis had all the grip in the world to make that happen. He's now on the racing line, the outside line for Beckett. He's side by side. Merritt might give Doble the push. He's down towards Beckett's corner under brakes. Doble has the right track position. Might open the door. Merritt looks for second place. Davis again stands his ground on the outside, tries to go with him, but Doble shuts the door once more, and Merritt gets in the mix as well. But I tell you what, your man was a guard, because if he'd made that move, that was one of the moves of the weekend, outside Copse Corner. It's a shame it didn't happen, but also look for this. Look at Jack Burgess. He wants third place on Merritt. Basically, he was a championship contender and a championship leader early in the season. Now he's going wheel to wheel. Davis looking back down the outside again towards the left-hander Brooklands, and Merritt stands his ground for third place, holds off from Jack Burgess, and look behind, you can see Heron's now been caught by Eden Spanswick in the ex-Jacob Hodgkins car, and the next group, which contains Jack Sant, Daniela Sutton and Dara McInerney in the top 10. If they keep on fighting like this, it will be a 10-car train for the podium places.
Spanswick's got the fastest lap as well, so he's really charging forward, isn't he? Here comes Dara McInerney, meanwhile, tagging along with Daniela Sutton and Jack Sant. So this is the 8th place battle McInerney is now a part of. Leaders side by side again now. Is Davis going to try this again round the outside? Something goes flying up into the air, bits of bodywork. Yes, he is going to try it again, right round the outside, gets his nose ahead. And that's Daniela Sutton. Into the barriers, and over she goes. That's a big one for Daniela down at the end of the main straight. That's going to be a safety car at the very least, isn't it? Isaac Doble retaining the lead. Tom Merritt might slot into second place here at Beckett's. Yes, he does, but Davis is going to try and hang on around the outside. Jack Burgess thinks, yes, I'll have a bit of this as well, as they head down the Wellington Straight and approach the braking zone at Brooklands Corner. No sign of a intervention to the race just yet, so, well, that's good news. Daniela is absolutely furious, and I think gutted at the state of the car, isn't she, really? Because that's a team that doesn't run on the biggest of budgets. Oh, my word. Very close stuff through Brooklands Corner for the leaders. But for now, we could continue racing. No safety car, no red flags. Yellow flags out, no doubt, down at the end of the main straight. But the race can at least continue.
Yeah, I feel for Daniela, because that's very frustrating for her. Of course, the main thing, of course, is that she got out of the car unaided and that she's okay. That's the main thing. That's our first concern that always should be. Deeply frustrating, because she's had such incredible pace in tickets tested. As I mentioned, she was one lap away from a podium finish. She's got the pace underneath her. She was picked as scholarship winner for a reason. That's just a really unfortunate piece of luck in that sense. We didn't see exactly what happened. We saw the aftermath of it, which is genuinely unfortunate. But hopefully things will bounce back for the next round, and it'll be back to the form that she's been showing, which has been absolutely stellar so far. But unfortunate bad luck when it comes to motorsport in that sense. Back to our leaders, though. It is that top 7 altogether. Just using all their own a bit more. Top 7 together. Look at this. It's a top 7. I don't know what you call it. A septuplet, I think.
Something like that.
Something like that for set 4 for them. I was trying to find. I'm about to call it a 7-pack. That doesn't exist, but I'm making up terms as I go. Down towards Brooklands they go. Burgess on the inside of Merritt. This time they're going to swap places and physically and swap paint on the exit of Brooklands as they go through. Merritt has the inside line, stands his ground again. A lot of standing ground here, as I'm saying that several times. It's Burgess then who just has the outside line, drives it round onto the exit of Luffield over on the curb, kicks the gravel up, and this gives Lewis Isden the incentive he needs. He'll get the push from both Oliver Heron and Eden Spanswick. Now the side-by-side for third place again. Looks at Lewis Isden getting the double push down towards Copse Corner. Can he move out and make a move? He's tucked underneath Burgess. Merritt moving around to try and get himself on the opposite optimal line down towards Copse Corner. He will be on the inside, but we've seen Davis try to go down the outside a couple of times before. He's now pushing for the lead. 5 for third place as they turn out of the right-hander and back towards Beckett's once again. We have done 6 laps. We're on lap 7. They're still just gone past half distance. We've still got just under 7.5 minutes to go. Just again looking to the inside, forces the issue, and Merritt has no choice but to give him room and tries to stick it out and brave it on that outside line. He will go off and possibly keep it on the road. Yes, he does. No touch of grass. As they come back down the back straight once again, it's getting pretty feisty. But again, these guys fighting for third. It's all well and good, but you're just going to let the top 2 pull away if you keep on scrapping like that.
Yeah, that gap's getting on for about a second now, isn't it? Second back to third. That's a fairly big margin. Burgess round the outside of Merritt. This is a grudge match between these two, isn't it? They will not leave each other alone. This time it is Merritt who's on the outside line into Luffield, and Burgess, I think, should be able to hold on. Islin behind, trying to buy into all of this as well, which he does. Gets level, does he, with Tom Merritt? Tom Merritt, the championship leader, having probably one of his worst weekends of the season. Now, he's not been off the pace by any stretch, and actually his drive yesterday from 7th to 2nd was very impressive, but he's just not quite had the rub of the green. There have been a few of these side-by-side situations that he's been in this weekend where he's just not quite come out of it in the fashion that we'd expect from him, I guess, but as long as he's picking up the points, that is enough for the championship. The JCB dives through the shot to go and pick up Daniela Sutton's car. Presume, therefore, that's being covered by yellow flags. Yes, it is. There's a green flag you can see on the approach to Beckett's, which means there's a yellow at Copse. So they're overtaking through the first corner, but plenty of overtaking to be done elsewhere. 6 minutes of this race still to go, let's not forget. So there's time here for Jack Burgess. The speed that he's had this weekend, I think there's definitely time for him, Scott, to catch those leading two, especially if Davis starts really applying the pressure to Isaac Doble.
Given the fact he was an early championship leader from the outset, showed that how quick he was. Here comes Spanswick with a huge dive up the inside and towards Brooklands. That was real last minute, but that was a classic textbook last minute dive. Gave Lewis Isden no choice but to give him the room. I knew he picked a good car in the ex-Jacob Hotchkiss machine. He's making full effect of that. He's still got the original livery on that car, which is the blue and white with the purple accents. It used to be, before purple, it was bright fluorescent yellow before that. And they changed it due to the sponsor. Now that car's been moved on in Spanswick's hands. He's certainly making the most of it. It's a well-sorted car. Making the most of the pace underneath it as he's up into the top 5. And actually, in fact, looking at his pace, he's 14th in the championship, and his best result previously was scoring 30 points. So he's actually having one of his best weekends so far. If he can get a top 5, that would be Jamie his best result of the season. McInerney, you can tell he's pushing. He wants good points. Second in the championship, of course, but further in the top 10 now. He's in 8th place, just ahead of Max Horler for 10 Sport performance. That's a good performance from 10 Sport also, in the top 10 also. As we come through, fastest lap of the race has gone to Jack Burgess with a 1:11.4951. That was on the last lap last time through, and Merritt's about He was roughly a 10th.5 slower. More antics at play here. This is Max Fenton battling with Harry Lindley and also Chris Doble. We forgot about Chris Doble. Into 13th place from what I'm sure was back of the grid. And careful, boys. Keep it steady on the track. There's a little bit too close between them, and they both survive, but it also gives the momentum for Chris Doble and also Callie Clifford as they head down. They're all over each other down towards Brooklands Corner. Watch through your hands on this one. Under brakes, Kasper Tomaszewski was looking in the background as well. And there goes Fenton up the inside. Doble went sailing down the outside to make a couple of places. He has lost out one to Fenton back into Brooklands and Nuffield. Now we've got Lindley on the outside line, losing spots to Clifford and the 36 of Thomas Simpson by the look of it as well. There's more jostling for position. This is all in the mid-pack. This is for the second half of the field, and they're treated like it's a battle for the lead. It's fantastic to see. Clifford in there too as well. This is for about, what, 11th down to 15th, 16th position. Look at the group of cars in the mix here. There's about 10 or 11 in the same shot. It's creeping down towards Copse Corner. That piece of exhaust is still dragging on the ground from Oliver Heron. It doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much as we come towards the last less than 4 minutes to go in this last Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Can we have just Fiesta Junior races all weekend? They've been fantastic entertainment from start to finish, and for the vast majority of the racecraft, have been absolutely exceptional.
No, it certainly has. Oh, that was a lunge inside there. There's a lot of that been going on. That was the number 20 car of Kasper Tomaszewski picking up a place, but yeah, it's been very vigorous stuff, hasn't it? And it's about to get particularly entertaining at the front, I think, because Jack Burgess, look, has caught the leading two. So that fastest lap, he's done another fastest lap actually the next time by. The first time around, he was 7/10 quicker than the leaders, 4/10 on the previous lap, so he's gained over a second in less than 2 laps. He's now right with them, with 3 minutes still remaining to try and do something about them. So Jack Burgess, if he could do this to come from the back of the grid in race 2 to win race 3, that would be a mega result. Down into Copse Corner we go. I'm not sure if we've still got yellow flags down at Copse or not. We'll see if we can spot the green flag maybe on corner exit. That's normally a giveaway. So Marshall's post to drivers left here as they head down into Maggots and Beckett's. Now I don't see a flag, so I think we might be all right now. Leaders then into Beckett's, and here comes the move from Burgess. It's his favourite move up the inside into Beckett's corner, and once you occupy that inside line, you can run your rival out to the edge of the road, and you should have the momentum down the straight. Now, which way does Doble go? He's going to give the slipstream to Archie Davis. He, I think, sees Archie as less of a threat maybe than Burgess, and doesn't want to give Jack Burgess any assistance. So this is, look, dragging Davis fractionally back ahead of Jack into the braking zone. Jack Burgess, though, so late on the brakes. He is by far the most confident under braking, and that, I think, is bad news if you're Isaac Doble, because Burgess is now into second place. He's got 2 laps left now to try and get onto turns with the leader and maybe find a way through. But with braking abilities like that, Scott, I'm not sure what Isaac's going to be able to do to stop this.
It's going to be a tough task, but if anyone can do it, seemingly it's Jack Burgess. He's not possibly done with Davis, I don't think, because he's in the tow through Woodcote Corner. Let's see what line he takes. Does he go defensive at all? Is he confident that Davis won't jump up the inside because he prefers the outside line every single time he makes a pass? Down towards, he's looking for it way back into Copse Corner. That was never going to work for Jack Burgess, but he showed him a nose. He showed him he's not afraid to go for it. Davis is back on his tail, and look who's also back in the fight too, a certain Thomas Merritt. He's in there for 4th place. It is 4th of the lead with 2 laps to go back down towards Beckett. Burgess is there. He's right there in the mix as well. Davis closes back up. Burgess almost into the back of Doble, but he gets it stopped. Look at Merritt up the inside of Davis, who had to back up to not get into the back of Burgess. He now finds the championship leader to his outside. Little bump of the grass, but now look, Burgess is firmly in Doble's toe here with a lap and a half to go down the back straight here. We know how late that Jack Burgess can brake. He's not afraid to make a big dive. Watching for third, but we've got to watch out in the corner of our eye to see if Burgess goes to the lead in towards Brooklands Corner. He's close, he's on the tail, he's right on the bumper of Doble. Merritt's looking behind for 3rd place on the outside, and also arriving on their tail as they battle are both Eden Spanswick and also Lewis Isley. Eden Spanswick, remember, this will be by far his best result of the season in the ex-Jacob Hodges car. So, one more time around the National Circuit. Don't place a bet because you're probably going to lose, because up through the right hand through Woodcote to start the last lap of the race. This is going to be, with 30 seconds to go, possibly the most tense finish of all 3 Fiesta Junior races. This is it. Doble versus Burgess, grudge match at the front, seconds out. Final lap.
Well, Doble's got to be careful in the braking zones. We know how late Jack Burgess is capable of braking, so Doble's got to make sure he brakes as late as he can, but crucially doesn't run wide. This is where Burgess has been making a lot of moves. Is there going to be an opportunity up the inside? Doble, I think, is wise to this. Oh, is there a gap? Burgess thought about it, but Doble had it covered for 3rd. They're 3 abreast, and Spanswick! Spanswick goes from 5th to 3rd in one go, and he'll get a big shove now from Archie Davis down the back straight, and that should secure him that 3rd place on the run to Brooklands. Fantastic stuff. Tom Merritt's going to be off the podium again, I think, at this race. What's going on for the lead, though? Jack Burgess, he's not going to be off at the inside line. He will have to commit to the outside. Lewis Islin looking up the inside of Archie Davis. And, Tom Merritt, the 3 into 1 won't go. They're sideways there for Archie Davis. Gathers it together, and Merritt ends up back in 4th position. Isaac Doble, though, I think, is going to hang on here to the win. I don't think Jack Burgess is quite going to have the momentum. He tries to get alongside, but no, I reckon Isaac Doble's done it. To the line they come. A fantastic 3rd race of the weekend for the Fiesta Junior Championship, and it's a 2nd win of the weekend for Isaac Doble. Jack Burgess less than 2/10 back, and Eden Spanswick on the podium. A season best finish for Eden, a first career podium in the championship, and what a way to do it. A 2-in-1 move against 2 of the championship contenders on the final lap of the race. That will do very nicely indeed.
Exceptional. Fiesta Juniors, do yourself proud, give yourself a pat on the back. That was junior racing at its finest. Yes, there was 1 or 2 touchy-feely moments in terms of contact and things like that. Probably the wrong term, but there you go, on that side. But either way, excellent stuff from the Fiesta Juniors. And again, they're showcasing why it is one of the top junior champions in the world and why we have 29 cars on the grid. And of course, if you fancy your go at this championship, a shot at going in the 2026 championship and a prize package of over £60,000 if you win for a funded drive, get yourself involved in the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. If that ain't advert for the scholarship and the championship, I don't know what is. So Andy's going to have a chat to our enthusiastic top 3, and there's the result. Isaac Doble makes it 2 from 3 this weekend at Silverstone in the Fiesta Junior Championship, and he wins by charging Jack Burgess by just under 0.2 of a second. And Eden Spanswick, with a banzai move to go from 3rd to 5th on the final lap, gets his best result by far, his first Fiesta Junior podium. He will be buzzing. Thomas Merritt, championship leader. Again, the races that you don't win can win you the championship, so 4th might be disappointing, but he'll see the bright side of it if he can. Archie Davis survived a last lap skirmish with Islin to take 5th. Islin did take 6th ahead of Heron with that dragging piece of exhaust on the bottom of the car. Max Horler took 8th for 2010 racing. Then it's Dara McInerney. He came from 9th to, 17th on the grid to 9th, so not bad for Dara, but that'll be one of his drop scores for sure. And Chris Doble from towards the back of the field into 10th. Excellent stuff for Isaac Doble's cousin. Then it's Jack Sant and Max Fenton come next from Harry Lindley and Kasper Tomaszewski in 14th position. Then it's Bobby Holmes 15th, Callie Clifford 16th, and Jake Howarth, Thomas Simpson, Neil Hampson, Jason Pritchard, Harry Russell, Lewis Turkington, and Luke Broadbent completing his first Fiesta Junior weekend. Welcome to the championship. Then Jake Worrell and Benji Douglas, and the one car we sadly lost from a couple, sadly, was Daniela Sutton. She had that unfortunate shunt down at Cops Corner. And I think the last couple of cars he'll be in the result from 27th downwards. Oh, that's it. The only one we had was Aaron Beattie, and he retired, barely even got going in the race after his car faltered at the beginning of the lap. I don't think we had either Archie, Hayden Gray or Oscar Homerstone either, because they were out after their contact in one of the races prior to that as well. So more information on Fiesta Juniors, you can head to the website, brscc.co.uk, and also on the social accounts as well. And to find out how that incredible 3rd Fiesta Junior race felt from the driving seat, let's head down to the top of the pit lane with our top 3 for our final Fiesta Junior race. They're down there with Andy. That'll be Eden Spanswick, it'll be Jack Burgess, and our winner, Isaac Doble.
Well, what a phenomenal 3rd Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Another brilliant win for Isaac Doble. Lots of emotions down here in the podium area. Isaac, as he pulled into the podium area itself, took his head in his hands, took a big, deep breath. He is very happy with that. Isaac, can we grab you up this end? Is that all right? I won't try and squeeze between the cars. Isaac, lots of squeezing between cars going on in that race. That was another proper junior race. I'll be honest, when Jack arrived on your bumper, I was fearing for you. He was so good on the brakes, but you seemed the only one that had an answer for him.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Jack coming. It was so close the whole race. Credit to everyone who was involved. The racing was just so clean and pure. Yeah. But today, when I saw Jack coming, I knew I wasn't going to throw it like I did in the other race. I knew I had to try and get this one.
It could so easily have been, I'll say easy, but it could have been 3 wins from 3. Still a really good weekend for you. And I saw your reaction in the car as you pulled in. This meant a lot to you, didn't it?
Yeah, it was a very pointsy weekend, let's say, this time. But yeah, to win my first win at Snetterton was a bit. I didn't feel I drove that well, so I wasn't like really. I was happy, but like obviously, but that one I felt I really drove to my best of my abilities to win that race. It meant a lot. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, massive congratulations. Really well done this weekend. Isaac Doble, 2 times a race winner here at Silverstone. Now, Jack Brscc is behind me, so we'll go to our 3rd place finisher instead, Eden Spanswick. Eden, can we drag you over this way? Is that all right? Now, first ever podium in the championship. Congratulations on that. And talk us through how you got there, because that final lap move you made was pretty spectacular.
I just saw Merritt go into Archie on Cups, and I just saw the opportunities go into Merritt into the down second hairpin or the second corner, and I just stuck with it. And in the last corner, I just defended and I just kept it, and that was that.
It's been one of those weekends, though, for you where you've just got steadily better and better as the 3 races have gone by. We've sort of seen that from you in this debut season in general. How satisfied are you with the way that this year's going?
Mate, I'm just satisfied I got a podium this season. I wasn't expecting it since it was my first season.
Yeah.
But it's all just for experience for next year, and I'm just looking forward for next race.
So you're thinking long term into next year, but with a few rounds still left of this season, do you think you can get a number 1 before the end of the year?
Maybe.
Nice, that fence he's sitting on looks awfully comfortable. Congratulations, Eden, on the race win. Jack Brscc is back over this way. Charging drive, Jack. Come on, we'll drag you over near your car so we can get your sponsors in as well. A charging drive across the whole weekend, really. Yesterday obviously didn't go to plan. Race 2 was a pretty impressive drive. That one so close to the win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, it's just all what we needed after the weekend we've had.
So obviously yesterday, unfortunate incident, but how difficult was it for you this morning to put that behind you and just still see this as an opportunity to get some good results?
I mean, yesterday I was a bit angry, but I just got on with it, and then this morning I just thought, well, I was going to lose. I'm starting from the back, might as well just drive forward and see how far I can get.
That final race then, talk us through it from your perspective, because there were some good moves. Your confidence on the brakes seemed to be perhaps better than anyone else's.
Yeah, I mean, just smash the brakes and just hope it stops. That's all you do.
Easy as that.
Yeah, literally.
Thoughts then for the final couple of rounds of the championship? You're there or thereabouts in the points, aren't you? Are you thinking of the points, or are you just sort of trying to collect a few more trophies?
I'm just going to drive now and see what happens, pretty much.
Excellent, sounds like a plan. Jack Brscc then on the podium with a 2nd place finish. So fantastic racing all round from the Fiesta Juniors this weekend. Can't wait to see them out at Donington, I believe, their next round of the championship is. Plenty more racing still to come here from Silverstone, though. Over to Scott to talk you through the next grid.
Do love our Fiesta Junior racing, and that was absolutely exceptional to round off their weekend. Thanks, Andy, and good to hear from our top 3 from the Fiesta Juniors. Now we're back to BMWs and our final appearance of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup Championship. We've had wins so far, a double for Simon Waterfall in the 1 Series category, and in the compacts it's been a split between Conor Grady and Joe Doble. So let's see how this is going to work out here as well. That's the Fiesta Junior grid, not the BMWs, so we'll wait and see. But I've got the grid in front of me here, so whilst the find the right grid in the production truck, I'll give you the grid of what we have. So Millie Hart's will start from pole position here with David Meadows alongside the front row of the grid. Chris Stretton, if he's found his key, we'll explain that in a second, will start in 3rd place, alongside Torben Aston if he's solved his mechanical issues from the first race of the day. And Simon Waterfall will start in 5th on the grid alongside Aidan Hassan, and that's the 1 Series. Then we go back a couple of spots to our Compact Cup cars, and a couple of rows back. It's Gareth Clayton will start on pole position after his win earlier on, and it's Conor Grady alongside him on the front row of the grid. Yes, sorry, I've said Joe Doble again, I've got the wrong name. It is Gareth Clayton who won the race 2. Forgive me on that one. I'm miscommunicating driver names all over the place. Gareth Clayton and Conor Grady, who have both taken a win each, there we go, in the BMW Compact Cup class, will start on the front row of that category. Joe Doble is on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Max Noble from Adam Wright and Paul Mazzell, and Matt Kendall and Ethan Woods from Mike Doble and Keith Towers, and Xavier Ross and Stephen Somerville, followed by Martin Corkwell and Tim Seaford, then Aaron Tipler, who was off the road at the end of the 2nd race, but looks like he should be back on the grid all being well, and Alex Corkwell rounds off the grid. Now, one positive we can see is that clearly someone found the key for Chris Stretton's car, because it is in the assembly area. Either that or they have hot-wired it to at least get it to assembly, and they'll probably do the same again. But if he has found it, thankfully, that will be a bonus for him, so he can get out there as well to get in the mix. But interesting in this sense then, with one more race to go. As we mentioned, 2 victories now for Simon Waterfall, taking full advantage of the fact that, yes, he's obviously outscoring Millie Hart, who came into the weekend as the points leader for the BMW 1 Series class in the Super Cup. So he's taking full advantage of that and getting stronger and stronger on that side. I did get a bit of an insight, even though it was quite amusing earlier on, from hearing about Chris Stretton's key thing, I did actually get a bit of a message from, of all people, Mr. Jordan Pimley, who is, of course, in the MX-5 Clubman category, where Simon Waterfall's come through. He actually gave me a bit of an insight into the BMW 1 Series. I'm happy to share it, because I didn't know this, so today I learned that apparently, with these BMW 1 Series cars, they are keyless entry. So there's no ignition for the key to go into. So you have to hold the key up to the steering column to start it and then keep it on your person. And he was not quite keen on the design, but on that side of things, but that's it. So ultimately there's a system in there which they would use in these 1 Series cars in the mix, but it looks as though that whatever system they were using, whether they are hot wiring or using the key, that didn't quite stay in place, so it wasn't quite on their person when it happened. So it was in that situation, Andy McKeon, where yes, it was amusing, but at the same time, they managed to fix the problem was and get him out there. So fingers crossed it doesn't happen again, and he's able to at least get the car restarted if we have to go to some kind of a stoppage again, which we hope we don't, but if we do, hope it's a slightly more easier time to get that car going than having to rummage around what is a barely stripped out car looking for a key.
Well, yes, indeed. That was one of the more unique reasons I can think of as to why someone wasn't able to take part in the race, but you live and you learn. So yeah, hopefully they will not have such an issue. I hope we don't have a stoppage. That would be even better if we can just run this race all the way through. The oil or the fluid that was dropped, we think, by Alex Corcoran's car in the previous race that led to the stoppage and subsequent delay. But yeah, what's going to happen then in this third race? Partially reversed grid within the 1 Series ranks, which guarantees a little bit of action. And bear in mind, on that restarted race as well, Simon Waterfall was under a bit of threat from Aidan Hassan in the early stages, and Simon said he was grateful for that, actually enjoyed a bit of a fight, a bit of a challenge from Aidan. Should we be concerned, do you think, the bonnet is up on Millie Hart's car in the assembly area? No one is looking into the bonnet, so perhaps they're just trying to keep it cool, but yeah, that's odd. Actually, bonnet going up on the Chris Stretton car behind as well, so I think they're anticipating maybe a small delay here before we get the cars released onto the track. In fact, you can see there someone wafting the bonnet on the Chris Stretton car to get some cool air into it. I have to say that there's not a lot of cool air to be found. It continues to get warmer this afternoon. We're probably heading into the hottest part of the afternoon now, so really challenging conditions. A bit of a breeze though. You can see the Union flag there on top of the BRDC building that is waving around in the breeze, which is blowing across the track. So warm but breezy day here at Silverstone, and it's provided us with plenty of entertainment so far. Much of that from the Fiesta Junior Championship, who have just seen complete their trio of races this weekend. I'm sure if you've watched that and you're a teenager at home with aspirations of being a racing driver, you're thinking, I quite fancy a bit of that myself. Well, if you do, the Brscc's Fiesta Junior Scholarship is the place for you.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, if you fancy getting involved in Fiesta Junior racing, and why on earth wouldn't you when you see the racing product on show, then that is your chance to book your place on the grid in 2026. And believe me, you'll have plenty of friends on that grid with you. All of the conversations people are having about next year's Fiesta Junior Championship is that it's going to be bigger and better even than 2025, which really has been the standout season for that championship. And it's hard to believe it could get any bigger, but apparently it will for next year, and I absolutely can't wait to be a part of that. Right then, the reason for the delay is that Daniela Sutton's accident down at the end of the main straight has done a little bit of damage to the barriers, so a small delay whilst they fix the barriers. We've had a bit of barrier repair work required on the Wellington straight as well. I think that was after the first junior race today, wasn't it? So a few times that the JCB's been called into action just to straighten up the barrier posts and make sure the track is raceable. And once that is done, we'll release the BMWs out onto the track. That hasn't yet happened, so they're still, I believe, down in the assembly area. And the tension and the heat continuing to mount now for the drivers down there as they prepare for their third and final race of the weekend. Simon Waterfall, a double winner so far in the 1 Series Super Cup, and in the Compact Cup element of the race, Gareth Claydon managing to put the disappointment from yesterday behind him. Jump start penalty that gave him a 10-second penalty after race number 1 of the weekend. And he was not particularly pleased with that, I think it's fair to say, but bounced back nicely in race number 2 to claim a win that didn't look like it was coming, to be honest, until after the red flag and the subsequent race restart, because before that restart he was a few seconds behind the race leaders, Conor Grady and Joe Doble, and it was only after the restart that he was able to get on turns with them and actually get into the lead after a very feisty run through the first corner, and managed to hang on to the race win. So in the Compact Cup, Conor Grady and Gareth Claydon sharing the victories. Quite a few people on hand here at Silverstone. That's the view from the top of the BRDC building. That's a fantastic place to watch the racing. The awning overhead giving a little bit of much needed shade. There is Josh Bromley putting the bonnet down on the car that he runs and prepares. Josh, a very capable one-make tin-top racer himself, and he claps his hands in anticipation of the final race. Also, of course, runs Simon Waterfall's car. There is one of our Alpha Live camera ops, Emma, up on her own private balcony, we believe, onto the BRDC building. She says that's always the place that she films from here at Silverstone, and I can see why. She's had an awful lot of action to cover over there, and she gets to top up the tan as well.
It's all right for some, isn't it?
It's all right for some,
all
absolutely.
Right for some getting the view. It's nice work and nice view if you can get it. Good stuff. And she's got a great view, of course. Providing us some good camera shots, of course, of them heading down towards Brooklands Hairpin. It has been all weekend, so again, I have to say thank you, not just because they're part of the production team and they're here and give us the equipment and they're listening to every word we say, but genuinely, big thank you to Luke and all the team at Alpha Live for all their excellent work so far this weekend with all the camera angles they're bringing us. The replays will have been brilliant, so that's been really valuable yesterday and today to give us insights as to what's been happening off camera, and also to give us a look back at some of the things that have been happening as well. So, yeah, credit where credit's due to everyone involved. Of course, to Kieran the trucker, it was his birthday yesterday, who I will admit, I will out myself. For some reason, completely forgot he or didn't realise he was here, even though it was his birthday yesterday. So,
and was more than happy to help himself to a slice of Kieran's birthday cake yesterday.
Yes.
Without even realising who it was for, apparently.
Yes, but my brain didn't twig. But as I've said a couple of times now, you can blame my ADHD brain for that one. So there we go.
No, they've done a good job this weekend. We've got multi-cam replays, which are one of those really nerdy things that only commentators and people in TV production will understand. But it basically allows us to give you multiple views of everything that's happened on track. It's not something that you see an awful lot at club level, it has to be said. So big thank you to the Brscc and for Alpha Live to bringing those to us, and hopefully not the last time we have that luxury over the course of the 2025 season. Well, they may well come in handy in this race as well, I suspect, because we've got two classes to follow. It is difficult to catch all of the action when you've got two separate races going on at the same time, so we'll do our best to keep you abreast of everything that's happening around the Silverstone National Circuit. And the Cars are now gridding up on the dummy grid. They'll have their green flag lap to come. And yes, we've not missed the green flag lap, have we? No. Whilst we were waffling, that was the release from the assembly area to the grid, and we will have a green flag lap coming up very shortly. And this reverse grid race, at least within the Super Cup element anyway, I know it's only 5 cars, but it could just mix things up, I think, because track position is worth quite a lot in one-make racing.
Tell you who it benefits the most. Person on the front row of the grid on pole position, Millie Hart.
Well, yes.
Of course, Kemmings the weekend as the points leader in one series. She's now ahead, crucially, of Aiden Hassan and Simon Waterfall physically on track. And of course, they have Chris Stretton's car in the middle of that as well. And Chris, when he gets that car going, what he has been doing, he's not necessarily slow.
No.
All due respect to, I think, for David Meadows may well fall back a little bit, given he hasn't quite been on the same pace as everyone else. And I probably would expect both Simon Waterfall and Aiden Hassan to get good starts and maybe even get one over Chris Stretton off the line as Millie Hart takes the green flag and heads them off for their final formation lap on this one. And then the BMW Compacts follow suit. Gareth Clay, there's no reverse for them on that side. So they're going to start as they gridded up to make their way through. So, here's the grid.
Indeed so. Millie Hart and Dave Meadows then will capitalise on that reverse grid to get the front row for themselves. Christopher Stretton will not have Thorburn Astin alongside. Astin, we saw him fighting mechanical issues in race 2 earlier on this morning, so he will be a non-starter, whilst our double race winner Simon Waterfall comes from row number 3 alongside Aiden Hassan. Then Gareth Clayton and Conor Grady, they're the front row for the Compact Cup, ahead of Joe Doble and Max Noble, Adam Wright and Paul Nacelle on the third row of that grid. Row 4 for Matt Kendall and Ethan Woods. Row 5 is Mike Doble and Keith Towers. And in the 6th row, Javier Ross and Stephen Somerville. Then Martin Corkwell, Tim Seaford, Aaron Tippler, and hopefully Alex Corkwell. We saw his car pull over to the side of the road earlier on today. Don't know officially what the issue was, but putting all of the clues together, it would suggest that maybe his was the car that was leaking. We think maybe radiator coolant on the track that caused the certain amount of calamity up at Copse Corner. So we'll see whether we do have a full quota of BMWs, but those that we do have will put on a good show for us, particularly, I think, the 3 cars that are in your shot there. Gareth Clayton and Conor Grady with Joe Doble, the 3 pace setters really in the Compact Cup. Max Noble's not quite had their speeds necessarily this weekend. Max second in the Compact Cup Championship, yet to win a race this year in the class, but he's been a consistent top 5 runner. Hasn't necessarily ever been the fastest driver on track, but picking up consistent points. Love to have a shot at a race win here this afternoon, but it'll be tough to beat the likes of Grady, Doble and Clayton, I think, given the form that they've had. There are those 3 drivers that I mentioned. Just spinning up the rear tyres there, Gareth Clayton on the exit of Luffield corner to get some heat into them, and preparing himself for a race start. 15 minutes, remember the duration, as always, for Compact Cup and BMW Super Cup racing. Yeah, should be an intriguing race, this, I think. You can see the gap there on that 2nd row where Thorburn Astin's car should be. And might well benefit Aiden Hassan, who, remember, made a good launch off the grid, didn't he, in the on the restart, Scott? And he's now got an empty grid slot ahead of him to aim into. Unless either Chris Stretton or David Meadows move across and make it difficult for him, of course. But yes, you're absolutely right. The clear space on the right-hand side should give him ample ammunition to try and move it through. And again, all due respect to David Meadows, he might not be the fastest person off the line. He might surprise me, actually beat Millie Hart down to turn 1 and make me completely eat my words. But we'll wait and see. Millie Hart, though, I guess, as I mentioned, has won the Compact One Series category once so far this season. So far, apart from that, she's been consistently racking up 2nds and 3rds to hold on the points advantage. In fact, when she came into the weekend, it was a 52-point advantage over Simon Waterfall. And even though someone has been winning races ahead of her, Millie, I think, should still be in the points league, given the fact that he's even taken a handful of points off her per time. So she should still be finishing on the podium, so to speak. So she should still be leading, and that all that work in the early part of the season and the DNF early on has certainly come back to haunt him. But drop scores will come into play. That could be all crucial. Right, one more time. BMW's ready to go. Green flag waved. Revs start to rise. Remember, the Super Cup cars will go first. There are the lights. They will signal the start of their race when they go out, and a flag drop will signal the time for the compacts to launch off the line. The 1 Series do now leave the line, and it looked like a decent start, in fairness, there from the front row for David Meadows, but it will be from the outside line Millie Hart who leads. Here come the compacts. Conor Grady away a little bit slowly. Max Noble comes storming up the middle and will be at least 2nd heading into Copse Corner. Looks like Gareth Clayton will get across to defend the race lead at least, but Noble 2nd. Doble round the outside of everyone, though, carries loads of momentum through Copse Corner and might have the lead as we arrive down at Beckett's for the first time. He's cleared Grady, definitely, but we know that Grady had a slightly tardy start. Yes, he's cleared Clayton as well, so it's Doble that leads, but then locks them up into Beckett's. He's not going to make the corner. Slithers straight on. Clayton will go back through. Conor Grady might have gone through as well, except he got a helping hand there from Max Noble at the apex, and that lost him some speed on corner exit. So Claydon gets back to the lead, Doble second, Noble and Grady debating third. A very lively start within the Compact Cup ranks at the very least, and in the 1 Series, Millie Hart, I think, trying to make good her escape early doors.
But I think Simon Waterfall's already up to second place, because I didn't see him at the back of the field as Noble's going back up the inside of Grady for third in the compacts as they go through. This is now for second, third and fourth. So 8 my words in fact, and that's round gone Xavier Ross. Adam Tipler came on the scene and almost collected him. Another car involved, Stephen Somerville, so I suspect those two have come to blows at some point. Hart leads the way though. Stretton was second in the white BMW 83. His teammate looks to go around the outside of him, powers his way past over the curb and takes third position, because Hassan went through into second place. So Hassan is ahead of Waterfall at this point in time, but Millie Hart 2 seconds to the good now, and she was pace-wise pretty even with Aiden Hassan. So if Hassan can start frustrating Waterfall here in the early stages, he might well allow her to get away with a lead that, if he can't get in the mix too much, might seem a bit unassailable. This is back with the compacts and what happened earlier on. To go, and Zebios did it all by himself. He got very loose going into Brooklands, tagged Somerville, round he went, and Aaron Tipler hugely stood on the anchors and just about got around it. So ultimately, both of them get back underway again, but that was Xavier Ross getting a bit out of control and collecting the nearest car near him, kind of just out of just an unfortunate circumstance in that sense. Meanwhile, Simon Waterfall not having the easiest time getting around Aiden Hassan this time. Whilst we looked at that, back to the compacts, back down towards Brooklands on this second lap, and Claydon now in the lead under the pressure from Doble. Doble did get back to second place. He's held off both Grady and Max Noble as they come up through Luffield. There is Mike Doble having one of his better starts of the race, up in P5. So both Dobles up in the top 5 in the compact class, battling away with Adam Wright. And out through Luffield, through Woodcote they go once again. Noble trying to apply the pressure early to Conor Grady, but he might try and give him the push to get back towards the top 2 in the compacts, down towards Copse Corner again. He darts out to try and break the toe from Noble behind. But Claydon's got this one in sword. He wants to try and get his second win of the weekend after he won race 2. 1 Series at play here. This is now once again Waterfall down the outside to make a move on Hassan. Hassan shows in the edge of the road, and there's a little bit of touchy-feely between them, but they just about hold on to it, and they're now side by side. There's no side draft. No love lost either between these two down towards Brooklands, and Waterfall has the advantage, has the speed, has the position, and under brake should have the place down into a left-hander, arcing his way through. Hassan takes the wide line. That is now Waterfall into second place, but the question's got to be now, with 11.5 minutes to go. That's quite a lot of time in this sort of race for BMW. How quickly, if at all, is Waterfall going to catch Millie Hart? It's back to the compacts. It's a play between Doble and Conor Grady going back down the outside. Yep, Grady round the outside at Brooklands. We've seen this move a few times today. That gives him the inside line for Luffield, and Isaac Doble just can't quite close the gap, can't close the door. So Joe Doble. Keep getting these Dobles mixed up. There are far too many of them. Joe Doble will hold on to the outside line. Grady's still there, though, into Woodcote Corner. And this is all playing into the hands of Gareth Claydon, your race leader. Grady goes through. Doble slow. Yes, he's slowing. Joe Doble's slowing. There's a problem for Joe Doble. I thought that was a little bit too easy. And he's pulling over to the side of the road. So Joe Doble then, very odd there as he accelerated up through Woodcote Corner. And unfortunately, the car going slowly. He's limping around through Copse Corner. Clearly going to try and get the car back to the pit lane to be looked at by the team. Whether they can do anything about it in a 15-minute race, well, 11 minutes, less than 11 minutes left now, I don't know. But that is a big drama then for Joe Doble, the championship leader, remember, coming into the weekend in the Compact Cup. Might be about to notch up what I believe will be his first non-finish of the season. That would certainly, it would count as a drop score, of course. Yep. So in total scores, it might seem like a disaster, but in terms of drop scores in context, he might be able to get away with it just because his results haven't been too bad throughout the rest of the season. He's been hardly off the podium. In fact, he's even had 1 race he hasn't finished on the podium. No, 2 races, in fact, because you get 47 points for a second place and 45 for a third. So he's been off the podium a couple of times and scored very consistently and finished every single race he started. So pretty clean on that side, but he's going to try and keep going, at least salvage something. I wouldn't say he's back up to full speed, but at the same time he's not losing, I guess, any more ground to the cars around. So whatever the issue was appears to be temporary, or at least the pace is coming back towards that car now. So whatever it was, it seems to be quite intermittent. He's now watching Paul Mazel and Adam Wright go side by side, about to make it 3 abreast and take 2 for the price of 1 down towards Copse. I thought this was well there. Was that either the heat haze or was that Mike Doble's car ever so slightly maybe smoking a little bit, I thought, coming out the bottom of the car? We'll come back to that in a second, as Doble has done 2 places, so he passes both Mazel and Wright in 1 go. And they're still side by side behind him for position, down towards Beckett's in classic BMW Compact Cup fashion. Mazel holds his line, but Wright has the inside, tries to look for the switch back, and again Mazel thought about the undercut, and he might well get it. If Adam Wright was a little too wide, bounces over the runoff area on the exit on the tarmac. And now they're all chasing Joe Doble, who's now his next target is, of all people, his dad up in front.
Yeah, that'll be a fun little battle. I don't think Mike will make life too difficult for his championship-leading relative, but we'll see what happens when he gets there. Still side by side between these two, though. Marcel on the outside of Wright and tries to close the door, but Wright is still there, and then a big slide then for Ethan Woods, who will drift out wide. That hands Matt Kendall and Keith Towers a free position, and 2 places lost, I'm afraid, for the blue 777 cars. So very interesting run through Brooklands corner there. Meanwhile, back in the 1 Series, this is for the lead. Simon Waterfall then, who was the best part of 3 seconds behind Millie Hart at one point when he moved up into that 2nd position, is now right on her tail as we head through the right-hander at Beckett's down the Wellington Straight. And yeah, fastest lap of the race for Simon Waterfall last time by was 109.272. Nearly 2 seconds quicker than Millie Hart. So Simon Waterfall, in a class of his own. Millie's got it all wrong under pressure into Brooklands, though. Understeers wide over the exit curb, and Simon Waterfall will go through. And I'll tell you what, the pace that Simon's had this weekend over everyone, in particular over Millie Hart, is ominous. There are still 6 races to go after this one in the championship, and Simon Waterfall on dropped scores is right there with Millie Hart, and I think at this point has to look like the championship favourite.
Potentially. Encouragement from the pit wall as Martin Corker goes rallycross, and they have had rallycross at Port Silverstone, but not quite today. But he's trying to do his best impression of a world rallycross car. There goes Aaron Tipler, whose car is surviving. He's got it back on the road after it went off at Copse at the end of race 2. It only very slightly backed itself into the tyres, so I imagine the damage was minimal. And we come back towards our scrap for 3rd position between Max Noble and Mike Noble. It's been a while since we saw Mike Doble on a compact cup top 3 podium for a while. He's been up in and around it. He was sort of hovering around the top 5 or top 10. Into the pit lanes also come David Meadows in the 1 Series category, so further problems for David in his 1 Series. And there he is, look, with the rookie cross on the back, number 93. So shame for him. It's been a bit of a tough weekend for David, even though the front row start gave him a small little moment of glory. Hasn't really worked out the way he planned. Back towards Beckett's, Noble and Doble. Don't get those two confused as they come through Beckett's, and Joe's closing in again. So yeah, whatever the intermittent issue was, it must have been intermittent for Joe, because he's now back up to full speed. He's caught up to both Mike and also to Max Noble, and he's not going to catch the top 2 unless they really start heavily fighting. So the best he can really hope for here is 3rd place. But again, he might be thinking, he might be frustrated he can't get a victory because of that. But we said it so many times, and I'll say it again. If you're bored of me saying it, I don't care. It's the races you don't win that will win you the championship in the end. If you can maximise the score you can get in this situation and get past both Mike and Max, 3rd place is not the end of the world. And it will still, could potentially, those extra couple of points could be the difference if it comes down to the wire in the championship. If he can get himself a couple more points, it could be pretty crucial come the end of the year.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And it's not going to be a terrible result, I don't think, for Joe. As long as the car keeps running faultlessly for the remaining 6 or so minutes of the race, he should be on for, at the very worst, a top 5. And you'd have to say, odds on, it should be a podium, shouldn't it? What about the race win, though? That's still well and truly up for debate. Gareth Claydon and Conor Grady getting closer and closer together over recent laps. Claydon built a little bit of a cushion in the opening lap or so, but Conor Grady has reeled him in and is now well within the slipstream as they head down the Wellington Straight. From the distance was Chris Stretton's BMW 1 Series, but I don't think they're going to catch him in the immediate future. They head down into the braking zone at Brooklands. Grady just feinting to the inside. He knows that he's not close enough to make a move from there, but he just wants to be in Gareth Claydon's mirrors, in Gareth Claydon's mind, I suppose, just reminding him that he's there, and that if he were close enough, he would definitely be about to dive on the inside. Sometimes you can spook another driver into braking a bit later or turning in a bit too late, not going for the apex. But that, I don't think, is something that's going to work all that easily on someone like Gareth Claydon. He is a very feisty driver and he knows how to defend a race lead, and he will be so hungry to try and get a double race victory here today after the disappointment of yesterday. And so this is going to be a real battle for Conor if he's going to get back to the top step of the podium. Side by side behind that is Joe Doble, who's cleared Mike Doble, and is now going around the outside of Max Noble. Now, these are actually the top 2 in the championship, remember. Doble ahead of Noble, at least going into the weekend anyway, with Conor Grady getting closer and closer by the race. Joe, I don't think he's going to find it quite as easy to pass car number 23 as he did car number 65.
Yeah, because of course there's more at stake in that sense between the 2 of them, so it's going to be pretty tricky, but he's giving it a good go. He's trying to force his way to find a gap on the inside line. He's almost just about there. He might get a side draft on the run down towards Brooklands, which is where we find our leaders, with Gareth Claydon still holding off Conor Grady. No change there imminently by the looks of it, but down for third place. There's Joe Doble, who now has straight line speed again down the back straight. So again, that issue must have been, for some reason, intermittent. Lock up from Doble as he goes back down the inside to defend the place. He's not quite accepting enough yet to give that third place up, but Doble will go back to the inside. Goes right to the inside, and there's contact between the two championship leaders in the Compact Cup, and that was... Well, Doble looked for the move, and Doble didn't really want to give it up too much. I don't think he expected, none of us expected him to go that deep at the inside and towards left field corner. Doble gets through, but I'm not a clerk of the course, but are they going to see a bit of a dim view to that, do you think?
I'm glad I don't have to make the call, that's
Yes,
what I
neither
will
do I.
tell you. It was certainly robust, wasn't it? But there was a gap. The argument, I suppose, is whether it was a big enough gap and whether it was ever going to close. But anyway, Joe Doble will hope to just escape up now from Max Noble, so that doesn't really become an issue. They head down towards Beckett's corner. They're, what, some 7 seconds behind the leading 2 in class, so I agree. I think third is as good as it will get for Joe Doble. He's already starting to stretch the margin to Max Noble, who I think knew that he didn't have the pace, really, to defend for too long there, but would have hoped to have at least stayed in front for another corner or two. Further back, there's the 777 of Ethan Woods, and he's up behind Paul Mazel. Both of them have had their moments in this race. Keith Towers is the third car in that group. And they're trying their best to close in on Matt Kendall ahead, the white car, number 67. Onto the brakes at Brooklands, and a big lock up there for Woods. He's way wide into the left-hander. Keith Towers is going to nip up the inside. Will he complete that move, though, into Luffield corner? Yes, no, maybe. He's on the dirty side of the road now through the right-hander, and so it will be Ethan Woods who gets out of the corner ahead. Towers, though, with a much better exit, is back to the inside of Woodcote, so that wide line in gave him a nice tight exit from the corner. He's up alongside through Woodcote, and will have maybe his nose ahead at the line. Yes, he does, by, well, 100th of a second or so. But more importantly, he's got the inside line for Copse Corner and will slide through. So Keith Towers then up an extra position. And with only 2.25 minutes to go, these 15-minute races do go by quickly, don't they? This battle I don't think is over yet, actually, because Ethan Woods is back to the inside. Whoops, big spin and an odd place to spin on the exit of Woodcote Corner. That's the 41 of Tim Seaford. How on earth has he ended up there? You can see the tyre marks. He's lost it quite a long way after the exit of Luffield. You can see him reaching down to try and fire the car back up. It has stalled, and as documented, it's not always the easiest of things to do to get these cars fired back up again. And I don't think that car's going anywhere, is it? So Tim Seaford, I fear, might be out after not like a spectacular spin coming out of Luffield.
Yeah, he's looking down to try and find something to refire it, but nothing's coming to life, unfortunately, which is a shame. Back to the Compact Cup leaders who sweep past him. Down towards Copse Corner again. Conor Grady keeping him honest. The gap is about 0.2 of a second as they come in towards Copse once again with 1 minute and 20 to go on the clock. And they are about some 35 seconds behind Simon Waterfall, who will already be going towards starting the last lap of the race. Further, I'd imagine about Brooklands or Luffield, around that sort of point, I would suspect, as they come back towards Beckett's again. And Clayton's not under enough pressure to have to feel like he's having to go defensive or go on a different line, so Connor's just probably keeping his powder dry. Getting a replay, I think, of what happened to Tim Seaford and what happened, jump or push. He was pushed by the 77 of Martin Corkwell. That was just 2 cars, in my opinion, going for the same piece of tarmac and just coming together, and that was the end result. It looks like whatever happened has stalled or cut the engine, and Tim is struggling to try and refire it. And again, hot racing engine on a warm day, etc. It's so difficult to try and refire it. Now that might well be at the very least is covered yellow flags. It's rather frustrated Tim Seaford, thinking I was minding my own business, and then now I'm parked up at the side of the road with not much more to show for from the race.
He's angry with Corkwell, but to be fair, there was a third car involved there. That was
Aaron Tippler, I think.
Yeah, Tippler on the inside line, and I think maybe Seaford was watching where he was and maybe didn't realise quite how close he was to the outside line. I mean, there was definitely more room that could have been left by all 2 of them, really. Yeah, it wasn't quite as bad as it looked, perhaps. Checkered flag, meanwhile, awaits. Simon Waterfall is going to make it a hat-trick of race victories here at Silverstone in the Bromley Motorsport prepared car, which has run absolutely faultlessly all weekend long, and had to fight his way through from the back of the grid in this one, but made it look pretty easy in the end. It's a victory for Simon Waterfall, his 3rd of the weekend. Millie Hart will come home in second, and Aidan Hassan will be on the podium once again in third. Chris Stretton will be a slightly lonely fourth, and then we wait to see who wins in the Compact Cup. Here they come, look, Gareth Clayton ahead of Conor Grady as they turn into Brooklands. Conor Grady carries good speed in, looks for a tighter line, but all Clayton cared about there was making sure he had the inside for Luffield, because that's going to make it very difficult for Conor Grady to complete the pass. Conor takes the wide line in, cuts back to the late apex, does carry good momentum off the corner, but I don't think he's quite going to get there, or is he? He might just get an overlap, and if he does, the side draft could take effect. No, Gareth Clayton's just going to hang on, because I think there might have still been yellow flags out as a result of Tim Seaford's car, so it is going to be Gareth Clayton that hangs on to take the Compact Cup class win by a tenth of a second. Very close indeed between the two of them, but Gareth Clayton it is who gets the race victory. Fantastic racing there between the two of them. Conor threw everything at it, but just couldn't quite force the issue enough and make the move stick. So it is a win, a second win of the day for Gareth Clayton. And a third win of the weekend for Simon Waterfall, who claims the victory in the 1 Series Super Cup. Millie Hart second, Aidan Hassan third, and Christopher Stretton in fourth. Gareth Clayton, even fifth, was the winner of the Compact Cup class, with Conor Grady second and Joe Doble third, Max Noble fourth and Mike Doble in fifth position. The Masters class winner within the Compact Cup, then Adam Wright and Matt Kendall ahead of Paul Massell, Keith Towers and Stephen Somerville, who was a lap down from the overall winner, of course, at the end of the race. So too Ethan Woods, Aaron Tipler, Martin Corkwell and Javier Ross, with Tim Seaford a late non-finisher and David Meadows an early non-finisher. He retired to the pit lane just before half race distance. So that's it for the BMW Compact Cup and 1 Series Super Cup. They will next be out at Croft as part of the Ginetta Junior event up at Croft on the 6th and 7th of September. And they'll be back at Silverstone actually on the 11th and 12th of October for their finals weekend. The Brscc tends to hold 2 or 3 what we call finals weekends. One is normally at Alton Park, which is where the final Fun Cup event will be. Sadly, on the same weekend as the Formula Ford Festival. I can't be in 2 places at once. I'll be down at Brands Hatch watching on with interest to see what happens in the Fun Cup at Alton. But they will then also have a Silverstone finals event, which this year, what else is on at Silverstone that weekend? The Mazda MX-5 championships, so the Mark 1 Championship itself, the Clubman Championship and the Mark III Super Cup will be here. So will the CityCar Cup. The Mini Melias and Sevens will be here on the international circuit this is, along with the Demon Tweaks Audi TT Cup, the BMWs as I mentioned, and the MG Cockshoot Cup with modified Ford Series as well. So a busy weekend that will be at the end of the season on the international circuit. For now though, down to the national circuit pit lane. Scott Woodwist ready with our BMW class winners.
Once again, unsurprisingly, 2 very happy drivers down here, having won both the 1 Series and Compact Cup class in the 3rd BMW Super Cup race. We'll talk to one of them. He hasn't even got the car yet, which is Gareth Clayton, having a chat to one of his mechanics in that sense. We're getting to clamber out. We've got Simon Waterfall having a chat to the circuit comms in the mix. But let's bring him across here for a second to have a good chat. He's deep in conversations, Gareth, having a battle, but let's bring him across. Gareth, how are you? Congratulations. 3rd win of the season now. Yes. Finding your mojo with this car again now, are you?
Yeah, we struggled last year, so it's good to actually find it again and be comfortable with the car. The main thing is the car's predictable. I know what it's going to do, and that's what we lost last year. So, but yeah, it was a good fight. It was more of a controlled race for me. It was really high out there, so it was just trying to keep Conor behind. He had the pace, but as long as we keep him behind in the bits where he's fast, we can make up on the bits where we're fast.
I feel like it was a more straightforward race. It was just defending from Conor, and he had a couple of moments when he did try to make an attack, but you had it covered at every go.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it was so hot and greasy out there. It was more of a controlled race rather than actually going to the limit. I mean, don't get me wrong, if he passed me, then I'd have tried to up the tempo a little bit. But no, we've done what we needed to do and we bagged the points.
Just out of interest, of course, thinking about last year, the fact that you had struggled a little bit, what differences or what have you found with the car that's made you find the speed again, do you think?
It's so easy sometimes to go in one direction and you think you're getting faster. And I think we just carried on in a direction where we was making it worse, so we had to get back to our basics and then actually get comfortable with the car. I mean, it probably wasn't all the car, it was probably a bit of me as well, losing my confidence in the car. So, but yeah, we're back there now, so that's the main thing.
Missing your shades.
Around here somewhere, I think. So
you can put it back on because that was a great drive. Well done.
Thank you very much.
See you next time. Congratulations. Well, Mr. Waterfall. Now, we had a conversation right at the start of the weekend, and I said to you, how do you think you're going to go in qualifying? And he told me simply one word: pole. You did that. Now you've just gone on 1 or 3 races. I think that ranks almost certainly your best weekend in a race car ever, doesn't it?
Yeah, unfortunately we got disqualified from the second race for ride height, but look, from the back to the front then in that race, I'll take that every day of the week, you know. Team have done a fantastic job since we were at Snetterton, and yeah, I don't know whether I've never driven on this circuit before. I've driven the GP and the International, but never on the National, and something's just clicked this weekend. And we're going to Croft next, and I really like that.
Ominous statement there for that one. And in terms of that move when you got for Millie, obviously Millie's incredibly talented as well at all, but she made it relatively easy, not unintentionally, the fact that she seemed to just understeer wide into Brooklands and through you went, and it was kind of just from there, just controlling the race and doing what you did in the first 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously in this heat, tyres are massive, you know, thanks to all the marshals for everything they're doing in this amazing summer's day that we've got. But yeah, just like give a little bit of respite when the gap was there. Millie sort of caught back up, and then a bit back markers and things sort of came into play, and then that gave me the gap. So yeah, just thanks again to Bromley, Mechanics 347, Levitt Business Services, and Go Print and Eaton, because we wouldn't be here without them.
And just briefly also wait for the Club Sport cars to come to the grid as well. Of course, you're part of the 1 Series brigade that's come in for the season. You've come across from Mazdas and you're taking on these cars as one of the first pioneers. For anyone that's looking at these cars and thinking they look good, of course, you've been behind the wheel as well. Give them a bit of an insight as to what these cars are like to put together, to build, to run, and why they should come and join you on the grid.
I mean, it's a great kit from SW Motorsport, obviously supporting the club, you know, in a number of championships. And, you know, both our cars that we built were road cars at Christmas, so you know, 12 weeks or so, and they were sort of there. It's now took a further 6 months to sort of fine-tune things. Some of the electronics are quite interesting to drive around, you know, steering angle won't give you full power and that kind of stuff, but you know, it's a baby touring car.
Yeah, it looks the part, and of course as well, don't change Chris's car, because that's my unofficial whisper at favourite looking car on the grid. Listen, Simon, you've driven superbly all weekend, and you deserve it. Congratulations, and keeps you in the fight for the championship. Well done. Congratulations, good stuff. So that's BMW's done for the weekend, but the racing doesn't stop, and now we're going to go to our longest race of the weekend, which is the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. 40 cars on the grid also, 45 minutes, mandatory pit stops, 5 classes all the way through. This should be pretty fun. Lots of variety, lots of different machinery, and lots of unpredictability for this race. Cars are already heading their way towards the grid, so to take you through the runners and riders and who to expect and the grid, let's head back to Andy in the box for our 45-minute Club Sport Trophy race supported by SW Motorsports.
Yep, the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy will be heading out on track next. The big grid of cars, 40 cars, multiple drivers in most of them, and we'll try and update you on who's in the car at which point. It's not like Fun Cup where we get the drivers for each individual stint given to us ahead of time. This series, we don't know exactly who the start drivers were, but we'll do our best to try and update you on that. What I can tell you is that fastest in qualifying was Roman Grendel in the number 33 VW Scirocco R. Shane Kelly will be starting the 111 Morgan Plus 4 alongside him. 2 more different cars you couldn't really hope to see. Richard Clark's Mark 7 VW will be third alongside Adam Marshall's Golf GTI. Rory Pickles in an Audi TT is next, with Mike Parsons starting alongside him in the number 73 car. Then 196 is next. That's Nick Brady's Audi TT, and Alistair Lindsay in another Audi with him for company. Then Jason Pelosi and Chris Murphy share row number 5 with an all-German row, Audi and BMW. And then the Honda S2000 of Stephen Harrison ahead of another TT of Paul Savage. Then Chris Mayhew in the Renault Clio and Kevin Sterling are next. Then we have the first of our 2 driver cars, that's the 135, which is shared by Steve Glynn and Tom Kerridge. The Renault Clio, it's Steve Glynn we're hearing is the starting drivers. Thank you, Scott, for forwarding me a message with all of the start drivers. They will have alongside them the Christian Goodall number 96 car. Then Kieran Powers, BMW Z4, has the number 3 car. That's the Audi TT of Graham Price and Brian Rose alongside. Brian Rose doing the opening stint, we believe. Then number 82 is next, 19th on the grid for Steve Wood with Adam Schaefer alongside. Then come the Dukes in their BMW Z4, number 77. It is Joseph Duke who will start the car. And then the Novobilskis in the number 91. That is Richard Novobilski in for the opening stint. David Cox and Daniel Kennard are next on the next row of the grid ahead of Julian Daniel and Adam Radford. Julian Daniel's further back than he should be, is he not, Julian Daniel? Yes, Class A VW Golf, only qualifying 25th, so he's had some issues. Then Mark Jones and Martin Smith with Paul Mercer and Stephen Kelly in a Mazda MX-5 next. Then number 224, that is the BMW of Trevor Algar and Will Arif. It is Trevor Algar doing the first stint of the race alongside Craig Emerson on the 16th row of the grid. Then Jonathan Hobbs is next ahead of car number 34, appropriately starting in 34th place. That's the David Sheed and Malcolm Eidson Class A BMW. Another that's they're down in a Renault Clio. Actually, that's been a change of car since the entry list was published. Who's in that car first? Number 34, David Sheed. Then comes the Butterworth's car, number 97, Craig and Gary Butterworth, and it is Gary taking the first stint of the race. Stephen Watson, Tom Curtin are next, 38th on the grid for the number 905, which is the Gary Frankson, Daniel Sajadian Mazda MX-5. Daniel, I think it is, Gary, who is starting the race, and then number 21, Andrew Payne, will be starting the Citroen DS3. Andrew Payne will be sharing that number 21 car with Henry Swanson. And Andrew, who works for the Brscc, usually here in a racing capacity this weekend. Luke Sauch of the Brscc came walking into race admin earlier on, saw Andrew, walked up to him and said, "You are slow," and then walked away. Which I thought was it was a heartwarming interaction, I thought, between two very good friends and colleagues at the Brscc. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why I love working with the Brscc, because it is a club with a sense of humour, and honestly, the group of people who work in the Brscc to bring these race events and these championships to you are a very hard-working group of people, but a very, very nice group of people to spend time with, and why I've worked with the club on and off for 13 years or so now. So big thank you to them for continuing to bring us very entertaining race meetings such as this one.
Keep talking.
Yes,
keep talking.
They've also bred a couple of decent commentators as well, I suppose, in there.
Well, I was talking in general about the club.
I see. I thought you were angling for a compliment, Scott. I can retract that compliment.
Would I do that? No. Well, yes. Anyway, we've got 45 minutes of Club Sport Trophy to go. We've got almost 40 cars in the mix. It's proper, I call it old school club sport. It's never really left in many cases, but this should be a cracker. Lots of great cars in the mix, lots of variety. This one's going to be a belter, although Shane Kelly's Morgan's pulling off already, so drama from the start already.
Yes, Shane was supposed to be on the outside of the front row, so Roman Grendel will be by himself now in that very, very tasty-looking VW Scirocco. So he has the front row all to himself. It's a rolling start these days in Club Sport Trophy. Off the line they go then, and the race gets underway. Shane Kelly's car still going, but off the road and not at full pace as they descend 3 and 4 abreast upon Copse Corner. Is that Grendel going slowly? It is! Grendel's going slowly too, so both of the front row starters are in trouble really before the race even begins. Roman Grendel well off the pace. We're hearing that Shane Kelly's Morgan has got going again now, but the two favourites, if you like, certainly based upon the qualifying results, with it all to do now. I don't see Roman Grendel coming through Beckett yet. Has he made it that far? There he is. In fact, ironically, running right in front of Shane Kelly. So the two front row starters are probably outside of the top 30, but that VW, Scott, is still not up to speed.
It isn't. That's quite surprising, given that it probably wasn't up to fully temperature or just didn't get it going properly. There goes one of the clears, and that is, whoa, that's David Cox. No, it's not David Cox, 73, isn't it? Sorry, Mike Parson all over the grass on the inside of Brooklands, just in front of, I think that's Jason Pelosi, one of the handful of the Audi TTs. Of course, they were racing yesterday at Brands Hatch, so I imagine one or two have come up for a bit of extra days racing here at Silverstone, which is nice to see. So in the mix, we've got all sorts, got Honda Civics in there as well, of course, and Mazda MX-5s, Clios. There's the very unique Morgan just coming through. It's such a unique looking car. It's still very literally old school in that sense. That's where I got the word old school from, looking at the Morgan. But triple wide making its way through past the Mini Cooper. I think that's Christian Goodall's Mini, who's had a class win before. But at the front of the field, it's the two Golfs. It's Adam Marshall and Richard Clark up at the front of the field. And typically in club sport, if you want to do well, you typically kind of need a Volkswagen in any case. So you tend to get either a Golf or a Scirocco. Although I mentioned one car that was entered but didn't actually make it in the mix was out of the race early, which was or withdrew, which was sadly froze by the Moria. Two cars in the pits. One is Roman Grendel's pole-sitting Scirocco, and also in there too is Julian Daniel as well, who's in the red VW Golf, and he won the first race of the season only just at Brands Hatch, remember, in the wet in April. So that's a royal shame. He's usually a front runner as they come through. Change of lead. Clark has put the Mark 7 Golf into in front ahead of Marshall's ex-VW Cup car that he's been racing at least last year when it existed in the Evolution Trophy in the classic VW Cup ranks, but he's now more attuned to club sport these days. And in third and fourth, a pair of Audi TTs, which are usually up towards the front in this pack as well. Nick Brady ahead of Rory Pickles. And then Mike Parsons has held on to fifth despite that little escapade at Brooklands. And next we've got Jason Pelosi in another Audi TT in sixth, then Asda Lindsay in another Audi TT in seventh place. Stephen Harrison up to eighth in the S2000 though. That's a really good start from him in the top 10. Then Chris Murphy, I'm guessing, will be in a BMW. That's the same Chris Murphy that runs in, I was about to say, that runs in Supersport Endurance Cup. It's similar number, but he's got a different BMW, they'll have to check. And Kevin Sterling, who's the ex-Fiesta racer, I'm presuming will be in his Renault Clio out of the top 10.
Yep, so that's how things stand at the moment then. 42 and a quarter minutes to go in this 45-minute race. Scott did have a case of short-term memory loss, I think, earlier on when he claimed this was the longest race of the weekend. I think the drivers in the Fun Cup Championship might have something to say about that.
I think I meant the longest race of the
yes,
day,
yeah,
rather
figured,
than
but
the
you didn't think I was going to let you get away with that now.
Don't shout at me, Chris, please.
But certainly the longest race of the day, yes, and one of only two to incorporate pit stops, of course. We have that middle section of the race where all of the cars have to come into the pit lane, not necessarily to do anything. If you're a single driver entry, then you just sit there and let the minimum pit stop time tick down, have a drink, catch your breath, chat with the team or your family members who are here to support you, and then back underway you will go. But the two driver entries, that's where they'll conduct their driver changes. We've also got different classes to worry about in this. So Class A led at the moment by Richard Clark. The yellow backgrounded numbers on your timing tower are Class A. The pink ones are Class B. So Rory Pickles and Nick Brady are debating that class lead. The red background is Class C. Chris Murphy leading that at the moment in the BMW Z4. Then in Class D, sorry Scott, lean across you here to scroll down to page 2 of the timing screen. That's being led by the 35 car, which is Daniel Kennard. And in Class E, I believe I'm right in saying, just the one entry, yes, which is the currently Andrew Payne driven car. It's guaranteed a class win at least, as long as they can get to the end of the race, which is going to be their primary objective, I am sure. Roman Grendel, by the way, is back out on track but 2 laps down. We've got 2 cars running very wide there out of Beckett's. 107 was one of those. The Renault Clio just doing a bit of grass tracking. That's Stephen Watson. And there was a BMW just in front of him, right towards the back end of the field, but still pushing on in the early stages. Point I started to make is that Roman Grendel is back out on track now. I think he's been in the pit lane 2 laps down, but has at least managed to get back into the race. So fingers crossed they've solved the problem with the car. The issue is, though, that will not count as the mandatory pit stop, so any chances of a really good result, I think, unfortunately, pretty much gone.
Yeah, for those new to Club Sport Trophy, the pit stop rule is the pit window opens after 15 minutes. It's open for 15 minutes, closes at half an hour gone. You have to make a mandatory 2-minute pit stop, and the timer starts on that pit stop from the moment you cross the pit in line. So you come into the pit lane, go down towards your designated spot in the pit lane, stop, and then come back out again. And you must cross the pit out line with at least 2 minutes on the clock. If you're even literally 0.1 of a second under that time, you automatically get a 30-second penalty plus the time that you were short by. So even if it's 0.5 a second, it will still be a 30.5 second time penalty added to your race. And sometimes some teams can calculate it literally to the second. Others who might be inexperienced doing it for the first time probably don't realise that and just kind of just forget that moment and get out as quick as they can. So it adds in the variable at this point in time. Of course, it invites 2 driver entries on top of that, and that usually means we get a nice variety. The vast majority, say 2/3 of the field, do this race solo, but it does give the facility where it doesn't cost any extra to have a second driver, so you can share the drive if you wish to, but it of course makes it easier, maybe keeps the drivers fresh a little longer if you can't do full 45 minutes. Out has gone 191. That is the Mazda MX-5, unfortunately, of Stephen Kelly, I'm afraid. So that's his machine out of the race, being pushed behind the barriers. That's issues for the Class D car. his Mazda MX-5 Mark III. That gets pushed behind into the assembly area. And there's Roman Grendel's car, sadly, no longer taking part in this race. So despite taking pole position, it had glory of all, what was it, one corner, and then the car unfortunately had issues, come back into the pits, and whilst it's one of the best looking or nicest looking cars on the grid, I should say, to use my words, it's sadly going to take no further part and go forwards. And I rather presided Roman Grendel, trying to put a brave smile on things and say, look, well, that's road racing, that happens, and it's going forward. Meanwhile, Shane Kelly, speaking of going forwards, already back up to 8th after his little, whatever the issue was, intermittent problem that saw him drop back at the start. He's back up to 8th position, and looking at his lap times, if we look at where he is in the field, he has got the fastest lap of the race with a 1 minute 4.827, and he's lapping at least a tenth or so quicker than some of the cars in front. Well, okay, his last lap was a 1 minute 6.3, and there are cars going quicker. The only two cars going faster are Richard Clark's Audi VW leading the race overall, and Rory Pickles in the Audi TT in 3rd place. Everyone else is doing roughly around about the same sort of pace as Kelly, so we'll see what he can do to keep on picking up through the field. Next target's going to be ahead of him as the Lindsay in the 7th place Audi TT.
On the Civic, number 96 drops down into Beckett's, Christian Goodall, that is, and I think he was just making a move, actually. No, defending 16th place from David Cox. They run in different classes, but they are absolutely together on track as they head down the Wellington Straight. The Golf seemingly quicker in a straight line, but the Civic may be a little bit more nimble through the corners. This looks tasty as well, doesn't it? 3 wide. Audi TT sandwich. The BMW Z4s are the bread on either side, and right round the outside goes one of them. Where did it go? There it is. Still there. That's the number 91 car. Is that the Novobilski's, isn't it? Richard Novobilski in the 91. Who I think might gain a couple of places out of all of that. Big slide as well further up the road. This is the joy of Club Sport Trophy racing, though. You get such great variety. It's been a weekend pretty much dominated by one-make racing, this, so to have this amount of variety out there is a nice change of pace, and it's the difference in pace between different cars. Some are quick in a straight line, some are better through the corners. You look at the Silverstone National Circuit and you think, well, it's a power track, surely. But actually, it's about keeping that speed up through the corners. How agile a car is, how much grip it's got, makes a big, big difference.
That's very true. And also, one thing to keep point out is that, yes, Class A is the top class, but it's never guaranteed. Yes, the fastest Class A cars will be at the front. But you look at the top 10, we've got, looks like that's, what's that, 5 Class B cars and a Class C machine. So that means that if you've got a car that's lower in the class, it doesn't mean you're guaranteed to be finishing behind all the cars that will be above you in class. You can get them in amongst it. And clever strategy can and has worked really well. If you can get a really good race and even take advantage of a safety car too, it can certainly work. There goes Rory Pickles demoting Adam Marshall second overall, doesn't lose him second in class because Rory Pickles still leads Class B at this point in his Audi TT, but he's taken the runner-up spot outright in the race now with a good bit of pace in his Audi TT, which I'm absolutely 100% certain is TT Cup spec. Looking at it, I've recognised that any day of the week. Onto the back straight, and there, look in the foreground, the next car ahead of him is Richard Clark. It's 3.9 seconds. Now the gap at the end of it, in terms of lap time pace, you couldn't get it much equal between the top two. It was 1 minute 6.135 for Clark, 1 minute 6.134 for Marshall, and the pair of them were beaten by 105.837 for Rory Pickles. Beating all of them is Morgan Kelly, who's just pumped in a 1 minute 4.7. So he's absolutely flying along in the Morgan, and he should be on the tail. In fact, he was across the line. Jason Pelosi to take 7th place from that one because he's passed out to Lindsay on the last lap. The next Audi is in his sights and not far ahead up the road. In fact, we see on the screen here, has he got past him? Yes, he has, and he's also got past Mike Parsons as well. So up is the top 5 and powering along. Shane Kelly, who's raced what, Formula 3 cars and primaries and all sorts, now working with the University of Wolverhampton, I want to say. I think it's all something along those lines. If I've got it wrong, I apologise. But still, it's a university-run car, and his expertise and speed is well versed. And that Morgan, a really sorted well machine, and we're welcome to have it in Club Sport. I like the unique cars that turn up in this championship. Yes, it's good to have the Golfs and the Civics and the TTs and the Clios and everything else. It's great to have them. But when someone turns up with something a bit unconventional that you don't expect, like a Morgan, or slightly unconventional, the S2000 or something else. Remember, I can't remember his name, but there was somebody who turned up in all cars, a Caterham 21, if you can believe that. That was the sort of outside the sevens, the kind of more unique kind of conventional sports car that Caterham built in the early 1990s. When that car turned out, it was great because it was so unique, and so it invites, as long as the car fits within the regulations and the power to weight ratio band, particularly on the class that you're in a way, within reason, it's kind of run what you bring and bring what you like.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Morgan has become a regular feature now on this grid, which is really nice to see. Shane Kelly pedalling it well. I suppose would have been feeling that this was one of the better tracks for the Morgan. It handles well, don't get me wrong, for a car you wouldn't necessarily expect to handle so well, but it's the power, isn't it? The grunt and go nature of it that really should make it excel here at Silverstone. He's into 4th place now at the expense of Nick Brady, and he's now about 4 seconds or so behind Adam Marshall in 3rd. He's crucially taking 1.5 seconds or more per lap out of Richard Clark, the race leader, so the rate that he is charging through here, I think he is going to get to the lead before too much longer, maybe even before we get to the pit stops, although we are nearly 15 minutes into the race, so we're getting in towards that middle 15 minutes where pit stops will occur. And we'll see who the first to blink is. Wonder what that issue was for Shane at the start of the race. Well, he's soaring at the wheel there. You could see him through the back window, really working the wheel through the left-hander at Brooklands. But in a way, I hope he ends up winning his class here, because then we'll have an opportunity to ask him exactly what the drama was at the start of the race. So 94, the next car that he is chasing, which is Adam Marshall. Comes across the line 2.6 seconds back from Marshall, so Adam in the number 94 car, the one that he's chasing, BMW Golf GTI. I think by the end of the lap he should be there with him.
So powering along in the Morgan, and now into 4th place. As you said, Adam Marshall is, of course, next up the road. Came Cup was 2.6 seconds was the gap between them, and we are only a couple of minutes away from the pit window opening, which means we'll see a few early pit callers, but some will decide to make their stop later in the race if they want to either gamble with position to kind of be a little bit longer in the tooth in that stint, or if they want to come in earlier. Particularly some of the 2-driver stints, if they've got a driver that they feel is quicker in the second half of the race, or they've started the quicker driver, they'll probably leave them out for the vast majority of the stint. I think, if I'm also right in saying as well with pit stops, is that so long as you're in the pit lane before the pit window closes, you're okay to pit. So that's, I don't know, cross the line with 5 seconds to go. You can be making your pit stop when the pit window closes, but you can't come in when it closes, of course, because apart from that you'll get a penalty essentially for having an out of sequence pit stop out of the pit stop window. You can get penalised for that, and a couple of teams have done that in the past. Again, it's like Fun Cup with their stints. It's rare it happens. When it does, it's incredibly unique, and you almost know about it, considering that it's something that you really don't see very often in that sense. Battle going on here. This is David Cox, who has got the Audi TT. There's another TT Cup spec car in the mix. That's car number 3, which is the Price and Rose Audi TT going through. And also in there's the Honda Civic trying to get around the outside as well from the 96, which is the 96 of Goodall. It's Christian Goodall. That's, I think it was a different driver I was looking at. It was the Mini Cooper who's won the first race in class at Brands Hatch's class. And well, the TT is, I don't know if it took a bump or not, but it's now, its front bonnet is trying to disappear. I think it's either a catch that's gone wrong, or it's had a bump somewhere that we didn't spot, and it's now sort of flapping around. And you have to be careful with that, because unless he gets a black and orange flag for that, if the pressure builds up too much, it can force the bonnet up and straight into the windscreen, smash it, and then that's your race really done.
Yeah, he just needs to hang on really till the end of this lap though, because then the pit window will be open, so he can come in and sort it then. So I suppose he can still pit at the earliest opportunity and get it sorted without actually hampering his race too much, provided the team are ready with some tank tape, because that will need quite a bit of tape, I think, to keep it in place. Behind them, 77 and 64 are side by side. 77, I think, is going to end up not quite taking the place here. That's the Duke's BMW Z4. 64 ahead. He is a late entry, I think. 64 wasn't on the entry list that I was given beforehand.
I think I'm going to guess possibly Adam Chafer, I was going to guess.
Yes, I think you're right.
Assuming he's on the grid sheet in terms of 64.
I read that name out, definitely. The trouble is there's so many of them to search through. Talk amongst yourselves, everyone. We'll figure this out in a moment. 64... No, I can't see a 64 on that grid. Maybe that's not the right number, maybe.
Just read it wrong. We'll come back to that.
Yes.
I'll have a couple of timing screens if I can find... Yeah, yes, there we go. Adam Chaffee's 21st position in the Peugeot 206. So
right.
Inset, one of our first pit callers, it's the Butterworths. They're good to see the Butterworths back, because they haven't been on the grid for a while. It's Craig and Gary Butterworth. They're in a red clear, but not the one that you know if you've watched the Clubsport Trophy races before. It's a brand new Clio for them. They've been testing it recently. They're giving it its race debut here in Clubsport Trophy. Good to have them back and making their first proper pit stop in that car. As we see Chafer trying to defend, he's now being assaulted by the phalanx of BMW Z4s on this grid, as they always tend to have. And I've said it before, as Christian Goodall goes up the inside of David Cox for position, I love the fact we've got the BMWs here. They've kind of migrated a bit from what was an old series, as far as I'm aware. It was, oh, that's gone round, scattering everywhere, and it was the MX-5 that's gone around of, well, it says Mitzi on the back. It's 905 that's gone around. That's the MX-5 of Frankson's and Sajanian. And 905 gets going again, and without too much of an issue. In the pit, I think that's possibly, I think David Cox has come in, and so too is one of the BMW Z4s as well. There's a couple of pit callers. So the first few pit stoppers, and the Morgan's also in as well. So Cox is in. We've got, might be Kieran Power, I think, came in. Adam Marshall's also in as well. So that's cars that are in 3rd and 5th position in this race are in for their early stops. So Shane wants to get his pit stop done quickly. Comes, hits his marks, and yes, it was correct with the University. Thankfully, the University of Wolverhampton Racing. He's worked with us for so long. I think with the F3 Cup days, the Praga days, and Brit Car days he's done. So he really has been kind of a head figure in that project for UWR. Good to see the club there. Still supporting club sport and brings something unique. Again, as we talked about Morgan, it brings a different element to it. And of course, I'm sure Morgan appreciates the fact that there's one of their cars racing at club level as well, which is quite nice to see. It's a pretty simple pit stop. The driver changes off fuel usually in pit stop. It's just a pit stop calculate. You come to the hole, so the driver sits down, a bit of a break, and there's your lap time between where you are and quick wipe of the windscreen, wipe of the mirrors, take a big drink, just get yourself ready and wait for the timer. Some of the teams do definitely practice these in the qualifying session to make sure they get this right. And we try and nail the 2-minute mark as much as they can. Okay, this car, just listening to the instructions of the mechanics. And waiting for that to go, so we go back to track action with 196. That's Nick Brady in 3rd place overall. 2nd in Class B. He is 9 seconds off his fellow Audi racer and class leader Rory Pickles. 7.8 is the gap between Clark and Pickles out in front. And it's kind of other classes that we should probably check into as well. Definitely 721 is the BMW Z4, which is Chris Murphy. I wonder if it is the same Chris Murphy that does Supersport, because his number is 721 in Club Sport and in Supersport, and he runs a BMW M3. He would have been racing yesterday at Brands Hatch, because that was their round that today. So that's that one. Class D lead. We know the Class A leader is Richard Clark, he's out in front. Pickles leads Class B. Class D lead is the number 35 BMW, which is Daniel Kennard, and not sure what BMW it is, but he's leading the class. In Class E, well, there is only one car in Class E, and it's Andrew Payne in the Citroën DS3 Cup car. We should talk about that a little bit, because it's still that DS3 Cup car, which is in the new production cup, sponsored by Fixer Wheel, and getting a bit of extra track time to showcase the car as well. It's been a decent success so far, with a few cars out on track in the first few rounds, and just sort of driving it in a bit more of a publicity way to get a few more eyes on it and to gain some interest to see, for people to find out what it is.
Yeah, we'll have to try and pick that car out, I think, if we see it. We did briefly catch a glimpse of it earlier on. It's a good-looking car, actually, and that's a concept that hopefully, once it catches on, should prove to be quite popular. I think it would be a category that would provide good racing, definitely, and that's what we're all for here at Brscc. So cars filtering in and out of pit lane then. They will continue to do this for another 10 minutes or so as the pit window is open. Shane Kelly back out there on track now, had made it as high as 3rd when he pitted, so in theory, as long as nothing goes wrong for him between now and Richard Clark pitting, and as long as the pit stop went to plan, you would expect that Morgan to end up in the lead, really, the pace that it had by the end of the pit window. But the damage there is to the front of the Sheed and Eidson Renault Clio. We're very much more used to seeing them at the wheel of a red BMW, aren't we? But the David Sheed driven car at the moment, Renault Clio, with maybe that front bumper just hanging a bit loose on the left-hand side of the car, which won't be helping the aerodynamics particularly. Been overtaken there by 54, which was the Honda S2000, and more pit activity. And it's the Pickles Audi, I think, isn't it, which the Rory Pickles car started on the outside of road number 3. For the driver, chat with team member, and you can see that car with a Supersport Endurance Cup logo on the side of it as well. Lots of these cars are eligible for both Supersport and Club Sport races. Leading two are in now, so Rory Pickles we mentioned, and Richard Clark. They'd inherited the top 2 positions before they dived for the pit lane. You see Shane Kelly there shown down in 24th place at the moment, but we know he's going to filter out somewhere near the front when all is said and done. Nick Brady it should be, who now takes the lead. In fact, he has just taken the lead in the 196 car. So Nick Brady started 8th on the grid in his Audi TT. And Mike Parsons goes to 2nd in the number 73 VW Golf. One of the Golfs here in the pit lane. And the noise you can hear, the racket you can hear in the background is teams blowing cold air into the radiators of the cars. It's a very warm day today, and 45 minutes of continuous running is pretty tough on the engines. So anything they can do to try and cool them down, that is what they will do. Jason Pelosi in now as well, Audi TT Cup racer, and driving the number 7 car at the moment. There is Shane Kelly. So we're going to continue to see Shane rise up the order then as others pit, but intrigued to see just how far up he is when all is said and done with the pit stops. As I said, the pace that he has, you would expect him to end up in the lead, or at least close to it. He was within 6 or 7 seconds or so of the lead, I think, when he pitted. Also interesting that he came in so early in the pit window. You'd have thought, as a single car driver, he'd come in maybe just somewhere around the middle. There is the Citroen, Scott. You just pointed it out. I don't know whether they pitted yet, whether it's still Andrew Payne in the car, but it's running well.
They have, yes.
They have
So it should be Henry Swanson.
Henry Swanson now in it, yeah.
Just fresh off the back of racing that car last weekend at Cadwell Park in the Production Cup. So good to see that he's getting another crack at the wheel with Andrew Payne, who is the coordinator for the Fixed Wheel Production Cup and DS3 Cup, so driving the car from his own series. Good to see that he's getting a lot of time in that one. If the pit lane comes from Clio's, some Mayhew on the sides, that will be Mayhew, who's coming in from that one. Chris Mayhew, number 56, in the Finn Sport Renault Clio, so he's in for the pit stop. He is in Class C, so he's now making his pit stop. Stephen Harrison in the S2000, he's the highest placed car yet to make a pit stop, as on here. Here he is, in fact, just as my magic, if someone's listening. So he's in. Still to make a pit stop, yes, in the top 3. So Brady, Parsons and Lindsay yet to make a stop. Also, so is Chris Murphy. Paul Savage hasn't pitted yet in the TT. Neither is Kevin Sterling, and neither is Kevin Power, and also Mayhew is pitting as well. And Goodall hasn't either. So the highest placed car that has made a pit stop, at least that's on track at the moment. Well, Jones is in as well. So the highest placed car that's on the track that's made a pit stop at the moment is Jason Pelosi's Audi TT, because that's showing us 13th place, whereas Kelly's car 17th. Remember, he pitted quite early, so he was a bit further down the order than usual. Here, watching a few more cars stopping. There is Nick Brady, he's in, and also the top 3 are all in as well. So they're clearly listening to us. It's Brady, for once. Mike Parsons and Aston Lindsay are all in for their mandatory stops now. And it's towards the end of the pit window. It's about just over 5 minutes left until it closes. So they're kind of choosing roughly around about halfway through the race to make that stop. And some do find splitting the race into 2 parts. That's the optimal strategy to get that done. Shane Kelly, meanwhile, doesn't have to worry about a pit stop anymore. He's gone past both. It looks like that's 7.41, I think. Is that a 7.21? He's gone past Sterling, and he's also gone past another BMW as well. That was 7.41, I think it was.
Or 7.21, Chris Murphy.
I was about to say that, but no, 7.21, because Paul Savage has moved up a little bit as well, so he's a few more positions gained. There is Rory Pickles. He's putting a lap on the 41 BMW Z4. Which is further down the order. That is 41 of Paul Mercer, Class D. It's a different class for that BMW Z4. So just under 5 minutes to go. Diving in goes that BMW Z4 that was in there. Might have been Kieran Power, actually, I guess. It's possibly because it's maybe 2-4 in there. So is it Kieran Power not coming across the pit lane? Yes, it is. So it was Kieran Power. So that's was actually 2 places made up, I think, for Shane Kelly. So he's now been to 9th place in the standings.
Yes, but crucially, I think I'm right in saying he's ahead. Everyone ahead of him is either in the pit lane or yet to pit, I think I'm right in saying. So I think he is the net race leader, having got ahead of this man, Rory Pickles, in the recent past. The gap between the two of them, well, not that sizable. In fact, don't really need to look at the timing screen. It's a couple of seconds he is ahead of the Audi, but we know both of them have pitted, so that was, I think I'm right in saying, really, the battle for the race lead at the time. They're not showing us the race leaders yet, because there are others who, as I said, are either in the pits now or will be coming in the next couple of minutes. So Rory Pickles, who started 6th on the grid. Doing well, though, to be running in what I think might be a net 2nd place right now. Exits Luffield corner. Renault Clio diving for the pits. What was the number on that one, Scott?
I think that was Kevin Sterling's car in 3rd place. He's pitting in. So the 72-1 of Chris Murphy, who gets a moment of glory out in front of the BMW, yet to make that stop, and he's choosing to do so quite late. Paul Savage is also in as well in the 124 Audi TT. So I think you're absolutely right. Shane Kelly is the best of the cars that has pitted. I think now the timing screen has reset itself and more pit stops are coming in. Shane Kelly is effectively in the net race lead now, which has been quite a good run. And I think you'd expect that given that he was on the front row of the grid. Of course, he did have to drop back after he had that very strange temporary issue of the car when it happened before. But now he comes up through, not here on the screen, this is Christian Goodall's Civic being chased by the 41 of Chris Mercer's BMW, Paul Mercer's BMW Z4. 3 minutes to go until the pit winner closes. It's Jonathan Hobbs there as well. He was a class winner at Brands Hatch in his potent little Peugeot 106 Rally, another slightly unique car that you don't often see in club racing these days. Here the VTEC singing away on the rev limiter for on the downshift for Christian Goodall's Civic Tyre car. Gaggle of cars a few seconds back from these two as they come through left field and back through Wiltshire once again. Hobbs, there's the Cox, there's the Pure Track Renault Clio. They've had a busy weekend this one. They've been racing the Supersport Endurance Cup yesterday. Hot-footed it over here to Racing Club Sport. So Sarah and Matt Dennis and co have had plenty of mileage of getting both Brands Hatch and Silverstone, both travelling and also on track. 2 hours of Supersport Endurance and 45 minutes of Club Sport. They're gluttons for punishment, but certainly they love it. And there, they're duelling on track, at least for track position, with Richard Clark's Mark 7 Golf, and it's been entered by Finsport as well. As he makes his way through. Pit window closes and the last pit stops go through, we get a proper shakeout of where the order is, although I'm pretty certain that Shane Kelly, once Murphy pits, is going to be in that prime position to take the victory and the lead, so we'll see how that one plays out.
Indeed so. It's nearly at the end of the pit window now, so anyone who hasn't come in yet will need to do so in the relatively near future. I say that more trickling in. In fact, Chris Murphy won. So Chris Murphy, the race leader, is in, and that will promote eventually Shane Kelly back to 1st position. Close moment there down into the left-hander at Brooklands. That was Stephen Watson's Renault Clio, which didn't quite know whether it could turn in or not. There is Chris Murphy, race leader then, as he was. Unlikely to be after this pit cycle is done, because Shane Kelly, we know, is certainly going to end up. In fact, there he is. Look at Beckett's corner. Well, he's a fair bit behind, but he's not 2 minutes behind, is he? Which we know is the length of the minimum length of the pit stop. So Shane Kelly, in about half a lap's time, will be reinstated as the race leader. And yeah, going to be interested to hear when he chats to you after the race, Scott, whether he's whether he knows what the issue was at the beginning of the race. It was a very odd situation, really, when the car pulled over to the side of the road. It's almost as if he was deliberately sort of setting himself a bit of a last to first challenge. I'm sure he wasn't, but yeah, hopefully we'll find out afterwards what the issue was.
I was giving the excuse, oh, my arm knocked a switch in the car and I couldn't turn it on for 30 seconds, but whatever it was either very temporary or something that he might, again, it might have been something that he knocked as he was trying to get himself ready and then flipped the switch or something and something cut out, so he quickly reset it and there it went. But the Morgan, touch wood, is running pretty much like clockwork as he puts a move on, a lap on Kevin Sterling's Renault Clio. Now that Murphy has pitted, that while the timing screen doesn't reflect that yet, Shane Kelly has indeed taken the lead of the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race here at Silverstone. Pit window is officially closed, and very quickly have a look and see to make sure no one has not made a pit stop yet. No, everyone has made their pit stop for 5 seats. That's all good. The only thing that's left now is, has anyone transgressed by doing a sub 2 minute pit stop? And of course, that doesn't come to usually much later in the race when they've assessed the pit stop times and seen who's done what from pit in to pit out. And sometimes that takes a few minutes to work out once pit stops go through, as Rory Pickles throws the Audi TT through Luffield, like a rather bemused number 24 BMW. That is Kieran Power in the BMW Z4 for Class B. Across the line they come. So now it's purely about out-and-out racing. Now the pit stops are done. We'll see the order shake out here to see exactly who is where. As we mentioned, Shane Kelly has a 7.5 second lead over Rory Pickles here. This Audi TT. Chris Murphy's holding on to 3rd at the moment. Has he crossed the line yet? If he hasn't, to work out. No, he hasn't yet. There hasn't come crew just yet to see where he is. So he might be with Nick Brady. He's up to third. We've got TTs at play here. We've got Paul Savage in 1-2-4. And he's being chased after by Rory Pickles, second in the race. Chris Murphy dropping down to fifth. Nick Brady's gone up to third. Richard Clark's up to fourth. Mike Parsons up to fifth in the Golf. Sixth is Jason Pelosi in the Audis. He's fourth in that category. We should also again acknowledge class leaders as well, because as mentioned, Class A is Shane Kelly. Class B is Rory Pickles. Class C is Chris Murphy in that BMW, who led very briefly. Class D leader is Kennard in his BMW. And then Class C, as we know, there's only one car in that field, and it is Henry Swanson who's taken over from Andrew Payne.
Yes, down in 37th place, but still running that car, and as I said, in a class of its own, which is a bit of a shame. Nothing to sort of gauge it against. Where are the closest of the battles then? I suppose that's what we inevitably start looking for. Well, it's a 9-second margin between Shane Kelly and Rory Pickles at the front of the field. Pickles in turn then has this fairly healthy advantage over Nick Brady, and that's more significant because they're both running in the same class, aren't they, in Class B? But it's a big margin between Rory and Nick in the pair of Audi TT Cup Racing Spec cars. Richard Clark and Mike Parsons, meanwhile, well, in fact, they've just swapped around. So Mike Parsons has just taken the lead of the class, actually. We call the end of that, I think, the white and blue VW Golf there, centre of screen. And Richard Clark, number 66, was the next car behind. They were fighting for fourth place, second in Class A. And Mike Parsons has managed to come through. Parsons seems to have lost some ground since before the pit stops, I would argue. But anyway, and in fact, Jason Pelosi is there as well now. Looks like Pelosi has also got past Richard Clark and is now going to try and take fourth place away from Mike Parsons. So Clark fading a little bit on this lap in the 66. And that is the... it's not one of the VW Golfs, isn't it? Which has lost a little bit of ground on this particular lap. So through Luffield corner then, Pelosi looking to the outside of it's the number 15 car of David Cox. His VW Golf. Not in the same lap, not for position that particular battle, but Alistair Lindsay is for position against Jason Pelosi. So he and Pelosi fighting for third in class. They've both gone past Richard Clark, and Adam Marshall has as well. We lost Richard Clark, number 66. Oh, he's in the pit lane. He's in the pit lane. So problem for Richard. And I thought he was losing quite a lot of time all at once there, and that was indeed the case. So Richard Clark then, number 66, in. Now, is this a penalty or is this an issue? I suspect maybe the latter, because of the lack of pace that he was showing on track just before that. So down the Wellington Straight, the two Audi TTs you can see in shot there. They are fighting for a class podium. And a couple of cars from different classes in between them. So some good little scraps to play out still in the final part of the race. There is Jason Pelosi. And Alistair Lindsay trying the outside line through Luffield corner. Not a huge amount of grip out there though. And, has to wait then until he can get on the power on the exit of the turn. Not a lot to choose between these two cars in straight lines. I mean, in fact, if anything, Golf is quicker. The number 15 car of David Cox. Devanti sponsored machine, Devanti tyres. The Audi over the curbs, both on the way into the corner and the way out of the corner, carries the speed down the straight, but then the Golf has the legs in a straight line. This is a bit frustrating for Jason Pelosi because this isn't for position. Now he goes through, but of course he's got Alistair Lindsay closing in behind him in the number 6 Audi, so he needed to try and get that move made quickly, which he did. It was a touch wide over the exit curb, but does manage to go through. Sorry, Lindsay that was, excuse me. Pelosi there, a bit further up the road in the black and white number 7. So Jason Pelosi is not under any immediate threat. Colin, the pit lane one, that'll be the yes, the car that just pitted that I mentioned, 66 Richard Clark. And had been running inside the top half dozen or so at that point, but mechanical issues taking him out as well. But a few that have fallen by the wayside in this race, but with 9.25 minutes, just less than that to go. Shane Kelly is not one of them, thankfully. Shane Kelly continues to lead comfortably. And Rory Pickles 10.8 seconds behind Nick Brady there, and a further 27 seconds behind him. So Brady It's not even close, really, is it, for the Class B lead battle between the two Audi TTs. Quite rare, actually, to have that level of separation at the front of a Club Sport Trophy race, but there are a handful of Club Sport drivers, regular front-running Club Sport drivers, not here this weekend. So, and of course, a couple that we lost early doors as well. So, perhaps explains a little bit the very significant lead margin that Shane Kelly's been able to pull out. There's the 73 car, VW Golf, turning into Brooklands, Mike Parsons. And, Mike Parsons will be the next target for Jason Pelosi. This is for 4th position. Pelosi really flying at this stage of the race, isn't he? Jason started 10th on the grid and was running only a position or two higher than that, I think, at the time of the pit stop. So it's really since that pit stop cycle where things have started to improve. Now, first of the penalties is coming through, and it is a 54-second time penalty for car number 32. That's Mark Jones's Misty Racing car, the Honda Civic Type R. And we've also had number 3 into the pit lane there, which is the Graham Price and Brian Rose Audi TT. Whether to serve a penalty or because of mechanical issues, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, we may well see a few more cars being handed time penalties. In fact, yes, car number 21 has been handed a 51-second penalty, and that, I'm afraid, is Andrew Payne and Henry Swanson's Citroen DS3. It won't cost them the class win because, as we've said, there's no one else in their class, but an issue in the pit stops. They were a little bit too short, and they are will be punished accordingly for that, so they will have an extra chunk of time added on at the end of the race. So Pelosi charges on. Mike Parsons, actually, now that Pelosi's started to catch him, Parsons has upped the pace ever so slightly. The gap between the two of them just about 1.3 seconds. But crucially, Pelosi not being caught by Alistair Lindsay, who is in the same class as him, would be for 3rd place in the class. Rory Pickles leading in Class B, will be in 2nd place overall, which is where you find the Audi TTs in Class B. There is the number 21 car that's been handed this pit stop penalty. No longer Andrew Payne in the car. He'll be watching on, I'm sure, from the pit lane. But, 73 Mike Parsons then continues to keep Jason Pelosi at arm's length for the time being. And that's the Graham Price and Brian Rose car that came in. What are they looking at on that one? On its up. What are they looking at exactly? Not a huge amount. Hard to tell, but they're not looking likely to get that car going again, I don't think, in the next 6 minutes, which is all that's left of this SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race. Shane Kelly making things look very easy out in front, considering he was down to about 30th place at one point, though. It's been a particularly straightforward drive for Shane in the Morgan. Touch wood, things running pretty faultlessly for that car at the moment, but it will be, if we throw the checkered flag now anyway, it would be 1 Class A car and 2 Class B cars filling out those podium places. Not sure, Scott, but I presume you will be greeted by class winners. We'll get to that in a moment. 152 is off, which is Tom Curtin in what looks suspiciously like a Hills Motorsport liveried Mark III Mazda MX-5.
It is.
Yep, thought so. And it's not exactly looking that rapid as it comes back onto the circuit, is it? So I don't know whether he's fighting some sort of an issue there. See whether he bails for the pit lane.
Still no change in car feed with 5 minutes to go. Still Shane Kennedy in Class A. Still Class B for Rory Pickles in 2nd place overall. Chris Murphy still leads Class C. Class D has still the number 35 BMW Daniel Kennett for Algar Racing. And then it's the number 21 Payne Swanson car that has that penalty. Do you know what? Credit where credit's due, unless there's more to come in. Only 2 cars with pit stop penalties out of a, what's that, a 39 car field. That's not bad. I'm actually quite impressed with that. That's quite impressive, good stuff on that side of things. So, 4 minutes to go in this race, and it looks as though Shane Kelly is on course to pick up a victory in this race for the Morgan. And that'll be just reward for the University of Wolverhampton Racing Squad for putting together a fine machine once again. And it has always been a contender. I remember all the way back at Brands Hatch in April when that car was scrapping with Julian Daniel and chasing it down. And just missed out on the victory, but it was really charging along, and that was in wet conditions. So in the dry or the wet, the Morgan is quite a suitable little sports car, which can get up there and score some good results. Cars in the mix. There goes Jason Pelosi and his Audi TT Cup Spec Mark II. Past one of the many Renault Clios in the field. There goes Mike Parsons, 4th place, 2nd in Class A. Powering his way through Copse Corner, 3.5 minutes to go. A couple of cars in front, one of which is Christian Goodall's Honda Civic Type R EP3. Quite a shape EP3. He's used quite a lot in club racing. As Parsons wheels his way out of Beckett's in the Class A Golf, down the back straight for Wellington. We'll go past the Adrian Flux Bridge. It's been a pretty straightforward Club Sport Trophy race. There hasn't been too many wheel-to-wheel battles. There's been a handful, but in many cases it's been a very straightforward Club Sport Trophy race. Not that that's a bad thing. It hasn't been a boring race, I'd say. It's been one of those races where there's always been a bit of intrigue and back gaps have gone back and forth, and usually the pit stops sequence of drivers when they come in is where you get some of the intrigue. One of those more strategic races rather than out-and-out fights on track. Mike Parsons goes through. There's your race leader, Shane Kelly. Someone kicks up the dust in the background, exiting Luffield. No trouble at all for Kelly, no trouble for the Morgan, as he keeps his foot in with 2 minutes 20 to go. Now that time gives him a 1 minute, what's that time there? 1 minute 5.656. I'd say he's got roughly touch and go, maybe 3 more laps to go, including the one that he's on, because if he does cross the line 2 more times, he came across the line with 42 minutes and 40 seconds completed. If he was to do 2 more 1 minute 5s, he would be on a 44 minutes and 50 seconds completed, which means he'd have 10 seconds left to do so. We've had a car just come into the pit lane. Car 15 has come in the road, so there's also screeching tyres in the background there, so it's all going on. David Cox, in fact. David Cox has come in. Now, it's not stopped at the top, I think, with a penalty. I think it's stopped because it's got an issue, unfortunately. And David Cox's car, who was down in 18th position, was 17th, it's now dropped behind Adam Chafer's Peugeot, is down the order and is going to fall outside of the top 20. Oh, and that's an expired BMW that could be out of the race. It's dropping, it's either got something stuck or it's dropping something. I think it's the latter, but it's doing it off the road. Bit of a smoke screen. There's cars were scattering it everywhere. You've got a bit of a theory here.
There's
Andy.
fluid, look. That's why people are sliding wide. And Shane Kelly, one of them, look. There's definitely a line of fluid, I think, on the circuit.
And the number is 224. So 224 out of it.
Trevor Algar and Will Arif.
Yeah, Will Arif, former Ford legend on that one. And sadly, the Algar Racing BMW has has thankfully pulled off. And actually, smart driving from whoever's at the wheel of that car, because they managed to pretty much put it off. As soon as they knew the engine was going, they pulled it off the road straight away, right off the racing line onto the runoff area and straight out of harm's way. So there will be yellow flags down towards Copse, but it shouldn't be too much of a drama. Shane Kelly goes down the Wellington Straight for what I think should be the penultimate time. And I was just mentioning while she stepped away for a second, Andy, it's been one of those races where there hasn't been loads of wheel-to-wheel fights, but it has been a very strategic race in terms of when you choose to pit and when you make that work out. And despite the drama we had at the beginning, Shane's really just driven a flawless race, came in early and let his driving do the talking, and the pace he's got in that car, rather than relying on skipping ahead of people in the pit stops. And sometimes that's just how a race plays out. It's not overly dramatic, but he's driven a pretty much textbook race. It's worked out pretty fine as he comes out through Woodcote, slightly offline, but keeping it clear as he comes across the line with literally 5 seconds to go. So one more time around Silverstone National, and all being well, we are looking at a Morgan victory in Club Sport Trophy.
There was a Renault Clio, I think, very slowly coming into the pit lane behind him, so one or two of them will have been wishing that that was the checkered flag that was waved. But no, one more time around, as you said, the 1.6 mile Silverstone National Circuit, putting a lap there on Alistair Lindsay, so he's lapped up to and including 7th place now. And all of this despite being, as I said, down in the 20s by the end of lap 1. So Shane Kelly really has dominated this race. After that point, it would have been a different story, I think, if Roman Grendel had been out on track. It's the Sheehan Eidson Clio that was slowing and pulling in, number 34.
And they had to replace, you go to that car, for their regular BMW, had issues, that would have been a Class A runner, and that would have been possibly a front-running contender. But
well, yes.
Now that out of the way, would it challenge this car or not, I'm not sure. But I think the only way I can describe this driver, Shane Kelly, apart from the drama at the beginning, is one word, quite simply, textbook. Brilliant drive from start to finish, and a well-deserved victory.
Absolutely perfect. Shane Kelly then, the victor in the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy race here at Silverstone, takes the checkered flag, and in dominant fashion in the end, although it wasn't quite a textbook race, I suppose, at least not in the very early stages. So Shane Kelly then is the winner. Rory Pickles, we wait for, will be the winner in Class B. Rory Pickles in the number 527 Audi TT. I think he's in this group of cars. Yeah, there he goes, the orange and black car. So Rory Pickles comes home second. We've had Chris Murphy home to win in Class C as well in his BMW Z4. Haven't yet had the Class D winner home, have we? No, not yet. We had our top Class D car, number 35 of Daniel Kennard, the Algar Racing BMW home. And yeah, I think we'll be the last of the class winners back, because I think we have seen the Citroën C1, Citroën DS3 home to win in Class E. The race car experiences Andrew Payne and Henry Swanson car. Big gaggle of cars going across the line here. In fact, no, there is the Citroën, isn't it? Yes, so that's your Class E winner going through on the right-hand side of shot. And we have now had Daniel Kennard by as well to win in Class D. So, good race for the SW Motorsport Club Sport Trophy contenders, and it's a win for Shane Kelly in the Morgan Plus 4, 20 seconds clear in the end of Rory Pickles. Nick Brady came home third ahead of Adam Marshall and Mike Parsons. Shane Kelly, the Class A winner, by the way, and Rory Pickles wins in Class B. Jason Plosey and Alistair Lindsay were next ahead of the Class C winner, Chris Murphy. Stephen Harrison and Paul Savage completed the top 10. Then it was Kieran Power ahead of Kevin Sterling and Steve Wood. Kieran and Steve on the podium in Class C, with Christian Goodall in 14th place. 15th place, we will have the number 56 car, which is Chris Mayhew. Mark Jones, by the way, picked up a penalty in the number 32 Honda Civic Type R, so ended up 16th. Adam Schaefer, Adam Radford, and then the Dukes were next ahead of the Glynn and Kerridge Renault Clio in 20th place. Daniel Kennard won in Class D. Then it was David Cox ahead of the Novobilskis BMW, Martin Smith and Paul Mercer second and third respectively in Class D. Then the Sheeda Needson Clio, which pitted late on with some issues. Jonathan Hobb in his Peugeot 106 Rally was 27th. 28th place was Stephen Watson, 29th for the Butterworths, and 30th for Craig Emerson. Then into some of those that had some issues. We saw the spin for Tom Curtin. The Algar and Arif BMW stopped at the side of the road. Franks and Sajjadayan were non-finishers too. We saw the Citroën DS3 of Andrew Payne and Henry Swanson come home 6 laps down after a penalty, but the Class E winners, in inverted commas, and then Price and Rose failing to finish, so too Julian Daniel, Richard Clark, Stephen Kelly, and of course dramatically on the opening lap of the race, Roman Grendel was also a basically a non-starter, really. Looked as though he was going to have things all his own way when Shane Kelly pulled over at the start of the race, but how different things look now 45 minutes later. Roman Grendel's race ended after turn 1 with a slowing car. And we get a replay here of Shane Kelly sitting on, on the roof of the car and partaking in the latest social media craze that's sweeping the internet, and I'm sure he will have that on his socials before the day is over. So Shane Kelly then is the winner, and he is going to be down in the pit lane momentarily with Scott Woodwis, and can't wait to hear from him, and I'm intrigued to find out exactly what the issue was at the start of the race. There are a few cars and possibly a bit of fluid to be cleared, so we should have a few minutes to chat to our, I believe, class winners that we're going to be getting down in pit lane. The next race is the third and final one of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. 3 more races to go, all of them sprints. For now, though, let's head down into the pit lane and hear from Scott Woodwis.
Well, it wasn't the most dramatic, but it certainly was quite intriguing. The SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy again, a flawless race and a great result all in all. And the person who got the victory will be across his one is Shane Kelly. Shane, congratulations. He even got a bit of aura farming, of course, when he came in as well for that one, and well deserved. Now we have to talk about, it wasn't a totally flawless race. I have to ask, right at the start, what happened? Because you didn't have any drive.
We had the cars around me. Obviously, we're coming up to the rolling start, and
And the car's quite noisy around me, and we're quite quiet in a sense, so I didn't hear it cut out. So put the foot down and then nothing. And so I had to reset and restart again. So we'd completely switch off, master off everything, and then restart, and it came up, I think, and great. And then and then we just got our heads down from there, to be honest.
So it was just a complete reset, get it going again, and it never happened again?
Yeah, I had no idea why. It just cut out, so we'd check the data and see what happened on it.
But from there, it was pretty much a flawless performance, and I think we're talking in the comms as well. It's credit to your team, not just to you, but to credit your team behind you, because these guys, you've worked with them for quite a long time, and they always seem to deliver you whatever you race in a really well sorted car, both in terms of pace, reliability, and how it handles.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, faultless pit stop as well. The guys did good timing, and we overdo it a little bit, but in everything we do, to be honest. But yeah, really testament to them. Great job. Great sponsors here today. Everyone's seeing us get that P1, which eluded us for a couple of times. But the rear tyres were shot at the end as well. It felt like a MotoGP bike into the first corner. But it's great.
Yeah, we like it more in club sport.
Good.
Excellent. Flawless driver. Well done. Congratulations. You deserve that. Excellent job. Right, I need to come and get some of our other class winners to get them through. Let's see if we can grab. Who can we get? Let's see if we can grab one of our class winners from over here for a second. We'll have a chat to Chris Murphy very quickly for a second. Chris Murphy, Class C winner. Congratulations as well. Excellent job. How was that in the Z4?
Good fun. Very enjoyable. Thank you very much. Had a great race. Good fun and clean racing for everybody, which was good compared to yesterday. So it was good.
Great stuff. Then we've got to rattle through because the next race will come up. But again, congratulations. Well done. Excellent stuff. Good stuff. Let's have a chat with Daniel Kennard. Congratulations. Class victory for you as well. How was that in the BMW? You looked pretty solid.
It was good. Really held well round everywhere. No issues with the car whatsoever. So no, it's perfect. Spot on. Big thank you to Algar Racing and Ben for helping with it and helping set up the team. So yeah, no complaints whatsoever.
You had a pretty competitive class. Looks like the car was looking pretty solid in terms of pace. So you're happy with how it was set up and just managed to get the job done? Yeah,
setup was brilliant. Like I said, there's a lot of different driving styles out there with such a big grid. So really good on the brakes in that. So managed to get in deep and then come out a bit slower, but catching them back up down the straight. So yeah, really well.
You were happy dealing with the faster cars around you, just part of multi-class racing?
Basically, yeah. You can't really avoid it, can you? It goes both ways with the slower cars and me having to go past them as well. So no, it works really well. So it was good.
Congratulations, well done. Excellent job. Let's bring Henry Swanson, of course, as well, sharing that car with Andrew Payne for Class E. Only one in the class, but the key thing was to get the DS3 out, get some more mileage, and this is 2 race weekends in a row for you, starting to get a bit obsessed.
Yeah, I know. It's really good fun in this thing. The amount of grip it has for just the power, and it's just throw it in anywhere, and it'll just fly.
What kind of feedback did Andrew give you when he handed the car over? Was he happy with how it handled, or was there anything that you had to watch out for?
There wasn't really anything they needed to say. We just literally dragged him out of the car, and off I went. And he just let me do my own thing, really.
Trouble-free performance, no dramas with some of the faster cars around, just got your head down?
Yeah, there was a moment when I think it was some cooler now on track where I was letting some of the faster guys past, and I caught a bit of a coolant and I almost went, and also up in Cops, went a bit too fast through there, completely sideways, but no spins, so I'm happy with that.
Well, satisfying nonetheless. You got to the end drama-free, so congratulations. Well done. I hope we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Either in Production Cup or in Club Sport Trophy again.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good stuff. Well done. Congratulations. I love to talk to Rory Pickles, but he's run off, so he's the Class B victor in the sense. So congratulations to Shane Kelly, to UWCR, and all of the Club Sport Trophy class winners as well. 3 more races still to go. Lots more action coming up, so let's head back to Andy in the box to see how it's going to work out for our next race here at Silverstone, here in the beautiful summer sunshine.
Yeah, third race of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship here at Silverstone. And just to add to the fun that we've had from the Fiestas this weekend, we now throw in a partially reversed grid as well. So top 10 mixed up on the grid for this one compared to the results from race number 2. It's Joseph Knight who ended up getting drawn on pole position. David Nye will start alongside him. Then Dan Robinson and Connor Blackburn will share that second row of the grid. Zach Lucas and Morgan Kidd on row number 3, and the 4th row for Chris Blackburn and Simon Horrobin. Top 10 then completed by Jason O'Connell and Alistair Kellett, with Gary Miller and James Pope next in line. Miller actually 11th on the grid, so actually it was a slightly bigger reverse, or mixing up of the positions than that. Luke Waugh and Graham Colfer are next, ahead of Maggie Webster and Marco Ricci on row 8. 9th row for Matt Chambers and Harry Hayes, with Sean Reynolds and George Foxlow at the back of the grid, we hope, after issues in the earlier races. George Foxlow, of course, with that puncture that he picked up early on in race number 2. So 2 races down so far for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240s. Yesterday's first race won by Alistair Kellett, with Gary Miller giving him a very close run for his money, and was within half a second of him at the checkered flag. And race number 2, though, did not quite go to plan for Gary Miller. He ended up losing out early on and could only manage 11th place, actually. In fact, he was given a penalty for track limits. Yes, that's right. So he had a slow start, then had a track limits penalty, and ended up not finishing inside the top 10. Kellett was therefore chased home by Jason O'Connell and Simon Horobin. And they were separated by 7/10 of a second at the flag. Horobin looking really racy in that one, and I'll be interested to see what Simon can do in this third and final race of the weekend, because Simon Horobin's a bit of a veteran of Fiesta racing, and here at Silverstone sees an opportunity maybe to mix it with some of the big guns. And with Alistair Kellett now coming from 10th on the grid, it means he starts only a position or 2 ahead of his championship rival Gary Miller. Gary was quite a long way back in the championship standings, admittedly, coming into this weekend. He was on 460 points, which was 52 fewer than Alistair Kellett. Kellett was dropping slightly more points because he's been wonderfully consistent this year, but even so, Kellett in a pretty commanding championship position. And that has certainly not changed over the course of the 2 races so far this weekend, in the fact that he's managed to pick up a pair of race victories. Miller and Foxlow, meanwhile, having very up and down weekends. They were his 2 nearest rivals coming into the weekend. Miller 2nd in race 1, 11th in race 2, and then Foxlow was 3rd in race 1, but a non-finisher in race 2 after that early bit of contact up at Beckett's, which we think knocked the left front tyre off the rim. So klaxons blare, which means that the green flag lap is about to get underway, and off they will go. And the 87 machine of Joseph Knight from pole position looks to hopefully, he hopes anyway, convert that pole position into a race victory, which won't be an easy thing to do. But Joseph Knight, young driver, ex-Fiesta Junior racer, of course, and had a decent amount of success there. Hasn't done a full season in the ST240s this year. He missed Snetterton, and he missed Anglesey as well. Raced at Alton Park at the second Snetterton visit of the year. After this weekend, they've got 2 more rounds, Donington Park and Brands Hatch, both of which should be given the live stream treatment, I think, because Donington, pretty sure, is part of the Fun Cup event, and then obviously Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival is an all blue oval affair this year. Mainly blue oval affair anyway, with the Fiesta Championships providing the bulk of the support racing action to the Formula Ford Festival itself. Entries already open for the festival, and I believe starting to come in already, so that's good news. We'd like to see a big grid of cars for the Formula Ford Festival at the end of the year. The Fiesta Championships are going to be a fitting supporting cast to what is always a real highlight of my season, that's for sure. So, weaving around down the Wellington Straight to get some heat into the tyres. That Lucas there, the green and white car, just ahead of Morgan Kidd. I wonder what she can do from inside the top 10 this time. Morgan Kidd lining up 6th on the grid, actually. Now, she's had some decent speed this weekend, so Morgan, I think, could be a danger in this one. She qualified 7th for race 1 after all, but then never made it through the first lap, so we never really got to see what she was capable of doing. Came from the back of the grid to finish reasonably well in race number 2. Again, inside the top 10. And now she will have a chance starting back on that 3rd row again, actually 1 place higher than she started race 1, in fact. Simon Horobin directly behind her is one to watch. And Alistair Kellett there, the blue and yellow car, weaving around. Car number 1 is the championship leader. is starting from 10th on the grid, having won the 2 races so far. There he is, car number 1. Gary Miller behind him, his title rival. Both of them should move forward in this one, really, provided Gary's car is all right. I'm not convinced it was ever at full song, really, in race number 2, because he was quite slow at the start of the race, and then even after he got the car back up to speed, just never seemed as fast as he had done in the earlier races, earlier race in the weekend. So Gary Miller hoping to put that behind him here. We've got the back couple of rows in position. Marshals are ready. Green flag will very shortly wave at the back of the field, just as soon as we've got the back row in their correct grid slots, which happens now. And so we have Joseph Knight and David Nye on the front row of the grid then, set to do battle here for the 3rd AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race of the weekend. Lights go out, away they go. And who is it going to be who leads into turn 1? Is it Joseph Knight on the outside line? I think it probably is. Yes, turns across the nose of David Nye. And so Joseph Knight then will hold on to the advantage through turn number 1, out towards Beckett's we head. And yeah, that's a good start for Joseph. Side by side there between Blackburn and Robinson. It's Morgan Kidd in 5th position. So Morgan's had a good start, up 1 position. There's Alistair Kellett tucking in behind, in fact trying to get at the inside there of the number 89 machine of Jason O'Connell heading through Beckett's corner. Morgan Kidd is going for 3rd now. She's up alongside, well, she's already alongside for 4th anyway, and with some late braking into Brooklands, may end up in 3rd place. Kellett here on the outside line as we head into Brooklands as well, and Gary Miller was committing to a move too. David Nye meanwhile goes to the lead, so David Nye gets himself up ahead of Joseph Knight. 3rd place for Blackburn, and Morgan Kidd in the end slotted back in line there in 5th. Behind Dan Robinson, but David Nye then, Scott, to the lead early doors, and Joseph Knight will not be pleased with that.
David Nye leading a Fiesta race, not something we've said for quite a while it seems, but good to see him up there. I have to say as well, on her toes, Morgan Kidd's having a great start, but she might come under attack here from the rapid Simon Horrobin. 3 abreast in the Cops is never a good idea, but the inside goes Simon, it takes both of them in towards Cops' corner. God, he's called Lord Horrobin for a reason, isn't he? Great stuff from him. It's now still side by side between Robinson and Kidd, and also Zach Lucas in the mix as well. But here comes the cavalry. We've got Jason O'Connell and Alistair Kellett, but Morgan Kidd gets as good as she gets down the inside into Beckett, and opens the door up for Zach Lucas to get through. Meanwhile, Kellett goes around the outside and holds on to Jason O'Connell. They're still side by side, but all that battling has now given them in the mix a lot more to go through. Running out wide there is James Pope. They're all over each other towards the back. But you're rather curious about something that's going on here as we are side by side for the lead.
They are side by side for the lead, so we'll get back to what happened at Brooklands to Beckett's in a moment, because at Brooklands it's all kicking off again. That was Conor Blackburn nearly steaming into the back of Joseph Knight. And David Nye somehow hangs on to the lead. Yes, somebody in a white and red car got tapped sideways at Beckett's, and that sort of sent other people, including James Pope, scattering. It wasn't Maggie Webster, but they were near Maggie Webster, whoever it was. We'll try and piece that together in a moment or two.
Christopher Blackburn, I'm going to guess he's the only other red and white car on the
Yes,
field.
that would make sense, wouldn't it? Because he was down in that group as well. Into Cops we go, though. Challenge for the lead again. This is brilliant racing. Joseph Knight back through ahead of David Nye. But is that Simon Horrobin 3rd? I believe it is. So Simon Horrobin charging through nicely. Remember, started 8th on the grid, and he's into a podium place already. This is the best chance he's had to grab a race win in quite some time. Into the braking zone we go. Knight back in front of Nye. For 4th, it is almost side by side. Blackburn, I think, will hang on to it. But this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 car leading train, at the back of which, Scott, is George Foxlow from the back of the grid.
It's impressive stuff, isn't it? And the ST240 is aiming to deliver and doing so in spades at the moment. Fanning out, here comes Kellett down the inside, but Dan Robertson gives as good as he gets. He's raced in ST150s before. He's not going to sit down for the defending champion. He's been a double champion. Is Kellett, who won the championship back, I think, 2016 or 17. 2016 he won the title when it was a multi-class championship, and it was a ZTEC S rather than the ST180. Side by side again. This is now opposite sides now, so it's Knight on the inside, Knight on the outside line. Joseph Knight, who, as we said, is one of our Fiesta Junior graduates in the field, up against the next BTCC racer and a former Fiesta champion himself. And here comes Horrobin, darting out to the inside to have a look. He's sweeping around, posturing to have a look. Joseph Knight sticks it out around the outside, and he's not going to be intimidated by David Nye. They go wheel to wheel on the exit, and they're closing in, because so is Horrobin, so is Blackburn, so is Morgan Kidd. 5th position for her so far. Back to the inside in towards Beckett. Under brakes. Is Nye going to have this one stuck? He forces him to the inside line, gets a little bit of a switch back, and look at Horrobin taking full advantage of that gap on the inside. Blackburn gets a good punch off the corner, as does Morgan Kidd, and here comes Kellett, who's now going to see Morgan as his next opponent to try and get past, and have a bit of a awful feeling that it might not last long for Morgan. She's going to defend as much as she can, but Kellett is almost irresistible when he makes a move. He's that quick, he might not be able to hold her back for long as they go back into Brookers, and Horobin comes from so far back in towards Brookers, gets the inside line, he'll have the outside expert and forces Knight to submit. That was a brilliant pass from someone Horobin so far back. That means the experience counts for everything, and Horobin is absolutely flying now. Lord Horobin to P2.
Well, that was impressive. I have to say, Joseph Knight probably could have kept the front of his car in that gap, really, but didn't want to risk contact. Fair enough. And Simon Horobin moves through to second place. Now, though, Joseph Knight already trying to come back at him as they head into Copse Corner. So round the right-hander they go. And Simon Horobin, a bit of a slide from the rear of the car. If Knight comes back at him here into Beckett's, this is good news for David Nye. And he's coming back at him. No, he's not, actually. Just fans to the outside line, takes the racing line, and will allow Simon Horobin to attack Beckett's corner unimpeded, and immediately that gap starts to creep down. There's George Foxlow, meanwhile, making some ground up. He's already ahead of Luke Moore, and on this lap, he's got past Jason O'Connell, now gets alongside Zach Lucas and Dan Robinson, possibly 2 in 1, whilst at the front, there's a lot of weaving. Horobin leads somehow, so Horobin, Nye has slowed, David Nye has slowed. What a shame for David Nye, the race leader hitting problems down the Wellington straight, and hands the advantage to Simon Horobin. Then Gary Miller was up on the curb as well. It's all kicking off, but that is absolute heartbreak for David Nye.
Tell you what, STT40 saved their best race literally for last. This is fantastic stuff. I think Nye made some kind of mistake, it looks like, unless he has got a problem. No, he's pitting, so that's a shame. From pole position or the front row of the grid to David Nye out of the race. Not any luck this weekend. Down the pit straight here, side by side for second place. Now, tell you what, Morgan Kidd, to be fair, is holding her own here against Alistair Kellett as he looks down the outside here towards Copse Corner. And as I say that, he goes powering around the outside. There was contact. Kellett is the back of Knight there for second. It's Kellett out wide. I think Kidd backed out of it for a second there. Also arriving, it looks like to be Gary Miller. He's slowing as well. Yeah. Gary Miller has a problem. Morgan Kidd goes past both of them. Morgan Kidd, I think, is about to either into third position, because it's now Horobin who leads. Blackburn in second place. It's now Morgan Kidd into third position. There's a piece of bumper that's come. That's through Woodcut. Someone's lost a rear bumper through there. We think it's Dan Robinson. Yes, it is. There it is. You can see he's sands a rear bumper on the back at that point. But Horobin now leads the way by 0.8 of a second. Conor Blackburn second. Morgan Kidd in third position. This is brilliant as Gary Miller. Not so brilliant. Off the road he goes. That's very mixed fortunes. No win for him today. Round the outside, it's Kellett. He's going to try and force the issue on the inside line. Knight gives him the space, and Knight saw that coming. Not like Horobin last time. But look at George Foxlow. Foxlow charging his way through. He's going to lean on the inside of his fellow Fiesta Junior graduate, Joseph Knight. This is fantastic racing. And again, all this battling, Kellett's getting away to try and get out the mix. There's Dave in the middle of the track from Bobbins's bumper, and there is still 13 minutes to go in this race. Again, I think I'm going to use a David Allison term. Can we hide the checkered flag, please?
Yes, well, Foxlow with a bit of a risk taken there, actually. That little bit of side-to-side contact that he had with Joseph Knight was exactly what popped the tyre on his car in the previous race, but he seems to have got away with it this time. Kellett then on a mission. He's picked up a little bit of damage to the front splitter of the number 1 car, but he's now charging after Morgan Kidd, who in turn has caught Conor Blackburn, in fairness. So it's the second place battle now that looks the most interesting. Simon Horobin starting to get away, having been gifted the lead when David Nye's car hit troubles a couple of laps ago. So Horobin leads by getting on for a second and a half. Here comes Blackburn defending second place. Morgan Kidd looking to the outside line. And Alistair Kellett looming ominously in her mirrors, closes right in on the number 53 car, which needs to really get on with this. Morgan Kidd can't afford to sit there behind Blackburn for too much longer. I was going to say because Kellett is all over her, but actually Kellett's got problems of his own because George Foxlow in his old car is looking to try and get one over on the reigning champion. Couldn't quite do it through the field on that occasion.
Tell you what though, Foxlow's pace is ominous. His last lap was the fastest lap of the race. Everyone else is doing 1:07s. He's pumped at a 1:06.5. Wow. He's absolutely flying out there at the moment. He's in 5th position, but his pace doesn't belie that whatsoever. They're stacking up behind Conor Blackburn, taking him out through Copse Corner. Also joining up behind them is Joseph Knight getting back into this, and Jason O'Connell, who we shouldn't forget the AM class, still leading by Luke Moore and Dan Robinson. There was yellow flag I saw. They're going in towards Beckett's, I spotted. Maybe that's Gary Miller's car that's stopped. That's still being pulled out of contention. Through Beckett's we go. Still not half distance yet. There's still 11.5 to go, which is, but again, we don't want this to end. The STT40 is bidding on fantastic action, and we said this before, it's a great training ground for touring cars here. Here comes Morgan. She's got a good run here on Blackburn, forcing him to go defensive. Does she go down the outside line? She's going to break that a little bit later. She's thinking about it. She's trying to put herself alongside if she can close the gap, but she covers off Kellett. And the thing is, if Kellett and Foxlow get into it, that's going to only benefit her trying second place, and Foxlow does go for it. Down the inside, he's not intimidated by the defending champion. They're tapping wing mirrors on the exit of of Luffield on towards Woodcote, powering down the straight, side by side for fourth. And again, this is Morgan thinking, why is a four? Bit in the background. You two keep on scrapping, boys. I'm going for second.
Well, that was a brilliant bit of driving from Foxlow. Classy stuff up the curb, but it was squeaky clean. I don't think there was much contact between the two of them. Foxlow gets the job done at Copse Corner. Kellett, I'm sure, driving with a part of his mind on the championship, maybe, not wanting to get too roughed up in this race. He slots in behind Foxlow. Don't forget Joseph Knight is still in there as well, trying to bounce back from losing some ground earlier on. And so Kellett down a place. That's not necessarily what we expected to see. That is Jason O'Connell hunting around the outside at Beckett's corner. The lead gap, though, came down on the previous lap to the tune of about 0.3 of a second, even though Simon Horrobin looked quicker in previous laps. That time around, Blackburn was quite significantly quicker. Here comes Foxlow to the inside of Morgan Kidd. That's another brilliant move from Foxlow. You can't argue with that. Two absolute peaches of a move within the space of a lap. First against Kellett, then against Kidd. Foxlow for the win is not out of the question here. He's into third position, and I think we'll definitely have the pace to go and do something about Conor Blackburn. Just so good on the brakes. Reminds me a bit of Jack Burgess in that Fiesta Junior race earlier on. Just stood out because he could brake so much later than everybody else and still get the car stopped for the corner. George Foxlow, another former junior racer, of course, displaying the same sort of skills in this one.
Yeah, absolutely so. And showing that you can graduate from Fiestas to ST240s, the juniors to ST240s, and actually get into it pretty easily. Having a speculative look down the outside into Beckett's on Morgan Kidd. And Morgan, again, credit to her. I don't want to talk about her all the time, but holding her own in fourth. This is genuinely the best I've seen her drive since she entered the Fiesta into fourth. Foxlow's wide. That's going to help. And now it's three abreast down the back straight. Here comes Kellett to the inside. Morgan Kidd stuck in the middle with Foxlow to her left. Leans across normal, makes contact, and Kellett's down the outside. This will be last of the late breakers, and both of them to the pincer movement. Break later on Kidd. She backs out of it. Side by side, Foxlow goes a little bit deep. Tries to get the undercut. Blackburn was a little bit wayward. And is he out of the race? He's out. That's a problem, I think, for Blackburn. Comes back across. He's in front of everybody. He's on the inside line trying to stay out of the way. They're all getting around him. This is now Kellett up to third place with now Foxlow in second place. Flash of the headlights saying, come on, George, get on with it. And sadly, Conor Blackburn, who was looking at such a great result, is not going to end with a fantastic one. He was third, of course, in Pro Class earlier on in race number 2, and I spoke to him. He's delighted with the fact that he managed to get a good result with both him and his dad on their respective podiums. Into the pit lane comes Conor. That must have been a very sudden mechanical issue, but I thought he was quite slow exiting out of Brooklands, and it was almost a bit of a tricky thing. We should also mention Simon Horrobin, 2 seconds to good out in front now, just enjoying a casual Sunday afternoon drive.
Well, yes. I mean, he's really benefited from all of the action going on behind, hasn't he, Simon Horrobin? Simon Horrobin's last win in this championship, Scott, did he win one last year? I'm trying to cast my mind back. We'll go back through the
I think
the
he did win at least one last year. Yes, he did. Yes, I certainly did. Yes, he did. I think
we'll look that up in a second, shall we? Certainly hasn't won yet this year, has Simon. It's been a bit of a troubled season for him. Showed some good pace at Alton Park, I seem to remember, earlier this year, but then non-finished the first race. That put him back on the grid for race 2 and just never really could recover. But right now, he is 2 seconds up the road from this battle for second place. This is George Foxlow versus Alistair Kellett, and Foxlow then is really now having to work hard to keep the reigning champ behind. Morgan Kidd looking solid in fourth, not under too much pressure from Joseph Knight and Jason O'Connell behind. The question is, how quickly can Foxlow catch the leader? I fully believe he can get there. He sets a new fastest lap of the race last time around. That was a 1 minute 6.485, and it was, what, 0.2 or so quicker than the race leader.
Tell you what, again, forgive me to talk about her again, Morgan Kidd's in the pace as well. She's done a 1 minute 6 herself, 1:6.9, so she's finding herself a little bit in the second half of the race. Dan Robinson's in the pit lane, minus his rear bump, further problems, so he's unfortunately out of it. Down the back straight we go. So Horrobin then making his way down towards it. And looking back at history, yes, his last win was Croft in race 2 last year with Simon Horrobin, so he's waited practically a year for another victory. And like I said, his pace has been a little bit up and down the season. He's been a little bit further back, but this weekend at Silverstone, it all seemed to just click. And he knows how competitive the championship really is. He knows that. He's been in this championship and this paddock for years, so he knows exactly what it takes. But he loves these cars. He loves the fact this championship took this direction. It really suits him. It suits what he wants to do with these cars, and he really is putting on a fantastic effort. The question is, with Foxlow and Kellett right behind, the gap now down to 1.8, they're closing, but it's not enough.
No, they'll need more than a 1/10 of a second a lap, won't they? Which is what they took out of him that time. Fastest lap now for Kellett, by the way. But all three of our podium runners at the moment set personal best lap times. So Simon Horrobin, I wonder whether he's just been saving something in the tyres, knowing that this was probably going to happen, because the gap that he pulled was sort of free time that he was gifted by everyone else tripping over each other. He didn't actually have to take too much out of the car to build that margin. I think he's just going to force George and Alistair now to really take some life out of their tyres, out of the brakes, and work hard to catch him, so that when they get there, maybe they won't have anything left to fight him with. There is Simon Horrobin, the race leader, through Brooklands Corner for the 13th time. And the number 14 car, which always seems to run sponsorless, doesn't it, these days, pretty much. But Simon always finds a way to be on the grid. And look at him, he's not even using the full width of the road. So Simon, either he's nursing a problem, which I hope isn't the case, or he is just managing the situation so that if they do catch him, he has got the tyres underneath him to fight. That's a better lap for Foxlow and Kellett. In fact, it's the fastest lap for Foxlow and Kellett. 1.6 seconds the gap, and another fastest lap for George, but still a personal best for Simon. So the top three, it doesn't look like Simon Horrobin's pushing very hard, but he is going quite quickly.
I think track's getting a little bit quicker because the cars behind him are also doing better times. Morgan Kidd's at a personal best and a 1:06.5. That's as sure as fast as she's ever been around here, which is excellent. Also 1:06 is for personal best for Joseph Knight and Jason O'Connell. Again, can't ignore the AM class. It's still O'Connell who leads that in 8th position overall. Then it's Luke Waugh in 2nd place from Chris Blackburn, and then it's Mike Webster and Matt Chambers, and Connor Blackburn is trying to continue on. Either that's just how low that car is. I thought it was like he's got some kind of issue on the left front or something, or but it's something. Either it's just how low that car is with the suspension. Whatever the problem is, he's trying to completely move out of the way as the leaders come through to lap him on track. So this time, that gap visibly looks a tiny bit closer. But again, you're right. Someone feels confident enough in the car to not use all the road on the exit. He feels confident enough to hold the speed off the corner. It's quite fascinating that he's taking that approach. Cross the line they come. What's the gap this time? 1.5, so it's come down by another 1/10 or so, so it hasn't come down massively. And running out of time and options here, and Kellett here, he's doing his best to try and push him along, but eventually maybe in the next couple of moments might have to think, if you're not going quick enough, I might have to try and take over and try and drag you back towards Simon, but even then, it's 4 minutes to go, and I think they're getting to the point where they don't get on with it, they're running out of time.
Well, again, I just have to wonder whether maybe they're taking a bit too much out of the tyres. Yes, the lap times are getting better, but I think that's more track conditions, as you alluded to. There was quite a bit of cement dust laid down after the previous race, and as that gets swept aside, the track obviously will get grippier, get faster. They're just not catching quickly enough, and at some point you feel Alistair Kellett will run out of patience here and decide, well, if I'm not going to catch the leader, I at least want to try and finish in 2nd place. So if he does start to really attack George Foxlow, then that will mean they're both pretty much waving goodbye to any chance of a race win. Simon Horrobin would love to see these two similarly liveried cars running wheel to wheel in his mirrors. Perhaps the gaps come down a little bit more this time. Let's compare the lap times then. So Simon Horrobin, race leader, comes across the line and sets a 1:06.887, 1:06.3 for Foxlow, and 1:06.4 for Kellett. So it did come down a fair chunk more that time around. And George Foxlow now within a second, and that means he'll be starting to pick up a bit of a slipstream now from Horrobin's car. That will be an extra bit of lap time that he will discover, and I wouldn't be surprised, Scott, to see this final 9/10 of a second or so evaporate pretty quickly.
Well, that's 3 minutes to do it, and you're right, they are getting closer. Looking at the last lap, as you said, half a second gained, so this is looking interesting at the moment now. So maybe it's not over. Maybe they have decided to get on with it, and Horrobin's, that gap is coming down frighteningly quickly. In fact, actually, it's come really quickly. Look at this. So George Foxlow has really got the gap down. It was 1.5 seconds 2 laps ago. Now he's all over his rear bumper. So this is incredible pace. Either, I don't want to say it, is Horrobin starting to nurse a problem, or is it kind of just he just lost pace? Because Foxlow has literally sailed onto his rear window, and now he's onto the run towards the straight here with 2 minutes to go. This ain't over.
Yeah, that was more than just a slipstream, I think, wasn't it, down that Wellington straight? I know I was alluding to the fact that Foxlow would have that advantage, but didn't expect it to do quite so much. He's to the inside now into Copse Corner. Horrobin wants to turn in, but Foxlow is there. A wide line for Simon, though, should yield more speed on the exit, and Kellett could benefit. Now, this could be Simon Horrobin's salvation here. If Kellett gets alongside George Foxlow, which he has, then this will delay the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Foxlow will hang on the way into Beckett's corner, but by taking a tight line in, he won't, in theory, be quite as quick off the corner. corner as the cars around him. So Horobin hangs on to the lead and Kellett drives himself off the road. So keen to get onto the loud pedal that he understeered wide over the grass, and that will rob him now of an opportunity to attack down into Brooklyn. So we're going to go on to the final lap this time by, and Simon Horobin is hanging on here, using all of his lives to try and keep George Foxlow at bay. Can he stay there for one more lap?
It could have been pure pace. Looking at the last lap, it was another fast lap of the race of Foxlow last time by, a 106.2. And Kellett matched him in terms of that pace as well. This is pretty strong. So we're now on to the last lap of the race. One more time around the National Circuit we go. And Foxlow is lining up a mover. He's as close as he's ever been, darting to the inside. He's got the momentum. He hasn't got the overlap yet, but down towards Copse Corner for the final time. Horobin doesn't have to defend. He's comfortable taking the racing line. Into the right-hander we go. Nice and tidy on exit. Kellett's not close enough to make a challenge. I don't think, unless Foxlow comes from a long way back, he's not going to make a challenge here. He needs a good exit and a good run through Beckett's and not be distracted by Kellett to get the run he needs to try and challenge Horobin down towards Brooklands for the final time. But even then, it's a good run. It's a tighter run. And it's a bit wayward on the exit. This is touch and go down towards the final corner. We should say also, in a clear fourth place is Morgan Kidd. That would be by far her best result on a Fiesta ST240. Excellent stuff. But down to Brooklands. Watch through your hands, everybody. Here we go.
Ooh, Foxlow's looking.
Oh,
it's into the back of Horobin, who covered him late, in fairness. They both go wide, but Horobin wider, and Foxlow will get the lead. Now, Simon Horobin will not have appreciated that, and that is going to be a major talking point at the end of the race. So Simon Horobin loses the lead with 2 corners to go, and I don't see George Foxlow apologising and pulling out of the way. So he is going to cross the line first, provisionally, to win the race. Horobin nearly got alongside him at the flag, but couldn't get there. Foxlow the winner, Horobin second, Kellett third, but much to discuss after that one, I suspect. I'm sure that Foxlow will say that Horobin came across in front of him. Horobin will say, well, he drove into the back of me. Ultimately, it is for the clerk of the course to decide, but a bit of a shame, Scott, really, that it had to end that way. It had been a sensational battle until that point, but you just had a feeling that George Foxlow was not settling for second.
Yeah, there was a moment where George almost hesitated briefly to think, do I give the place back or not? And thought, you know what, I'm going to fight it out in the stewards' room and take the victory on the road anyway. If it stands, it's his second win of the season, but we say provisionally because we're pretty certain. Maybe there'll be discussions after that, and I hope, fingers crossed, that it's kept as civil as possible, which Andy McHugh has to go and brave down the top 3 if he can. He's not looking forward to this one, I don't think, but we'll see what happens. In the end, look, let's take the positive. It was an actually brilliant race. Lots of action, lots of personal best results, lots of action here in the mix. Might get a replay. Right, here we go then. Let's observe it and watch what happens. So down towards Brooklands we go. Horobin comes across and defends, and Foxlow, well, just drives into the back of him. The context, well, both will have their own story, but it puts Horobin out wide. Kellett tries to take advantage and go round the outside, but the tighter run for Horobin was enough on the slicks to hold second place, and he got the position on the road, and Kellett, of course, had to settle for third place. I'm sure that Kellett will be the one that might have to sit back and see if there's any conversation between the two. Hopefully it will be as civil as possible on that one. But excellent stuff and good results in the mix. That's our grid graphic rather than the result graphic. We'll get that in a second when it pops up on TSL. And we'll take you through the results of our third and final Fiesta S3 race. Here it is. So George Foxlow then takes the victory. We'll stress provisionally, but we'll wait and see what happens, if anything. But for what we have at least, George Foxlow wins by 0.2 of a second, with Simon Horobin second after leading for most of the race. Anthony Kellett is in third position. Hats off to Morgan Kidd. That's her best result ever in a Fiesta ST240. Great job, and pace to match as well. Only 2.8 seconds away from the lead and fourth place. Really excellent drive from Morgan. Well done. Fifth for Joseph Knight, sixth for Jason O'Connell, who wins the AM class once again from Luke War in seventh place. Good effort from Luke to get inside the top 10. An anonymous race a little bit for Zach Lucas. He couldn't manage anything higher than eighth. That was Graham Cole for rounding out ninth, with Sean Reynolds a better race this time in 10th, not as high as he'd like to have been. Maggie Webster rounds out the AM class podium in third place, 11th overall. Christopher Blackburn is 12th from Matt Chambers in 13th place. Harry Hayes also rounds out the top 14. There was Marco Ricci, James Pope, who had some exclamations over the course of the race. Connor Blackburn, who had mechanical issues and he dropped out of the race. We also lost Dan Robinson to the pit lane. Gary Miller went off after he pulled off with mechanical problems at Beckett's, and David Nye led initially, but then had a problem that put him out of the race and had to pull in, and sadly his car didn't make the finish 13 laps down. So, fast and frantic action, as always, from the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240. And my desire to have an ST EcoBoost one day just got a little bit greater, having watched that race. They are fine cars, and I'm certain I want one of those one day myself. And I might even turn it into an ST240 tribute. That's that out loud. Right, so I've kind of put that point to myself. Right, I'll stop rambling and go to someone else who is much better at talking to me in this point in time. It's Andy McEwen, who's to have a chat to our top three. And all I can say is, Andy, good luck.
Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? A very exciting final lap of the race, and no conversation yet between our top two finishers, but we are going to try and, well, there we go, handshake between Simon and George, in fairness. George, let's grab you first, if that's all right. A win in dramatic fashion, it has to be said, but the pace you had in that race was extraordinary.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. Started, well, I thought I was starting last, but it happened not. Got lucky with a few moves and eventually got to the front.
Yeah, well, OK. It wasn't quite that simple, was it? Let's talk through the final few laps, because you got past Alistair. The two of you seem to be working together quite well to catch Simon. You got there, you knew you had one shot at it, and you were good on the brakes, weren't you?
Yeah, well, as it was quite obvious, it was very interesting move. I came out of the second corner, had a bit of a run. Then, well, to be honest, I followed him, and when I hit the brakes, they weren't quite as effective as I hoped, to be fair. And, well, yeah, but I suppose I got to the front.
Well, look, let's not let that detract from what was a brilliant drive. Congratulations, George, on the win. Now, where has Simon gone? Simon's over there chatting to Bobby Thompson. Simon, can we drag you back if that's all right? We'll get him in front of his car. And Simon, I know, was inspecting the back of that car when he came in, because you had a helping hand into Brooklands on the last lap. Shame, really, because it had been a brilliant battle.
Yeah, you know, you come together, but unfortunately you can't push the pass, you know, so the clocks will sort it out, that's all right.
Up until that point, though, the pace was really good. You were taking an odd line out of the last corner, I noticed, not even using all of the road. Were you just managing the tyres?
Managing the tyres, they were shot. Oh, really? Yeah, they were shot from about halfway through the race. So I knew I just had to try and hold on, because I knew they were coming through. You know.
Well, they only really caught you in the last few laps, though. I mean, it's nice to see you back up near the front. Been about a year since you won one of these races, so a bit of a return to form, do you think, now into the second half of the year?
Yeah, we're just getting ourselves sorted out now. You know, we had a few problems, but I think we're back there or thereabouts.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations on the podium finish. We'll see if anything happens with that after the race. Where has Alistair Kellett gone? Where has Alistair Kellett gone? That's a very good question. Oh, there he is. How can you miss Alistair Kellett, the tallest man in the paddock? Alistair, on the podium, a bit of a quiet race for you in a way, beyond the first few laps anyway.
Quiet. It wasn't quiet at the start. Really busy at the start, and gosh, I'm not sure even where I was. And I rounded the outside of a few in the first corner, and Joseph Knight was in the middle of the corner and ran straight into the back of him, and I didn't know where to go. So I to be fair, I just let them all back through, because there was no point to it. And then picked them off again, and then George was coming through, and I said, you know, I just let him by. So I let him go and followed him. And I just let him go, and we caught Simon. And I knew something was going to happen in the last lap, but I didn't think it was the last lap. So I didn't get by Simon. I thought I'd get by Simon. But look, it's good. Really, really good weekend there.
Yeah, solid weekend for you, certainly. Good points scored. Obviously, the likes of Gary and George have had slightly up and down weekends too, so your championship to lose now, would you say?
I hope not.
Well, obviously. You're in a good position there.
Yeah, a lot better than I was over the weekend, so I can afford maybe a little bit of a mishap between now and the end of the year. So look, we've all had mishaps. I think Gary had a mishap as he dropped back, whatever, but it's happened to me before. We all know that, so.
It can happen, can't it? Solid weekend then for him. Now, do we have... No, we've got no cars on the grid, so let's dive down and chat to some of our AM front runners, shall we? Jason O'Connell, the AM class winner in that one. We saw Jason right towards the front of the field in the earlier race. That one, an AM class victory, a good result as well, and it was busy, wasn't it?
Yeah, hectic first couple of laps, and yeah, I ended up just behind Knight there, and getting a toe off him for most laps. So I was never going to get by him, really. I just kind of, at one stage, I just settled for sixth place, and I was happy to see the checkered flag, because it is hot out there.
Simon was saying that the heat was really playing havoc on that left front tyre. Were you feeling that?
Yeah, every lap was just very little grip. I think it was down about a second on my laps from the lap time from the last race, you know, so there's nothing you could do, just nurse them as best you could and suffer with it, really. That was it, so can't complain.
Excellent, good class win then in the AM class for Jason. We don't have time, unfortunately, to chat to anyone else, because we've got Formula Fords lining up on the grid for the next race of the day.
That was more civilised than I thought. Right, yes, thank you, Andy. On to Formula Fords for their second race of the weekend. Geoff Page Engineering Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford Championship based on the results of race 1. So that means Stephen O'Connor, who took the victory after an incredible 4-car fight, which we'll get to in a second, starts on pole position with Tom Hawkins alongside him on the front row of the grid. Then Super Classic B pole sitter and winner from race 1, Oliver Roberts, starts alongside Alex Ames, who was a long-time leader in race 1. But again, we'll get to that in a moment. Paul Mason and Andy Gosling, who's Super Classic C pole sitter, he's in his 1979 Van Diemen, will start in 6th from Christopher Stones, and Guy Skin rounds up with the top 4 rows in 8th position. Colin Williams and Matthew Smith round out the top 10 from Dominic Shepherd and George Townsend, who was our Class D winner. And then it's Super Classic D, then David Townsend and Neil Hunt, followed by Alan Fincham and Stuart Kesterman, who had 1 or 2 spins but finished 16th and will start 16th for this one in the 8th row of the grid. The cars head off on their formation lap. Don Boyack and Simon Langman come next from Grace Bates and Graham Payne. Kern Beretta and Ian Geary from Ben Powney, who was an innocent party, and again the incident towards the end of the race, which we'll get to in a second. Julian Stokes was 24th on that grid, and last but not least is Jack Blyleven, the former Northern Ford champion, in the back of the grid with issues of his own, so he will start from 25th, and last but by no means the least driver in the field. So as the field heads off onto its one and only formation lap in the sort of slightly dimming light conditions, still bright and blue out there, but of course the sun is starting to set a little bit on this what's been a brilliant, I'd say the surprise, Silverstone Summer Race Weekend for Brscc. Super Classic Formula Ford's here to give us more entertainment. Now, if you didn't watch the focus earlier on, first of all, where on earth were you? It was an incredible encounter, as Andy McKeown will attest, having watched it be alongside me. A 4-car fight at the front between Alex Ames, between Tom Hawkins, Ben Powney and Stephen O'Connell, particularly towards the end. And it was a tangle between O'Connell and Ames, which somehow both of them survived, given that Alex Ames' car went up into the air quite high at some point. And it was Alex Ames who spun out of the bench and had to finish in 4th place. The innocent party was the car just flashing the shot in white and blue. Ben Powney's Jamin, who had to run wide to avoid it, lost control and spun off into the gravel and got stuck, which meant he could have got himself a good result, but was out of the race of it. Stephen O'Connor, in fact, was the one that took the victory, with Tom Hawkins just behind. But the timing sheet, I was sure they'll agree, Andy, didn't tell the whole story. That 4-car fight was genuinely one of the best we've had all weekend, and one of the best of the season in the championship. So all I can say is, one request, more of the same, please.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? We've got to get a couple of drivers up to the front of the grid again, though, who lost out towards the end of that race. Ames is one of them, of course, who will be starting this one from 4th on the grid, so he should be able to get into that lead battle pretty quickly. The one that will struggle, perhaps, is Ben Powney, because if he is in this race, which I think he will be, I don't think that car ever had any contact in that incident. He just went off the road in avoidance of the flying cars ahead of him. But he will have to start from the back of the grid because it was a non-finisher, so he will be outside of the top 20 at the very least on the starting grid, and it'll take him a bit longer perhaps to get to the front of the field, but 15-minute race, so he should have time hopefully to make some inroads into that. And at the very least, we've got Stephen O'Connor versus Tom Hawkins round 2 to enjoy. And Oliver Roberts, who I spoke to at the end of the race, was quite confident actually that if he started at the front with those guys, he could go with them. He said it was qualifying and the timing of the 2 red flags that really put him down the order. He started only 8th for race 1, the Class B winner, eventual Class B winner, but he thinks he's got the pace to go with the Class A cars ahead of him, and hard to argue with that really. 1989 Van Diemen, so it's one of the newest cars, one of the youngest cars in Class B, which is for cars built between 1982 and 1990. Or 1989 actually is the cut-off point, because the Van Diemen 1990 of Stephen O'Connor is a Class A car that lines up on pole position. Brilliant sight the cars make then in the late afternoon sunshine here at Silverstone, and Stephen O'Connor has Tom Hawkins for company on the front row. Van Diemen ahead of Swift. It's an all Van Diemen or Swift top 8 on the grid actually before you get the PRS of Colin Williams in 9th. Revs rise. Oh, now that's quite a bit of creeping from the pole sitter there, Stephen O'Connor. He stopped the car, then went, but there was definitely movement before the red lights had gone off. He's lost the lead anyway already to Tom Hawkins, and Alex Ames to his inside as well. But it would be a shame if a penalty were to head the way of Stephen O'Connor, because he made a poor start in the first race. Remember, actually said there was an issue with the clutch, didn't he, in race 1? And I wonder if that same issue has crept up on him here at the start of race 2. Ames goes second. Where's the leader gone? O'Connor's missed his braking point completely, so Ames from 4th on the grid grabs the early lead. O'Connor now trying to fend off Hawkins and Roberts for second position as we head down the Wellington Straight for the first time. But yes, I fear that clutch issue for Stephen O'Connor has recurred again, and that may well be a talking point going forwards.
Will do. Also want to watch for, of course, in 23rd is Ben Powney, see how much progress he makes from deep in the field. He's just coming through the shot. He's passed a handful of cars. made a little bit of progress up the order already. Out of Luffield for the first time, and it's 4 of them for the lead already. So Alex Ames will lead them across the opening lap. It's O'Connor second, but it is Roberts in third place. Hawkins 4 staying close. Down the pitch straight they come. They'll go side by side with these two. These two are battling pretty hard and were first and second at Alton Park at one point in race 1. And then literally within a lap of each other, they both retired with mechanical issues, although Roberts' issue put him out of the rest of the day, whereas Hawkins' was a drive shaft. They just had to pop back in and get him out for race 2. And he came from the back to win race 2 in quite fine fashion. So good to see. Hawkins darts out, but Roberts, who ultimately is not in the class fight, but he wants to at least enjoy the battle. I'm sure Hawkins will appreciate it. But there'll be a small little bit of angst thinking, I like you, I like battling with you, but the top two, Alex O'Connor, is kind of getting away. I'm not fussed about Alex, so I'm not scoring points, but Stephen's kind of getting away, so I kind of want to leave you alone. But down towards it, they almost touch wheels down towards the left hand of Brooklands under braking. These Formula 4s, they move around an awful lot under braking, which is what makes them so good to see. They skitter around on these very low grip tyres, just as I said that, just twitching the car through Luffield goes Roberts and keeping the top two intact. But Alex Ames now kind of doing a repeat performance of what he did in race 1, which was get to the front and lead and then be caught later on by the pack. And if that's the case, we're going to get another 4 or 5 car fight by the time we get to the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, Stephen O'Connor sort of going with him, but yeah, you're right. This Hawkins and Roberts battle is allowing the top two to get away. Oliver Roberts just will not allow Tom Hawkins through into third, even though actually I think if he were to let Hawkins through, he could probably stick with the number 1 car, and they arguably would both catch up to the leading 2. Again, it's a mirror image of what happened a lap ago with Hawkins taking the tighter line through Maggots, but Roberts ultimately chopping across his bows and getting into Beckett's first. They're wheel to wheel on quarter exit. The leaders are getting closer together as well as Alex Ames weaves down the straight to try and break the toe. Stephen O'Connor not quite close enough yet to challenge. Third place though is absolutely neck and neck, and Hawkins go right round the outside of Oliver Roberts. He's committing to the move this time. Roberts is sideways, really sideways, slides across in front of the number 1 machine. That was a spirited defence being put up there by Oliver Roberts. He was just about still in control of the car, but a sideways Formula Ford is a rather difficult one to overtake. Hawkins is back up the inside again now. They've been side by side basically since the drop of the green flag, and still they are level at the line. Hawkins, I think, might finally have broken through the defences of Oliver Roberts. Yes, he has, and manages to claim the racing line into Cobb's Corner, but that moment at Brooklands was very spectacular, and I'm sure caught Tom Hawkins' attention.
Certainly did, and of course all this is now just allowing the top two to pull away pretty clearly by a couple of seconds. So the more they fight each other, the easier it is for the car to start pulling away and making a break. Towards into Brickett's again, just enough oversteer just to twitch the car enough on the corner exit to put the power down, and onto the back straight we go. Behind them, we shouldn't forget, we've got Paul Mason in 5th. Andy Gosling leads Class C quite convincingly. Second in that class is for Class C, I think it's Shepherd, who's in 14th place overall. No, Colin Williams, who's behind him in 8th position. Back in towards Brooklands, sliding around on the exit goes Hawkins, holds the line, and Roberts is keeping as close as he can right in the wheel tracks. Is by far the best of the Class B cars. Next best is Chris Stones in 7th place, then Matthew Smith in 3rd, and Blylevin's come from the back of it to 12th. That's extraordinary. It's up 13 places in about almost 5 minutes, which is pretty extraordinary. So down towards Copse they come, the leaders. It's been here before, haven't we, between Alex Ames and Stephen O'Connor. O'Connor this time, as we said, in a pair of 1990 Van Diemens. It all depends on who's got the pace and the guts to be able to hold on to this in typical Formula Ford fashion. Turning the way through, and O'Connor just arrives on the tail of Alex Ames. He's got his tail up a little bit. He senses an opportunity, and they head on to the Wellington Straight once again on their 5th lap in this 15-minute race. Now start to drop even further. The top two, the cars battling for 3rd and 4th behind them. Down towards Brooklands we come, and Hawkins now, he's got a bit of clear air, now starting to actually clear off and leave Roberts being in wheel tracks a little bit. Roberts is trying to stay with him as much as he can, even though he's in an older car, but I've said before, to a certain extent it doesn't matter what age a Formula Ford is, they're all roughly engineered the same in terms of the same, kind of the same tyres they have to run, whether it's the same type of tyre they have to run, a treaded tyre in that sense. They all run a Kent engine. Yes, a driver or how it's engineered, how it's well set up can make a difference, but an older car can keep with a modern car and actually beat it, and I've seen it a couple of times before, if it's well put together, well looked after, and clearly well driven.
Well, indeed so. And someone was wide there. Was that Hawkins or Roberts? It was Roberts, wasn't it? Yes, very wide. I think he's been losing rear grip pretty much since the start of the race, and I think it had a twitch there as he turned into Cobb's Corner. Not the only one running wide, actually. Somebody else was definitely exceeding track limits behind. We have lost 2 cars to the pit lane, by the way. Guy Skin and Ian Geary both out of the race, as here Chris Stones is under attack from Ben Powney. So Ben Powney from the back of the grid is now, well, about to be 7th, I think, as we go down the Wellington Straight. Sadly, I don't think 15 minutes is long enough for him to get to the leaders, is it? But he should at least be able to get towards the top 5 or so. He's in a class podium position at the moment, 3rd place in at the points scoring Super Classic A cars anyway. So they round Luffield Corner there, the 44 of Paul Mason battling with Andy Gosling. Those two were also side by side on the approach to Beckett's half a lap or so ago. Paul Mason it is who successfully defended the place, but it won't be long, I don't think, before Powney is on their tail. Then it's Chris Stones and Colin Williams, and Jaap Blijleven, as you said, absolutely flying. He's in, well, he's 9th now actually, ahead of Colin Williams. And the use of the word flying was sort of on purpose there, because is Jaap Blijleven still an airline pilot? I know he was...
Ex, I believe, now. Ex-KLM pilot, yeah. But you're absolutely right, he was a KLM pilot.
Yeah, so. KLM, that's right.
And I'm pretty certain he flew over from the Netherlands every single time he came across the race. So he was obviously a frequent flyer, not just for himself, but also, in fact, he must have... That's the most interesting thing. Would he have flown himself in terms of like taking a flight in which he's flying everyone else? Would he actually have taken a flight himself as a passenger? That's a bit of a question.
Try and get himself on a flight to the East Midlands airport when the Donington Park round was on. Who knows?
That would have been bizarre.
Well, anyway, he's been racing Formula Fords for a long time, and he was one of those Northern Formula Ford stalwarts, wasn't he? Who luckily have stuck with the championship as it's nationalised, as you sort of described earlier on, a little bit anyway. Well,
yeah, he pops in occasionally, has done, but he's kind of it's been a while since he's done a proper full season of a championship. But he does pop in every now and again. He's come back at this time a couple of times. I think he was trying to race at Alton Park, but did enter, but had some issues in testing or in practice, which meant that he couldn't actually take the races in either race. So he was entered, so I thought you could actually get a proper run. So thankfully this time he's actually getting a chance to express himself and actually race in the way that he's done so to get him a championship in the past. I think he's racing, I think that's Vincent Jay's car that he's racing, which is it looks like he's probably changed the number, but I saw that car and it looked like Vincent Jay's kind of Golf car. Is that Stuart Kestenbaum with some smoke coming out the back of his number 13 machine? I saw something was puffing out the back of it. I don't think it was a rear wheel spinning up or anything. I think there was something that was puffing out the back of that car, number 13.
Yeah, you might be right. I thought I saw it maybe on the exit of...
yeah, there it is.
There is, isn't it?
It's on the left rear.
Now, is that engine or tyres? I don't see anything. There's maybe a slight mist in the air.
Yeah,
I think that is
wisp
engine,
there,
isn't it? Not slowing him down though, pulls up alongside now as he heads down the Wellington Straight, so about to gain a position, perhaps trying to anyway, against the number 23 of Alan Fincham, but that doesn't really make the corner, and ends up slotting in a couple of car lengths further back. Further up the road, by the way, Ben Powney now 6th, and only 3/10 behind Paul Mason, so will very likely be inside the top 5 before too much longer, as the smoky number 13 Van Diemen RF81 heads out of the final turn. Got a whole group of late 70s, early 80s Van Diemens together here. About 3 wide they go into Cobb's corner, and I think he is this time going to get past the pair of them, but that smoke is getting worse, isn't it? It will now act as a smoke screen against the 2 cars that he's just overtaken, Alan Fincham and Dominic Shepherd. So that is 15th position, 2nd in class, I believe. Andy Gosling further up the road is leading in that class in a newer car. But yeah, that was a good bit of driving in a car that, well, let's hope can keep going for another 5.5 minutes.
Whether it's something like, I don't know, some overfill on the oil that's running a bit rich, that's something we can think about in terms of smoking. It has a bit of, he'll forgive the term, Simon Waterfall-esque in terms of kind of, it's smoking but not losing any pace. So there's something to try and figure out later on. There, just racing away. He's having a battle at the moment with 472.23. So that is Shepherd and Fincham. Alan Fincham in car 23 in that kind of multicoloured machine. 472 is looking strong as well. Dominic Shepherd come out of Luffield onto the pit straight. There goes Blijleven. There goes Neil. Oh, that's not him. That's it is Vincent Jay. So I look at the wrong car. I thought for a second that Blijleven was in Vincent Jay's car, but I thought no, Vincent Jay is there. So immediately corrected myself. Typically, the car which Blijleven drives is a number 43. It's a white Red Eye Steckers. Lapping. There wasn't an overtake. It was getting past someone who's being lapped, but that's Oliver Roberts not hanging around to try and pick up. But Ben Powney has gone pretty strongly here. Look at his last lap times. 1:03.940. So he's faster than Roberts at this moment in time, but only fractionally. Personal bests at this time by across the line have gone to both O'Connor and Hawkins. And O'Connor was 2/10 quicker than Ames, and the gap is 1 second now. So there was a bit of a gap that went out, but it's now starting to come back towards him ever so slightly. And Roberts goes through Copse Corner, Powney following him through. He's got past Paul Mason in the last couple of laps. That's put him into the top 5 and 4th in the Super Classic A class as well.
Yes, it is. And yeah, you're right, that lead gap creeping down, but O'Connor not really within slipstreaming range, so he'll need a couple more laps like that, I think, to really challenge Alex Ames for the victory. There's Paul Mason sliding through, chasing after Ben Powney, but Ben Powney is the one on the move, isn't he, really? Within a second now, I'd say, of Oliver Roberts. Can he catch Tom Hawkins before the flag? I think that might be a step too far, possibly, for Ben. 10.5 seconds off the lead, about 3.3 seconds behind Hawkins with 3.5 minutes to go. So I've got to get past Oliver Roberts first. And well, you can ask Tom Hawkins how difficult that is to do. It took him a number of laps. And sadly, Tom's never really been able to recover from that time lost, has he? Slow lap there. Well, a slow lap for O'Connor, a very quick lap, I suspect, in reaction to O'Connor's rapid lap ago. Alex Ames with the new fastest lap of the race. So Alex Ames pulls the gap to 2.3 seconds. That might be enough now to deter Stephen O'Connor from really pushing on for the win. Battle here between Vincent J and Matthew Smith. This is for 12th position, and Vincent J will sweep around the outside to gain the place at the line. Cars again running in 2 different classes, but pretty close in age, really. The number 22 machine gaining the advantage of Vincent J, and might now be able to push on and catch up to the cars ahead. I think that's only about a 1.5 second gap or so to the next little group of cars up the road. George Townsend would be the one battling with Colin Williams for a position inside the top 10, therefore. Blylave now into 9th, and off has gone. Oh, that's number 34. That's Colin Williams. What on earth has happened there? That's an odd place to end up in the barrier. He already had his hands up in frustration, really, as the accident was still going on. And
he was point scoring for Class C, so
yes,
fortunately that means he won't be doing that one. I'm not sure if there's anyone else that's scoring cars. Yes, there is. So that now means that the Class C points lead will go to Stuart Kestenbaum, of course, in that sense. He's now at the front of this group. And second will go to the 111, which is Grace Bates in the 1979 Van Diemen. As Stuart Kestenbaum's car still laying a smoke screen in front of it, and it's really smoking. Look at that. That's not just. No, he's in the pits. Yeah, I thought the smoke was going to be something a bit more serious, and it looks like it's some kind of engine, or whether he was. I'm not saying leaking oil or something that was coming out, but something was steaming or smoking, which was causing him a major problem. So that's a shame. So that now means Grace Bates becomes the leader of Super Classic C when she comes through. So that'll be an unexpected class win for her, even though she's at the moment down in 22nd position, because everyone else in Class C, well, they're guests, so they'll get a trophy, but in terms of points, it will go to Grace Bates, because if they're both retired, then it'll be Grace that gets the maximum score in class.
Yes, it will, but it's been the class no one wants to win, really, hasn't it? 2 class leaders out within half a lap or so of each other. So drama in Super Classic C. No such drama befalling Alex Ames at the front of the field, though. He's now 2.8 seconds ahead of Stephen O'Connor, so I think it's fair to say he's broken the challenge from Stephen. Powney, by the way, has got past Roberts quite quickly, Oliver Roberts, so he's 2 and a bit seconds behind Hawkins. I think he's just going to run out of time, is Ben Powney, to get onto the overall podium. But 4th place is still going to be a decent result. Out wide goes the number 14 at Luffield of Neil Hunt. There's almost a tangling of wheels as the 472 of Dominic Shepherd sneaks up the inside, and Neil eventually able actually to carry good momentum on the outside line and take that position anyway. These 3 have been locked together for a little while now. Of course, Kestenbaum was part of this battle as well. They've all reeled in Neil Hunt, who does now relinquish that position to Dominic Shepherd. That's 13th place. Shepherd second within his class. Shepherd and Fincham, number 23, battling for 2nd position in their class. And that's for Super Classic C. Dive down onto the brakes into Beckett's very sideways there. Did he stay on the track? Only just did Dominic Shepherd. He's slow on the exit, and so Neil Hunt gets back alongside. Neil Hunt in a newer car, 1992 Mondial, should have extra straight line speed anyway, which he does, and takes advantage of the moment there for Dominic Shepherd to reclaim that 13th position. Leaders, though, have gone through onto their final lap of the race now. Alex Ames 2.8 seconds clear of Stephen Connor. Tom Hawkins retaining a 2-second lead over Ben Powney, so I don't think Ben is going to get to him before the checkered flag. Whereabouts on track is Alex Ames, though, I wonder. There he is, turning through the final corner. That was good timing. So it's going to be Alex Ames who makes up for the late race drama in race 1, and he is going to claim the race victory in race 2 for the Geoff Engineering Super Classic Formula 4 Championship. A victory then for Alex Ames, and it will be second position for Stephen Connor. Tom Hawkins, I think, will come home third. This is a battle for position, is it not? Andy Gosling and Chris Stones. Yes, Chris Stones trying to relieve Andy Gosling of 7th position. Andy on course for a class win anyway, but would like to stay in 7th place overall to the flag. Oliver Roberts has been through to win Super Classic B. Gosling wins in Super Classic C, ahead of Chris Stones and Jaap Blijleven in 9th. And it should be George Townsend, I think, to win Super Classic D in 10th position. We'll just wait for the number 167 Merlin to get to the line. One of 2 Merlins actually. Julian Stokes also in a Merlin Mark 20. Similar car. Didn't finish race 1 though, unfortunately, did Julian. Cars 1 lap down as well. Jaap Blijleven now moved up ahead of Chris Stones. Look at that, by 1,000th of a second, Jaap Blijleven has beaten Chris Stones to 8th position. So the smallest possible measurable margin, separating 8th and 9th. And that was for second place in class as well of the point scoring runners anyway. So Jaap Blijleven involved in a very close finish. Proper photo finish there, a bit further down the order. So Alex Ames then gets himself the race win and makes up a little bit for what happened at the end of race number 1. Stephen O'Connor, well, we never did hear anything about a jump start, did we actually? So maybe they've given him the benefit of the doubt with that dodgy clutch. He comes home second, Tom Hawkins third, Ben Powney charging fourth from the back of the grid. 5th position then for Oliver Roberts, 6th was Paul Mason, with 7th position going to Andy Gosling, 8th Jaap Blijleven and 9th Chris Stones, George Townsend in 10th position. And 4 of our class winners in that top 10 as well. Ames winning in Super Classic A, Roberts Super Classic B, Gosling Super Classic C, and George Townsend Super Classic D. Vincent J was 11th, ahead of Matthew Smith and Dominic Shepherd, with Neil Hunt in 14th place. 15th then for Alan Fincham, 16th David Townsend, 17th position went the way of Graham Payne, ahead of Don Boyack, Simon Langman and Grace Bates to complete the top 20. Bates, of course, winning in Super Classic E after we lost a couple of front-running drivers in that race towards the end. Cohen Barretta was 21st, Colin Williams 22nd, and well, actually he wasn't, of course, he was the first of the non-finishers after that spectacular exit at Beckett. Stuart Kestenbaum 23rd, Guy Eskin 24th, and Ian Cheery 25th, but not actually those positions because they were not classified as finishers. So the Formula Ford's done for the day, and we have just the one more race to come your way then. The CityCar Cup drivers will be heading out next. The next Formula Ford action, of course, is going to be their final round at Donington Park in about a month's time. Make sure you tune in for that as part of the Fun Cup event as well. Let's head back down to the pit lane, shall we, though, to catch up with Scott Woodwiss and our podium finishers.
2, 1. Yeah. Well, Super Classic Formula Fords again delivering in spades. Great action up and down the order in all 4 classes. We're going to have a chat to our top 3 overall and see what they thought of that one. Let's bring our winner Alex Ames over here to have a quick conversation. Alex, congratulations. Thank you. That went slightly more to plan than the end of race 1 earlier on, didn't it?
A little bit. That was a little bit better. But yeah, no, that was Stephen. It's like to try and break his toe was quite a challenge, I have to say, for that one. I just had to really concentrate on getting a good run through Copse and managed to pull enough of a gap there and control that distance, and I was like, if I can keep it like that, we're good. So yeah, it's pretty warm though out there.
Yeah, pretty warm. It's cool. My default spot is always, well, it is summer. It is August, but you seem to quite like Silverstone. You've been in this championship a couple of times on the international circuit and Menasha, so this seems to be a real favourite circuit for you, and you always tend to go well quite here. So this seems to be a circuit that favours you and the car as well.
Yeah, I do like it. It's a bit of a warm-up for the Walter Hayes, if I'm brutally honest here. You know, I'm racing here next weekend on the Grand Prix circuit as well in the Formula Junior. So yeah, I know Silverstone pretty well, and yeah, it suits the well. We've set the car up well for here, and it works well around here. So yeah, I'm really happy to get back into Formula Ford again.
And enjoying some great battles in what's been a great field this weekend, and also getting amongst in particular that race 1 scrap, because you were talking to Andy about it, but just it's what Formula Ford should be.
Yeah, you know, we had a good tussle in race 1. My pace was great at the start. It worked really well at that point. I managed to get a gap, and then the car just didn't seem to pick up. I think it was temperature related things thing again. This time it wasn't so bad, but hey, that's motorsport, and you know these things happen. We made a bit of a contact in there, but yeah, today second race is all good.
Congratulations, well driven. We'll hopefully see you soon next time. Let's bring Stephen O'Connor across so we can. Stephen in the mix as well. Stephen, congratulations, second place. As I was saying to Alex, a slightly less dramatic finish to that race than race 1 was, but still a great fight in the front and keeping your minds in the early laps.
In the early laps, yeah, definitely made a bad start, so that I didn't get the lead at the start. And then we broke away from the rest of the field, but I made a few little mistakes here and there, and I lost a toe. But it would have been a tall order anyway to get stuck in with him. He was very quick. He was definitely quicker on this one than he was the last one, so it would have been difficult.
It's been a great weekend, of course. A big grid of Formula Fords in this championship for this weekend at Silverstone. It always produces great racing, and I think I can tell by the smile on your face you've thoroughly enjoyed it from start to finish.
Oh, well, that's why I'm still doing it at my age. It's just you get such a buzz from it. It's fantastic. Like, I mean, it's the best class on earth. There's no doubt about it. Especially here. Looking forward to the Walter Hayes now to get stuck in again. But it does. It definitely produces the best racing. Fantastic.
How nice to have Team Dolan back as well. Of course, running an older car. They usually run the more modern ones, but they can still cut it with an older chassis as well.
Oh, you certainly can. Yeah. Once the boys at Team Dolan get their hands on an older chassis, they work their magic, and we can get some pace out of it. Definitely.
Congratulations. Great to see you. Thanks for coming. Excellent stuff. Let's have third place man Tom Hawkins as well. Tom, one of our regular runners in Super Classic as well.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite keep up with the top two, but Oliver kept on your toes for most of that race.
Yeah, he got a good start, Ollie, didn't he? And he got in front of me, and then I got the front two got a gap, and then I managed to get past him and put a bit of a gap myself, and I thought I'd try and rein them in, but they were just too quick. There was nothing I could do to sort of close that gap. I tried everything, then tyres started to go off, and I thought just bring it home for a couple of podiums this weekend.
Silverstone always delivers, and the nature of the circuit we know from events like the Walter Hayes Trophy and this in general. This circuit always delivers on a grid like this and a champion like this. You're always guaranteed great fun in an old school Formula Ford.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean it does great racing, and anyone that wants to get on the grid, I thoroughly recommend it because it's really good fun.
Good points for the championship too. Well done. We'll see you next time out. Congratulations. Thanks. Excellent stuff. Well, where's the weekend gone? 15 races left. 15 races down. One race still to go. It's been that kind of weekend, hasn't it? Lots of action. One more race for CityCar Cup to come up before we wrap up our Silverstone Summer Weekend. So for the final time, let's head to the grid and head to our final grid run through with Andy McEwen back in the box. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Scott. One more race to go then, and what better way to bring the curtain down on this Silverstone Summer Race Weekend than with our third Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend. This is Group C and A together. If you didn't join us earlier on, the entry list for the CityCar Cup this weekend exceeded the maximum number of cars permitted to race in one go, so they've had no choice but to split the field into three groups. Groups A, B and C, and this is the last of the races, Group A and B, with their second race apiece. It's Brady Pollock who has the pole position for this one. Christopher Park starting alongside him on row 1, then Stuart Bliss and Andrew Dyer, with Luke Bates and Richard Jett starting on row number 3. Ben Spencer and Joe Moss together then on the 4th row of the grid, and the top 10 completed by Max Finn and Josh Jackson on row number 5. Row 6, Sandro Proietti with Tom Hartwell for company. Amelia Vincent's next alongside Luke Power, with Ryan Middlemiss and Junior Gravina Reed on row number 8. 9th row, Elliot Lettis and Benjamin Bastow, Joseph Plowright and Peter Bauer complete the top 20. Then it's Carter Steele and Benjamin B, with Charles Hopkins and Nicholas Wilding on the 12th row. Row 13 for Richard Snuggs and James Savage, with Fen Curran and Lee Parker next, and Alex Jackson at the back of the grid. So 29 of them then set to do battle, and our final instalment of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Well, they've got quite the tough act to follow, really, haven't they? The first two races have been absolutely sensational. Both of them have gone down to the very final lap of the race. The first one earlier on this morning was won by Alistair May after a last lap duel with Ben Spencer, and then of course Alistair was back out again in race number 2 where he lost out to Brady Pollock in the closing stages. Brady Pollock managing to net himself a race win. So Alistair unable to complete the double. Of course, Alistair not in this race because he was in Group A. He was in Group B, which have done both of their races, and so if anyone's going to do the double now, it will have to be Brady Pollock, And he's starting in the best position to do that because he's on the front row of the grid in the number 12 car with Christopher Parks starting alongside him. But some quick drivers in this group. Richard Jepp has another crack in the orange and black Peugeot at getting himself a race victory. Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss, we know, are quick former race winners in the category. And keep an eye on Ben Spencer, the Toyota Aygo, running in the retro works Toyota livery. White with the green and red stripes, starting 7th on the grid. Now, I think he started 7th in the race earlier on, didn't he? But he was up into 2nd place pretty much by the end of the opening lap. He was an absolute demon in the early stages, and he'll be very much looking to replicate that fast start again in this final race of the weekend. So he pulls into line now on the outside of row number 4. This 2x2 staggered grid for the CityCar Cup cars, lots of them to pull into line, so it'll take a moment or two just to get everyone into position. And once they are, 15 minutes of racing will be underway. About 12 laps, I think, has been the duration in the previous 2 races. That's what we'll be aiming for. Brady Pollock with an opportunity maybe now to grab the early lead and try and control this race from the front. You've got the BCR teammates lining up on row 2, Andrew Dyer and Stuart Bliss. And will they perhaps work together to try and go after the leading 2? Well, it's time to find out. The grid is formed, the revs are starting to rise. And for the final time this weekend here on this summer race weekend at Silverstone, we're racing. It's a good start from Brady Pollock, and on the outside, the grippier outside line, he should have the momentum, I think, to lead into turn 1, although Christopher Parks is coming back at him in the blue 393 car to the inside line. In fact, has his nose ahead and is bringing with him Andrew Dyer. So Andrew Dyer giving him a shove. In fact, no, they're 3 wide. They're 3 wide. I don't know why I'm so surprised. 3 wide for the lead as we head towards Beckett's corner, and Andrew Dyer, I think, might come out of this on top. He's got to the inside. Yes, he sweeps past Brady Pollock. In fact, the front row starters won't even be in the top 3 because into 2nd place comes Stuart Bliss, and Richard Jepp is there as well. There's a big concertina effect. Oh, and sideways off goes Brady Pollock, and off as well has gone Christopher Parks to the inside line. They both got tangled together. There was a massive concertina effect as they turned into the apex of the corner, and would you believe it, the 2 drivers who started on the front row of the grid are the 2 that end up being fired off the road. That was remarkable. So it's number 15 then that leads the way, Andrew Dyer. It's Stuart Bliss 2nd, Richard Jepp 3rd, and Ben Spencer in 4th position. That, Scott Woodwist, was rather dramatic.
It was. That was an understatement. Of course, it's that opened up perfectly for Boston College Racing on 1-2 for them, and Ben Spencer chucks it up the inside into Luffield and says, out of the way, Richard Jepp, elbows him out of 3rd place, and through he goes. So it's now Toyota's literally to the front, 1, 2, 3. There's like World Endurance, isn't it, at this point in time? Or like WRC at the front of the field. They were dominating in the Yaris. I'm sure they've won a rally this year, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. I'm sure they have at some point. But even so, Toyota's then to the, 3. I was about to say to the 4, but it wouldn't have worked because Richard Jepp sport the party in the Peugeot. So Dyer, Bliss, Spencer, Jepp and Joe Moss up to 5th place. He's been quietly getting some good results in the top 5 recently. Max Finney was quite fired up after that podium earlier on to get himself a bit closer. Luke Bates in 7th place, and Hartwell Middlemiss is up to 9th as well. That's an interesting Ryan Middlemiss. He had a spin in race 1. This morning in the first race up at Copse Corner, but he's out the mix. I should stop talking. Ryan Middlemiss.
Who's that, Scott?
Ryan Middlemiss, unfortunately. And no, don't do that.
Oh, it's worked.
Or maybe.
Wow.
Yes, there you go. That's one not for the show reel, I think, or at least the blooper reel. But right, it was a commentator's curse because as soon as I spoke about him, he's off the road. So anyway, carry on like it never happened. 12 and 3/4 minutes to go, and down towards Brooklands Corner. Who else can I curse next? Ben Spencer down the outside having a look at 2nd place. He's going to try and force himself alongside, but Bliss shows him the edge of the road. Spencer keeps his foot in, bounds back on, and Richard Jepp says, thanks very much. That's for trying to shove me out wide at Luffield if he can. I have a feeling this might be a bit of a theme for the next 12.5 minutes here, as now Jepp looks to the outside of Stuart Bliss. Now Andrew Dyer, who is in ignorant bliss, looks behind and says, bye boys, I'm going to go and win this race.
Well, the issues for Pollock and Parks have really turned the race on its head. I don't think anyone really quite knows who should have the pace here. Spencer, though, is just going for every gap. Look at that, 2 for 1, double slipstream, and he drives past. There's almost a rub as they turn into Copse Corner, and Richard Jepp says, oh, no, you don't. I've got the outside line into Copse Corner, and that is where the momentum is. So Richard Jepp for now hanging on, but this is getting very, very elbows out in this final race of the day. Dyer leads, Jepp 2nd, Spencer Spencer still third, and that's Joe Moss now in the red Citroen, the best of the Citroens, trying to come up the inside of 2 cars in one go, which he does. That's pretty much standard practice in CityCar Cup these days. Gets himself up ahead of not only Ben Spencer, but also ahead of Stuart Bliss, who's plummeted down the order on this lap. He was second at the line and is about 6th-ish, I emphasise the ish, as they head down the Wellington Straight, because he's on the outside of a 3-wide situation, including Joe Moss and Max Finn, who really flew in that E-Max car earlier on today, didn't he? And is continuing to demonstrate some good racecraft in race number 3. He's on the inside line there, the black Citroen. He is now the best placed of the Citroens and gets himself up ahead of the BCR Toyota into Luffield Corner. So another dramatic lap about to be in the books. This is all playing into the hands of Andrew Dyer, but that lead he's got, Scott, is not quite as healthy as I perhaps feel it should be, given what's going on behind him.
Especially Richard Jepp's now in second place, trying to drag the field along with him. I was going to say on another note, this is not typical Stuart Bliss behaviour when it comes to this race. Normally, from last year, we've seen him dominate and take lots of race wins. Now, obviously, I'm not saying at all that Boston College is the issue, because also they've got good cars and they're winning races at the front, so that's not the problem. But I think just the competition's just levelled up this year, particularly so much over the last 12 months. As I said, Boston College Racing have been winning races and Stuart leads the championship, so it's just getting in the fight, and I'm pretty certain Stuart would want to win this championship this way rather than just as much as dominating it, because it's good fun, he's in the mix, and it's not the same old every weekend, so this is pretty key. And he's also going to be keen that Andrew Dyer's up there showing the pace of the cars too. He's in there in 5th position, Moss is in 6th, and Luke Bates come from somewhere. He's completely there with a novice cross on the back in one of the newer cars in the field. That's a Gen 2 Peugeot's Peugeot 108, up there in 7th place. I think I can safely say, where's he come from? Because I wasn't expecting that at all. As down the outside comes Richard Jepp for the lead in the Gen 2 Peugeot, sails it round the outside, beautifully gliding through Brooklands Corner. That is genuinely one of the cleanest and best overtakes on the outside of Brooklands, not just this weekend. I genuinely think I've ever seen. That was almost poetry in motion.
Indeed so, as was the sideways move around the outside from Mr. Excitement himself, Ben Spencer. I don't think it might work, actually. He's got some good momentum on the outside line, and he's up alongside Andrew Dyer, who was in the lead this time a lap ago, and now finds himself in danger of falling out of the podium places. Jepp then the leader. It is still going to be Dyer second, with a healthy shove there from Max Finn down towards Copse Corner, and so Spencer now finds himself on the outside looking in, had no drafting partners on the outside line, and slots back in line in 4th, I believe. Or is he back in line? No, he's not actually. Stuart Bliss is up the inside, filling that gap, and wherever Ben Spencer wants to go, there is a car filling the hole, so he just can't get back in line. And this, to continue the NASCAR analogies, really is like super speedway racing, isn't it? You get hung out to dry, you lose the draft, and you're just going to lose place after place after place. It's Luke Bates who now comes alongside him, and finally Spencer has a whiff of a slipstream from the cars ahead, which might just save him and allow him to hang on to this 6th position. Whoever gets in front though, Scott, they can't get away, can they? We saw Andrew Dyer have a stint in the lead. Richard Jepp is out in front now, but there is absolutely no separation amongst this leading group of 7.
And we said it earlier on the weekend, the key thing with these cars is momentum, as Luke Bates goes a little way with trying to attack Ben Spencer for 6th position. But the key thing with these cars by a mile is momentum, because they're small, they're diminutive, and they're low powered, yes, but you kind of have to keep on the power practically constantly all the way through. And if you kill your momentum and even just go a little bit wide in one corner, rather than losing a bit of time, you can lose in a pack 2, 3, 4 places, because they are so evenly matched. They're all pretty much equally matched in terms of underpinnings. So these cars are practically all the same in terms of where they've been built in the same sort of factories. I don't quite know what the setup is for the Gen 2 cars, but Gen 1s, as I said earlier, the Gen 1 Igo C1 and 107 are all the same car mechanically underneath. It's down to the setup, the build, and also how well they're driven. As I said, Joe Moss goes up the inside to try and repass Ben Spencer. Well, that was more Spencer going around the outside of Moss, I should correct myself. So that was him going up for 5th position. They're still side by side down towards Beckett, as Jepp continues to lead the pack through. And Max Finn's on his toes as well, because Joe Moss again thinking, get out of my way, Ben Spencer, and actually rallying himself. He turns the Igo into an actual rally car for a split second, runs back onto the road. Luke Bates back alongside him. Hello, old friend, remember me? And now they head back down towards the complex. That is the 333. It's one of the Nescott Motorsport student motorsport cars out of the race. Edit Lettuce. So I hate to say it, but he's been a bit anonymous so far, particularly this weekend, but also relatively this season. It's not what you expect from the former CityCar Cup champion just a few years ago. And now, of course, we know his talent. He's an incredibly quick driver, but just the pace has not been there in terms of where he's been there before, and that's quite surprising.
Seems to be the case. Very odd, isn't it, that he's struggled a little bit more this year, and non-finish again here, not going to improve his mood. Now, what's going on at the front of the field? Richard Jepp fending off Andrew Dyer, and Max Finn could be the danger man here, couldn't he, in that black and green Citroen in third position, the number 10 car. It's a leading group of 4 now, really. Some of the battling behind, centred around Ben Spencer largely, has allowed these leading 4 just to get away. And I think because of that, they're not really fighting each other too much at this stage. I think they're quite content to work together for now and maybe settle it between themselves in the closing stages, because definitely Joe Moss, Ben Spencer and Luke Bate have lost the slipstream now. They're out of slipstreaming range as they head down into Beckett's corner. There is that second group of cars. Ben Spencer's up the inside this time. Now, can he keep it on the track on this occasion through Beckett's? Hooks the curb, rotates the car, and stays just about within track limits on corner exit. Oh, off, that's Chris Parks. That's Chris Parks off on the exit of Copse Corner on the recovery drive. He's not the only one.
That's on the City.
Luke Power, I think that might have been. Yes, they were... No, not close to each other, actually. Oh, another one off now.
Peter Barr off the road again. And another one.
Oh,
3.
Is there fluid? There must be oil down. There must be oil down.
One's Snugs, the other one's Peter Barr. Couldn't see the third one.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Sliding around.
There's lots of fluid down. This will have to be, dare I say, a red flag wants to clear it up. Oh, right middle. There's lots of fluid down. Something has just burst. And let it all over the road. That's Power off the road as well. Luke Power. Yeah, red flag. Race has been stopped. And they haven't hit 75% race distance yet. They've only just gone past it. So, looking at the time, what are we at? 5:30. I think we're quite inside curfew. I think we should be should be inside curfew, which means that we should be able to get this race and restarted. It'll probably be either a 5 or a 6 minute restart, I'd imagine. But CityCar and 5 minute restarts, I think guaranteed entertainment at least, shall we say. But yeah, that's going to take to quote Matt Neal, that's going to take some clearing up. I think that spill down at Beckett's. But whatever's happened to somebody down there, something has it's dumped all its fluid down at Beckett's, and you could see drivers trying to track through it and just finding no grip at all whatsoever.
Well, and we had 2 cars off at Copse as well, didn't we? So my fear is that it's not limited to Beckett's. My fear is that it's around at Copse Corner as well. How many times has this happened this weekend, though, with fluid being dumped on the track? You can see the dark line there on the way through Beckett's Corner that was just yielding absolutely no grip. And even at this speed, look, as they go through it very slowly under the red flag, the cars are sliding around. So absolutely no grip there. There's oil down quite clear. 210 car nearly losing it. Car to steal. And 69 that was, wasn't it? Yes, on the grid waiting for a restart.
I was saying, I don't think that's water, because I'm certain water would start drying already by now, given it is quite warm. We think it's, we've got Max Lovejoy here from Motorsport as well, watching on, observing the action. We think it's possibly either some kind of oil or coolant, because that's not going to dry out straight away and obviously be equally as slippery. So one of the two is causing an issue. Also, for those touring car fans, if you think that livery looks familiar, it's in the form of that's late 90s Vauxhall Vectra Super Tourer, which is quite a nice tribute livery, 99-2000. So Ryan Middlemiss is kind of the only car that's turned up on the grid. Everyone else is kind of coming around thinking, where is everyone on that side? As we wait for this to come back around, this is probably going to take a few moments time to try and clear up. So whilst we do wait for that and the cars get regridded, let's once going to take a break to remind you some of the big end of season events that are coming up here for Brscc with our big end of seasons with the Race Remembrance, Formula Ford Festival and the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, and we'll come back to you very shortly after that with more news on a restart and how it's going to look.
Chaos, confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Right, this is the scene here at Silverstone as the cement dust buckets, which must be running low at this point, I think. They've been used several times, particularly at this part of the circuit this weekend. Cement being laid down up at Beckett's as a result of an oil spill, we believe, courtesy of Richard Snuggs. We've done some detective work. I say we, like we did any of it. It was actually the far more talented people hidden away in the production truck who have the ability to look back through all the replays and such like, and they've seen that we think it was Richard Snuggs' car that dumped its oil. The trail of oil, look, goes right the way through the grass into the gravel trap, and 5 minutes ago, that is where Richard Snuggs' number 88 car was parked. So powers of deduction and all that, it would suggest that it was Richard who has deposited the oil on the racetrack. So the hard-working marshals once again have to spring into action on this very hot summer's day, and even at a point at which really they should have all been packing up and getting ready to go home, they are still on hand to make sure that the track is race ready, because we anticipate we will get a restart. At the moment, the timing screen says over 5 minutes for this final Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race of the weekend. So looks like the work is nearing completion up at Beckett's. I suspect maybe there's been some cement dust laid down at Copse Corner as well, because we did see a few cars off there, most notably, of course, Christopher Parks, who had started on the front row, got tangled up in an issue here at Beckett's on the opening lap, and then had what looked like a fairly sizable off at Copse, potentially as a result of the slippery surface as well, and a couple of others who had a rotation there too. So hopefully we'll get the majority of them back up and running for a restart and get a resumption of what was a terrific battle to start with, Scott, amongst that leading group. But we just mentioned, haven't we, that the top four had sort of detached themselves from the rest. Well, that is no longer the case. Everybody else has an opportunity now to get up there and get involved in the fight for the win. Perhaps even the likes of Brady Pollock, who we think is going to be taking this restart somewhere around the back end of the top dozen. Now, a win might be a bit of a stretch, but we've seen people gain 4 or 5 positions on the first lap. If he can do that, he could be right there.
Good start. And another key word in that, of course, we said all the weekend for CityCar Cup, momentum. If he can keep the momentum up, I think there he is. Yes, there he is, in the blue car with the yellow highlights, number 12. Moves his way through, and he'll want a bit of redemption after that first lap skirmish that put him and Chris Parks sort of out of shape at Beckett's corner. So he'll be wanting to try and get a good running as much as possible. Now it becomes an unenviable task of the marshals to try and put everyone into the right order. Now they would have set the grid by the order when they came across the line, the last complete lap that everyone finished, as far as I remember. Which means Richard Jett will start this on pole position with Andrew Dyer alongside. Then we have Max Finn and Stuart Bliss, followed by Joe Moss and Ben Spencer. And then I'm really impressed by Luke Bate. If I'm honest, not in a bad way, I've not never come across the CityCar Cup before, but he's got a novice cross on the back. He's on one of looks like a brand new build Gen 2 108. Looks great, it's nice and clean, but it's not a name I've come across before. And he's up there in 7th place on the rookie plate, which is vastly impressive. If this is possibly one of, if not his first race weekend, colour me seriously impressed. That's not a bad effort. And he was battling with the likes of Ben Spencer, who's a good rookie in the mix as well, and giving as good as he got in those laps before the red flag.
Well, qualified 5th for this race, let's not forget Luke Bates. So he's had pace. He out-qualified Richard Jett. Set a lap time that was admittedly only a couple of hundredths quicker, but still quicker than Richard Jett, who we know is a force to be reckoned with in this championship. Richard will be starting from pole position outside of row 1 for this restarted race. So yeah, Luke putting in a good performance. I'm intrigued to see what Ben Spencer can do, starting actually 2 places higher for the restart than he was at the initial start of the race. 5th on the grid he will get underway from. And yeah, definitely keeping an eye on Brady Pollock as well, who will be, where is he, 2, 4, 6, 8, I think 10th actually on the grid is where Brady's been lined up. So right in the hunt. If he can get a good run through Copse Corner on this first lap, then he might still have a shot at a podium finish. In a lot of championships you wouldn't say that's possible over 5 minutes, but we've seen the rapid way in which you can make progress on this grid if you're committed enough and you find the right gap in the traffic. There is plenty of space, plenty of room to manoeuvre, and Brady Pollock, I'm sure, will be hoping to do a bit of manoeuvring up towards the front of the field in the near future. The back of the grid is in position, so I think the green flag lap should get underway momentarily, as long as the marshals are happy that the track is clear. But even though the oil's been dressed, Scott, there is still a lot of cement dust down at Beckett's corner, and the slippery oil is still underneath there somewhere, so visibility and grip levels will be limited, I think, for the 5-minute duration of this restart, particularly at that part of the track.
And of course, the key thing as well is that, yes, you can put down quick dry and cement that you want, but it won't completely clear everything.
No.
There'll still be little elements of oil down there which might possibly cause an issue, and you can run through it, but of course it won't completely dry it when you go through. And yes, running through it will help to kind of clear it up a lot more, but you're going to get, it's going to look like a rally stage down there at Beckett's when they go through it, because it's going to be so much cement dust being kicked up, so much mist and visibility is going to be quite difficult. And it might well hang there for possibly a lap or so as they continue to sweep through it. And they can't help to, because it's right in the middle of the road. They're right in the middle of the racing line. And when you've got these cars going through in packs together, particularly on the opening couple of laps, it's going to make visibility absolutely crucial to try and pick your way through. It's going to feel a bit like Days of Thunder going through the smoke. Not quite as dramatic with CityCar Cup cars, but you get my point. It's going to be pretty tricky, and these drivers are going to have to really have their wits about them and trust the cars around them to be able to also have theirs as well, because if one driver steps out of line and you get caught out, and the cement dust also plays an added factor into that, we'll worry about the end result if there is anything like that when it comes to it. Hopefully not, but we'll see.
Well, they at least have this green flag lap as a bit of a sighting lap, don't they, to see what it's like up there. They won't be going quite as quickly this time, but they can get a bit of a feel for the visibility and the grip levels up at Beckett's as they head down towards Copse Corner. Very slowly, those at the back of the field. They'll pick up the pace momentarily, I'm sure. And a very different look to the grid now to the one that we had at the initial start of the race. Gone from the front row, Christopher Parks and Brady Pollock. And Richard Geoff, who started on the third... no, he won't be on pole position, because Richard Geoff has pulled over at the side of the road
and got
then
going
continues. What's that all about then, Richard? Now, he hasn't dropped right to the back of the queue, which I think is my understanding. No, he's still got an issue, hasn't he? The car's,
he's gesticulating, and
hazard lights
are on, so...
Well, I was just about to make the point that he was now going to be starting for the front row. He was only 6th for the initial start to the race, and then the Peugeot stops at the side of the road. He clearly still believes there's an issue, so he's not running at full speed, staying out of people's way. I was about to make the point that he, as long as he didn't fall right to the back of the queue, would still, in theory, be allowed to take his front row starting position, but I think he is destined for the pit lane, isn't he? He's still got power. There's nothing falling off the car. There's no fluid, thankfully, coming from underneath it, so the shouldn't delay the restart, but certainly Richard Geoff is going to be taking no part in it. That's a shame.
It is, and it changes the dynamic of the race a little more as well, because of course it means that he's an element we take out of the equation when it comes to battling for victory. We've got the 2 Boston College cars in there too, and there's Brady Pollock as well in blue and yellow coming through the shot, starting in around about 12th position or so. Got some work to do, but if he can pick his way through, it'll be quite key. Geoff has carried on, but obviously the car is fairly in limp home mode, and quickly pulling it off the circuit onto the runoff tarmac. There's nothing in the assembly area because we're right at the end of the day, so you might well just turn it and possibly take it back up the other end, and that's his race weekend even though at the end of it, it's prematurely done sooner than he'd like to have done, and that might well be key for the championship also. Of course, enough to use that as a drop score. He's doing exactly what I thought he'd do, turn it and go up the other end of the assembly area. It's the end of the day, he can do it, it's fine. So that now means that, well, Andrew Dyer, all on his lonesome, will get basically a free pass to take the lead and the whole shot in towards Copse Corner for the first time. And also keep an eye for Max Finn. He'll have an open shot on the outside line of road 2, and that's Amelia Vincent's come to a stop.
What is going on? Well, this might delay the start, I think, because this car is, well, it's under power again, but where can she go? She'll try and either line up in her grid position, or if she's any sense, try and park by this entrance in the pit wall, which she...
No, she's taken the back of the grid. I think she's sensitive to let everyone through. She's going to start at the back. So whatever the issue was, she's managed to fix it, it looks like. So eventually, finally, we get the green flag for the last 5 minutes of racing, and this could be controlled chaos, it could be chaos nonetheless, but even so, I think it's going to be pretty exciting and pretty fun to round off the weekend.
Then so Stuart Bliss, no, it's not Stuart Bliss, Andrew Dyer launches off the essentially pole position then. Everyone gets underway, and that includes Amelia Vincent at the back of the field. They head towards Copse Corner with 5 minutes of racing remaining then. Dyer clearly out in front. That is Stuart Bliss now breaking through into second place, and Max Finn, who was only 9th at the initial start of the race, is up there already fighting for second. Ben Spencer's going 3 wide up the inside as well. Here he comes in the Toyota. He is into third. He might be second by the time he reaches the braking zone. Max Finn on the outside will have something to say about that, but we know Spencer is not bashful about some late braking. Onto the cement dust they go. There's limited grip through Beckett's, but they're all handling it quite well. Proietti wide. Not as wide as a couple of those further behind, though. Josh Jackson, that was bouncing over the runoff area. They head out onto the Wellington Straight then, leaving a cloud of dust behind. And Amelia Vincent, I'm afraid, has pulled over on the exit of Copse Corner. Well out of the way, though, so at least that should not lead to a safety car period. So Toyota 1-2, Citroen's 3rd, 4th and 5th as we descend upon Brooklands for the first time.
They're very interesting. This is when you get them really going for position when there's not much time left here. And Spencer knows he's going to be limited occasions, limited opportunities to take that victory if he can. He has had a win already so far this season. Takes the tight one off the corner and pulls himself alongside. It's a better run off of Luffield through Woodcote Corner. He's there, he's up the inside and through he goes. That looked easy. That looked like it was a very easier move than I thought it was going to be. Dyer didn't really fight it, but whatever Ben Spencer did, it was an excellent move to get him the leverage and the traction off the corner to fully put himself alongside. He's in front before he even hit the start and finish line. So Spencer leads now. I imagine there might be some yellow flags possibly to cover the inside for Amelia Vincent's car, but that might be on the inside far enough. Now, I think there might not be yellows, I think, because it's right on the inside of a section where it's not really going to be too much of an issue for cars having a problem. So just over 3 minutes to go. Max Finn is in there. Now, he'll be fired up after his podium earlier on in 3rd place. He will want a victory if he can manage it. And Stuart Bliss is getting stuck in here. We've got Moss, we've got also Tom Hartwell as well, who's having a fantastic start here. He was in 4th place across the line. He's now side by side with Sandra Proietti. Stuart Bliss is in there, Bates still in there as well, and Brady Pollock is in the top 10, and he's in the back of that pack. You can see blue and yellow on the right-hand side of the screen. Down the straight, they're going 2 by 2. This is literally NASCAR down towards Brooklands Corner, side by side again, almost 3 wide. Where do you look? There are CityCar Cup cars into Brooklands quite literally everywhere at this point. And Hartwell sideways, bouncing over the curb on the inside line. There goes Pollock, and there's the 2 of them past Bate and also Hartwell. 2 places, even 3 for the price of 1 for Brady Pollock. I don't think a podium finish is even out of the question. Top 5 certainly. Podium might be a big ask, but it's not out of question.
Well, only a big ask because the top 3 have gapped the rest of the field slightly on this lap. The top 5, I agree with you, and there's every chance these leading 3 are going to start holding each other up soon anyway. Spencer leads, Dyer 2nd, Finn 3rd, side by side 4th as they blast past the pits, and around the outside of Joe Moss there is attempting to go Stuart Bliss. Well, not just attempting, he's done it around the outside into Copse Corner. Sandro Proietti is next. There's a screech of tyres further back as someone slides out wide over the exit curb, but the leading 3 quite some distance now ahead of the rest of the pack as we arrive down at Beckett's once again. Probably time for one more lap only after this one, I would suspect. Fastest lap of the race set by Andrew Dyer. And of course all of the fastest lap stats get reset with the red flag as well. So that is worth a bonus point if he can keep hold of that till the end of the race. But he's more interested in whether he can get ahead of Ben Spencer, who is hugging the white line down the Wellington Straight. There's no chance he's going to give Andrew Dyer the inside line, and it won't be easy for Dyer to outbrake him around the outside. We know how good Spencer is on the brakes.
Oh, Brady Pollock, meanwhile, absolute send up the inside towards Brooklands Corner, and another place gain. That was for 6th position. I think top 5 is definitely on. He's now on the course of both Joe Moss and Stuart Bliss, the championship leader, so maybe 4th might be as high as he goes. They come on to what is incredibly and sadly the last racing lap of the entire weekend. We come on to the pit straight 1 second to last time. Through Woodcote they come. Now, Pollock will be on his toes here. I think 4th is possible, but he's going to have to come from quite far back and have one of the best laps of his life to try and hoodwink somehow both Joe Moss and the championship leader, defending title winner Stuart Bliss if he can. There goes Pollock, just behind Joe Moss in 23. He's not done either. This is going to be Spencer versus Dyer. Spencer's in front with Dyer right behind, and Max Finn could benefit if he's also in there too. Up towards Beckett's for the final time then. This could be pretty interesting as we get towards Beckett's and then the Wellington Straight for one last time. Can Andrew Dyer snatch a victory here at the death?
Well, he's got, realistically, one more chance to do it down at the end of the Wellington straight into Brooklands. He's in the slipstream, but actually I'm not convinced he's all that close, really. Max Finn has dropped back slightly in third. That takes the pressure off Tyre as we approach the final big breaking point in the race. He feints to the inside, wants to, if nothing else, force Spencer to go as tight as possible into the corner, so he maybe loses some momentum at the apex, but Spencer parks the car on the apex, hops over the inside curb, and then takes the nice tight line into Lovefield, barring a mistake here for Spencer. I'm not sure that Andrew Dyer is going to get there. Ben Spencer, who has given us plenty of exciting moments over the course of the 2 races he's been in today, is going to be rewarded with a race victory here, and a pretty well-controlled one at that. He hit the front early on the restart and defended nicely from there on in. Ben Spencer wins the final race of the weekend in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. It's second place for Andrew Dyer. Max Finn pretty happy with third. There's a bit of a scrum for fifth there. Was that Joe Moss or Brady Pollock? It was Joe Moss, just about half a tenth ahead of Brady Pollock, who set the fastest lap of the race in pursuit of those two on the final lap of the 15-minute race, and has to settle in the end for 6th, but not bad going, really, after what happened to him at the start of the race. A fittingly entertaining conclusion to the weekend, that, Scott, and Ben Spencer, I'm sure, will be absolutely delighted with the race win.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, still impressing as the best rookie in the field. And again, not meant to have favourites, but I quite like his car as well, of course. And all the cars are well pointed out as much as they can be. But I have to say, he puts a real effort into that. He's become a fan favourite for more than one reason. So, final race of the weekend sees Ben Spencer take victory by half a second in that restarted CityCar Cup race. Andrew Dyer takes second, and the Student Motorsport wins. That'll be something key for him to enjoy in that sense. Max Finn picks up third place in the final podium spot for Stuart Bliss and Joe Moss. Then Brady Pollock, who was on the front row of the grid, had that issue when he had the incident with Chris Parks, and battles back to 6th. Sandro Peretti takes 7th. Luke Bate, on his might be his first weekend and one of his first times in the championship, 8th. Really impressive in the next-gen Peugeot 107 or 108, one of the two. Then it's Joshua Jackson. Tom Hartwell gets a top 10 after he was as high as about 6th at one point. Then Alex Jackson, Carter Steele, Benjamin Bastow and Charles Hopkins rounds out the top 14 in the order, with Toyota's right to the front, Citroen's most of the top 14, only 2 Peugeots in that first order. Then it's Nicholas Wilding, Ryan Middlemist, who I put the commentator curse on by putting him off the road when he spun off at Cox, but managed to recover and get 16th. Then Junior Gravina Reed, Benjamin B, Lee Parker, James Savage, Joseph Plowright, Luke Power and Fen Curran. Of course, we had cars went off the road, sadly, with incidents after we had, we believe, Richard Snooks dubbing oil onto the circuit. So, all good things must come to an end, and it has been an exceptional Silverstone Summer Race Weekend from start to finish, I'm sure, and I hope you will agree. Before we get to Andy, whilst the cars are pulling up, a quick thank you to everyone involved. First of all, to our amazing production team, Alpha Live, of course, have been amazing all weekend long. To our camera ops, to everyone in the production truck, to Luke and Sakira, and to everyone else. Thanks for making us a fantastic live stream all the way through. Thanks to all our championships, to Fun Cup, to all the Fiestas, to CityCar, to BMWs, to Club Sport, Formula Fords, and of course to, I'm sure I've missed somebody else. If I have, I sincerely apologise. To all of our officials, our marshals, amazing job for the marshals in what's been very warm conditions. We couldn't go racing without them, and also to our volunteers, everyone who works in the medical centre, everyone who works in recovery, everyone who's been in race admin, coordinators, and of course all our drivers and teams for being supportive as well. All our sponsors and partners, and immediately of course as well, thank you for watching and supporting the club as well. It has been an exceptional visit to Silverstone in summer, and the weather has played ball, at least today, with beautiful conditions as well. And of course, thank you for watching. Of course, if you haven't subscribed already, hit subscribe on both the Brscc and Alpha Live channels to get more live coverage as it happens as well. Right, well, it might be the final time you hear from me, so just in case for myself, Scott Woodward, thank you for an exceptional weekend watching with us here, and so possibly for the final time I'll sign off and see you again very soon. If not, I'll outro later on, but until then, for what might be the last time, one final time we'll hear from our top threes, from Andy McEwen down the top of the pit lane, and what has been an exceptional Silverstone Summer Race Weekend. What a couple of days.
Well, it took us a while, but we got there in the end, and it was well worth the wait, that restarted Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup race. Ben Spencer is our race winner. He's just de-helmeting. We're going to drag Ben over this way, if that's all right, so we can have a little chat with you. Ben, congratulations. I called you Mr. Excitement in that race because you were the one making all of the big moves. How confident were you they were all going to stick?
None whatsoever at all. Yeah, just hope for the best. It was a bit chaotic. There was a lot of moves going on around everywhere, and just trying to keep on top of it and just decide to make my own race however best I could, really. And yeah, don't know what, I think somebody blew an engine or something, I think, down the bottom, so I didn't know what was going on with the restart and that, and just thought it's going to be 5 minutes maximum, so get the best start I can do and just see what I can make stick, really.
did that red flag help or hinder you then? Because it did seem maybe like you were just losing touch with the leaders a little bit before it, but then you were right there on the restart.
Yeah, not going to lie, it was a massive help, to be honest. It really closed the gap up with the lads, and I know I'm good with the starts and stuff, so for me, just to pull up and get into the top 3 straight from there, and then, yeah, see what I could do afterwards, really. Yeah, really happy with the red flag, but hope everyone's all right down there.
I think they were fine. It was the oil that was more of the issue, I think. Can you put into words how much fun it is to be a part of a race like that? Because it's so close. They're not the fastest cars, but the racing is perhaps as close as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see from a few of the cars, there's a bit of contact that goes on now and again, but everybody just trying to do the best with what little cars they are, do you know what I mean? 70 horsepower or whatever, and they're a lovely balance, little things to have a play with on the edge, so yeah, it's great fun.
Excellent stuff. Congratulations on a really entertaining and well-deserved race win. Andrew Tyre comes home in second place. We'll wander around this way, shall we, to find Andrew, who's over near the back of his car then, and chatting and discussing what was a lively race for you as well. Could have been a race win, but just one or two things didn't quite go your way on that restart.
Once you're out in the front, it's just murder. You just get drafted past. I thought after the restart, I thought, I'm on for a winner here, but I literally went around one of the corners. I was like, they're on my bumper. So, yeah, but to be fair, still good, clean, fair racing on my part around everyone else, and thoroughly enjoyed it.
And the team have obviously done a good job. Both cars were on the pace again in that race, and nice to see you both scoring some good points.
Yeah, to be fair to the team, they haven't put a foot wrong this season. They've looked after the cars well. They turn up immaculately prepped, and they're on it every race weekend. So, yeah, it's good.
And a student motorsport win as well. Congratulations on that one. Andrew Tyre in second place, and Max Finn all the way over there. We'll try and have a chat with Max as well, who is busy being interviewed at the moment by the circuit commentator, but Max in the black Citra, remember, who was in third place for much of that race and just lost touch with the leading two on that final lap. We'll dive in a second and have a chat with him and see how the Emax Motorsport driver felt about what was, in the end, a solid third place finish for him. Right, Max, sorry, you're in demand at the moment. Congratulations, podium finish. It's been a good day for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, we were hoping for something slightly better than third. Obviously, third earlier, and I think if we didn't have the red flag, could have maybe got on to Geoff and Tyre. We had probably very good tyres for 10 to 15 minutes, but with that extra green flag lap, we kind of tore them apart, and come lap 2 of the restart, it was understeering and oversteering, and it was just really hard to keep it under control. Luckily, obviously, they were squabbling behind, and we were able to keep the third place.
And that's, as you say, caps off what's been a solid weekend for you. How confident are you can keep this momentum rolling into the next round?
Well, we had good momentum at Snetterton. We were fastest in race 2, and we were fastest in race 1 today, and obviously another podium. So we didn't start the year very well. We're slowly picking it up, and just going to try and see how many points we get and see how far we can get up the championship table.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations. Nice way to round out the weekend with a podium finish for Max. And that rounds out our weekend here at Silverstone. The summer race meeting for the Brscc has been exciting, I think it's fair to say, and eventful from start to finish. They'll be back with more live streamed action in the next few weeks. Be sure to head over to the Brscc website to check out all of the information on their upcoming events, not only the live stream ones, but perhaps those coming to a racetrack near you. For now, though, from myself, Andy McEwen, Scott Woodwis, and the whole Brscc and Alpha Live team, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.